Year, month, day, time, minute, second. The world below remains as clear as ever, with no clouds or wind, and a thin layer. I guess this can be considered a time travel, right? I just don't know why it's floating in the sky and drifting in one breath. The sky knows for thousands of years. I have witnessed that from the beginning, there was not even a mammal that could walk upright on this continent. At the moment when the first artificial spark was born later on. But from that moment on, for some unknown reason, everything suddenly became faster. It's like I have a problem perceiving the passage of time. The humanoids quickly developed their own civilization, establishing tribes and even early city-states. They have acquired an incredible ability and used this magical technique to expand the territory. The humanoid race began to compete with various other races for survival space on this continent. They shouted the names of various gods and fought against each other. So this continent established various kingdoms and beliefs. But soon, one after another, it turned into ruins. I haven't seen what's happening on the mainland yet. New humanoid creatures have emerged from every corner of the ruins. The process of this continent is accelerating, and I am starting to be unable to process the massive amount of information I see. I felt like I saw a creature like a giant dragon suddenly enter my eyes. But I don't know if it evolved from the mainland. Still from beyond the ocean. Later on, I realized that it wasn't the acceleration of the process on the mainland, but rather that I had skipped a lot of information. At this moment, 3 words flashed through my mind. To be punished severely. The things jumping rapidly on the earth have reached a point where I can't understand them at all. Is my consciousness about to disappear? No, we have to get out of this situation no matter what. Get out of this situation. 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 Energy failure. Host restart failed. Escape program has been initiated. I can't do it in this inexplicable way. Died in this inexplicable place. No. My consciousness has not disappeared. And I'm falling. What the hell is this? Chup. Chup. Chup 1. It's so cold. I am. Don't kill me yet. Compared to this coffin board of your ancestors, it's almost too much to hold down. Whoosh. My Lord Viscount, the passage has been sealed off. Those monsters shouldn't be able to get in for a short while. Well done, Sir Byron, now at least we can catch our breath. Aunt Hetty here. This is the place where the ancestors of the Cecil family slept. Do not do anything disrespectful. It seems like no one has come in for a long time. Since the Marquis of Drummond took sacred objects from his ancestors' tombs 100 years ago and participated in the rebellion that almost led to the downfall of the family, this place has been completely sealed off. The descendants of the Cecil family know the way to open this place. But due to family orders, no one dares to break in unless it's a matter of life or death. We were the first people to set foot here in 100 years. Now we have indeed reached that critical moment of life and death. Our ancestors will forgive us, won't they? Is this the tomb of our ancestors? There is someone in it. Betty, find a place to hide. Wow, wow. Who are you to dare to break into the ancestral tomb of the Cecil family? Wait a minute, I haven't stolen anything yet. How dare you? What have you done to our ancestors? Don't kill me yet. Compared to this coffin board of your ancestors, it can't hold me down. Ancestors, please rest in peace. Those who disturb you will be punished. If you have time to talk nonsense, why don't you press down on the coffin board of your ancestors? Ancestor, may you rest in peace. What the fuck? Who hit my hand? Auntie, do I show some disrespect towards my ancestors? Rebecca, quickly leave that place. Aunt, this could be the resurrection of the undead. Perhaps the monsters on the surface have corrupted the sacred remains of our ancestors. See, your ancestors completely faked their bodies this time, right? Did you just hit me? Zero ancestor, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you know who you are? Who am I? I faked a corpse. I seem to have taken over the body of their ancestors. Have I been saved, DFJV? Who am I? 5153, memories flood in. Gawain Cecil. I am the pioneer of the kingdom of Gawain Cecil Ansu. What era is it now? It's 735 AD in the Ansu calendar now, ancestor. You've been sleeping for over 700 years now. Ancestor, we are your descendants. My name is Hetty Cecil, and she is Rebecca Cecil. Please forgive her recklessness just because she is young and immature. Please forgive us for disturbing your sleep. Great-great-granddaughter. This one too. It's okay, it's okay. I don't even know how I woke up. Can anyone help me? I'll help you out of the coffin. Over 700 years. What material is this? It seems to be a moon scar cloth woven by elves, right? What black technology? Alas. Our ancestors speak so abstractly. JPG. It's been so many years since the protagonists of other time travel novels slaughtered gods, destroyed Buddhas, and unified the universe that I can finally walk upright. What's going on here? I just want to come in and take a break. Do we need to hide all the way into the deepest tomb chamber? Our ancestors were this despicable tomb raider who disturbed your slumber. That means you woke me up. I really didn't do anything. I was planning to find a safe place to hide. As a result, I accidentally fell into an occupational disease and entered the tomb, but I really haven't had anything yet. Overall, thank you. Alas. Let go of her. It's not very attractive for you four big men to be holding a little girl like this. Not in line with the spirit of chivalry. But our ancestor, she is. Let it go, I don't mind. What else are you saying? I want to thank her for waking me up from my slumber. You're an elder, you should keep your word. You can't go back on your word. What is your name? Amber. Amber. It does have some forest elf style. Ancestor, I have to interrupt you. This is not the time for casual conversation. We are not safe now. What happened? It's a monster. Those monsters rushed in from the direction of the Sullen Pass and the mine, and neither the army nor the security team could defeat them. Now it's probably completely occupied by those guys outside. We organized resistance as much as possible and had Knight Philip take refuge with some soldiers to cover civilians before the situation completely collapsed. However, before the second group of refuge teams set off, those monsters destroyed the suspension bridge. We fought in the castle to the last moment, until the gate of the inner court was broken, and then we had to retreat here. Rebecca and I have not tarnished the reputation of the Cecil family, and so have these brave warriors. Is it actually this mess when you wake up? So those monsters have completely occupied the top, and going out is a dead end. Speaking of which, they kept calling out like monsters. What exactly are those things? I speculate it is a subspecies of a demon, but demons have not appeared in the main material world for many years. I'm not sure if it still appears on such a large scale. Ancestor, can't your power solve the monsters outside? I. Yes, according to legend, aren't you the most powerful knight in the Ansu kingdom and even the entire northern continent? It is said that you killed the barbarian commander Gulger with just one sword back then. Gawain Cecil, a legendary powerhouse of the Ansu kingdom, was the greatest hero of the pioneering era and is also known as one of the earliest pioneers of the second pioneering period. In the dark era of the collapse of the ancient Gondor Empire, where the lights of human civilization were gradually engulfed by a chaotic wave of demons spreading from the hinterland of the continent, this Gawain Cecil and a group of contemporaries led surviving humans to escape from the ruins of the collapsed empire. His life was extremely short but brilliant. At the age of 15, he embarked on a journey to become the youngest pioneering horseman of his time, Ansu. After establishing the kingdom, he became one of the 7 generals of the kingdom, guarding the southern border and resisting more than a dozen counterattacks from the Dark Tide without a single defeat. However, such a brilliant life is like a candle burning too fiercely. This legendary figure only lived to be 35 years old in the final battle against the Dark Tide, and Gawain Cecil died of exhaustion. I have possessed someone extraordinary. It's not realistic to fight all the way out. I may not be able to exert much strength after sleeping for too long. And we can't be sure how powerful the monsters outside can be. So the best way is to find a way around those monsters and run to a safe place. But the suspension bridge has been destroyed and several other roads have been sealed off. Cecil's collar was once part of the southern defense line of the kingdom. There is a secret tunnel underground here, and its entrance is right below the castle. And this kind of thing. What are we waiting for? Let's go find the ancestor of the tunnel. You can lead the way. But there's one problem. I only know how to get there from the castle, but I don't know the way from here in the tomb. Don't you know the way here after living here for so long? Although I lived here for many years, I was already dead by then, okay? After you die, will you know what your grave looks like? Ha ha ha, that makes sense. We can't go back the same way now. The courtyard of the castle and the entrance to the ancestral tomb have both been occupied by those monsters. Going back the same way is a dead end. We need to find another way. It's been 700 years and the castle on this territory is probably not the same structure as it was back then. The upper structure has undergone several renovations, but the foundation has not been moved. The entrance you mentioned should still be in place. That's easy to handle. Can you lend me your sword? Yes. The entrance is at this location, on the second basement level, next to the wine cellar and the granary. There are 2 channels to enter, but both of these channels have to go from the ground, so they probably won't work. That place is now also a wine cellar and grain depot. But I never knew there was a third room between them. It's not a room, but a mezzanine hidden between the walls and support beams using some architectural tricks. Back then, this land was not a peaceful frontier. Monsters and insane old imperial armies that emerged from the wasteland of the Gondor Empire would come knocking on their doors once every 10 days and a half months. The earliest Cecil's territory was built with secret passages and mezzanines according to the standards of war fortresses, which were essential for emergency evacuation and for transporting supplies in times of siege. You really don't know anything about this. These should be the knowledge passed down from generation to generation by the Cecil family. Ancestor, we have let down the glory you once fought for our family. The Cecil family has experienced many things in these 700 years. Okay, I got it. After leaving here, I will ask you to have a good understanding of what has happened over the past 700 years. The top priority now is to find the way from the tomb to the secret passage. Whisper to one another. Whisper to one another. Who knows where the secret passage is? I may know the way. How could you know that? I came in from that direction and it should be around the same. I guess that's a secret passage. Very good, you lead the way. As long as you don't hold me accountable for digging up your ancestral grave, that's good. Ancestral Master. I also need to bring a weapon. Ancestral Master. Ancha Pioneer's Gold. This is the legendary Ansu Pioneer Sword. The Pioneer's Sword. Now it's just a relatively sharp sword. 700 years have passed, and even if blessed by elves, the magic inside will not be worn or corroded, but it has already dissipated completely. I don't know how long it will take to recharge. I should still have a shield that never leaves me, right? Didn't you bury me with me? Why is my big shield gone? Ancestor, your descendants have once again let down your favor. 100 years ago, it was taken out of the tomb by your descendant Grumman Cecil. Later lost on the battlefield. Spendthrift stuff. Fortunately, the Grumman with the sword in the coffin was not so insane as to pry open the coffin of his ancestors and assemble a suit. Betty, come out now. It's safe. What? This is the maid in the castle who, for some reason, was left behind by the breakout team and followed her in confusion. Betty, this is... It's no longer the time to speak. Lead the way. Excellent stealth master, shadow power professional, grave digging enthusiast, Miss Amber has a wise saying. The road is there, and the door is just a vague decoration. Just set aside the psychological issues. Even the entrance to the royal treasury only requires one celery stick. You're really just a thief. I'm really just a little thief. I usually just stutter. I am a descendant of the forest elves and highly respect the souls of the ancestors. I'm so proficient now, it's easy to explain. Unlocking technology and cracking techniques are standard in our industry. I have solid basic skills, but are there any mistakes? Are you a citizen of Cecil's territory? I have lived here for several years, but I have never applied to become a formal citizen. According to the rules of your Cecil community, those who have resided for more than 3 years and paid taxes on time are considered as residents. Do you think I count? Without application, it doesn't count. Why are you asking me this? I am the Lord of Cecil's territory. So if you are my subordinate, I have an obligation to protect you. Is it possible for me to make changes now? There's not enough time. Although I woke up in such a mess, the feeling of being human again is still much better than the previous ghostly state. Whatever you want to ask, just say it. Yes. Ancestor, I still can't believe it. You really are. That's right, it's really that Galwan Cecil. The pioneer from 700 years ago. I can recite all my life experiences of over 30 years to you. But to be honest, these alone cannot prove anything. A historian might be more trustworthy than I am. You just want to confirm my authenticity, right? Please forgive my doubts. Although the story of the resurrection of the heroic spirit has always been witnessed with one's own eyes, it's another matter. I heard that paladins and silver moon elves can rely on holy light and secret techniques to achieve decades of feigned death. But I've never heard of a human knight being able to do it, let alone. You have been dead for 700 years. To be honest, I don't know what's going on either. Perhaps it's related to the elemental blessings I received when leading our ancestors to explore. This probably changed my physical condition. Is that so? There is airflow. There are different reactions to magic hormones. The front should be the end of the tomb area. Raise vigilance. Yes. 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 Soldiers, pay attention to protecting the back. Where is this? I just crawled in from there and went to a dry well outside the castle, but it must have been occupied by monsters now. Which side is west? It's that. Not good. Ancestors are these monsters. Xiao Qing. Calm down. Surprisingly, it's these things. Wow. Hetty Rebecca, please eliminate the one who can shoot shadow arrows and try not to use arcane magic. Arcane magic is almost useless for these things. Amber, you and the soldiers protect the caster. Damn it. Isn't it just a variant? 700 years ago, one person could beat up 100 of them, Cecil Gowan. There are only 3 today. I still don't believe it. ZZ Ancestor. I didn't expect it to be quite fierce after being dead for so long. Ancestors, be careful. Nice opportunity, let's go. You go help Byron, I and my ancestors are fine for the time being. If Byron goes under, we are in trouble. Lord Byron, stay strong. Sure thing. Physical control is also improving. Don't worry about your chest. These guys don't have hearts. Try to attack them as much as possible. Abdomen. Lower extremity. Lower back. Attacking weaknesses can significantly weaken the combat effectiveness of mutants. You restrain it, I'll attack the weak point. Yes. All resolved, my ancestors. Are you all right? So it was these things that attacked Cecil Ling J00. Look out. I'm good at poking chrysanthemums. Ancestors said lower back, not chrysanthemum. There's no humor at all. Ancestor, do you know the origin of these monsters? Back then, our main focus was on dealing with those things. Do you know about the collapse of the Tudor Empire and the history of the Second Expansion? I can answer this question. More than 700 years ago, the Tudor Empire was the strongest empire at the time, but later it triggered a great disaster of a dark tide. The demon tide destroyed the entire kingdom, and the survivors ventured in 4 directions: southeast, northwest, and southeast. This is known as the Second Expedition. Ancestor, you were one of the most famous adventurers of that time. Well, the history is good. Are you saying? That's right, those were the things we fought back then. They emerged from the tide of demons, and after the collapse of the empire, a large number of monsters like them surged out of the ruins to hunt down survivors. It's not so much a journey of exploration as a journey of escape. Even though a new kingdom was established on the edge of the continent later, those monsters did not stop their frequent attacks on the defenses of the civilized world. I have been dealing with them every day during the 10 years of Ansu's establishment of the country. Ah, will those monsters no longer appear after 10 years of Ansu's rule? Silly child, your ancestors died after that. Did you just say that the monsters that appeared in Cecil's territory were from 700 years ago? It seems like you haven't seen them for hundreds of years, have you? Those are already history. The most recent record was in 600 years ago. Those monsters did indeed harass Ansu for a long time. But ever since the elves helped humans build those sentinel towers, those monsters have completely become a legend. The Sentinel Tower? Things built by elves are not so prone to problems. Ancestor, this matter must be reported to His Majesty the King as soon as possible. The monster that had long disappeared suddenly appeared again, and Cecil suffered heavy losses. We must seek help from the royal family. Don't worry. With the status of our tribe and the influence I have left behind, St. Sunil City will spare no effort to help you rebuild your territory. Our ancestors actually wanted to tell you before, but what's up? The glory of the Cecil family is gone, even though you are still the legendary founding duke. But now Rebecca, who inherits the family title, is only a viscount. I was already a duke back then, and my title has been inherited and replaced, right? What did Cecil's descendants do to assassinate the king, kill his driver, or raise an army to rebel? Many things happened in 700 years, and now Ansu is the second dynasty. The Cecil family is no longer a loyal vassal, but a person who bears the stigma of being exiled by the royal family. 100 years ago, the last king of Ansu, who had no children, passed away due to illness. The political turmoil was once beyond control. Members of the royal family with collateral inheritance rights engaged in a struggle for the throne in Wusu in 635 AD, known as the Wusu Rebellion. And the major nobles who supported the various royal families behind the scenes began to confront each other, and the Cecil family was also involved. Actually, all this was secretly planned by the Marquis of Grumman. At that time, the Marquis of Grumman had not yet inherited the family power and had little appeal, so he turned his attention to your ancestors. I remember, it was him who took my shield. Yes, ancestor. The Marquis of Grumman first placed the then Grand Duke Cecil under house arrest and took your sacred relics from the ancestral tomb. Then, in the name of Cecil's heir, he announced his support for Prince Tosh. In March of the same year, Prince Tosh was assassinated, and then the Marquis of Grumman quickly announced his support for Prince Fiddick. In April of the same year, Prince Fiddick was defeated and committed suicide. Afterwards, the Marquis of Grumman reached out to one of the king's uncles to facilitate an alliance. The Northern Grand Duke, Wild, who had never intervened in the Civil War, suddenly pushed a young man onto the stage and announced that he was the illegitimate child of the previous king. Subsequently, the Grand Duke of the North used this as a bargaining chip to participate in the Civil War and ended it in the foggy month of 636 AD in Ansu. After that, it will be the Second Dynasty of Ansu. Of course, the term Second Dynasty is still a sensitive topic now. The whole farce only lasted for a year, but it caused a major reshuffle of the entire dynasty. Everyone on the entire continent knows about this period of history. The last one to ascend to the throne was an illegitimate child, known privately as the Illegitimate Child War. There are many families involved in the Civil War, and the new king urgently needs to rectify the order. The power of the old nobles is indispensable to escape the disaster. Except, besides those who jump the hardest, there probably isn't anyone who can tinker more than Grumman Cecil, right? The Cecil family has since been devastated, although they have preserved their bloodline and last bit of foundation. It's just that the name Cecil is no longer in name. Unfortunately at home. That spendthrift thing even made my shield fur. However, pursuing these past events is futile. Those monsters pose a huge threat to the human world. St. Sunil City may not value us, but we cannot ignore those monsters. He must also attach importance to us who escaped from this disaster. It's an export. Wait. This is not the sun. This is sunrise. The sun here is completely different from the one in my hometown. It's because the stellar light and thermal efficiency here are quite low, and this planet is very close to the star. That's why we can see such a huge sun. Perhaps it's not even a sun at all, but a hole that emits thermal radiation. Or something that is not very scientific but very magical. Wait, maybe this planet is not orbiting around the sun, but rather around a gas giant planet. It is not a planet at all, but rather a satellite of the latter that rises from the sky. Ancestors. Ancestral master. Ancestor, you were just daydreaming, but we need to leave here first. First, go to a higher place to check and confirm the situation nearby. What I know is that the terrain from 700 years ago may not be useful today. Ancestor, have you been watching the sun all along? Is there any problem? Your ancestors have slept for 700 years without seeing the sun. After finally seeing the sun, you must take a closer look. Sure enough, the people here called that thing in the sky the sun. A star that has been endowed with symbolic meanings in many religious and magical ceremonies. This is probably the star of this galaxy, right? Family territory. The land corrupted by the demonic tide is like this. When the empire of Gondor was corrupted from within and without, the corruption of the old empire remained, and new corruptions were constantly added. The Shadow God was surrounded by these things all along before he came to us. Is there still any rescue? It's hopeless. You did not block the attack of the mutant form, which has formed a collective resonance and caused an irreversible elemental invasion due to the demonic wave. Even if all the monsters are eliminated, the pollution lurking on this land will continue for a considerable period of time. How long will it last? Has human civilization returned to the land of the Tudor Empire now? There is still a magnificent barrier in the forbidden zone of life, and no one dares to set foot on the other side. It seems that the corruption led by Cecil will continue for at least 700 years. Is there a problem? Ancestor, aren't you angry? This is the last territory of the Cecil family. Too bad. Cough. Indulging in these things is of no use. Gawain Cecil is a pioneer. Every inch of land and wealth in this family was built by me from scratch. If there is no territory, there will be no more. It's a big deal to find a new place to explore. What are you doing, mother-in-law? Truly worthy of being a legendary ancestor, this vision and heart are indeed different. But nowadays, all the land has been divided into unclaimed territories, which are basically restricted areas. Where is this guy planning to open up land? There's nothing to see here anymore. Let's plan our itinerary, find the town first, and then find a way to meet the people who broke through in the first place. I remember it was a knight named Philip who broke through with his men. Did you agree on a meeting place? The agreement is for the town of Tansan in the north. If Tanzania is also attacked by monsters, continue north along the Kingdom Avenue. Get down and hide. Mom, yeah. Ancestor, I saw a dragon. You don't have to say, I saw it too. Being ravaged by the demon tide again and burned down by dragon flames again. This place is absolutely unbearable. I thought dragons would only appear in legends. No. Have you ever dealt with dragons, sir? Dragons are a very mysterious creature. Even when half of the continent of Lorraine was turned upside down 700 years ago, they did not intervene in the secular world. Is this the dragon of this world? It's really more intuitive to see it up close. I saw a dragon. So big. My mother would never believe it. I saw a dragon. Okay, I've seen everything here. Where did you go just now? I have excellent skills in escaping by drilling into nearby rock crevices. Shadow affinity is at least at the master level, and its frontal combat ability is slightly stronger than that of geese. You're quite proud of it. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Ancestors. That dragon burned our territory. He burned our ruins. Strictly speaking, he burned those monsters that Cecil led before the dragon arrived. However, Do you still want to seek justice from a dragon? Let's be practical. If we really need to do something, it's to return to civilized society as soon as possible and report everything about monsters and dragons. Yes. Magic is really a convenient thing. My skills have made you unhappy. Why am I not happy? The Cecil family has always relied on the power of knights, like me and Rebecca, who embarked on the path of mages. If it were more than 100 years ago, it would have been a problem to establish oneself in the family. Who set these silly rules? Oh, my shoelaces are untied. Cut. Knights are more powerful than mages. Gal wenching is right. Back then, if you drank too much, you should have thought that this rule didn't exist. Although I know it's a bit inappropriate to say this while your grandparents and grandchildren are enjoying the happiness of family. But I'm a little hungry. Betty, Hetty, Rebecca, the three of you stay here. Byron, you stay as a guard. The remaining people will go hunting with me. Including your Amber. Why do I have to go too? I'm so tired too. Touch your ear. How much do you have? Half-elf bloodline. Don't follow me to the woods to hunt? Good idea. Did you say your ancestors lived in trees? This is racial prejudice. Who told you that elves must hunt in the woods? I learned stealth, not forest patrol. You dig my grave. Okay. Forget it, I'll take care of it. Don't be so easily discouraged, even when you are apologizing, don't keep your head lowered like this. You are already the inheritor of the title, do you understand? Sorry, Auntie. To be honest, your performance today may have disappointed the ancestor, even though he didn't show it. What should we do then? What can we do? Looking at the current state of the family, I'm afraid there isn't a Cecil family heir who can satisfy the ancestors. Our current appearance is far from matching the glory of our family in the past. Auntie, do you think our ancestor has really been resurrected? Do you suspect our ancestors or suspect their resurrection? Actually, I know I shouldn't doubt it, but this matter. It's a bit unbelievable. I'm the same, but the fact is right in front of me. Do you remember the first lesson that every magic apprentice has to learn? It's not theoretical knowledge or magic formulas, but a motto. Truth may go against common sense, but truth is always true. This statement also holds true in fields beyond magic. No matter what the reason for the ancestors' resurrection from their slumber is, the resurrection of the ancestors of the Cecil family must be a fact. We have something to eat. And you said you don't know how to hunt. You're as skilled as a gray elf in the moss forest, okay. You are truly a great hero from 700 years ago. Your joke about the gray elves must have a history of at least hundreds of years, right? Do you know that the gray elves are no longer hunting for the import and export of medicinal herbs? I'm telling you, I really don't know how to hunt. Although I have half-elf blood, I have been living in human society since the year I remember. I was raised by an old thief. Then your craftsmanship. Although I can't hunt, I can steal chickens. I learned this craft at that time. It's really vulgar and unbearable. Yes, I am vulgar. Who makes me a thief? I can only occasionally take a few copper coins from the pockets of passers-by. I can't compare with you nobles who live in castles and can take money from the people's pockets with impunity. I'm just wondering why your mouth hasn't been beaten to death until today. First-class escape skills. Is that so? Okay, that's it. Let's put aside any class contradictions or conflicts of consciousness. Now we're all on the same boat. Everyone, first restore your physical strength. Seize the time to meditate and restore your magic. You must depart before noon. We've already spent a night underground and can't waste the next whole day. Betty, come over and have something to eat. Put that aside for now, it's not necessary. Why do you keep holding this pot? Mrs. Hanson told me that I will be responsible for frying sausages and bread slices in this frying pan from now on. Mrs. Hanson is responsible for managing the kitchen in the castle. But he's already dead. This pot is yours, and it will be yours in the future. Now you can put it aside and come over for dinner. I didn't expect your physical strength to be so strong that it's not inferior to that of a soldier. When I was a child, I always ran around like a boy. My father thought I could be trained to be a knight. Although I couldn't become a knight later on, I still paid close attention to exercise. After all, the ancestral teachings say that to become a lord who can protect his people, one first needs a strong physique. There may be some monsters deep in this forest, but they won't be very strong. The concentration of shadow elements in the forest center should have a natural magic focus, but it should be very weak. It must be very weak. And there is no obvious variation in the surrounding plants, indicating that the degree of element enrichment here cannot even affect flowers, plants, and grasses. You guys seem to understand very well. Uncle Byron used to be a mercenary before he pledged allegiance to my father. It's all in the past, miss. With a face full of vicissitudes, who hasn't clicked yet? Do you think the temperature is too low now? That. Ghost in the midst of resentment. When were we surrounded by these things? How could there be such a thing here? Shoo, don't make a sound. It will disturb things in the fog. Amidst the mist of the gathering fire, he darted back and forth dressed in white. These vengeful mists actually have consciousness. The power of a large-scale spell doesn't need to be too large, it must be large, otherwise these mists will scatter all attacks. Don't use fireball technique. But I only know how to use fireball technique. What? Rebecca has learned only fireball. Study for 5 years, you will only learn this move. What is going on? Oh no, we must wake them up quickly. Where did Betty go? I just saw that little girl run into the mist and it looked like she was sleepwalking. Oh no, she's lost her mind. How could the situation of this vengeful ghost mist be so strange? I don't know what's weird, anyway the situation has become terrible. The resentful fog showed no signs of dissipating. Logically, after being attacked for so long, even the most powerful fog should have weakened a little. And we also judged before that the magic focus here will not be very strong. How can such an ordinary magic focus breed such a soul-stirring fog of resentment that can even produce spiritual intelligence? Are you saying this fog isn't natural? Like some kind of artificial power source is maintaining it? It's not necessarily an artificial power source, but there's definitely something sustaining it. And that thing that keeps it going should be nearby, but our senses are clouded, we can't see it at all. But Mrs. Hetty has already used detection to distort. Isn't it on this level? I beg your pardon? Such a simple, rough, and powerful shadow walk. What is the origin of this half-elf thief? Go. What do you want? No. Do not approach, external force won't help them, accidentally it will make the situation worse. Don't ask me too much. If you don't tell me, it will be awkward, especially since I just dug your grave. It will make me feel guilty. Our time is limited. This is my first time entering such a deep place. If I bring another one, God knows how long it can last. What is this place? Shadow Realm. Take a look. That's Betty's footprint. It looks like it is, although I don't know what's going on. That little maid did indeed enter the Shadow Realm. Go. Perhaps this is the true state of the mist of resentment. If we sell this discovery to the Arcanum or the Astrologers Association, how much do you think it's worth? They will pour you a bunch of potions, tie a record crystal to your head, and finally cast you into the Shadow Realm as a human detective. But we can let you come forward. After all, you are the founding ancestor of Ansu. Can they force the ancestor to take the potion? What do you think? They are willing to hang me on the wall and write me on a book for the table. Even the king is willing to personally arrange a bouquet of flowers for me every year with his entire family and take 3 days off without any risk, while also earning a good reputation. But if this ancestor really jumped out of the coffin? The first reaction of the group of people who offered me up on the stage before was probably to press me back into the coffin. Then nails on all sides, 200 nails, the crueler ones are estimated to be filled with lead. Why? Because the 3-day tomb sweeping holiday for the nation is gone. Wait a minute, you got it wrong. I won't take a vacation when I'm sweeping your grave. You only have 3 days off when paying respects to the founding king. You died early, so you don't know, do you? Don't put gold on your own face. That was a mistake. It's here. Later, you, the old man, will drive in with the arrival of the gods and rush in to chop melons and vegetables. I will suppress you from behind. Customer. It's been a long time since any customers came to my laboratory. And it's still 2 people. We're looking for someone. She's a girl around 15 or 16 years old, holding a frying pan. No, it's not big. Please find a place to sit. Annie is preparing lunch and can't find a place to rest in the deep mountains and forests. If you don't mind, just stay here for dinner. Anne? She is my daughter. She is very well behaved. Sir. Betty, as long as you're okay. Annie, are you ready for lunch? It's almost there, Dad. What's going on here? You can even cook in the Shadow Realm. I don't quite understand, but that person outside seems to have mistaken me for his daughter. Then you just obediently treat people like fathers. He's very pitiful, so I wanted to cook him a meal before leaving. Oh, by the way, old Master NT. There are many things inside that the man gave me that I can't quite understand, but you should be able to understand them. What? Let me see. Magic formula rune sorting. Turns out that strange old man is actually a mage. Strictly speaking, he is a wild mage. And when you walked in and saw so many magical experimental tools, didn't you see them? And he is an extraordinary wild mage. How long have you been here? I have been settling here since the 2nd year I left the Secret Magic Club. You were once a member of the Arcane Council? I had thought you were a wild mage all your life. According to the standards of the Secret Society, I am a poor spellcaster. I am good at computation and reasoning, but I lack the capacity to translate this into spell models. In other words, my casting level will always be at the beginner level, and such mages will not be welcomed in secret spells. Although I was originally a 2nd level member of the Secret Magic Club. So they drove you away. I left on my own. For the sake of my daughter. I had to leave in order to cure her. You should know what we're here for. We don't waste too much time. Guest, I don't quite understand what you mean. Sir. Then just wait a moment. Dad. Dad, I'm leaving now. Miss Rebecca and Mrs. Hetty are still waiting for me, and the master has also arrived. Then remember not to eat things from strangers and go to bed on time. 1. Remember to listen to the teacher and not fight with other children. Remember to listen to the teacher's words. Don't fight with other children. Don't fight with other children. Remember to listen to the teacher's words. Master? Hey! You! Step on it. Hey, look at that. This is probably the highest achievement of that wild mage's life. Perhaps it was the problem with this formation that led him to this situation. Sir. We must evaluate. This place is no longer welcoming us. Go. Real world. Miss, the fog has dissipated. Call. Ancestor, it's great that you're safe and sound. Didn't this thief actually run away? Hey, what do you mean by differential treatment? I and your ancestors just went to the Shadow Realm to save you from death, okay, you big-chested and brainless old woman. Shut up. It's extremely rude. Do you know what it means to offend the nobility like this? Don't argue, don't argue. Amber didn't lie. We did go together to solve the crisis just now. Of course, it was her fault for scolding you for having big breasts later on. Ancestor, just now Amber said such a positive word, did you give it to me? Speaking of which, you were able to enter the Shadow Realm. That is an ability only possessed by a few high-level mages of the Shadow series or the divine selections of the Shadow series gods. How did you achieve it? I am the chosen god of the Shadow Goddess, okay. Don't make a fuss, a divine selection was struck to the ground by Byron with a regular steel sword. Forget it, don't ask any more questions. I have promised her not to pursue these matters. When she wants to say something, she will naturally say it. Let's bury the deceased first. He also bravely fought and should be buried like a soldier. What? Did I say something wrong? After he became a serf, it was the Viscount who issued a decree granting him the opportunity to serve in the territorial army as a ransom. But he has only served for half a year, so he is still a serf and cannot be buried as a soldier. This much. I'm so sorry for. But I think the serfdom system is really not very reasonable. So let them redeem themselves by serving. I know it's against the rules, but... No, I didn't blame you. This is what Charlie gave me back then. You deserve this knightly honor. Mom, this gold coin is at least half of the estate. Now someone has redeemed the debt of his soul. Bury him. But the rules. I am the rule. The fire broke out about half a month ago. What we see in the Shadow Realm should be a reflection. This wild mage has been living in seclusion in this place for many years. It is located outside the territory, and even hunters do not come here, so no one knows that there was once a hermit living here. The problem lies in how the accident occurred. There is only one weak magic focal point here, and the strength of the wild mages living here is also very low. Even if one of his magic experiments gets out of control and burns down this house, it is impossible to create a long-term projection in the Shadow Realm. And it also generated such a powerful mist of vengeful spirits, and all the magic required is not something that a mere wild mage can provide. Perhaps this note can answer your doubts. In the 729 year of Ansu, Fire Moon found a magical focus on the edge of the Cecil family's territory, and Anne's condition should be alleviated. And the harvest month of Ansu 729 has not had another episode for a long time, but I don't know if my rituals and potions are really effective. Perhaps I should reconsider the formulas I have derived before. The formulas and derivations of the 730-year mist, moon, and Ansu are completely in line with expectations. With the new amplification method, the power of the magic focus has been greatly enhanced. I can finally begin the next stage of treatment for Anne. She can no longer withstand more turmoil. In the cold month of 731 in Ansu, and was able to get up and walk around, even cooking a meal with fried sausages and vegetable soup. I haven't eaten anything so delicious in 100 years, even though the sausages have already been burnt and the vegetable soup has forgotten to add salt. Annie's sick, damn it. I need to take note of all the details and find the reason. Annie will definitely be fine. I don't know where the problem lies, but treatment is proceeding according to plan. However, Anne has still fallen ill and is more severe than before. I must find the cause as soon as possible. In the frosty month of Ansu 734, Anne has not improved and is gradually moving away from this world. This morning, I saw her hands becoming transparent like mist, and the world is ranking. She pushed her to the shadow realm. What should I do? Damn the sun, its dark red flowers seem to mock my weakness. I finally realized the problem, but I am powerless to solve it. The elements are abnormally enriched, and it is wise to keep Anne away from the places where they are enriched. Her body resonates with the elemental environment here, and this resonance continues her life, but also takes her life. In the year 734 of Ansu, the magic of the entire region was not quite right. The boundary of Cecil's territory was churning fiercely, as if it had fallen into the legendary sea of magic. I can't reverse the changes in Anne anymore. In the morning, she even said she saw the whole room turn black. Maybe I can find a different way. The long preparation of Ansu's 735 fire moon has finally come to an end, and Anne's weakness has reached its limit. This is my only chance. I have no other choice. Since I can't let Anne live in the material world, why not choose another path? The shadow transformation ceremony is recorded in books, but the magic required is unimaginable, but for me, it may not be impossible to achieve. Next, as long as the sun rises to the center and the magic is strongest, I can start transforming. Annie, hold on. Dad will save you, and he will accompany you to the shadow realm. We will live there for a long time. There are actually a few more words here. Magic is out of control. Sun is red. The sun is red. How could the sun be red? Could it be during the last outbreak of red spots? Just over half a month ago, there were many more red spots on the surface of the sun than usual. If this wild mage's mind was not very clear at that time, he might have thought that the sun was red. With this notebook, many things can be explained clearly. It seems that this unknown mage set up a sizable magic array here to cure his daughter's illness. Later on, he came up with the crazy idea of transforming himself and his daughter into shadow forms to prolong their lives. As a result, the fire that occurred half a month ago also led to the formation of the mist of vengeful spirits and what our ancestors saw in the shadow realm. These are not the main points. Whether it's the ghost mist or the wooden house in the shadow realm, direct explanations can be found in the notes. What I want you to see are the two details mentioned in the notes. One is about the dark red patterns on the surface of the sun, and the other is about the large-scale eruption of red spots on the surface of the sun. Ancestors, these two things. Besides, the wild mage mentioned in his diary that the magic surged, and as mages, you too should also have some perception of it. Recently, Cecil has indeed experienced a few instances of magical surge here, but it is quite normal for magical surge to occur. All magic in the world comes from the sun, and the sun is constantly moving and changing. The magic on the earth naturally fluctuates. The recent surge of magic within the territory, although frequent, has not reached a level of concern. In 1736, reports from various parts of the empire in Gondor observed large-scale dark red patterns on the surface of the sun. In 1738, the largest red patch eruption in history was observed, covering nearly half of the surface of the sun with red patches. According to records, almost one-third of newborns born on that day possess innate affinity for elements. Various newborn testing institutions across the country have even experienced a shortage of resonant stones, so court scholars have announced that day will be called the Magic Dawn. But it was also in the same year. The largest magic power supply facility near the capital of Gondor, Deep Blue Well, experienced a massive explosion due to the sudden chaos and powerful magic extraction array in the magic focal point where Deep Blue Well was located, which could not handle these chaotic forces and ultimately led to the melting of the furnace core PP7. In 1740, the Demon Tide erupted in Gondor. The most powerful human empire in history was destroyed within a few months. If those monsters didn't come from the wasteland of Gondor, but were naturally generated in Cecil's territory, this may mean a new wave of magic. Are we a bit too nervous about this? Is it necessary to directly associate the content recorded in the diary left by a wild mage with the magic tide if it is not clear yet? Well, it is also possible that the nerves are too tense. That's right. You've been dead for 700 years, and your mind hasn't come back to it yet. I know you experienced the magic wave back then, most likely because of the shadow in your heart at that time. Do not be disrespectful to your ancestors. No matter how credible these things may be, when Saint Sunil arrives, he must report them to His Majesty the King. As for how much the king will believe, it's not something we can influence. Let's first establish ourselves in this world. Although it's just a rundown old family, having a starting point is better than crossing into a deserted mountain or tomb. Indeed, Jeanzi is the most eloquent business negotiation expert. Where is the nearest town to us? The nearest town to Cecil's territory is Tansan Town, which we can reach in about 7 or 8 days by foot. Tansan Town. Tansan Town is an emerging town that emerged alongside the relocation of the Cecil family. Tansan Town has a large scale, probably due to its fertile plain land and close proximity to rivers. This place is one of the most populous towns in the southern region, with nearly 100 people living on this triangular flat land. The Baishuay River flows from the west in front of Tansan Town, dividing into 2 streams that run from the north and south sides of the town. It irrigates large areas of farmland near the town and is also the transportation artery here. And in the east of the town, there is a mine that is the most important economic source for the entire town. That's it. Tansan Town. Are there any rules on the roads here? Walking on both sides of the road are serfs and laborers from mines. There are also poor free people in peripheral areas who are not allowed to walk on the main roads because they cannot donate money during the cultivation process. Walking in the middle of the road are respectable citizens, as well as merchants or mercenaries from outside who can afford to pay various taxes and walk in the middle of the road. Do you have any questions, ancestor? No, there's no problem. I just instinctively resist these things with the mentality of a time traveler. But it's not yet time for me to criticize and correct this, because I don't know enough about this world yet. What are you planning to do next? We are planning to first go find Viscount Andrew, the lord of this place. Through him, we should be able to easily contact Knight Philip. Then it depends on the situation whether to first relocate the residents in their original location or directly go to the capital city. What had happened in the county of Cecil was not to be dealt with by 1 or 2 messengers. Rebecca must personally meet with the king to explain the situation. Let's do it this way for now. Oh, I came back with some information. When did you leave? Just as you entered Tansan Town. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. Your ancestor asked me to go and see if there is any intelligence that can be collected. What intelligence did you collect? As imagined, the army that broke through from Cecil's leadership has successfully entered Tansan Town. But their condition is not very good. When they came in, not only were their equipment in tattered condition, many people were simply carried in. I heard they are all at Viscount Andrew's place now, but it's currently under lockdown. I'm not sure how to go there directly, so I came back directly to report to you. If you're timid, just say it directly. Don't make excuses. But as long as it's okay, it's good. The more living forces we have at hand, the greater the help for our future. Ancestor, how can we introduce you later? Just follow the agreement just now and say it directly. We just need to be high profile here. Ancestors. Do you really think she's suitable to appear here? Amber. 00 found on a thief lady. She is an important witness to my resurrection. And don't you think putting this guy in a place we can't keep an eye on would actually make things worse? Ah, beautiful Mrs. Hetty and equally beautiful Miss Rebecca. I'm really sorry for my feeling late. The bad news that happened in Cecil's territory has spread throughout my territory. The people are in a state of panic and anxiety, and I have to spend most of my time every day arranging territorial defense and listening to patrol reports. Do we have to use this kind of aria when talking to the nobles these days? Ancestor, weren't your nobles like this back then? Of course not. We understand that you should indeed be busy now. However, I still need to remind you that you should address Rebecca as Viscount instead of Miss. She inherited the family's title as early as last year on such an occasion. You should call her Viscount Rebecca or Viscount Cecil. Viscount Andrew, thank you very much for your hospitality. Viscount Cecil should be. I deeply regret what happened to Cecil's collar. It was truly a disaster. But what's pleasing is that you're safe and sound. It seems that the inheritance of the Cecil family will not be cut off. Before the castle fell, Knight Philip led a team to cover the civilians' breakout. They should have withdrawn here. According to the laws formulated by the founding monarch, they should be receiving your protection at this moment. I wonder how their situation is. Of course, the laws established by the late Lord are sacred. Although my territory is small, I still have more than enough to provide assistance to my neighbors in distress. The brave knight was covered in injuries at the time, and I arranged for him to rest in the Church of the Holy Light where I could provide him with the best treatment. And those loyal soldiers and poor civilians were all arranged by me in Dongqing District and Nanqing District. Until now, not a single person has died of cold or hunger. The Cecil family will thank you for your help. But what's more important right now is the disaster itself. Excuse me for taking the liberty. I was already curious earlier, Your Excellency. The pioneers among the ancestors of the Cecil family. One of the 7 founding generals of Ansu, Grand Duke of the South, Gao Cecil. You should have grown up listening to this name from a young age. He is the dawn of dawn. What the hell is that last name? The posthumous title bestowed upon you by the founding emperor after your death. That old Jelmer can't come up with a better sounding name. Viscount, what do you think is the point of Hetty telling such a lie? A Viscount was destroyed by monsters and elemental tides, and a dragon appeared over our territory. This level of event can directly alert His Majesty the King in the capital city. In this life-threatening situation, we will arrange for someone to wear ancient costumes and wield inferior ancient swords. Come to your castle and tell you a fairy tale just to find happiness. You can easily find an elf craftsman to verify the authenticity of this sword. This sword was made by the tribesmen back then, so they know how to check the elven rune. You can also compare the portraits of the founding princes with me. Although I have been asleep for 700 years, I am fortunate that my appearance has not changed much. If possible, you can also check if you have participated in the second exploration. Perhaps there are still people who know me among the elf mercenaries who have now retired to the mountains and forests. No need, no need. Since it's a legendary hero like you who slept for 700 years and then resurrected, maybe it's also possible. Wait a moment. You just mentioned that a dragon appeared nearby. That's right, Blue Dragon didn't know where it came from, but in the end it headed northwest. Monsters from the Demon Tide period and dragons, my goodness. What's going on in this world? What the world is like is something that scholars and His Majesty the King need to consider. What we need to do is to quickly convey what happened here to the city of St. Sunil. The situation is already very serious. I have sent a messenger to report the news of Cecil's attack. The messenger set off on a fast horse and should have been halfway there by now. Viscount Andrew, this is not enough. The situation has become so serious that Rebecca must personally meet with His Majesty. And when Grand Duke Cecil awakens from his slumber, he also needs to go to the capital. We appreciate your help to the Cecil family, but we still need more assistance. What fast horses do you all need for supply and protection? Everyone needs it. And we also need your help to take care of the people led by Cecil for a period of time until we return from the capital and have new territory to settle those people. In fact, I was just about to talk about this issue. I am already doing my best to help my neighbors, and I am also willing to be a generous person. But I'm just a mere viscount. How much can I offer to feed those refugees? When Knight Philip broke through, he brought a batch of gold and silver, which should be enough. Of course I know those gold and silver. Please rest assured that I am not someone who takes advantage of others' vulnerability, but both medicinal herbs and food require costs. I should have said earlier that the brave knight arrived in Tansan town with many wounds, and almost all the soldiers and civilians he brought were also injured. To treat them, I used the best medicinal herbs in the territory and hired the best pastor, which is very expensive. Those gold and silver are just enough. So I will continue to accommodate those refugees and provide you with as much help as possible. I just want to confirm. After I do all this, will the Cecil family have the ability to pay this debt? The Cecil family doesn't owe anyone anything. We are able to repay, although we have lost the richest area dash. But some of the mountains and forests on the outer edge of Cecil's territory are still there. And as long as I am still the heir, there is always a loan belonging to the Cecil family waiting in the treasure trove of the secret silver. Cough cough Rebecca, don't be impatient. Viscount Andrew has a long-term vision. Ancestral Master. Sorry, I do have a little bit of greed. You're quite honest, but that's also good. Pursuing profits is not something shameful, we just need to understand the current situation. A viscount was destroyed and a dragon appeared within the kingdom. It is inappropriate to talk about business in the face of these things when monsters from the Demon Tide era reappear in the world. Of course, after De Ling Ran finishes speaking, we still need to consider practical issues. You're worried that the aid to the Cecil family will accumulate infinitely and ultimately leave you penniless. Then I'll make it clear to you that the Cecil family not only has the ability to pay off any debts, but also, and if you can seize the opportunity, we can also bring you unlimited benefits. Please continue. I myself am your biggest investment. Your Excellency the Duke. I believe you are indeed the Duke, but I have to remind you. You have been gone for 700 years, and Ansu is even the second dynasty. Whether it's your title or property, they have already been in theft, inherited, consumed, or reclaimed by the royal family. Of course, I personally admire you. Every Ansu person admires you. But I am not only a person, but also a lord. I should consider my territory and people. Open your mind and think broadly, Mr. Jew. Is it true that only real money, silver, and tangible territory are investment values? What do you mean? I have permanent development rights. When Gawain Cecil holds the pioneer sword, he has the right to pioneer in any unclaimed land, including but not limited to undeveloped areas within the territory of Ansu, wilderness areas outside the borders of various countries, and abandoned lands such as Gondor that do not have legal disputes. As long as a certain level of control can be maintained after pioneering the above-mentioned areas. Wherever the pioneer sword goes, it belongs to the territory of the Cecil family, and the Ansu royal family will at all times recognize and ensure the lordship rights of Gawain Cecil. The above exploration rights were signed by Charles I, the founding monarch of Ansu. At the same time, the Western Oghur tribal clan country, Eastern Typhon Empire, Southern Jailing Kingdom, Elven Silver Empire, and the Northern city-states jointly acknowledged that the period of validity is infinite. Actually, this law was not signed to me alone. At that time, each of the pioneering leaders had a corresponding authorization, but today I am the only one who can exercise this right. The old folks who signed these documents back then definitely didn't expect that one day I would uncover the coffin and rise up. Ancestor, this is true. Who is in charge of her history class? Or is it that this law has already been abolished? I actually taught Rebecca's history class, but her grades have been consistently poor. Besides, the law you mentioned has certainly not been abolished. No one dared to abolish it while the pioneers were still alive, and after the death of the final pioneers. This law has become a part of glory, representing the belief of humanity in reshaping civilization, and no one will abolish it. Not only did it not abolish those historians and erudite scholars, but it also wrote extensively about it. So my sudden corpse fraud was definitely both surprising and unexpected for them. This law from 700 years ago finally has a place to use again. I admit that this is indeed an idea that I never thought of before. If you use permanent development rights, there is indeed a possibility for you to revitalize the Cecil family. But with all due respect, this will be a very long-term deal. Do you know how many unclaimed lands there are at the border of the kingdom that can be developed now? My descendants have already told me on the way. Basically, the places where people can be raised have been divided into unclaimed lands, all of which are forests, poisonous marshes, or bordering the wasteland of Gondor. So what are you planning to do? Where do you want to revive your family? That's the issue I need to consider. You just need to think it over carefully. How much investment value can a founding emperor who participated in the second exploration and still maintains permanent exploration rights have? If your permanent development rights are truly recognized by the royal family, then, as a small viscount, I would be happy to provide you with any assistance I can. Cut the standard smooth aristocratic speech. Not leaving any flaws, not exceeding the rules, and still showing a certain level of respect. Is it difficult for the founding monarch and ancestors of various countries to recognize the permanent right of exploration? His Majesty the King today would not recognize it. He is highly likely not to acknowledge my identity, even if Charlie I jumps out to prove that I am real. His Majesty the King and his aides may still sincerely pray that I can die on the spot. Why are you the founding duke and a figure enshrined in the temple? Kings and nobles remember you every year. Don't they want you to come back and help this kingdom again? Because they lost 3 days of vacation. Don't listen to her nonsense. That's a joke I made for her. The real reason has already been figured out by Hetty and Mr. Andrew, right? The king will cherish the image and reputation of heroes to consolidate his rule, but he will never want this hero to return. Once the hero returns, those images and reputations will no longer be within his control. So the issues we need to consider are actually clear. That's to make my permanent development rights effective. Localization successful. Ancestor, do you think Viscount Andrew can be trusted? I never even considered this. So you talk to him so much. We must talk to him. We need him now. As for whether he is reliable, do we have any other choice? What do you think he will definitely help? Stupid, because he doesn't want to lose money. Since we have accepted refugees, we naturally need to receive rewards from your Cecil family. Otherwise, he could have closed the city gates tightly and let those refugees fend for themselves. Although there is a mutual aid law, gold coins are much more useful than the law in remote areas here. How do you, as a thief, know so much? Is this very profound? Whenever it involves interests, you nobles become more and more sophisticated one by one. You. If you have the ability, why don't you rub the ice arrows? The cold ice arrow you want. Sir, Knight Philip has arrived. Your Excellency, Madam. It's great that you're safe and sound. Knight Philip, you're here. Viscount Rebecca. Thanks to you, we were able to protect those soldiers and civilians. Well done. How many people survived in total? Are you? It seems like you already know. This is the founder of the Cecil family, Duke Lee of Anjou, who founded the country. Okay, then there's no need to mention the name of Zhong'er anymore. It makes my skin skip a beat. Duke Gawain didn't expect this to be true. You are a role model for knights. I have been here since childhood. All right, first tell me how many people survived. More than 1,000 people who broke out that day were attacked by monsters on the way, and due to injuries, they also lost some of the less than 900 who survived successfully. What exactly are they, and who are they? 873 people, of whom, apart from me, there were 16 regular soldiers, 30 militiamen, and the rest were civilians. You've worked so hard. Salute your Majesty the King, your direct vassal greets you. You should have been aware of the disaster that occurred in the southern region of Cecil's territory in your previous letter, and now there is a new and unprecedented event happening here. However, I have personally confirmed that it is indeed true. The founder of the Cecil family, and the head of the 7 generals, Gawain Cecil, has recently returned to the world. Upon witnessing the light descending upon the wasteland led by Cecil, the invading monsters were all destroyed by the light, followed by the appearance of giant dragons. Regarding the matter of dragons, I will provide a detailed report and personally investigate. Together with Viscount Cecil, we witnessed the scene of Miling Xiaoshan. Hurry up and send this to Silver Castle before the arrival of the Cecil family. Also, go to the Silver Vault and send back the original gold and silver belonging to Cecil's family. I'll go handle it now. First return it as it is, and then when they leave, I will prepare a little more in the name of the toll. Now it seems that the situation has changed, and the Duke seems to have some skills. It's better not to offend. The first step is to present it as it is. What is hanging in the sky? What impact will it or they have on the earth? It or its manufacturer? If there is a manufacturer, what kind of purpose would it have? Is there anything wrong with you looking at the sun and stars every day? Sneaking into someone's balcony in the middle of the night to scare them is not very polite. Lo. Night is my world, with shadows everywhere. I can go wherever I want. Do you, as a great hero, still fear ghosts? What are you thinking while watching the sun during the day and the stars at night? What do you think is in the sky? Isn't the sky just like the sun and stars? Is it possible? There are also palaces of the gods. I'm not particularly interested in those gods. The Dark Night Goddess, also known as Lady Night, whom I believe in, has her divine kingdom located in the deepest part of the starless night. That's a completely different place from the real world. I just need to close my eyes and pray every day, and it's considered worshiping the gods. Have you ever heard a saying? After death, a person's soul will return to the sky and wander among the stars. Each star is actually the soul of an ancestor. Can you tell me what it's like when someone dies and then rises to heaven on the same spot? Go. Older people are really boring. I beg your pardon. These people still need you to take care of them, Knight. Please try to ensure that none of them are missing before we come back. I swear to you, I will protect all the people and property of the Cecil family. Don't forget to ask you to do things. Viscount Andrew will provide necessary assistance as long as you send out those people who are agile and capable. Don't be stingy with money. What they have to do is much more expensive than money and treasure. Yes. But are those things really that important? Of course it's important. At the smallest level, it's called gossip, and at the largest level, it's called the public opinion effect. Don't underestimate these intangible forces. Once everyone starts talking about the same thing, even the king will be restless. I'm saying some inexplicable high-end things again. Remember your identity and do not disgrace the face of the Cecil family, but also do not conflict with the nobles of the capital. When you see the king, you must show respect and not break the rules. Do not use a big fireball to hit people. When encountering something you don't understand, don't rush to answer and consult with your ancestors or the Byronic Knights, because every word you say will be speculated many times. The most important thing is to listen to our ancestors, especially when dealing with nobles. You're not good at this, but our ancestor was the Grand Duke and he understood. Don't worry, I understand everything. All right, let's rest here today. Should we rest now? But our ancestors haven't been away for long. Rest here. We can't go too fast, and we still have some things to do. Spread the news of my resurrection as widely as possible. Ancestor, this is. My goal is simple, which is to spread the news of the resurrection of Cecil's ancestors as widely as possible. It cannot just be a secret known within the aristocratic circle, but should become a hot topic among commoners and even the poor. If possible, it would even have to spread to the extent of being a bizarre story or a horror tale. Then everyone will know that the ancestors of the Cecil family have been resurrected. And the legendary founding duke woke up when monsters attacked the kingdom. Do you know that Grand Duke Cecil has been resurrected? Although it is a satellite view from 10 years ago, for this slow-paced world, using maps from 10 years ago is completely feasible. It seems that there should be no problem with that plan at all. Oh, I got it done. You're looking at this thing again. How many times have you looked at it all the way? I am confirming how much the terrain that led from Cecil to the capital has changed over the course of 700 years. This is the basic quality of a qualified leader. How are you doing? It's been almost 2 months. Aren't you confident in my work? This is the information on all the underground intelligence leaders and gathering places in every town and market we have visited. I have used the money you gave me to bribe them all to spread the news of your resurrection. Whether it's ruffians, street vendors, or troubadours, they are all conveying your message. There have been no less than 100 versions of the news about your resurrection circulating within the capital now. When you arrive at the capital, no one will be surprised if you say you are here to inherit the throne. Wandu. Your Majesty claims that the convoy of Galwan Cecil has arrived near the capital city. But they didn't choose to leave immediately and continue to choose to station in the nearby town. Step back, I understand. This ancestor is really skilled at tinkering. It took over 2 months from a Cecil to a king. Your Majesty, there may be another reason for this. Of course I know he's procrastinating and showing off to gain a bigger bargaining chip. We have never stopped receiving messages in the past 2 months, and there are at least over 100 versions of the content, not including the dialect version. He used this method to evade all the contingency plans we discussed, whether it was assassination, identity denial, revocation of titles, or other means, which we cannot use now. So there's only one thing we can do now. Come with me to see our ancestors. It's not the 17-year-old Viscount Cecil who entered the city, but the Grand Duke of the South. Receive the Duke according to the standard for receiving him and tell him that I will meet him tomorrow at noon. Please ask the Duke of the South to rest for a day in the Silver Castle to relieve the fatigue of the journey. In addition, besides the meeting schedule, all requests made by the Grand Duke of Luxembourg were met as far as possible. In terms of courtesy, there was no room for error. Father, do you think the resurrected Grand Duke is true or false? This doesn't really matter. Although Andrew sent the letter and we have received a lot of evidence, whether the Grand Duke really depends on the future development. At present, all I can say is that it is indeed not a farce. The resurrected ancient person gave us a big surprise. What do you think of his purpose of coming? Before the meeting, all the reasons for coming can only be guessed based on the momentum he has created along the way and the rumors that are clearly being pushed forward to judge his style of action. He definitely won't reveal his intentions clearly in advance. You can try to get in touch with him and see his attitude, but you need to be careful. We are facing an unprecedented situation, so don't provoke him. Dark Crow, go monitor Gal 1 and Cecil's team. If there is any situation, report it. Also, don't get too close. If it's really a legend from 700 years ago, you will definitely be discovered if you approach it rashly. Please follow me to the Silver Castle. His Majesty the King has ordered the preparation of the most luxurious rooms, the best meals, and hot springs to relieve the fatigue of your esteemed guests. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow noon. Please rest well tonight. I thought the King would be eager to see me. After all, it's not easy to see someone jumping out of a coffin. Your Majesty has arranged the meeting for tomorrow, taking into account the fatigue of your transportation. Really? Then I will thank your Majesty for your kindness, but since we are not meeting today, then I don't need to go into his castle, Silver Castle. I can't get used to living there. Then you. It's more comfortable to live in your own home, right? I just don't know if 4 Crown Street has already been demolished by you after 700 years. Number 4 Crown Street. It's still there, but it has been completely renovated many times. That's for sure. After all, a mansion is not as sturdy as a castle. But since it has been renovated, it means it's well preserved now. I should have no problem moving in, right? Of course. However, I know it has been taken over by the royal family, right? But I heard that no one lives there now. In fact, no one has lived there for the past 100 years, right? Yes, after all, the late Lord left a lot of things there that no one dared to take away. And to this day, no one is eligible to inherit them, so number 4 Crown Street remains vacant. Since no one inherited it, I shouldn't have any problem staying at my own house for one night, right? Certainly. Then please wait a moment, I'll lead the way. No need, I still remember the way to my own house. The silly child has left. Hey, ancestor, we're not staying in the palace today. What's good about the palace? When it was built, I told Charlie that the soil on the land he chose was not good, but in the 3rd year of construction, there was a big crack on the roof. Just go back and tell the king that I will come to Silver Castle to visit him on time tomorrow noon. Quickly send a druid who can transform into a bird to prepare at number 4 Crown Street. Number 4 Crown Street. Your mansion is ready, sir. I am James Breen, who is currently responsible for managing this industry. During your stay in the capital, I am honored to serve as your butler. Brian, I have an impression of this surname. Oh, by the way, Holly Breen, the little attendant next to Charlie at that time, the surname Breen was given to him by Charlie. Yes, Holly Breen is the ancestor of our family. For generations, as royal attendants, the royal family's direct industries in the capital are managed by members of the Breen family. Yeah, my house is now a royal property. Don't bother everyone like this. I won't be able to stay for long. I have received orders and will do my utmost to serve you. It is our responsibility to prepare the mansion properly. For example, clear out the ticket sellers at the entrance and the tour guides inside first. Attention to order, now we have arrived at the former residence of Grand Duke Cecil of Gawain. This is far from what I expected. This was built 700 years ago, when the Silver Fort was only a circle larger than here. I think it's great. The castle I live in seems to be inferior to this one in all aspects except for its large foundation. That's because after all, you guys are almost losing everything in your family. Do not throw fireballs here. Be honest too. Don't move. Don't rely solely on your excellent escape skills to work hard. If you encounter the Shadow Master, you may end up burning incense on the spot. I won't move, come and hit me. I really kept it all. This was one from Charlie during his swordsmanship competition back then. It's not a divine weapon, it's just a dwarf battle axe. I don't know how those dwarves developed, but each one only reaches my waist. But suddenly, there was an axe with such great strength that even human soldiers seemed heavy to use, yet they could swing it hand in hand like the wind. Is Charlie the founding father of the country? Who else could Charlie Moan be called Charlie I today? The only Charlie I mentioned is him. Are you insisting on coming here to pack up and take away the things here? After all, your descendants are almost bankrupt. There aren't many opportunities like today to find an excuse to move things. Where did you come up with this idea? Don't be embarrassed. It's a normal way of thinking. If you have to worry about carrying too many things, you can leave it to me and I will help you take them out without anyone noticing. With my skills, and just 3 trips out to buy groceries, I can almost empty this place. Save it, if I really want to take something away, I don't need to ask for your help. Francis, too, no matter how confused, wouldn't be so calculating about this kind of issue. Namely, well, I see that most of the things in this room are not worth much, almost all of them are replicas, except for the axe and the vase at the door, which are real. Oh, the vase is also fake. What are you pulling me here for? I'm not your knight or soldier, I'm just a passing thief. Can I help you with anything? Firstly, you dug my grave as a refuge, but according to the laws of the kingdom, it is a crime of hanging. As a party involved, I exempt you from your guilt. Don't you feel obligated and necessary to do something for me? Secondly, I really admire your abilities. Of course, it's not about your ability to steal, but rather your talent as a stealthy person. This is one. I don't know how many people are staring at this place with various purposes, staring at each and every one of us. Byron is a knight who is only good at fighting head-on, Rebecca only knows how to cast fireball, and I haven't fully recovered my strength. Put all there, put all there. So I do need you, a master of stealth. Is that the answer you wanted, Miss Amber? You've already mentioned this, so let me help you. But if you praise me a few more times, just say twice about the Shadow Master's superb skills, and I won't ask you for money anymore. Can you control the fireball technique to the point where it just sticks to your face and doesn't kill anyone? No problem. Adults have guests. Prince Edmund visits. I hope you can get used to living here. If the attendants and maids have any shortcomings, you can directly tell James Butler. Don't worry, there's nothing I'm used to more than living in my own home. You guys keep this place pretty good, basically the same as 700 years ago. You even restored my favorite tea set, it's really impressive. Maintaining the hero's former residence is to defend our glory. Speak to me more freely and don't act like you're facing a conservative old man. I died 700 years ago, but the year I died was only 35 years old and not much older than you. You're right, I can't help but add those 700 years to your age. There must still be a generation gap of 700 years. For example, when we talked back then, we were much more straightforward than modern people. As long as we had a fight or a drink together, we could get to the point. But modern people insist on being polite for a long time. I told you, you won't be as difficult to deal with as my father thinks. He also reminded me for a long time to pay attention to etiquette and so on. I talked nonsense to him and said too much, which can be annoying. I really like this way of speaking. Let me be honest, you came here today to inquire about me. You're being too blunt about this. The ancients were straightforward and outspoken, so you don't have to hide anything. Your father sent you here to inquire about what I, who suddenly jumped out of the grave, plan to do, right? This is not my father's intention, this is my own intention, and I am indeed curious about your purpose of coming. You came for the benefit of the Cecil family. I'm sure I'm here for the benefit of the Cecil family, but the focus is on which part of the benefits. From my point of view, I can ask for a lot of things. The direct succession of the Cecil family's hereditary dukedom and southern fiefdom is a big topic for discussion, isn't it? Your title and fief were inherited by your descendants after your death. Your descendants later offended the laws of the kingdom and were unable to continue to hold their titles and fiefs. All of this was done within the framework of the laws of the kingdom. Yes, according to the laws of the kingdom. But according to law, my heir shall inherit my peerage and fief upon my demise. And while I am still alive, only my eldest son holds my secondary title and has limited legal representation. So powerful. Even more shameless than me. But when making the law, who would have thought that you would suddenly come back to life, let alone that you have already died once? So when you talk to me, just set aside those logic and rules first. They were already ineffective when I lifted the coffin. I just want you to know that if I really want to discuss the inheritance interests of the Cecil family with you by picking the words of the Kingdom Code, there are too many tricks to pull around. Who let the pile of articles on inheritance revolve around whether I die or not? Okay, I understand. You just said that people 700 years ago were straightforward and not good at taking shortcuts. But now it seems that you may be even more difficult to deal with than my debate advisor. I have not only experienced the barbaric era of Ansu, but also the peak of the Gondor Empire, so don't underestimate the ancients 700 years ago. When we were barbaric, we were able to drink blood as if we were raw. When we are elegant, we can give a red wine 36 names, each accompanied by a sonnet. So can we talk in detail about what you're going to talk to my father the king about tomorrow noon? I thought the crown prince would be a particularly difficult person to get along with a lot of court etiquette and so on. That's because in front of him is an elder from 700 years ago, not a dilapidated border viscount. Do you think what he's showing here is what he usually looks like? Exactly. Anyway, because his behavior just now almost perfectly matched my communication habits, I can be sure that he did his homework well before coming here. At the beginning, he visited a high-ranking aristocratic parent as a prince, showing just the right amount of politeness and maturity. Then I noticed my way of speaking and attitude. He immediately became relaxed and humorous, which made me more willing to talk to him more. This is a great skill. Alas, you still need to study the 4 ways of rubbing the fireball technique. Ancestor, am I a bit too foolish in this regard? Everyone has their own strengths. Your talents are not here, so there is no need to force them. And to be honest, I don't like this kind of scheming technique. I still prefer the painting style of those days when a group of people put life and death aside and buried their heads, just carving out a way out of the wilderness. It seems that they not only restored the furniture, but also fortunately, it's still an OL. Okay, now I have the key. Who? Such sensitivity and responsiveness. It seems that it is indeed you who did not. Little thief, I finally caught you. Wow. What was that just now? If that's right, it's my bodyguard. Sorry. It seems that my appearance lacks some consideration. But are you sure you want to fight me? If people like you and me were to confront each other, I'm afraid half of the city would be alarmed. Isn't that better? Well, forget it. I'm not interested in fighting against legendary level opponents. Greetings from the secret silver treasury. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am your VIP specialist. Melitoponia, I am responsible for all your savings in the holy silver treasury. Oh, sorry, don't mind, my pronunciation is not correct. Cough. So this agent lady from the Mithril Vault. Is there anything wrong with you suddenly visiting late at night and coming in through the window? Do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at you now? And what you left in the secret silver treasure trove is classified as top secret. According to the agreement of that year, whether storing or retrieving this process, it must be kept confidential. What did I say back then? Don't you remember? Is it because you slept for too long? I can't even remember this memory. I've been sleeping for 700 years, maybe I did forget something. Can I retrieve my belongings? Sure. You paid a considerable price for this service back then. Mithril Vault has encountered various problems, and we have ample experience in dealing with all kinds of accidents. Memory is just a small issue. Please place your hand on this rune. These ancient spells can naturally verify your identity. These ancient spells can naturally verify your identity. Maximizing customer convenience is the mission of Secret Silver Treasure, which can help customers better settle their bills. Of course, your bill was paid in full 700 years ago. Why does this crystal look a bit familiar? Speaking of which, why did you choose to come to me now? This was also part of the transaction agreement back then. It's not that we also need some time to verify your resurrection. By the way, I've been waiting here for a long time. The price of rice in Wangdu is very expensive, and the rent is not cheap either. But since you are a VIP customer, I won't charge you for this expense. The price of rice in Wangdu is indeed very expensive. The guard I raised also has a large appetite. I'm afraid it will cost a lot to recover from your injury this time. I won't ask you for this fee either. So Mr. Gawain Cecil, this transaction has been successfully completed. As a VIP customer of the Secret Silver Treasury, you will receive a gift. What is it? The Ring of Secret Silver. Every VIP client will get it after completing the first transaction. Through it, you can contact a dedicated agent, that is a VIP commissioner, at any time. If it is a regular small service, you can also bring this ring directly to the nearest agent point of the Secret Silver Treasury, which can give you many discounts. I hope I never need to borrow any money from you, because the price of rice in the capital is quite high. Believe me, Mr. Gawain, everyone may encounter financial difficulties. Mithril Vault is always open to assist customers who encounter difficulties. Hey uncle, I just saw a little thief. Wow. Not with you like this. I never knew you would suddenly burst in from outside the window. Why not just walk through the door? I am a thief. Are you looking down on my professional cultivation by letting me walk through the main entrance? And just now I was knocked away by someone. You haven't mentioned work-related injuries until now. How can you be considered good? Are you nobles so stingy? I don't have any money now. But when I have money later, I will supply you. This is what you said. I have a good memory. Go call Rebecca up and tell her I have something to talk to her about. Call that little lord. Is it possible that the Cecil family's long-standing legacy actually lies on these crystals? If you don't go, I'll slap you on the wall with a sword. Humph. My resurrection or possession? What is hidden behind it? I thought everything was just a coincidence. I just floated in the sky to the limit of the lifespan of a certain device. After being thrown down by the escape system, it was a coincidence that he crawled out of someone else's ancestral grave. But now it seems that perhaps my arrival was truly an accident. However, the resurrection of Cecil and Gawain is not. Who am I? Ancestor, come find me. Guard outside to prevent anyone from approaching. If anyone touches you again this time, I won't even give you work-related injury pay. It's like you gave me a salary. Hey, do you have to go through the window? Amber's statement is not entirely wrong. I do have something to tell you. But it's definitely not about dividing the inheritance. What is it? Take the key. Can be used to open. Thief. I caught you again. Look impressive, right? How did you catch someone? Winning the game. What does that expression mean? My ability to fight head-on is slightly inferior. But it's not so bad that no one can beat it, okay? I also killed a monster you called a mutant before. Of course, the main reason is that this guy is stupid. You insist on showing me shadow steps. As a result, I kicked him out of the shadow state with 1 foot. The spirit oscillates between the shadow realm and the material realm. I just fainted. You probably won't be able to wake up, right? Hard to say. Normal people become fools even if they are hit by the shadow critical and don't die. What's your name? What is the purpose? Who sent you? Should we use torture to extract a confession? Although I am not very professional. But when I sneaked into the dungeon to steal things back then, at least I had seen some practical operations. What are you stealing from the dungeon? You don't understand this, do you? After obtaining property from prisoners, prison guards must first hide it in a corner of the dungeon. And then I took advantage of the shift change to transport it away. Don't even think about it. Torture to extract confessions is useless. The elite of the Royal Shadow Guard specially trained to serve the king. In addition to various special combat techniques, his strong willpower is also terrifying. It's really a pity that you managed to accidentally catch such a skilled player. Go back and blow in the tavern for over 6 months. But how come 700 years have passed? The Royal Shadow Guards have fallen to the point of stealing chickens and dogs. Do you want to ask me how I recognized your identity? Crap. I am the instructor of the first-generation Royal Shadow Guard. The names I personally established for you back then, as well as your first version of the training system. You're a knight. Go and become an instructor for the infiltrators. You taught them how to sneak around. No, I teach them physical training and two-handed swordsmanship. Why do stealthy individuals need to learn two-handed swordsmanship? Of course, they killed all the witnesses when they were discovered during the mission. For the undercover agents in Ansu, when the infiltration is discovered, the mission has only just begun. However, it seems that the current one did not complete those training courses very well. Could it be that the courses I left behind back then have been eliminated due to obsolescence? So you kept those devil-like competitive courses. Did Francis II send you here? But I don't think His Majesty the King is so confused that people in the small half of the kingdom know that I am in the capital. Send an assassin to assassinate me. So the command he gave you should be to monitor. But he should remind you to stay away. Even if the Cecil family declines, Gao 1, Cecil did not decline with them. So are you being too confident or not following orders? Insulting the mission will lead to death. You don't have to worry about it. Damn it. It's such a comfortable time. It's fallen into this state for too long. What does the Royal Shadow Guard do? It's about protecting the king, protecting this country, and protecting this land. Your responsibility is to deal with those villains who attempt to overthrow this kingdom. Instead of helping a confused king monitor your founding emperor. If you were captured on the battlefield with an enemy country and said these words, I consider you to have some backbone. But you're here, in my home. What kind of mission-insulting nonsense are you saying in front of me? Is it possible that in the hearts of the people of Ansu in this era, the founding emperor and the kingdom he founded are already in opposition? No, I'm not this one. I haven't been careful enough to get angry with my younger generation yet. So you can leave now. Are you sure? Of course, I cannot kill Francis I's people here. And I don't plan to take you to Silver Castle tomorrow in public. Although I really want to do this. But unfortunately, I have already passed the age of acting impulsively. So we can only let you go. I have no interest in telling anyone about today's events. So after you return, how are you going to report to your king? It's up to you. Thank you for your kindness. Another one walking through the window. Ancestral Master. Are you really letting him go like this? Of course I have to let him go. Rebecca, remember. If you want to gain greater benefits, you must have a long-term vision. Such as, the result of letting him go is nothing but either Francis won't be able to sleep in the second half of the night tonight. Either from then on, there will be another less loyal shadow guard by his side. Relatively loyal. It's absolutely disloyal. This sentence makes a lot of sense. Ancestor, are you hostile to His Majesty the King? There's no such thing as hostility. But vigilance is absolutely necessary. Don't forget that we are now in the Second Dynasty. The Cecil family can be said to be both founding heroes and former dynasty members. Even if we don't have this heart. I completely don't understand. Francis II, as the king, had to have concerns in this regard. And his concerns determine my vigilance. Therefore, you need to cause trouble for His Majesty the King. No, I actually don't want to trouble him. I'm just causing trouble. Hey. Forget it, these are not important. Let's continue with the topic just now. Did you just say that this is a key? Is it our family's secret treasure? Treasure? It's indeed a treasure. That was a treasure hidden in the southern border. But it was originally prepared for the Ansu kingdom. It was originally a major insurance for the kingdom of Ansu. After all, in that era, no one knew what would happen the next day. The pioneering team fled all the way north from the abandoned land of Gondor, and as we moved, we gathered the surviving survivors of the abandoned land. Collecting various resources at the same time, the team has become increasingly large, bloated, and eye-catching. As a result, when crossing the Dark Mountains, a large army of monsters wandering out of the wasteland has discovered our trail. The army is covering civilians in the mountains, and of course, their speed cannot keep up with those sleepless monsters. So there was a fierce battle that resulted in significant losses. Charlie and I realized something while counting the losses after the war. Those monsters won't give up easily if they continue to carry all their supplies and cross the mountains and forests. The entire team is likely to die on the road. So the two of us made a decision. We have kept some supplies that will seriously slow down the team's speed. Hidden deep in an abandoned border fortress, while also adding a strong seal to the treasure vault. And this. It's the key. Can we really use those things casually? Of course, you are the heir of the Cecil family. Show some confidence. Those things were buried by Charlie and me, except for Charlie himself. Is there anyone in this world more suitable than me to inherit that fortune? I don't believe Charlie can jump out of the coffin like me. Amber. You must not dig the imperial tomb. Wait a moment, I'll remember. I've heard such confidential information. Are you really planning to take this opportunity to kill me and silence me? I have to wait until now to silence you. What you two are talking about has made me an outsider listen. Isn't it? Firstly, I still trust you quite a bit now. Secondly, I know you are actually a smart person. The only bold idea you can come up with is to steal this disc. But this disc must be activated by the blood of the Mohn or Cecil families. It is difficult to say whether the bloodline of the Mohn family really exists in the world today. So obviously, if you want to make some profit, the only way is. Serving as a founding hero is a great honor. I, Amber, will do my utmost to fulfill my duties faithfully. What's the point of talking about something so epic, whether it's for money or not? Of course, if you insist on talking to me about money, then I have no choice. Let you finish everything, okay? Rienbeo. Duke of Gawain Cecil. I hereby declare myself as the heir of the Mon family. And together with the descendants of the pioneers, we pay tribute to our ancient heroes. Salute. The last time so many people bowed to me together, I was lying in a coffin. It is customary for younger generations to pay respects to their elders. Although you are a little older, you look exactly like Charlie when you make excuses. The resurrection of Gawain Cecil can be true. Hee hee. The Mon bloodline on Francis II can also be genuine. Grand Duke Victoria Wilde of the North. Like your ancestor, he has facial paralysis. I told Felt back then. Let him marry a lively southern girl to neutralize his face to some extent. Not listen. Now it's a disaster for our descendants, right? All right, that's all for the joke. Let's get to the point. Next, my descendant Rebecca Cecil. I have come to tell you what has happened in the south of the kingdom. That's right, everyone. Real trouble. It may take several years to cultivate soil that has been burned by dragon inflammation under Cecil's leadership. My people are starving and dying. I had to live a miserable life under the protection of Viscount Andrew. Your Majesty, Cecil's leadership is nothing to the kingdom, but this disaster is just the beginning, not just the dragon. There are also monsters from the Dark Tide 700 years ago. Dark Tide. The Dark Tide brought about the destruction of the Tudor Empire, and my ancestors witnessed it all. Is it really useful for our ancestors to do this? Can I really convince His Majesty the King? After all, this world has been peaceful for 700 years. Give these little ones some time. Grand Duke of the Western Territory of Franconia, Baldwin. The Duke Cecil's matter is truly unbelievable. Excuse me, is the monster you saw really from the Dark Tide 700 years ago? I've been dealing with them for 20 years, until I die and turn to ashes. I recognize them all. If you think my family is exaggerating things to gain sympathy, why not just throw the dirty water on me, the founding father? No, I have no such idea. We just want an accurate answer. After all, it involves the dark wave, and no human kingdom can directly block it. They are slaughtering my people, as I have witnessed with my own eyes. Chill. We need more specific things than one-sided statements. We need evidence. Do you want evidence? This is the evidence. That's right, the demonic tide recorded in historical books also has this corrosive aura. Armor and weapons. Cecil, I need an explanation. A reasonable explanation. Although I cannot bring the monster's body to your eyes as evidence. But these things are the weapons and equipment used by our soldiers in the southern region. I believe even the most brilliant royal scholars cannot find corresponding samples from the real world. I would never joke about the lives and honors of my soldiers. Every armor, every sword you see. They are loyal souls and vibrant lives fighting fiercely against enemies in the dark tide of demons. If your historians have not slackened their efforts during these 700 years of peace, there must be records of this in historical books. Some. Are some? Do you know where that dragon went? I don't know about that. 3 months ago, there were rumors about dragons in my territory. Someone saw dragons flying from the colder mountains of the north. In the end, it never came to an end. We must investigate not only the dragons, but also those monsters. Not only investigation, we must be prepared for war in advance. Duke of Saraslone, Grand Duke of the East. Do you understand what war is? Do we need soldiers from all over the country to mobilize and wait for monsters that may or may not emerge at any point? If that's the case, of course it's better. Well thought of, it's impossible for local nobles to rebel. Hey, rebellion. If the whole country enters a state of readiness, just military service and logistical supplies will burn countless amounts of money. Besides, we have to deal with the threat of the Tiefing Empire. That country is like a jackal waiting in the dark for us to show our horse's foot, hoping to bite a bite of flesh and blood on Ansu. We will definitely take your warning seriously. All investigations will be launched immediately after the end of this meeting. You will also receive immediate updates. No way. Must do. That's all we can do. Ancestors. We have already sent the message. As for the follow-up response, it's their responsibility. After discussing business matters, let's now talk about the private affairs of the Cecil family. Relax, don't look like an old ancestor jumping out of the coffin and demanding that you unfilial children cash in the paper money from previous years. I know what happened 100 years ago. To be honest, I also really want to kill this unworthy descendant. So I have no intention of overturning the case in this matter. I just want to get a response that belongs to me personally. Personal belongings. Something belonging to Gawain Cecil. Don't be nervous, my belongings from my lifetime have already been passed down to my descendants, and I can't force them to come back. What I mean is the parts that cannot be inherited. For example, my right to explore. Prime Minister Eden Alfred. There are no more barren lands within the kingdom, and there are no dead lands that border other countries with vitality, such as the buffer zone of Gondor Wasteland. I don't know where you plan to explore, Duke Cecil. The Dark Mountains. Why do you need that place? It borders the wasteland of Gondor and the Tiefing Empire, and war could break out at any time. When it comes to political struggles and scheming, I may not be as good as your younger generations. But when it comes to fighting against the treacherous nature, you can never compare to me. Cecil's intention is, we need the Dark Mountains. Dark Mountain Team. Are you really sure you want this land? As sure as fate. Hurry up and ask this ancestor to leave. Your Majesty, this was brought up by himself. Did this ancestor sleep too long and not wake up? Who cares about him, as long as he doesn't make us pay for the ground? This is a good opportunity to send our ancestors away from the capital as soon as possible. The farther, the faster, the better. Yeah. I'm fine now. Documents on the development of the Cecil Mountains in the Ansu Empire. If I may be blunt. Your Excellency the Duke. The first foothold you have chosen may not be entirely suitable. Every year, the misty moon blows an unclean wind, and even serfs and commoners cannot deal with the wild beasts in the mountains. The wind of impurity can be resisted by drugs and magic, and I can find my own way to deal with security issues. As long as we survive the first year, we can stand firm. This is all your decision. Please remember our initial transaction. Don't worry, the Cecil family never owes a debt. How about I bet you 1 or 2 more antiques on myself? Allies. Oh my God. No need. I believe in the letter from the founding hero. When are you planning to depart? The sooner the better. Allow me to take my leave first. Rebecca. Ancestral Master. I want you to do a census, accurate to everyone's name, age, health status, and skills, grouped by family. Make another list and write down the carpenters and blacksmiths separately. By the way, if possible, give them a number for easy reference in the future. Number population form. Registration basic information census. You two haven't even done population registration, so how did you calculate the population on the territory before? The area around the castle is under the jurisdiction of the ant, and the knight's fiefdom is under the jurisdiction of the knight. As for who the blacksmith and carpenter are, most of the people living around know them. Just inquire about them. You have eyes that govern the country, a face that brings prosperity. Ancestor, did you rely on that kind of table to count the population when you and your ancestors founded the country? Gal Winching, my math is very good. Charlie, are you sure? That's indeed a matter of governing the country with eyes and a prosperous complexion. But it's been 700 years. 700 years have passed. Why haven't you unworthy descendants made any progress? Understand? Let's set off when all the supplies are ready. Driving. We seem to have also become the pioneers recorded in history books. We are pioneers. What I want to talk about is the great exploration that took place 700 years ago. Isn't that still me? That's right too. Take confidence, and every time you step into the unknown, it is a great journey, whether it is the second exploration 700 years ago or the first exploration in ancient legends. Essentially, they are all equally great. What we need to do is the same. Perhaps we will even establish a new era. Boss is right, boss really makes sense. Anyway, just applaud. Dark Mountains. Ancestor, are you going to go retrieve my inheritance? You look very tired. The founding emperor has truly been resurrected. The legendary Gawain Cecil looks exactly the same. The pioneer sword is also exactly the same. Now His Majesty the King may be even more disobedient. Do you want to? No, what I want is the strength of Ansu, not power. Put away the portrait of Grand Duke Cecil, Maggie. After all, it's not appropriate to hang a living person on the wall no matter what you say. We're going to the Dark Mountains to dig for treasures, with only 4 people in total. Don't you think this team's configuration is a bit questionable? The Dark Mountains are indeed a dangerous place, but during the reign of the Tudor Empire, this mountain range was known as the Golden Mountain due to its abundant resources. Unfortunately, later on, the demon tide erupted and the southern foothills of the mountain range were eroded by elements, forming a terrifying black forest. The southern side of the mountain range is indeed dangerous, but the vast majority of mutated monsters rely on chaotic magic to survive. So our northern side is temporarily safe. Rebecca, your fireball technique needs to be used somewhere. If I remember correctly, the destination is ahead. Allies. Ancestor, what is this? Team 16, Cole, sleeps here. This is the 16th squadron responsible for the rear of the palace when the team crossed the Bai Shui River. They broke through Hopeless and eventually withdrew here. Unfortunately, the tide of demons surged and I never managed to regain this area in my lifetime. Wait until the demon tide naturally subsides. No one remembers this place anymore. Follow me, I will show you what your ancestors left here. There won't be any ancient time and space monsters or magic traps here, right? You, as a grave robber digging up ancestral graves, are still afraid of this ancient facility that has been abandoned for thousands of years. That's different. Even if the people in the coffin cheat by digging ancestral graves, they are just individuals. Once something jumps out of this ancient facility, it's hard to say what it is. I can only be considered a person when I pretend to be dead. I really disappointed you. This stuff. Should it be a whole piece of purple steel? That's right, it's just a whole piece of purple steel. Put away your bold ideas. Waiting patiently for me to pay you is the way to the long run. Old stingy door. Let's go inside. Breeze shield. Someone who works tirelessly. Oh. These crystals are the most valuable things. The ancient Gondor Empire dominated the continent with magical techniques, and this crystal was preset with primary shields and explosive spells. Even a top soldier without any spell-casting ability can use this incredible advanced weapon. Such a huge fortune lies quietly on the border of the kingdom and no one knows about it. With this money, we can pay off Viscount Andrew's debts and buy food and stone. No, this money can't be spent directly. Because it's an antique. That's right, you're buying and selling gold coins from 700 years ago. Anyone with a brain knows we've dug up a big treasure. To spend this money, at least we have to wait until we have a firm foothold. What should we do now? We are very short of money. What should I do? I'm also very short of money. I am the founding duke and have the right to mint coins. Even if these antiques are melted down and then cast into gold ingots or onto coins, they can be safely spent. This is an antique from 700 years ago. Of course, it's just melting apart to solve the urgent problem. Okay, boss. Let's make a fortune. Calm down. This is my money, not yours. And even if the entire treasure trove is not worth mentioning compared to the future. Future. I have something to tell you. Look at them. How could this happen? Sorry, ancestor. This is my responsibility. No, it's not your problem. You can't just stare at them and nail every nail. It's a matter of the attitude of the workers. Ancestor, you cannot demand too much from those commoners and serfs. They are all clumsy and cannot make tents well. Is it really complicated? The military camps are so strict that these civilians and serfs cannot achieve this. No, it's not complicated at all. I have broken down every step they need to take to the most basic level. Saw open the wood. Tie the rope tightly. Drive the nail in. Do you think commoners and serfs are so foolish that they can't even control this? Gather all the civilians, serfs, and soldiers while it's still daylight. Gawain Cecil wants to enact new laws. Ancestors, your people are waiting for you. The people led by Cecil. You should all know who I am. You should also know. What I say can represent Cecil's law. And these laws will provide you with protection. Are something you must obey as well. We're breaking new ground. We need new rules, so we announce 3 things here. The first old territory has been destroyed, and all past wealth has been cleared to 0. I declare in the name of the ancestors of the Cecil family. All debts related to the Lord shall be written off in full. Does it mean that we don't have to pay the money back? 700 years ago, the old master was still the old master. How could there be such a kind old master? But let's listen and see what he wants to say. Ancestors. Secondly, all serfs have the opportunity to become free citizens. I will assign tasks such as building houses, repairing roads, mining, and joining the army as long as the work is completed according to the requirements. Serfs can become free citizens and even receive remuneration and housing. Lord, is what you said true? Can I really obtain property in my territory through labor? What nonsense is he talking about? I can't understand a single word. Who can believe that you have money to work for? Third, our first task in the new law is to set up tents and fences. As long as you complete the work according to my requirements, you can eat meat. There's meat to eat. Did you hear that? The Lord said that as soon as it's completed, there will be meat to eat. Wait. Ancestor, what you just said is true. What do you think is wrong? If we follow the ancestors' wishes, Cecil's territory will be a place without serfs in the future. What do you think is wrong? Actually, I don't think the serfdom system is as important as it is today. If it really doesn't exist anymore, there's nothing wrong with it. Continue saying. My father once told me that without whips, serfs would be lazy, but I don't think whips are necessarily the best. Very good enlightenment. Hee hee. Oh, you're stingy. I didn't expect you to have a generous day. Can you explain it to me? You have all read history books and know how the powerful Tudor Empire was destroyed. It's a magic wave. I have a premonition that a magic wave is probably coming. Ha ha. You guys, take a look. I have no intention of joking. 700 years ago, they were my old rivals. History is a mirror. I have seen the appearance of hell before. I have also seen even stronger empires. The upper class who master magic watch fireworks in the castle. The common people live like even older apes, with no hope, no motivation, and no way to change the stalemate. In front of it, the empire is vulnerable. No one is noble in front of it. There is no freedom or slavery in front of it. We must change all of this not only for serfdom, but also for ourselves. Before the demon tide arrives, we must find a way to change and become more resilient than the Tudor Empire in history. And there are countless beings. What astonishing courage! Is this the pioneer of the Ansu Empire 700 years ago? Ancestors. Oh, old Zongzi is powerful. A backward and ignorant era is difficult to break free from gravity, not even having the qualification to look up at the sky, let alone the vast stars in the future, waiting for us to reveal their secrets. Lord, do we really need to prepare 10 servings of meat? I thought we only needed a few pieces of walnut-sized meat and vegetables, and those people would be grateful. Do as I say. I want the cook to set up a big pot in the most prominent place, so that everyone can see the scene of stewed meat, hear the sound of boiling water in the pot, and smell the aroma of the meat. Okay, although I don't understand what the adults mean. How could a serf be turned into a free aristocrat to do such a spendthrift thing? How much work can you do in a day without paying me to paint the walls? Of course, I'll steal a few coins from your pocket and hire a kid from the janitor's room to help with the work, and then exchange the remaining wages for alcohol. I'm full and I talk to you, the shame of all things. How do I become the scum of the earth? Ancestors, ancestors. It's unbelievable that they've never worked so hard before, especially those serfs who don't even need supervision to do things quickly and well. Just trust me, come and take a look at these. What is it? This is something that the Tudor Empire does not have. Just like 700 years ago, I had a sword and a shield. Now I have it. Oh, were all the guys who did the second exploration back then painting monsters? That's right, drawing a topographic map of the kingdom with our eyes closed is a basic skill of our generation. When should I get a fountain pen? This quill pen is too painful to stick to ink. Look out! This is a labor scene I have never seen before. Both commoners and serfs seem to be working like they've gone crazy. Miss, it's working hours now. Okay, give us a clue. No need for supervisors or whips. Just so that everyone in the group can eat meat, their enthusiasm and efficiency are unimaginable. Be careful, be careful. I feel like this thing is going to fall apart. Scattered. Scattered. Look, it's Mrs. Hetty. She is helping us. Thank you, Mrs. Shekti. Magic is indeed very convenient. Be careful. Sorry, I didn't expect you to stand behind me. That scared you. Speaking of which, was your hand good just now? I don't have much magical talent, but the sculpting hand is just a very basic spell. Rebecca's talent is also not high. Although her magic power is huge, she can only master one fireball technique. Actually, she's a very hard-working child. But the limitation of talent is the inability to construct complex spell models. Only basic spells can be strengthened repeatedly. This situation is actually quite common. Our ability to construct spell models cannot keep up with the theoretical level. I can only be a low-level spellcaster for a lifetime. No, you're not right. One day you will understand. I have already sent someone to Tansan Town. When the main force arrives, your magic laboratory can be set up. Magic laboratory. I took a few secret silver ingots from the treasure trove, enough to buy you a basic set of things. The magic laboratory in the castle has been completely destroyed. We must have a new laboratory as soon as possible. Understood. I will now print out all the rune structure diagrams you requested. Just do it like this. That's how you guard the door. You startled me. I thought it was an earthquake. You're even drooling up there. Who can control falling asleep? What are you doing? You're starting to draw these ghostly symbols again. This is not a ghost symbol, it's a construction drawing according to the plan. What a mess. I can't understand it at all. You got it wrong. I've never seen these drawings or anything like them before. It is harder than a magic formula. How can I understand the positive and negative? So you need to learn, knowledge is power. Learn more from Rebecca or Hattie. That's so boring. I don't like dealing with nobles either. I am also a nobleman. You don't look like a nobleman. You don't look like an elf either. Hey, I was picked up by humans. I don't know what a proper elf is. You're not writing anything today. You need to study these stones. Stay quiet. Thank you very much. It's not interesting at all. You study your stones, right? It doesn't seem to be very useful for eggs. Oh no. Damn it, I'm going to heaven again. What was the situation just now? I think I saw something. This is a satellite map. What is this again? New data shows that the activity level of giant planets has been raised to alert level 4. Is it? Lord, what's wrong with you? Ancestors seem to have red spots again. Take it easy. New data, giant planet returns to calm, alert lifted. Half an hour later. It's so mysterious. You have finally revealed your aristocratic nature and are ready to take action against your own guards. This guy is not good, disobedient, and unreliable. And the monkey spirit asked her to do the crystal test. God knows what kind of chaos it will cause. Lord, Miss Rebecca, who surveyed the land, has returned. Hurry up and have her come over. What about the crystal? You can imagine that in a very high place, even higher than the clouds, there is something that can overlook the earth. Oh, you mean the Eye of Mystery, right? No, above the Eye of Secrets. But I didn't see anything. It seems. Ordinary people cannot use this crystal. Even 700 years ago, I couldn't do it. My ancestors, is it because my talent is too poor? It's not your fault. This crystal itself is not meant for ordinary people. By the way, tell me the results of your survey outside. Yes, I followed the map you gave me. Sure enough, we have discovered unpolluted land. Farmers in the same industry say that this is the most suitable place for land reclamation. This is a map from 10 years ago. The part 1 drew is safe. But we have to wait until the main force is in place before carefully surveying. Don't go over yet. Good ancestors. We dug up the first batch of ore and waited for the blacksmiths to set up the furnace. Cecil's leadership can be considered as entering the Iron Age. Too slow or too slow? You said their work speed is still slow. Do you still have a conscience? These people are the fastest working serfs and migrant workers I have ever seen in my life. I thought you were a good person when I saw you giving them meat and abolishing corporal punishment before. I was originally a good person and I didn't blame them for their incompetence. I can tell they're not lazy, but overall, the construction speed of this campsite cannot keep up with my plan. Your plan was never realistic. I thought it was wrong before. You've been acting strangely these past few days, as if you've been overthinking things. Especially this morning when the campsite just had a framework set up. You've even started considering building a walled city. What are you panicking about? Can we panic about the end of the world, the collapse of the sky, and extraterrestrial visitors? What and what? It's all about it. Lord, my lord. Mrs. Hetty, please come over. What did she come to me for? I forgot. I didn't expect it. Did it feel magical? What's going on with these? Those people are the foremen I picked out. Can soldiers who can only write a few more words do good things just by walking around and checking the working conditions? What I'm holding in my hand is not a whip, but a wooden board for recording events. I never thought these simple measures could make workers so diligent. Even serfs began to actively learn how to do jobs they were not good at. Measures. Our ancestors envisioned a set of rules for work. Oh, that must have influenced these lazy people with the sense of honor and virtue of ancient knights. Eat meat. No, it's giving them meat. Thank you, Knight Philip. You did a good job. Let the main troops take a break for a while. After lunch, all the laborers gather in the middle of the camp. Hetty will tell you the new rules. Lord Byron will prepare new equipment for you. What new equipment? What new equipment? It's definitely a good thing. Enchanted sword. Enchanted armor. Having elements to resist spells and lightness spells. Enchanted half-body armor, a treasure of this level, can be distributed to every militia member as a set. And military crystals from ancient empires. They are all old antiques from the past few years. There's no need to hide them. It's better to take them out as combat effectiveness. This is an extraordinary weapon, and each one is worth a lot. Before, the entire Cecil collar couldn't find a few sets of enchanted equipment. Come over here. A 700-year-old man, is it strange that he has some private money? Who doesn't put a few silver coins under the bed? Good steel needs to be used on the blade, and keeping these equipment is also a waste. Don't worry, use them boldly. Our family has always believed in the god of warriors and knights, Kyle, and never keeps his possessions under him. This young man is a bit interesting. With these things, it's much easier to deal with mutants. By the way, we can hand over the design to the craftsman in Tansan Town, even if it's a bit more expensive. These equipment cannot be reproduced anymore. That means these things. Use one less item. What should we do then? Just make our own equipment before that. Now I hold the future in my hands. Sir, Miss Rebecca is looking for you. What's wrong with her? Forget it. Sun red spot. Based on the memory of Galwan Cecil and what just happened, it can be determined that there is a direct connection between the changes in the sun in the sky and the magic waves on the ground. Whenever red spots appear on the surface of the sun, the magic on the earth surges up and monsters appear in the storm. Their principles are not yet clear, but they can be temporarily regarded as a secondary phenomenon after the elemental outburst. Inside the blacksmith shop. This stove was built by you. Yes, sir. Half is made by me, and half is made by the apprentices I supervised. Ancestor Hamill is the most skilled blacksmith led by Cecil. Look, the magic guiding material on the furnace was personally embedded by him. So it turns out that the basic application of magic does not require mastery of casting knowledge or casting ability, and even ordinary people can use symbols to trigger the ubiquitous magical power. How much iron can you refine every day with this furnace while ensuring sufficient ore? If we use that kind of ore over there, we can refine 50 pounds of iron every day. So few. That's not even enough. I'm not questioning the master's judgment, but don't be afraid to talk to me, don't be nervous. I am the Lord who protects you, not the bandit who kills you. Okay, sir. But my lord, refining 50 pounds of iron every day is really the limit. Don't be fooled by the cramped inside and outside of this stove. And after finishing one furnace every day, you have to take an hour's rest to let the runes cool down, so you have to cool down the entire furnace. It's really the limit to be able to refine 50 pounds of iron every day with such back and forth. You just said to let the rune cool down. Yes. How can our common people's tricks compare to the real magic runes of the mage gentleman? Especially the fire rune, it breaks down after prolonged contact with the fire element and cannot be used anymore. Once the rune cracks, the entire furnace will be rendered useless, so continuous burning is absolutely not allowed during iron smelting. Make the stove bigger. That's not possible. Runes only have a bit of firepower. Oh, I understand now. It turns out these runes are the ones that constrain production. Yes, it's just runes. Rebecca, if it were you. Is there anything for me to do? Ancestors are important things. Ancestor, I also understand magic theory and I am very capable. Why don't we call Hetty over? The function of these runes is nothing more than to increase temperature, control airflow, and control impurities. If you draw a real magic circle, I don't know how many times efficiency can be improved. Each furnace is engraved with a set of magic circles. Aunt Hetty and I could engrave the magic circle, but the blacksmith and the apprentice can't use it. Certainly, in this world ruled by the power of magic, an ordinary person is unable to use a magic circle. Just like walking only requires to lift your leg, but if you want to drive, you have to buy a car, add some gas and take a driving test. Magic circles are the same, they require energy and need a driver with the skill to control the magic. Got it. The magic circle you mentioned. Do you really have to draw the charging part on the stove? Do we have to cram all functions into one magic circle? Breaking down the magic circle into pieces and putting them together can still work like this. Free element. Output terminal. Furnace. Magic switch. Charging switch. Automatic. How much of this is an idea? I think we can discuss it with Hetty. She should be more professional. Ancestor, your idea is indeed great, but it's too difficult to operate. Magic output is a delicate task. Once there is a problem, both magic arrays will be scrapped. And the efficiency of self-charging magic arrays is also a big problem. Even if you draw a magic array as big as the entire blacksmith shop, the magic it produces may not drive many furnaces. Take a look at this. Ancestor, you actually know how to draw magic formations. Take a look at it first and then tell me your thoughts. All of them are the most basic rune magic, with the highest level not exceeding level 2. Enlarge. This can further purify the energy of free elements, and these basic runes can absorb energy with higher efficiency. This is really It's really hard work, like a cripple walking around the world with a cane, like an unarmed person writing poetry on a stone with a wooden stick. This is an effort beyond limits, using the most basic second-order runes to draw a miracle that can leave even great wizards stunned. What is the name of this genius magic formation of our ancestors? Its creator has already named it. This is left by the wild mage. Yes, I read some of the research inside, and these notes are worth at least half a duchy. Ah. The daughter of this wild mage has been diagnosed with elemental assimilation syndrome, an incurable magical disease. A second-level mage lacks the ability and financial resources to keep his daughter's physical body, so he can only use this method to create a magic net to recharge her. If this is true, it is really unimaginable. This down-and-out wizard can actually make this kind of stuff. It almost casts aside all the complex and abstruse structure and brings simplicity to the extreme. So the work of laying a magic net in the blacksmith's shop. Ancestors, leave it to me. I can do it. Are you sure? Will you hit me if I break it? Never mind, Hetty, you're still here. I still want to give it a try. I feel very interesting looking at this formation. I think many places are particularly good. Although I only know how to perform fireball technique. I have good theoretical knowledge and excellent computing skills. Hetty, what do you mean? Rebecca's theoretical knowledge and computational ability are indeed strong. Of course, it would be great if her personality could be more stable. Fork stability, fork weight. I'm definitely steady. So the task of laying the magic net in the blacksmith's shop is up to you. This experimental magic net should be called Magic Net Number 1, right? Allies. I also need to guide those serfs and peaceful ancestors who have just arrived at the camp to allow me to leave first. You seem quite happy. Is it because flirting with great-granddaughter is very interesting? What are you doing? Can this guy die if he talks nicely? Hey, how powerful the magic net you guys built is. I heard from you personally that it's worth half a duke's collar. If I stole the design and sold it, could I really get that much money? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? If everyone could use magic, or if magic was something that everyone could borrow, how valuable would this technology be? Are you saying that Magic Circle can turn everyone into a wizard? Are you feeling dizzy from watching too much sun these past few days? And I think using my own power is much more powerful than relying on magic circles. Can a mountain ape smash a brown bear's head with a slap? Is it powerful? It's quite impressive. Is a human capable of smashing a brown bear's head with a warhammer? That's quite impressive. I want to cast a warhammer with a magic net. Lord, sir. Tell me how this land is. The goddess of harvest blesses this place. The terrain here is flat and easy to access water. There are not many stones, so there is no better place for land reclamation than here. Half of the harvest month has passed and it's too late to plant rice, but you can plant sweetwood roots and fire leafy vegetables. We can have a good harvest next spring. Are you saying that we can only rely on the heavens to make ends meet? How do you usually maintain soil fertility and increase yield? It would be best if we could have contact with the Church of the Three Goddesses of the Abundant Gods. The divine officials possess many divine skills related to the plants of the earth. I didn't expect that when I came to plant a land, I had to ask my grandfather to tell my grandmother to deal with these gods. To be honest, with the yield of these lands and the food provided by His Majesty the King, our ancestors are not short of food. Only 800 people in the territory can fully afford it now. We can't always have only 800 people. I have planned to buy serfs, introduce pioneers, and increase the population significantly. Lord, besides magic, you can also seek help from druids. Druid. Druids can make alchemy potions. Although their effectiveness may not be as good as divine magic, their advantage lies in their ability to protect the land. They also have some plant-based spells that are helpful for the growth of crops. This is good. Where can I find druids? We, Cecil, have never dealt with druids before. However, the relationship between druids and elves is very close because the inheritance of each druid can be traced back to elves, including gray elves and silver elves. Stop messing around with her, she's such a shame elf. Who would be a druid like her to steal chickens? Speaking of which, it seems like I do know a druid. Why do you know a druid? What does that look in your eyes mean? How much of an elf am I? All druids in the world originated from elves, haven't you heard of them? You stole something from the druid and got caught up in it, right? You're insulting me. How could I be caught stealing? Take it and handle the druid matter. The rest is yours. How generous. Boss. That's a deal then. What other issues do you have with this land? Please explain them to me once. If I have to say it, its terrain is higher than the river beach and difficult to divert water from the canal. To dig a canal or dig a well from upstream. Diversion. Ancestor, this is. Lord, what is this? This thing is called a water wheel. The river will flow from below. The water flows into the sink as it impacts the wooden board. The water wheel begins to rotate, bringing the bucket filled with water onto it. This process continues to circulate, and the water can be lifted to a higher place. Unfortunately, there is no bamboo in this place, otherwise it would have been much simpler to build. Hetty. Ah, what did you just say? I'm sorry, I was lost in the mechanical beauty for a moment and forgot. No, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you have any other opinions. Let me see. If we build it directly by the Baishuay River, it will be affected by the river water and cannot be used during the dry season. If we could divert another canal nearby. During the dry season. Sir, I'm just. Listen to me explain. You can write. Yes, I have learned that reading and writing are not illegal, right? Don't worry, it's not illegal to teach people how to read and write. Besides, you can also farm. Master, if you ask anything else, I dare not say, but when it comes to farming, my skills are excellent. You know how to write, so I asked Hetty to read out the new rules for you. I designed a form for recording work, and you should be able to understand it, right? If you fill out a form to calculate land yield, can you do it? Sir, do you want me to be a supervisor? Not just supervisors. I plan to let you manage the entire grain production work in the reclamation area. I will have Hetty assess you and tell you what to do at any time. This is a position, not a title. You cannot pass it down from generation to generation. If you cannot do it well, someone will take over your position. Then you will be dismissed, punished, rewarded, and rewarded. Sir, I don't quite understand. Do you want me to be your butler? But a butler is not just concerned with food. Do you really want him to manage your fields? What's wrong? Although he can read, let me rephrase his background. He lacks knowledge and doesn't understand the rules of high society. I'm worried he might mess things up and get punished instead. Where is the upper-class society you mentioned? Hetty, take a look. This piece of land with nothing originally had nothing. Throw all the aristocratic customs and the rules of the lower class into the scorched earth of the old era led by Cecil. Starting from scratch, only rules, laws, and regulations will be brand new. As for whether a poor farmer can become a manager, do you know what I used to do? I remember in history books, it seems that you are the knight among knights and the starting point of all exemplary knights. Yes, I am a knight apprentice who only learned martial arts at the age of 15. My mentor fell into the river drunk and drowned before he could write a recommendation letter to the Lord. I had no choice but to forge a recommendation letter myself and go find the Lord. I didn't expect that halfway through my journey, a demon tide broke out and the Lord died. And then I met Charlie, who led a group of people to escape. I told Charlie, I have been studying for several years and finally passed, but I still have to be honored as a knight. We'll call ourselves knights. After all the men in the South have died. Where do the nobles come from on earth? They were just the first ones to stand up and hold on to their wealth in advance, so they became nobles. It's that simple. It's that simple. Sir, Miss Rebecca is looking for you. What is she looking for me for? Oh, you must have forgotten. I didn't forget that she said she was going to start work this time. Let you take a look at her achievements. What started? Forget it. Move over there. Lord, my lord. Ah, our ancestors and Aunt Hetty. I have come to see your progress, and it seems that you are full of confidence. Yes, I have been researching for several days. Ancestor, let me tell you, those formulas are so easy to use that they are thousands of times better than those rigid rune arrangements and spell models. Stop, stop, stop. We're not here to show off to you. Just tell me how you plan to complete the formation. I'm planning to bury it underground. How did you do it? I'm just calculating and drawing at the same time. What about the specifics? On this side of the yard, there is a line, and the adjacent side is another line. Then, based on these two lines, treat the entire yard as a piece of paper. Every line on the magic circle is broken down into many dots. Then you can enlarge the numbers on the manuscript. Calculation is a wizard's strong suit. This girl established a coordinate system in the yard and used this method to draw the magic circle. This method is something you came up with yourself. Not all of it is the notes of the wild mage, and the other is something I thought of myself. Very good. Why bury the magic circle underground? Because our ancestors said this magic circle was meant for ordinary people. I think blacksmiths and mages have different tasks to do, and they may accidentally damage the structure of the magic array during the process of transporting materials and making iron. It's safer to build it underground. Whether it's adding a new stove in the future or dismantling the current one, it will be very convenient. Modular. Functional zoning. 7 energy separation. System encapsulation. Exhibition flexibility. Suit properties. Have you thought of all these ideas? I never thought these were really powerful, but once they break, how can they be fixed? I left a lot of those stakes. These wooden stakes are the monitoring points for runes. Once there is a problem with the formation, the silver-plated iron rod will turn black and heat up for a period of time after losing charging. This way, you can easily identify which part is problematic at a glance. Symbol sensor. Redundant system. Ancestor, are these ideas too absurd for me? No, you're a genius. I have a suggestion to make some runes that can be cut and refused. When some runes are damaged for repair, the link can be directly cut off and reconnected after repair. This way, even when repairing the array, the entire array system will not shut down. By the way, why didn't I think about it? Ancestor, you are really smart. My ancestors are so handsome. No one had ever discovered Rebecca's talent before. She only knows how to throw fireballs. She has always been outstanding in calculation and imaginative thinking. But these abilities have never been put to use. The standard of mage strength is casting ability, and she has almost always been at the bottom in this regard. Bo Tim Tin Mat. Why not compete with gorillas in terms of casting ability as the sole criterion? Ancestor, do you think of me? You are the pride of the Cecil family. Betty, help me bring the sheepskin bag with the blueprint to the one with the red rope. Hey. If you're tired, go to sleep first. I can't tell how much more work you have to do. Alas. Master, I won't sleep. I don't understand. I don't recognize words. Can you understand these? Everyone can recognize words. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But Knight Philip said that the paper and pen on the territory are precious and cannot be wasted on me. Wait here for a moment. Practice on the ground first, and then talk about it when you practice well. This is the alphabet. Your name is on the below. Try it. If there are any questions, please ask me. Lord, my lord. The soldiers stationed on the mountain reported that they heard strange noises from the treasury, as if rocks were rubbing against each other or something was colliding. But the gate was locked and they couldn't get in to confirm the situation inside. What happened? Leave the defense of the campsite to Knight Philip. You can find some skilled and capable soldiers to come with me to the mountains. Adding Hetty to her auxiliary spells should be helpful. The treasure trove must never go wrong. That's my real coffin book. Just now, there were 2 more sounds coming from the treasure trove, sir. Well, I'll go take a look myself. Ancestors' doors. I saw it. God knows how to operate it. There seems to be a magic reaction deep inside. Now that the door is open, I can vaguely feel something inside. It's truly a product of the once prosperous Tudor Empire. How big is this? Heaven knows, the Gate of the Relics was a large fortress of the Gondor Starfire era. Fortresses of this kind could be built by hollowing out a whole hill. If only Amber was here. I wonder if she really escaped with the money. 00. This highly specialized ancient relic should be the professional field of mages. Even the most skilled infiltrators are not good at dealing with them, are they? If Amber wasn't here, I could have thrown her out to explore. And she has top-notch escape skills and can continue throwing when she comes back. Adults, if we continue to delve deeper, we may get lost. Everyone's sense of direction has been completely confused. Your concerns are reasonable. Let's walk a little longer and make a few more marks, then go back first whether we notice anything or not, and come back next time. What's this? This is a magic energy focusing array, although I really want to call it a magic capacitor. Obsidian is connected to the magic well, which can gather energy in this hemisphere. Create a short-lived but highly intense energy flow. Then use this main conduit to deliver energy to where it is needed. Is it a weapon? No, this is an auxiliary energy source for research facilities that typically provides instantaneous ignition for devices with high energy consumption. Madam, is the magic reaction coming from this place? No, but it's already very close. Write down this place, even though the ancient device has been scrapped. But it can at least extract half a ton of secret silver, 7 or 8 tons of obsidian, as well as a large amount of refined gold and purple copper and steel. Ancestor, are you planning to dismantle this ancient magical device of infinite value? It's an antique. Otherwise? It requires ultra-high purity magic to ignite, and now there is no magic purification technology available. And even if this thing were to rot for 1,000 years and be stored for 700 years, it would still be an antique. Repairing it is not easier than rebuilding it. Okay, let's keep going down. The magical response is derived from its ancestors. Was it also created by the Tudor Empire? No, it doesn't look like it. Rather than saying it was built by the Tudor Empire, it's more like something they're currently researching. Is this entire facility built to study this ball? The Tudor Empire has put in so much effort just to study a ball. Adult, how to deal with it? Ancestor. It's solid. Yes, solid, but surprisingly light. Your aunt scraped off some debris and found that it was a mixture with a high metal content. If the entire ball is composed of the same material, it can definitely kill people. Do you want to cut it open and have a look? Now it's not possible. After all, many people in Gondor used so many tools to study it, and in the end, they couldn't bear to destroy its shell. Oh, 1. I have something else I want you to do instead of studying this ball. What should I do when I'm free? Go burn the stones. Follow this train of thought and burn the stone yourself. If you have any questions, come ask me. Concrete? You got it. Sir. Miss Amber is back with one more. Carrying a dirty old man. That's right, it's a true hermit art style. JPG. The image perfectly matches. Really not poking. I can't believe that a certain elf of shame could actually find a druid to come back. Amber is still pretty good at what she does. At least it looks very similar. Both the stone and the carpenter have moved into a wooden house, and you even set up a tent. I really don't know how your old master's brain grows. Hey, are you telling the truth? It's really the Gawain Cecil from 700 years ago who recently caused a stir in the south. I dug it out with my own hands, and there are still some fakes. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by the poverty of the Cecil family. Their ancestors are so powerful that they are like a mobile treasure trove. It's true, little girl. Let me tell you, in the field of antique appraisal, my skills are impressive. Wait a moment, aren't you a druid? I. Welcome. In the name of the Cecil family, the estate has long awaited a true scholar. I am Galwin Cecil. You should have heard of my name. Your name is well known throughout the continent, and I am delighted to serve you and your territory. The arrival of druids will definitely benefit this land. I don't know if all the antiques that need to be appraised are here. Antiques? Druid? Can you explain to me what an antique from 700 years ago is? Can you explain to me what a druid is? Ah ha ha ha, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. The Galwin Cecil I dug up must be an antique from 700 years ago. Explain what a druid is. Pain, pain, pain. He's the druid I found. I thought you woke up this ancient hero and dug up his grave, so I was amazed. You, as a grave robber, were able to get the victim's consent for you to find someone to appraise antiques. So you're not a druid? No. But it can also be. From today on, you will be the druid led by Cecil, and I will give you a suitable reward. The druid of the 3rd level Heart of Trees School is also a 3rd level curse herbal master. And he's also a good barbecue chef. Don't you consider me becoming your barbecue chef? No, no, I have a maid who cooks well. I will pay you according to the standards of hiring a spellcaster. We will provide materials and tools. Of course, of course. You can call me Pittman Lauren. This thing doesn't look like it could be used to build a house at all. Take these things away and show them to my ancestors. This is the cement you burned. According to what you said, the finished product mixed with water can indeed solidify quickly, but it is loose and brittle, completely unlike something that can be used to build a house. What's so loose and crispy? Let me taste it. Ancestor, I have disappointed you. No experiment is a long process. You can continue to try various stones and soils for calcination, and I will provide you with other formulas. Consider this as a long-term job that can be attempted with leisure time. Don't delay the progress of the steel plant. Well, I understand. Ancestors. There is definitely something like cement in this magical world. As early as the Iron Age before the Spark Age, the Tudor Empire had already developed cement. In the depths of the ruins in the mountains, I clearly saw that this material is even stronger than ordinary fortress stone. Unfortunately, this otherworldly version of cement has become one of the lost technologies of the Tudor Empire. If we can restore this cheap, large, sturdy and easy-to-process building material, it would be of great help to the territory. It's a pity. The second day. Lord, all the things you asked us to prepare have been delivered. Work hard. What are you up to? Experimentalize. Oh, finally I've discovered it, haven't I? You really can't keep up. You're starting to lose interest in playing with things. I knew it. How could a noble with a sound mind bear the suffering? I just can't figure it out. Are you not remembering to hit or something? Can't you just make yourself a little cuter? Hey, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I am a big thief tied up here by you as a bodyguard. Usually, I either watch over your pile of ghost symbols or watch you study them. Can you really respect my profession? I think you're just an idle Betty who's more ambitious than you. Oh, that little maid is really learning to write. I don't care about you anymore. If you're really idle, go out and play anyway. There are 3 things you're not allowed to do. No stealing, no messing around in the workplace, no fighting with people. It's okay to fight with geese. Hey, you're really weird. Why do you always emphasize geese in front of me? It's settled like this. I'm going to have fun. Let's start the experiment. On the 46th day of the frost month in the 735th year of the Ansu calendar. 23rd day of campsite development. Preparation of experimental gunpowder using classic formulas based on Earth's experience and various modified formulas. No finished product can burn rapidly and release a large amount of heat in a short period of time. The magic modified formula can only burn quietly in the air, and the flame is dim and weak, which is better than burning straw. Experimental failure. On the 45th day of the frost month in the 735th year of Ansu, the 22nd day of camp development. No current is generated in the coil. Determined that electromagnetic induction is ineffective, at least the process of magnetic electricity generation is ineffective. It has been confirmed that the existence of magnets in the North and South poles is similar to that of Earth, and the only problem can only be caused by electromagnetic induction itself. Hetty's lightning arrows couldn't provide a continuous and stable safe current. With one palm of her hand, lightning almost chopped Amber's hair. 735 years of Ansu. Hetty had never heard of coal or the druid called pitman. The precursor material for the experimental experiment of the steam engine needs to be prepared in large quantities of combustible materials that can be mass-produced. However, the good news is that charcoal can still be burned. The Typhon Empire produces a kind of stone that can burn, but it is not coal, but a white burning stone. Seems to be a kind of marine sediment, burns very unstable, is a heating material for the poor. You can pay attention to it. Mom, gold is actually a semiconductor, pure silver, but it doesn't conduct electricity. What the hell? I need a cutting-edge team. Please provide me with the entire periodic table and at least sort out the properties of all common substances. Is there such a heroic talent in my territory? However, it did not. Although many physical constants in this magical world are different from those on Earth, even if the speed of light cannot be determined, the propagation process of light follows the same rules as the Earth. It's no problem building a telescope. This is the cheapest eagle eye technique. It can be seen that although many things cannot be produced, but there are more things that can be done. I'll ask you in the second half of the night. Is that thing sleeping? Does it follow the rules? I really don't know what's the use of us staying here, a broken rock having no movement for so many days. And even though Lady Hetty cast spells on it every day, there was no visible effect. Say a few less words. This is the Duke's property. He has ordered you to guard it. Do you have any objections? Of course I have no opinion, and I thank the Duke. I never thought that I could use such a good thing in my life. I feel like I have become a knight. Situation. Locke. Are you nervous? What the hell? Locke. Your breastplate. This is. Stay calm and slowly exit. Wow. Hurry up and call someone. There's a problem with this ball. Oh no. Is there a situation when the stone ball is alive? What's going on? Sir, the stone ball you brought back is not in the right condition. Ah. What's going on? I'm sleeping soundly here. How come it's stuck? Help! Help! You are a shadow master and you still get stuck in your shadow step? Isn't this a bit rushed and still not clear-headed? What happened? The stone ball I brought back seems to have a problem. I need to go back to sleep. Are there any casualties? What happened? There were no casualties, but 2 militiamen and 1 soldier were still trapped on the stone ball. It should have been sucked in. Is it like a magnet attracting metal? That's right, but it's weird. At the beginning, the night watchmen noticed that their magical equipment suddenly lost its power, and their weapons and armor were attracted by the stone ball. Amber, let's go in and take a look. Leave all the metal items on your body behind. Hey, are you calling me? Why should I also go to such a dangerous situation? Shouldn't it be knights like you who go first? Yeah, so I'll walk ahead later. Follow me and don't refuse me unless you don't want the salary anymore. Where's the money bag? This is absolutely not acceptable. I'll tell you, I've already counted it clearly. When I come back, if one is missing, I swear in the name of a knight to protect the property entrusted to me by others. Oh, actually you don't have to be so loud. There's not much money inside. Ancestors, I am with you. No, you and Philip guarding that ball may affect the flow of magic. If you get closer, it may not be useful. Then be extra careful. What a great wife attribute. When will we ask her about getting married again? It's time to go. So it's obvious that your luck is bad. Aren't you really going to try our Druid sect's teleportation ceremony? The Druid sect has a damn teleportation ceremony. Don't fool my soldiers here. Who was the first to be trapped? Report, sir. I was the first to get trapped. I was standing next to it in armor, and then I was dragged in when I got curious. Sir, I was attracted when I came to check the situation. I just checked, and it's not just magnetic. Their armor seems to have been solidified. It has become completely inactive and cannot be taken off. Sounds like some kind of magic effect. Can you try to eliminate this effect from the shadow layer interview? Let me try. Isn't this thing originally very light? Impossible, now it's so heavy that even I can't push it. Maybe now is its true weight. Oh dear. What's going on? I don't know about this ball either. There seems to be an energy field around this ball, and as soon as I extended my mind, it was bounced away. Wait a minute. There was a life reaction just now. Are you saying you feel a life reaction from inside this ball? Yes, just now when Amber was bounced open, the stone ball emitted a momentary reaction of life. What the hell is this thing alive? Wait, isn't this an egg? Is it difficult to be a dragon egg? Speaking of which, after crossing to another world, I got dragon eggs and so on. This routine was out of fashion long before I traveled here. And even if it's a dragon egg, what's the point? God knows how long it takes for it to hatch. Legend has it that the dragon's lifespan is tens of thousands of years. My life may not be long enough. Even if it hatches, the dragon's father and mother will take it away. They may not even say thank you before they leave. Wake up, wake up. Ah. What's wrong with you? You hit someone with your head so directly. Nonsense, you left all the metal objects behind before letting me in. If I had a warhammer, I would still need to hit my head. What happened when you suddenly froze just now? I'm thinking how to turn off this damn energy field if this thing is really a dragon egg. Aren't you a legendary hero? Cutting magic masters are like cutting beans. Can't you handle it? I'll give it a try first. Hello, I don't mean any harm. You can call me Galwan. Is it safe outside now? This is. You can rest assured that this place is very safe. I don't believe it. If the Trailblazer sword were in my hand, I would definitely make a championship slash and split your unlucky ball in half. Cough cough, what's the benefit of lying to you? The research facility that was used to detain you was abandoned for 1,000 years, you know. You can't deceive me into leaving my shell. I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, give it a try. You can't deceive me into leaving my shell. Not believing is not believing. Don't listen, don't listen, don't listen. It's your business to stay in this shell. Can you release my people first? You don't know that 3 people were sucked outside your shell. Are there still people on these steel plates? The perception inside the shell must have been affected. Hey, what a great opportunity. Let me see what other treasures you have on you. Why did you suck up these armors and weapons? Am I not allowed to find something to defend myself with? Heaven knows what other evil tricks you crazy barbarians might have up your sleeve. Let me tell you. The research facility at the time. Don't try to trick me out of my shell. Returning to reality. I never imagined that my former keyboard powerhouse would lose to a ball. If this thing is really a dragon egg, wouldn't I lose to a fertilized egg? Hey, are you okay? I thought you were going to self-destruct just now when I saw your face turn so fast. I have established communication with this ball, and this thing is actually intelligent. I still want to take advantage of the old antique's distraction to get something on him. It scared me so much, luckily he didn't notice. It's really a troublesome matter. Ancestor, what are you planning to do with this stone ball? Let it hang there for a few days and evaluate all the soldiers to make it believe that no one will come to conduct experiments on it. Then I will find a way to establish trust with it. It's getting late. You should go back and rest first. Good. Isn't this the experimental failure product left behind by Rebecca when burning cement? Inside here. Without a doubt, these tiny dots of light are magic crystals and have magical reactions. The second day. Hetty, I've made some new discoveries. Come and take a look at these things. This is the waste residue that Rebecca tossed around, but I found something interesting inside. I feel a magical reaction inside. That's right, so let's take a look at your crystal resonator and see if you can see its structure. I'll inject magic into it and give it a try. It can absorb external magic and convert it into a stable form existing in the crystal. So, it's a man-made crystal that can store magic power, right? How do its maximum capacity and natural crystals compare? What about stability? I see it's been glowing continuously. What's its self-consumption rate? Wait a moment. Ancestor, I still need to conduct more experiments. Although it emits light, it is mainly affected by the free magic in the air that resonates. If my observation data is correct, it should be able to preserve the magic for a long time. Ancestor, please put it in this ruby vessel. I want to try to guide the magic stored in it out. Also, it's not only the function of input and storage, but also the output of awesome. It seems like a failure. What is this situation? When the magic array was extracting energy, it used too much force and turned the crystal into pieces. I'm afraid not. This crystal has congenital defects. Since ancient times, energy storage crystals can only be obtained from nature. Artificial crystals have always been used as auxiliary materials for magical items and even as decorations in noble castles. The magic released by natural crystals can dissipate at an astonishing speed, but the energy released can also be used by mages. But the grain of rice you brought, Ancestor, is different. Its magic lost coordination, and in the moment of extracting the magic in this rice crystal turned into disordered waste energy. Even if the energy is collected again before it dissipates, it won't be useful anymore. This is the magic array that controls crystal self-explosion, right? Yes, this is the last function drawn for standard crystals when they are on the brink of collapse, 1717. After all, once the crystal is damaged on the battlefield, only the function of explosion remains. Wait, Ancestor. Are you thinking? That is the radiance of art. since the magic extracted from crystals will become useless energy. Then why don't we just extract it and detonate it directly in the crystal? Yeah, you can still do this. Anyway, these crystals are refined from stones and not valuable. This is art. It's the future, it's hope. It is the sharp sword and strong shield that defend the people and the land, and the light behind the clouds when gunpowder production fails. Ancestor, you seem happy? How can you not be happy? Don't you think? Once these things come into play, they have a huge effect. If processed properly, it may be used as a burst-type magic prop. Besides that, I really can't think of anything else it can be used for. I'll leave these samples for you. The quantity is not large, so you can save some time. Determine their various properties and also check if the detonation array of gun door crystals works for them. I need to go find Rebecca and figure out how this little genius refined these things. Ancestors. Rebecca is a very hard-working child, but she has hardly ever been praised since childhood. Therefore, don't worry, I will praise her well. I'm going to call these crystals Rebecca crystals if that girl can recreate these magical little things. Actually, Ancestor, I want you to be more relaxed when Korabika is around. Be careful, be careful. This structure must be able to fit perfectly with the stone slab. Don't be perfunctory, accurate, and precise. Do you understand? If you can't stick it properly, there won't be any meat to eat. Hey, there's no need to put that iron rod next to you. We'll talk about it later when Fu1 is installed. What about the drainage groove? Move the drainage groove over and let me take a look at the blueprint. This girl is really amazing. Let's go see the new melting pot first. It seems that Hammer improved the drawings, and this improvement is excellent, both in terms of the results and the improvement itself. Ancestor, why are you here? I have something to talk to you about, and I'll also check on your progress. It's better than I imagined. Is that so? Is that so? Do you really think so? Ha ha. If you can't do these things well, I definitely won't hand them over to you. Be confident, I've told you before. You're the pride of the Cecil family. Oh, I feel the power surging now. Ancestor, do you have anything else to tell me? I was going to ask. What does this structure do? Ancestor, as per your instructions, I have designed a furnace shutdown and startup device for ordinary people. Paired runes can be combined into a magic circle part. This is opening. This is it. How about that? Simple enough? I gave it a name. It's called a rune trigger. Ancestor, are you planning to use these crystals as explosives to manipulate? That's right, this is the Rebecca crystal you successfully created. It looks the same thing. Hey, do you really want to give it this name? Isn't it only very powerful people who can name things with their own names? These crystals were invented by you. You are a very talented person. Hee. Don't be silly, hee. I want to know how this material came about. Oh. It was actually fired according to the recipe you gave me, but yesterday I failed several times while trying to restore the firing process. So I suspected going to the stove. Stove. A large piece of the inner wall of one of the furnaces has fallen off. That's because the materials in the furnace have also undergone a reaction. That furnace was mixed with quartz sand and limestone from the Dark Mountains. Why must it be limestone from the Dark Mountains? What role did the two things play in this process? I was so happy that I didn't even think about it. The Dark Mountains were once shrouded in a demon tide, and there are still many traces of elemental tides in the mountains. This process changes the properties of the minerals, giving them characteristics that allow them to participate in magical reactions. Lots of experiments are needed, but let's put that aside for now and get back to the point. Rebecca, I'm asking, you can ordinary person build such an item? Can ja. But they are careless. Even if they are told how to do it, they often make mistakes in the ratio or mistake the firing time. The time required to burn crystals is much more strictly controlled than burning bricks. It's really complicated. Let me check my hairline first. Ancestor? No, I'm fine. These are all long-term problems that need to be solved. You can continue production according to this plan and try a better ratio if you have leisure time. That ancestor, I heard from Aunt Hetty that you plan to make this crystal into an explosive magical prop. That's what it means. Are you planning to use the detonation array of the Tudor standard crystal on this crystal? I knew you had an idea from the look in your eyes. Yes, it is. I researched and found out that detonating a magic array actually requires a relatively small amount of activation magic. The rune trigger I made can also produce a faint magic when closed, perhaps. Great, you can try using a combination of rune trigger and detonation array according to your own ideas. Can Hetty help? Ancestor, have you come up with a name for this explosive prop in the future? Art. Hey, is this related to art? It's called art. This place is completely different from the poverty-stricken mountains and treacherous waters in the mouth of Old Gudong. I come back here as if I were returning home. Entering the Shadow Realm has become increasingly easy. But this is not a good thing. I'm not a mage with exceptional shadow talent. So there's only one possibility. The world is undergoing changes, and some force is causing the barrier between the Shadow Realm and the current world to loosen. Do you want to tell that old tycoon? But if that guy is interested in these weird things, he won't cut me up on the operating table, right? Do not move the stamp. This is the only thing on my entire desk that is worth anything. Pain, pain, pain. Are you still human? How can your induction be so accurate? I was also a legend back then, and even if I were demoted now, I would still be more reliable than you, a guy who fights geese back and forth, okay. And you've been staring at my silver seal for days, thinking I don't know. I just have some bold ideas, haven't they been put into practice yet? Hee. Hey. You've practiced it 12 times, and I've hit you back every time, okay. Tell me, what are you looking for? It's still over an hour before mealtime. You must have something to do when you come back before mealtime. Do I only know how to eat in your heart? I used the clock to tell you when you were cooking, what exactly is going on with you. Actually, I wanted to tell you 2 days ago that I found it much easier to enter the Shadow Realm recently than before. What? Hey, why are you stuck? I just didn't expect you, this guy, to talk to me about business. I was startled for a moment. Speaking of which, I remember you said it when you first took me into the Shadow Realm. You're also entering this deep for the first time. Actually, I was just talking nonsense at that time. It wasn't easy to enter the Shadow Realm before, either relying on rituals and incense, or at least half a bottle of Shadow Potion to get in. Did you die from drinking half a bottle? I'm serious. I can accurately feel the Shadow Realm approaching the real world. And it's only the initial stage. They will get closer and closer. So what happens when the Shadow Realm comes into contact with the real world? I don't know. Anyway, it won't be a good thing. Doesn't saying that mean you haven't said it? Every day, you treat me like an emotional trash can to vent negative energy. Then I don't care. I just want to find someone to talk to about this. As for what you do next, well, that's up to you. Wow, what's going on? What's going on? I don't know, I'll go take a look. It seems to be Rebecca's experiment. This girl has really strong mobility. Mom, Art exploded. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Ancestral masters, Art is indeed very powerful. Are you okay? Are you injured? Our ancestors are all safe and sound, but the effect of a large number of crystal particles detonating at the same time exceeded expectations. Of course, what's more important is that this girl placed 2 experimental samples too close together, causing double the amount of crystal particles to detonate simultaneously. Double weight, double art, double happiness. Rebecca probably won't be able to escape this fight today. Ancestor, why do you see me? Do you resist beating? Is it okay? I used to fight with wolves a lot when I was a child. That's okay. Rune triggers are really effective. If only the magic had a precise value, we could know how much magic is produced when the rune trigger is closed. Can also calculate how much magic is required to run an initial rune group. Ancestor, let me tell you, Aunt Hetty didn't initially believe that a rune trigger would produce a magical impact when closed. She said that thing doesn't have a structure for gathering energy. Let's fix the magic laboratory first. The experimental method needs to be adjusted. It's too dangerous to continue conducting experiments indoors. What you said is, Lord. The person who went to the mountains to search for quartz sand encountered a variant. One has already died in the mountains. How many blood-red demons are there on the fork in the road after entering the mountain and heading west? We collided with them face to face. We ran desperately, but Talk was caught by a monster for a few moments and then there was no movement. There are several forks heading west. Where exactly are they? Those monsters are agile. How did you escape? Oh, hey. Don't ask them that. If they get nervous, they won't be able to understand anything. Relax, both of you. Tell me how you managed to escape. The monsters didn't seem to see us at first, so they wandered around the mountain. Later, when we started running, they suddenly caught up with the narrow mountain path, and the monster got stuck by a stone before we ran out. How many monsters have you encountered? Please be more specific. 3 or 4. Initially, there were only 3, and then there were 4. In other words, you only see part. In fact, it may be more. How did these variants appear and where did they come from? These 2 people drank the medicine, and with the purification spell, they will be fine in a few days as long as they don't get infected again. Well done. Don't mention the hard work. We have a salary relationship. It's said that hard work can hurt money. But I have to remind you that I can cure the injuries of these 2 people, but I cannot cure the palpitations of the 800 people outside. These 4 people cried all the way, calling their parents and running back. Now the whole camp probably knows about this. Hetty, you go ahead and arrange it first. All exploration and collection work outside the camp has stopped, and the construction inside the camp continues as usual. Food will also be distributed as usual, and maintaining order is the top priority. The Byron Knights strengthened patrols and polished their armor and weapons. By the way, I would like to inform Knight Philip that the newly recruited militia has also been armed and deployed for security work. You. If I say I won't go, will you use your big sword to slap me against the wall? Yes, and it's the kind that can't even be picked out. Okay, then I'll go. I haven't finished yet. I'll go with you. Have you forgotten what I did 700 years ago when I've been drawing here for so long? This antique has been hiding in the tent, drawing design drawings and researching strange alchemy formulas. I almost forgot. He was originally specialized in fighting small monsters at the border of the kingdom. If there are only those 3 or 4 mutants wandering in the mountains, I can easily take them down. If it's a large group, I and this half-elf can still escape unscathed and take you away. I just need your guidance to find these distortions. Sir, please don't. We don't want to die. Those monsters will eat people. You must lead the way. This is an order, and I will fulfill my obligation to protect you until you return safely. The obligation of noble lords to preach in their daily lives. When it comes to a life and death situation, are the lives of us commoners as precious as the lives of aristocratic masters? No. I am Gawain Cecil, a legend who killed hundreds of thousands of monsters in the magic tide 700 years ago. Do you think the hundreds of thousands of monsters in that mountain will behave themselves? If the monster really comes, it's safest to be with me instead. Then I'll listen to you. It's been so long, those monsters should also leave now, right? It's not necessarily that you don't understand the habits of mutants. They are not normal living beings and do not need to eat in a magical environment. Apart from their instinct to attack intelligent life, they also have no clear action purpose. If there are human or magical reactions within their sensing range, they will pounce on them. If not, they will continue to wander. So what exactly is a mutant? It's hard to say. Another speculation is that humans became mutants after being corrupted by chaotic magic. Another theory is that the rise and fall of the demonic tide opened up channels in another space, and the aberrant form came from another space. I didn't expect someone like Gawain, who had been fighting monsters for more than 20 years in his previous life, to be unable to explain where the monsters came from. It seems that Wang Pu doesn't rely on experts from mainland China either. Look, there seems to be something here. Right here. It seems to be around here. I saw it right there. There are a total of 4. I'll face the enemy head-on first. You should find a chance to backstab and hold off on one. After we finish packing up, we can work together to solve the rest. Okay, wait for you to take action. Boss, help. To die, to die, to die. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my God, I'm exhausted. It seems like I still need to strengthen my escape skills. Shouldn't the normal approach be to enhance frontal combat effectiveness? Let me tell you, my current frontal combat power is already at my personal peak. I am a very self-aware person. Hey, what are you studying? You come and see. What the heck is this? This is the standard soldier sword of the Tudor Empire. It's right. The model was used by the Northern Sentry at that time. Are you saying these monsters came from the wasteland of Gondor? The entire wasteland of Gondor is surrounded by magnificent walls built by elves. How could these monsters escape? Don't scare me, maybe these monsters were just outside the wall and happened to wander here this year. It is impossible that the mutant will gradually disintegrate after leaving the demon tide environment. Unless their number exceeds the critical point to form a new chaotic magic environment. Otherwise, these monsters wouldn't have survived outside the wall for so long. Mom, yeah. The situation won't be as bad as you think. I was on site when the Sentinel Tower was built, and I know those things have self-healing and load balancing functions. This time it is very likely that a Sentinel Tower has decreased in power due to years of disrepair, but the barrier will heal itself in a short period of time. What does it mean in human language translation? It's just that the barrier has temporarily broken a hole, but it will fill it up on its own. Hey Mom, why are you still carrying a whip corpse? You're so twisted. Bringing this thing back can calm people's hearts. Then I'll go get another one. Oh my goodness. Are you sick? Take this thing back. Are you sure it's meant to calm people's minds, not scare them out of their wits? For Cecil people who have just been attacked by mutants, seeing the bodies of these monsters killed is the fastest way to increase confidence and fighting spirit. Although it may provide some mental stimulation, the effect is the best. Let's go. After I go back, I will definitely personally go to the Great Wall and stay here guessing, never feeling at ease. I'm not sure if I want to go with you and see it with my own eyes. Oh my God. Oh my God. God won't help you kill these monsters. All the mutant variants have been eliminated by us. Let's go back to the camp first. This thing is as fragile as it was 700 years ago, with a sword. These things won't pose a threat to the safety of the campsite at all. Do you know what to say when you're back at the campsite? Yeah, these monsters are vulnerable in front of the Lord. I just heard Miss Amber calling for help. Ahem, that's a battle cry. That's right, this is Jean Ho. One sword, one big victory. Do you understand? Understand that with a sword comes a great victory. Returning to our territory, we are victorious. At that time, I told you that when I stomped my foot on those deformed monsters, they wouldn't dare to make a sound anymore. And then our Lord jumped and hacked into it. Just give a thumbs up and one of the monsters will be gone. I'll follow immediately. Hetty, do you know any auxiliary spells for magic blocking? I have learned all the spells below the intermediate level of my ancestors. Great, come with me to the mountain again. I need your magic. Didn't the monster already be eliminated? I thought the alarm was about to be lifted when I saw the loot you brought back. That's a temporary way to calm people's hearts. The aberrant form arrived here by crossing the southern strip plain and the entire mountain range from the wasteland of Gondor. I suspect that there is a problem with the Great Wall, and I also suspect that there are not just a few abnormal variants wandering out. I'm going to change into a shorter robe and I'll be leaving soon. Be gone. Hey, let me finish this paragraph. It's really important. How did you know there were more monsters? You saw them. Deviations and magic waves complement each other. The more they are, the stronger they are, the less they are, and the weaker they are. If the quantity exceeds a certain threshold, abnormal variants will also bring pollution from the demon tide, and the demon tide aura will be released to breed more abnormal variants. Devils will blindly stay in place without sensing life and magic, and their movement speed is very slow. That's right, the 4 monsters we encountered before couldn't have come alone from the wasteland of Gondor to this place. With their speed, they should have dissipated halfway. Ancestor, take a look. There is an abnormal situation on the mountain path at the southern foot. Hetty is using magic to shield us. Spells are fast. Hetty, this feels familiar, doesn't it? Yes, just a few months ago, the old Cecil collar was destroyed in this aura. I don't want the boss's salary anymore. Let me go. Quiet down. Fortunately, this is not the worst-case scenario. That's not bad. Such a large group is enough to demolish the campsite 3 times. Don't be scared, their quantity is not as many as you imagine. The vegetation and mist on the ground may make you feel oppressed, but when you count carefully, it's actually less than 1,000. It seems like there are really only a few hundred. But our camp only has 800 people, of which 700 don't know how to fight. What I was worried about back then was that if their numbers crossed that line too much, they would rapidly increase in quantity. It's like it grew out of the air. The two enemies mentioned in the report may have increased in value to 3,400 when they meet. But now you can see that these have not yet experienced natural growth. Our ancestors, they are now heading north of the mountain, sooner or later will arrive at the vicinity of the camp. Even with the current quantity, it's not something we can handle. I have a plan. You have a plan. I'll sneak over and kill one first. And then you, the legendary knight, drove down from the heavens and jumped out in a charge, killing the remaining 990 or so. Just set off a few Olympic fireworks next to you, the great-granddaughter of this beautiful woman, to add some excitement. We two are really strong. You continue to be your lord and focus on farming. I'll find a tavern to brag. Hey, don't leave. I haven't finished speaking yet. From here, you can overlook the high ground on the south side of the dark mountains. Ancestor, this is the magnificent wall. I have only read about it in books. That was truly an era that stirred up emotions. Don't worry, the barrier is still there. Okay, the wall is still there. That means the Sentinel Tower has self-healing, right? Let's hurry back and think about how to deal with those monsters. I have a plan. What? What plan? Are you really planning to charge into a war and kill over 990 of them? It's really so powerful. If you put me in a war charge 700 years ago, maybe I could really break through these monsters in one wave, but if God does this, he will really have to spiral up and die again. I just roughly calculated the route down the mountain and the movement speed of those monsters. We still have at least 2 days to plan. Arrange what? Blow down the entire cliff on the north side of the western side of the campsite. You mean the ones that your second granddaughter messed up? It's those crystals. Rebecca Crystal. There are nearly 1,000 more variants. Moving towards this direction. I can't do this job and I don't want the salary anymore. Stop. How did you react to Amber? It's not too late for you to make a statement after I finish speaking. There are less than 100 people available for battle in the Duke's camp, which can be considered as the dozens of newly trained militia. Formal soldiers with enchanted equipment may be able to engage in a direct battle with mutant forms. But it's even harder to achieve one by one. So I don't plan to confront these monsters head-on. Should we give up the campsite? No need to withdraw, at least not now. Those monsters will take 2 more days to move to a location where they can perceive the existence of the campsite, and then they will need at least 1 more day to charge over, so we have a maximum of 3 days to prepare. I have a plan, but it requires a large amount of Rebecca crystals. Yeah, those crystals can do it. Listen to me, my ancestors' plan is completely feasible. I know how powerful those crystals can be when they explode, and the more they are, the more their power will double. If you stuff them into rock crevices and carve a detonation array on the rocks, it won't be a problem to blow down one side of the rock wall completely. But can this really kill those monsters? Their vitality is very strong. You have also fought against them directly, and you should know that those mutants are not invincible. And the mutants within the scope of the magic wave and the mutants wandering away from the team are completely 2 different concepts, losing the supplement of chaotic magic. They are more fragile than just 1 or 2 points. By the way, Rebecca, I told you to combine the rune trigger and trap, so you should have already taken care of it, right? Of course, that thing is quite simple. The simplest rune trigger can be achieved with a few stacked stone pieces. This girl is a talented person. Shanbei Cliff. Make your hands and feet more agile. Time is running out. Place the crystal fragments on the bottom level and then place the stone with the magic array. If the stone gets damaged, come here and get a new one. The things you make are all weapons specifically designed to deal with monsters. This is Duke Goen's instruction. He is the nemesis of those monsters. Remember to check if the crystal is lit. Crystals that do not emit light cannot be used. If there's a mistake here, Cecil will be gone. That's our home. I'm back. Those monsters are already very close, at most half a day. I guess it's almost there. They came along the expected route. I almost walked down another path in the middle. Later, I took the courage to break free from the shadow state for a moment before guiding them back onto this path. However, they have become even more irritable now. Why are you so brave this time? What's the use of shrinking your head at this point? It's better to be reckless with you. Maybe you can really survive. It's really spectacular. No one will believe it if you say it out loud. These are actually magic works repaired by low-level mages who can't even hit cold ice arrows, and a large group of stonemasons, laborers, and serfs. Southwest Mountain Pass. Speaking of which, is this a bit against the spirit of chivalry? Ah, not in line with the spirit of chivalry, you mean digging traps, young man. What do you think about chivalry? Knights should confront their enemies with courage and justice, arm themselves with bravery and justice, and challenge the strongest enemies head-on to defend the people and land. If we win, if we fail, we will be honored and buried on the battlefield. You're young, like an old believer. Don't forget that these traps were ordered by the Duke, who is a hero among knights and heroes among knights. That's why I can't figure it out. In my opinion, this is quite in line with the spirit of chivalry. We dug a hole with dignity, like a resistance formation on the battlefield. Only the strongest enemy can come out. You have to fight against the weak who can't even get through the pit. That's an insult to the spirit of chivalry. Do you mean these tricks are designed to identify the formidable enemy? That's pretty much what it means. I always feel like you're talking nonsense. Pour some more stones on top of this, as long as you don't press the mechanism. I've seen the scene of these things exploding. If there are stones in the pit, the explosion will be even more severe. Oh, you can do it like this. Of course, don't underestimate the wisdom of mercenaries and the justice of knights. Then later, I'll have someone bury all the broken copper and iron that were taken out of the mountains into a trap. Miss Rebecca is truly a genius. Hee hee hee. A few hours later. New Cecil Camp. They are approaching the first trap in the north of the mountain. Once they start sensing the breath of living people and the active magical energy, they will transition from a slow wandering state to a frenzy and charge towards the largest human settlement within the perceptual range. Are you nervous? A bit. It's strange that I wasn't nervous when I fought against them last time. Because at that time you didn't have time to be nervous, but this time you knew 3 days in advance that they were coming to wait, which is the scariest thing in the world. But don't be afraid, you have to believe in the power of those crystals that you created. But the things I've been doing since I was young have never been very reliable. Don't talk about shaking the morale of the army here. They're here. Breath of ceiling, release. It's almost there. The more we bury here, the less pressure they will face. So wait a little longer. Okay, I'll wait for your signal. As soon as you detonate it, I'll immediately pull you into the shadow realm. Flare. Go. Is that over? Early on. The distortion that was not smashed to death will absorb the magical energy elements emitted by its companions when they die. They will come to us soon. Using a landmine array to bomb people is certainly enjoyable XX. But if the target is a group of reckless people, it will seriously affect the operational experience. Not good. This will not only fail to boost morale, but many people may also be stimulated by this terrifying scene. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, these things are really stupid and weak. Look at how dizzy and disoriented they are from being bombed, crawling around on the ground. Ha ha, half of them couldn't climb halfway and were trampled into minced meat by their own people. How could we have let this thing scare us back then? What do you think, Knight Philip? Damn it, please help me. I feel so embarrassed being alone. Knights should not mock the weak. Their current predicament is simply due to our reliance on the wisdom of our ancestors. Weak C, Sir Philip Knight did say so. What are we afraid of? These two knights are both talented, especially the person Philip usually looks so serious and upright. But I didn't expect it to be a joke. Let's celebrate after eliminating these monsters. Attention everyone, raise your sword. Counterattack. This is our second confrontation. The last time was during the burning of Cecil in Longyan. It uses ordinary iron. Dealing with these highly resilient variants that are invulnerable to knives and bullets. This time is different. Don't go too far forward, don't cross the fence. Be careful not to step on the trap yourself. They seem to. I have a new goal. Where are they going? Our armor is full of magic, but can't we attract them? What the hell is going on? That direction. It's a tent for storing dragon egg stone balls. Rebecca. Follow up with your guards. Hey Mom. What are these monsters? Help! Monster. What is this all about? So this thing can make sound. Hurry up and hide. There are monsters outside. Mom, it's just a tent that can collapse with just one blow. It's useless to hide. Ancestors. I'll help you restrain them. Girl, it's obvious that there's a problem with your fireball cultivation. Wow, wow, wow. To die, to die, to die. I can't fly anymore. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. It seems like I don't need to rush to save the scene like this. I'm afraid the end of the world is coming, and this crazy egg doesn't necessarily have anything wrong. This is the last one. It's over. Finally. Byron Knight. You rewrite. Is that over? We've killed them all. There are no monsters rushing out of the mountains anymore. We won. We won. Send the message back and tell everyone in the camp. We won. We won. We won. Under the command of the Lord, all the monsters have been annihilated. The soldiers led by Cecil blocked 10 in 1. This victory will be written into the epic. The news of victory has come back. Oh, hey. Betty. Have you seen the master? Why is the most important person missing at this moment? I don't know. It seems that the dragon egg in his tent in the south has encountered another problem. I won't say anymore. I'll send the medicine over first. There are many wounded soldiers there. I was really scared just now. What kind of abnormal variants, right? Why did they all suddenly come towards me? I don't know what attracts them to you. But after killing more than 10 monsters alone, you said you were so scared, can't you justify it? I don't know your intentions. Can you be low-key and have a stronger sense of self-protection first? Is that still a mistake? I originally wanted to observe for another 2 days, but today I suddenly heard a commotion outside and there were fewer soldiers guarding. I just want to quietly come out and see the situation. So are you still planning to run now? I can tell you, those monsters are just a small wave wandering around. If you run under their noses, no one can protect you. I'm not running anymore. This place is too dangerous. And now I'm starting to believe what you said before. Oh, what do you believe in? You and the people who brought me into the laboratory back then are probably not the same group. How did you see it this time? You guys are much more shabby than those people back then. This big camp doesn't even have a magic gun. It's definitely not a gang. Oh, that makes sense too. To be honest, if you open the coffin and rise up the next day, I will drive this shameful descendant out of the house. So you're finally willing to believe what I'm telling you. I just believe that you are not with that group of people back then, and I didn't say that I fully trust your words. But I remember you came specifically to save me just now. Good trust, we can gradually establish it. Wait. Can you turn around and let me take a look? Turn left, turn left. Why? I have something on me. Your shell seems to have cracked open. Doesn't it hurt? Ah, it must have cracked several times when it fell from the sky before. Anyway, it's time for me to hatch. You guys retreat, I need to come out of the shell. I won't be able to come out yet. Oh my God, are the dragon eggs about to hatch? Right. So, Kai-Chi, you called over. Can you two take care of the little dragon people? How about I light up? So actually, this should be a very. I will never accept this name. What the hell is that? And when did I say I was an egg? I always thought you were a dragon egg. I didn't expect you to hatch from an egg and still be an egg. Isn't that just an egg? You are the egg. Your whole family is called an egg. I've always been this way. All of us in our family have been this way since we grew up. You just said there are still many non-living creatures like you. Why have I never seen a strange life form like you before? This involves my secret. I can't trust you barbarians yet. And you have to say your name clearly. Even if you beat me to death, I can't call you egg. Do you have your own name? Oh, right. I should have a name. Mom, I forgot. Is it difficult? I have to call you Mr. St. Nicholas Egg. Oh, wow. That's a good name. All right, communicating with this guy is like consuming my lifespan at 3 times the rate. There are still a lot of troubles waiting for me to deal with outside. I can't get angry, I can't be serious, I can't trade with it. Ahem, be honest and stay for another day. We just experienced a monster attack and I have to deal with a lot of follow-up troubles. I don't want you to add any more mess to me during this period. Okay, you're busy. That's why I'm so lazy to run around. I'm almost exhausted from all this fuss today. We'll just leave that ball there. Otherwise, you still want to transport it into the laboratory for slicing and research. Exploration desire. Let's not talk about slicing, at least we need to drill a hole to see what kind of filling is inside. It can move, think, and appears to have good athletic performance, as well as a talent for manipulating metal and magic. If we have to forcefully control it, there won't be any benefits, not to mention that we may not be able to control it. Why don't we let it actively cooperate? Of course, we need to strengthen our vigilance. Replace the militia with family soldiers. Tell those soldiers in advance that the ball in the tent stores an ancient soul and ask them not to have too much contact with the ball. If the ball really runs around, let them report it as soon as possible. Don't conflict with it. After all, even a mutant can be killed by a single blow. Ordinary soldiers can't stop it at all. What do you think that ball is? Could it actually be an enchanted artifact from the ancient Empire of Gondor? The Tudor Empire is not omnipotent either. Even arcane and puppet masters from the Starfire era cannot create magical creations with this level of intelligence. Don't say anything about magical artificial intelligence experts. Every kingdom, every civilization, every race that has been active on this continent. There has never been an intelligent creation of this level before. Why is it still an egg? Why can't it be a dragon egg? Dragon eggs. When hatched, it's like a dragon. Do you know how much you can exchange for shedding some scales or bleeding? I will carry a young dragon directly to the Holy Dragon Kingdom and at least bring back a count. If you throw this idea into the Holy Dragon Kingdom, you will be hanged at least 40 times. If you have time to think about this, why don't you tell me how the wounded are doing? Okay, if it's not a dragon egg, then it's not a dragon egg. You don't have to worry too much about the wounded. I have sent all the best potions I can make, and those with more serious injuries have also been treated with magic. But to be honest, I thought even if your plan worked, the guards at the camp would have to die a large number of people. Unexpectedly, almost all of them were wounded and not a single one died. It's truly a miracle. You underestimated the standard equipment of the Tudor Empire. Soldiers of that era were difficult to die. Then you need to have a sense of crisis. I heard your 2 knights chatting and most of the soldiers' armor and combat crystals were damaged during the battle. This consumption rate won't take long, and you'll have to sit back and eat in vain. Don't worry, we already have better weapons. And I have a better idea. Are you referring to the exploding crystals used to create traps? You rewrite. Well, the power of the crystals is indeed quite remarkable. But they have too many restrictions when used and lack safe detonation pathways. Also, let me tell you, I almost scared myself to death when Hetty detonated it. I have to file a complaint about your big, brainless granddaughter who only gave herself a shield. You did just say that you have big breasts and no brain, right? Amber is right. However, everything has defects when it first appears. If the distortions have been resolved, the focus should be on these deficiencies. Cecil's leaders. Today, I want to announce 3 things. The first thing is these monsters that destroyed Cecil's territory. These monsters that kill your brothers and sisters. These monsters that were threatening the lives of all of us not long ago. We were defeated. It's a head-on blow. It's a crushing defeat. 1,000-headed monster. 10 times the number of camp guards. But none of them were able to step into our campsite. Do you know the strength and terror of these monsters? Now you should also know that these monsters are not unbeatable. To celebrate. After work ends this afternoon, everyone in the camp can have meat soup and white bread. And the wheat wine brought from Tansan town. The second thing I want to thank is everyone who has made contributions while guarding the camp. Including my soldiers and you all. What is the Lord saying? Why can't I understand? Thank you to us. This land is not just my territory. It's also your home. It's not just me and my army guarding this land. You also contributed to it. The slag you burn, the crystals you choose. The runes carved from the wooden boxes you made. The herbs you collected, the clothes you washed for the soldiers. The holes you carved out in the rock walls of the dark mountains, the traps you dug out on the mountain trails. All of these things protected your own home and your own life. That's Mr. Gordon, the stonemason. The one next to him is Hunter. Who is the thin and small one? It's a serf named Home on the territory who burns slag in the furnace. The soldier I know is Karim. He killed 2 monsters by himself yesterday. All his brothers and sisters died in the old territory. I took half a step longer than others. I actually stood next to the Lord. It's over, it's over. Everyone else, come and stand on the line of stonemasons. This line is reserved for you. These people are the most hard-working craftsmen and the bravest leaders. To them, I will fulfill my promise. Hamtrivical. You were originally slaves, but now you are free citizens. You can have your own property and use your own hands to fight for your land and houses. Don't let down this freedom. Gordon Hunt Krim. You are already free citizens, so you will receive a newly developed piece of land in advance and your own residence after the house is built. Krim. Due to your exceptional bravery, the Knight Byron intends to guide you. If you agree, you can start with a knight attendant. These copper metals are not currency. It won't cost much to melt it down. But this is a symbol of honor. It seems that the knight also had the same posture when he was in theft. Do we also have a chance to become knights? Give me one too. There's one last thing. Regarding the military on the territory. It's our turn. I need a professional and stable army, and I will abolish the system of separating militia and family soldiers. Unified organization as a combat corps. All soldiers must undergo systematic training in accordance with the new unified approach. Unlike the private soldiers of nobles, I will distribute salaries for you all uniformly. Lord, what does this mean? I can't understand a word. In short, it means very powerful. All adult men have an obligation to receive basic military training during agricultural breaks. This is a mandatory military service that all citizens of Cecil's territory must participate in. Let's go kill the enemy. What's the change? Participating in training is like putting in effort and labor. As long as you can eat to your heart's content, it's fine. If there is really a chance to become a formal soldier, then putting on armor and wielding a sword is not just an individual face. I have been poor for most of my life and finally have a chance to turn things around. Ancestors. The reform of the military system cannot be completed in a day or two, but I must do it. As for how to implement it, I will discuss with the 2 knights and bring you together again. Just have a number in your mind. Now, let's celebrate this victory. No one noticed me, did they? Sneak out. If you want to have a meeting, just have a meeting. Why do you have to call me? I don't understand what you're saying. Putting you in sight is mainly to prevent you from causing trouble to others when you go out. I called everyone here to indicate that the crisis has not completely passed yet. Ah. Didn't we already repel those monsters? We only repelled them once, but won't they come back? Ancestor, haven't you already confirmed the integrity of the Great Wall? Its self-healing ability. It has indeed self-repaired, but who knows if it will break again. We need to make it clear that although we have just resolved a crisis, this is not a completely reassuring victory. The magnificent wall is not a miracle. Even if it is a miracle, it is already a miracle from 700 years ago. The monsters that wandered out of the wasteland of Gondor this time are enough to prove that this wall is not omnipotent. It is aging, and we must be prepared for it to malfunction again. Why don't we just run away? Where are you going? Once the magnificent wall collapses, pollution will spread throughout the entire continent. And not everyone can jump out for hundreds of kilometers with just a slight movement like you. If the number of enemies is a little more, if the trap effect is a little worse, if those monsters trigger the trap, then be lucky. The outcome of the battle may be completely opposite. The individual quality of aberrant variants far exceeds that of humans. As their numbers increase, the scent they emit alone is enough to kill all living creatures on a large scale. They increase the pressure that soldiers have to face by more than double. Our victory is not so reassuring. That's right, we can't be blinded by this victory. The camp is still weak, and now we're just surviving here. We're far from establishing a firm foothold. Let me tell you about the next plan. Next plan. Building walls to accumulate grain, increasing population, and increasing steel production. How is the progress of cement firing? Woo! Still not successful. Actually, there are already some clues. Similar things have been made using porous rocks and clay collected near iron mines. But in order to find the best ratio and temperature, firing time, this data requires a lot of testing. Recently, almost all the furnaces have been burning crystals, so the progress of cement is very slow. That means we have actually seen the dawn. Finding direction is the biggest progress. Your top priority now is to seize the time to research a truly usable cement formula as quickly as possible. In addition, the production of Rebecca crystals cannot be stopped, and at least 1/3 of the furnaces should be reserved for firing crystals. We still need to leave a group of people to clean the new warehouse in the southwest corner of the camp for you to store those crystals specifically. Well, I will try my best. What about land reclamation? On the east and west sides of the campsite, 100 hectares of farmland have been developed and planted with sweetwood roots and fire-leafy vegetables. The druid's magic and the potions he concocts are particularly effective. The growth of crops is frighteningly fast, and there may be harvest before the arrival of frost, which can feed everyone and have surplus. You're the agricultural supervisor, don't worry about your peers being called masters. You don't have to call me master, lord, or title either. Yes, your highness. It's rare for someone to call me that, so I can't just enjoy myself for a couple of days. Your highness, there is one more thing I hope you can allow. Just say it. I hope to cultivate the land on the north bank of Baishui River. I took people to see that the soil there is very good and there are few broken stones. Just because we needed to cross the river, it wasn't included in the development plan from the beginning, but I think it would be great to make use of it. Many people are worried about the farmers, especially the land south of Baishui River, when the monsters come this time. If we could open up an area on the other side of the river as well. I agree. The reclamation work on the north bank is included in the second phase plan, but before that, we need to build a bridge. Relying solely on a few rafts is not enough, Hetty. Please record it. Do you have any thoughts on the issue of population? Actually, the simplest way is to purchase serfs who come from relatively innocent backgrounds and do not need to worry about loyalty. But this requires money, and it is not always possible to buy enough of them. Secondly, is to accept the refugees, because in recent years, the harvest in the southern border has been poor, and several small nobles have broken out in many conflicts. Until now, many refugees have no fixed place to live. For most nobles, refugees from other territories are like livestock. They are even cheaper than serfs and leave if they stutter. The problem is also very obvious. These people have difficulty identifying their origins and have also developed many bad habits of stealing chickens and dogs while wandering around. Allowing them to enter the territory in large numbers may become a huge security issue. If we abide by the law, we can live and work in peace and contentment. Half of the scoundrels and gangsters will try to find a job. They don't choose to be mice because they enjoy rolling in the sewer. Do you think someone would enjoy stealing and choose to live a life of hunger and being whipped all day? You look really beautiful when you reason, but when you eat and drink on my territory and are still thinking about stealing seals, you look really embarrassed when I throw you out of the tent. I'm just joking with you. How can you be so serious? Enough is enough. I really can't be careless when communicating with this elf's shame. I don't know which sentence you can't help but turn into a laughingstock when you take her next. Expanding the population requires detailed and long-term plans. Henmer, let's talk about the progress on the steel side. White Oak number. Upper Prayer Room of White Oak. Sincerely, Royal Highness Princess. Have you arrived in Tansan Town and need to dock to meet Viscount Andrew? Just send an envoy over. The Lord has given me a revelation that I cannot stay here. I need to hurry and get to Cecil to lead me. There is something that the Master has shown me. Then I shall trouble you to report to the Duke. Yes. Dispatch. My lord. The fast ship reports that the reinforcements sent by the Ansu royal family are on their way. Huh? Are you finally here? Then let's go. Go and prepare for the reception. The arrival of these 100 craftsmen is like a timely rain. The positive impact of the construction of the new Cecil's territory goes without saying. I believe it can also serve as an encouragement for the leaders who have just experienced that war to make progress. It's none of your business here. Go back to work quickly. It's okay, just let them watch. Occasionally, they should also be given some entertainment time to relax and unwind. Yes, sir. Relax, relax. I said, are they here yet? How long have you been here? It's less than 15 minutes, right? I don't know, I just feel like I'm about to grow a spider web. How fast must this spider be? It's really boring talking to you. Did you hear that the leader this time is the one who shines brightly? I don't know what she looks like. Don't look like a bumpkin and don't give others nicknames randomly. Indeed, I didn't expect it to be the Holy Light Princess either. Veronica, as the only daughter of the current king of Ansu, is said to have shown incredible talent in martial arts and magic since childhood. Although there are rumors, it is said that when she first entered the Cathedral of the Holy Light, even the copper bell on the main bell tower rang 3 times, and she thus converted to the god of the Holy Light. But it seems like she hasn't been involved in any political actions since then. I didn't expect her to personally lead the team to come and visit our ravine this time. Unfortunately, I don't know her and can't guess anything. Hey, you aristocrats are petty thieves who always analyze every situation to come up with a conspiracy and trick. They wish they had consequences for their farts. Vulgar and unremarkable, without any progress. You two are almost done. The ship has arrived. It seems that the construction progress of the new Cecil leadership is quite good. What are those? In the name of the king, what kind of monster's bones are those? More than 2 months ago, Galwan Cecil issued a warning to my father the king regarding the demon tide and the distorted body. However, in my opinion, this warning did not receive enough attention. This must be reported to His Majesty. Yes, Deputy Colonel Cohen. But this makes the situation even more difficult. You mean East? What a natural and man-made disaster. Mom, it's so beautiful. The real person looks even more beautiful than the portrait. What did they eat to grow up with? Hey, what are you looking at? Is there a problem with your aesthetic sense? What is the aesthetic view? There's a beautiful princess over there who doesn't look like a human. Why are you staring at the one next to you? Don't make a fuss, I just looked a bit like someone I knew before I died, so I took a second look. Did Amber not notice, or did everyone not even notice? This woman. New Cecil welcomes your arrival. It's a great honor for me to meet a hero from 700 years ago. Should I talk to you in person with my elders? Forget it, just have an equal conversation. If we talk to an old guy like me who crawled out of the grave and pay attention to etiquette, both of us will have to struggle to the death. Let everyone rest on the shore first, and then I will take you to visit the campsite. It's not appropriate to just stand here and talk. Then it's better to obey orders than to show respect. Even with my 10,000 years of experience, I have never seen such a creature before. Could it be an elemental organism? Maybe it's still an SSR. Judging from everyone's reaction, I guess in the eyes of everyone except me, this woman is normal. Mr. Cohen, please let the soldiers rest. But your guards. I don't need to worry about my safety on the territory of the founding emperor. And don't you think it's impolite to follow Duke Cecil with so many soldiers? Obey the order. Wow, she's truly the legendary princess. Please allow me to introduce this to Cohen Loren, who serves as the Deputy Commander of the Royal First Knights and is mainly responsible for the escort mission of the team. I was impolite just now. No need for so many formalities. Is it the people of the family of the Earl of the East Marches? So, who is that? She is Sandy from the Church of Holy Light, who is my assistant on this trip. Welcome again. Hetty, please arrange for the craftsmen and soldiers to rest. Next, I will take them to visit the campsite. When should we have dinner? Your Excellency the Duke. Although I know it's not the right time, please allow me to raise questions below. What are those bones on the south bank of Baishui River? As I reported to Wangdu before, those are all products of the demon tide. A few days ago, they once again attacked our camp, but this time they were blocked by us. But I have to remind you that these monsters all wandered from the wasteland of Gondor because we found fragments of the standard weapons from the Gondor period from them. This is impossible. It has been 700 years since the last demon tide that occurred in the wasteland of Gondor, and even if the monsters from that time were left behind, they would still find it difficult to cross the narrow plains and dark mountains, let alone the magnificent walls there. They could never have come here unless... That's it, unless. What? Unless there's a problem with the Great Wall, right? Are you sure? The Great Wall has never had any problems with its fortifications in hundreds of years. This matter is crucial because we humans still cannot master the core high magic technology. The sentinel nodes on the wall have always been controlled by the elves of the Silver Empire. I am extremely certain. Actually, we have already explored it. Although the wall is still there, its aging rate may exceed our imagination. This distortion intrusion is the best proof of the decline of the Great Wall. The elves are trustworthy, but even if they use the power of the Silver Empire to cross the wasteland of Gondor and monitor from the southernmost tip of the continent to the northernmost point here, the Sentinel Tower may have serious information delays. We cannot rely solely on them. I understand that after returning, I will report the situation here to my father and suggest that he immediately send an envoy to contact the elf tribe. Regarding the safety of this campsite, if the Great Wall really goes out, this place will definitely be the first to suffer, Duke Cecil. I'm not questioning your courage, but thank you for your concern. We have no plans to relocate the campsite at the moment. We have confirmed that the Great Wall should not have any further problems in the short term, let alone collapse, especially since we have just withstood the attack of a distorted body. Just now I was curious. You just said that the campsite successfully blocked those monsters. How did you do it? Half of it was luck, right? These monsters unfortunately encountered a landslide on their way here and were discovered in advance by the people in our camp. The rest. Consider yourselves the wisdom and strength of the elderly. Do you think I can make your ancestors angry if they speak up? To be honest, there are also mistakes. This shameless style must be a tradition of your family. You are rude. Hey, hey. We have indeed received your decision and will respect it. However, there is one more thing we need you to know. If the situation in the south continues to deteriorate, the kingdom may not have much capacity to provide support. What seems to be the problem? It's the eastern border. We and Tiefeng Emperor Jade. We're afraid there's no room for any easing with Tiefeng and Dayu anymore. Thank you all for your long journey. The construction of the new Cecil's leadership in the future will also rely on the skilled craftsmen present here. Then let me say it again. Welcome to the new Cecil territory. What an inspiring speech, Duke Cecil. It's just that I'm not good at this kind of thing. The Duke is humble. You are the founding Duke who led the people to embark on a great exploration and establish Ansu 700 years ago. How could you not be good at this kind of mobilization? Times are different. At that time, everyone's hearts were still united, with only the belief of survival. Moreover, at that time, the elderly and fellow villagers who had escaped from the wasteland of Gondor became even closer to each other when talking to each other. Let's not talk about these anymore. Try our Cecil-style red bar. Although the current conditions in this area and the lack of sufficient time have prevented the production of genuine fine wine, her family's ancestral brewing techniques are also quite famous in the original Cecil territory. Sorry, the campsite can only offer this level of wine and wild game to entertain you now. It's okay, we don't mind. However, Deputy Colonel Cohen doesn't seem to have much appetite. Please forgive his rudeness. After listening to your account, Duke, we realized how severe the situation in the kingdom is now. Is the situation in Tiefeng really not optimistic? We probably have no room for easing with Emperor Taifeng DHH. Has a declaration of war already been made? A year. The relationship between the two sides has deteriorated to the point where war could break out just one line away. Perhaps within a year. Now both sides are stationed and waiting to see who will take action first as the trigger. But we still have to face the tide of magic. Once the magic surge erupts, do Typhon and the others really think they can escape? In fact, my father has already issued a warning to Tiefeng, warning them that the wasteland of Gondor is undergoing changes, and signs of aberrant activity have been found on the Ansu border, advising them to put aside their hatred and face the crisis that humanity is about to face together. But the other side unilaterally cut off that communication and increased troops by 300, and there was no further contact between the two sides. This doesn't make sense. No, this is a quite reasonable reaction. Ansu said that the magic tide is coming to Tiefeng. Why believe O? I think they would love the magic tide to erupt with Ansu as the center. Why is this happening? Do they really think that Mo Chao is only targeting Ansu? They don't consider their own safety. Think carefully, did you ever consider the true power of the demon tide before it hit? Before you saw these mutants with your own eyes, did you believe that they existed? And so far, what you have seen cannot even be considered as the aftermath of a true demon tide. In Tiefeng's eyes, they will only use Ansu's warning as an excuse for procrastination and preparation for war. 700 years have passed, and humans are still a short-sighted race, especially when it comes to politics. Their minds will be clouded by various miscellaneous things such as interests. In order to maintain a stable life and wealth, they even gave up the entire southern region where the life and death barrier had long disappeared from people's sight. May the God of Holy Light forgive ignorant beings. But then again, the response of the Tiefeng Empire is indeed somewhat off. It's better to say that they exerted too much force. Are you saying that Tiefeng and his team may choose to go to war with us even though they know the demon tide will break out? I didn't say anything, and I don't know what Tiefeng looks like now. Not to mention Tiefeng, even in Ansu, I have been surrounded for several months. If I hadn't seen my own photo being hung as a portrait on the wall with my own eyes, I couldn't believe this was the land we opened up back then. Although that's the case. But I am still quite satisfied with the life under the leadership of the new Cecil now. The vitality that each of them radiates comes from a more free life after abandoning prejudice. This is exactly what our new campsite needs now. Forgive me for being presumptuous. This is indeed a vibrant campsite, but it seems to lack the guidance of faith. When you showed me around the campsite just now, I noticed that although the people here are very enthusiastic about their lives and work, there seems to be a lack of a religious atmosphere in the campsite. Please do not misunderstand my meaning. Faith does not become a burden on the people, but rather gives them strength and guides them in their direction. If you are willing, would you consider introducing the Holy Light Church into the territory? In fact, it was because Sandy pointed me on the right path back then. Her piety is also admirable. I'm not questioning your faith, but I also have great respect for devout believers. But you see, there are only over 900 people on my territory now, and most of their energy has already been spent on their daily work. We need to build churches and support those missionaries. That's not a problem. As long as you are willing, I can establish the Holy Light Church on your territory in my personal name. And I can also guarantee that, apart from the voluntary offerings, the church will never collect a penny on this land. I will provide for all the expenses myself. Could there be such a good thing? The Cecil family thanks the princess for her kindness. I will consider this matter, but not now. When the territory stabilizes and my followers reach a point where they need faith guidance, I will welcome your help very much. In this way, it should be noted that although there are many gods, only the God of Holy Light can tolerate everything. At the end of the Holy Light is the ultimate redemption for the foolish and sentient beings. Whenever you need the Lord, He will always favor everyone. The next morning. Are you really leaving now? I was planning to show you around more. Well, we have indeed seen the flourishing development of the new Cecil's territory, which is enough, and we need to hurry back to report the news of the anomaly and the Great Wall as soon as possible. In addition, it's just a small personal question. I wonder if you can satisfy my curiosity. Duke Cecil, may I ask if you have ever seen any gods during the years when you returned to the kingdom of the dead? I haven't seen it before, maybe I didn't die completely back then. The gods didn't even consider me a dead person and ignored me. Is that so? Thank you for your answer. I will pray for you and your territory before the Lord. All right, let's go too. Hetty, have you had anything you wanted to ask me since last night? Ancestors. Why did you refuse His Royal Highness Veronica's offer to help you build the Church of the Holy Light last night? The priests of the Holy Light Church have the ability to heal and soothe people's hearts. Our territory is currently facing a shortage of medical personnel. Is that a gesture of goodwill? Do you really think that her help us establish a local church is just as simple as building a church and sending a pastor? Are you saying that there may be shadows of the royal family and the Cathedral of the Holy Light behind this? I don't think so. Princess Veronica's honesty and devotion is known by everybody, and she wouldn't allow any interest relationship to stain her faith. Just because she can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Didn't you see the two people she brought with her? An earl of the inner court from House Loren of the East, personally ennobled by a king. A Saint Luminous Cathedral goddess who never leaves Veronica. The royal family and the Holy See won't give Veronica a chance to leave their sight for a moment. Even if the Royal Highness Princess's belief is more pious, she can resist other people's ideas. In this case, I can't easily accept her kindness. Anyway, I don't like the Holy Light sect. Isn't it because you always run to the Holy Light Church to steal things? Nonsense, which time have I been caught stealing? Wow, Auntie, did you hear that? To say such a thing with such self-righteousness. How vulgar. What do you mean by that look? As a follower of the Dark Night Goddess, I feel like I am born to owe them a debt in the eyes of those who talk incessantly. Wherever I go, I am subjected to their cold eyes. This is not my problem. Besides, they didn't even find out who stole the thing and still want to trouble me. That's not picking on trouble, what is it? Boss, can you help me evaluate and reason? I actually went to file a complaint. Ancestors. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking? Your heart is so serious. It's nothing, it's just that Veronica said something that made me care. Which sentence did she say to you too much? Although there are many gods, only the God of holy light can tolerate everything. At the end of the holy light is the ultimate redemption for the foolish and sentient beings. This is what Veronica told me at last night's banquet. Don't you think there's something wrong with this statement? What's the problem? Isn't that group of people just talking nonsense in their daily lives? It's not entirely her, but she calmly said these two sentences: although there are many gods, there is only the God of the holy light. This doesn't seem like what believers in the Holy Light Church usually say. Are you saying that she is elevating the Holy Light God above the gods? You rewrite. This is a subtle suggestion, but that is indeed the intent. It seems that Veronica heard something from her God, a hint that made her think like this. TA-1740. What kind of monsters are these? They can regenerate themselves after being killed. Stop talking nonsense. Let's break through first and then talk about it. The equipment is too fast to hold on. We need to fight quickly and make a quick decision. Drink. Da. Oh no. Gowan Cecil. Are you okay? Following closely is not enough to completely eliminate them. We need to find a way to break through as soon as possible. I am fine. But I can't say the same about him. Let me see. It's really not great. Charlie, go gather the priests here. I said. Charlie moaned. Can't you see that I can't even make a move? Don't you have time now? I don't want to deal with that group of gods and chatterboxes. Did you see the spike I just had? Stop talking nonsense, go quickly. The divine skills mastered by the officials now are related to whether we can survive, and the soldiers need treatment. And we also need to break out as soon as possible before the monsters finish regenerating, so we can't continue to waste any more. Okay. But first of all, those old guys in front of me haven't been feeling right since a few days ago. If they summon something strange and swallow you later, I don't care. Oh my God. Please forgive our ignorance. Please don't leave me waiting. I'll just say it's very strange. At the critical moment of life and death, I'm unwilling to lend a hand and keep talking to someone who doesn't know what they're talking to. And he's not the only one. Oh, all the believers who fled with us back then have turned into this. It's really scary. God official. Why don't you bestow God's grace upon the people around you who need your help? I can't hear you. I can't hear anything. I can't hear the voice of God anymore. Does not hearing the voice of God mean that your divine technique has failed? Please tell me, this concerns the life and death of all of us. Divine arts are still usable, though their effectiveness will probably suffer a bit. But what if we lose God's guidance? We are already abandoned creatures. So it doesn't matter anymore. TSK. Look around you. How many warriors fell by your side while you were entangled in that boring obsession? And you just ignore them like this, letting them die. Everyone knows that your divine skills are crucial in war. That's why I placed my hope of survival on you, risking my life to protect you like this. But you have let them down. Cecil, forget it. We who cannot receive God's grace are ultimately on a dead end. Before discussing God, first of all, you are a human being. Why do people who have abandoned humanity expect to receive the grace of God? Sorry, sir. He joined our team halfway and seems a bit young and energetic. Since you have thought of using your status to suppress me, it means that you have finally become a human again. This way, I can rest assured that I will rely more on you to lead us out of this wasteland in the future. I'm just a trainee knight. Please don't take me too seriously. According to Gao and Cecil's memory, the breakout operation ultimately succeeded. Although the outbreak of the demon tide led to the downfall of the Tudor Empire, several new countries were established after several rounds of exploration led by those who survived the disaster. The human spark was able to continue, and those who survived abandoned prejudice and hostility. From then on, the peace of the continent of Lorraine lasted for 700 years. It is noteworthy that despite the diversity of beliefs in this world, clergy of different faiths lost their ability to listen to divine revelations and their eligibility for promotion for a whole year after the outbreak of the demon tide. The so-called listening to the revelation of the gods actually refers to a murmuring sound that devout believers can hear while sincerely praying, performing the sacraments, and fulfilling the covenant, which is similar to auditory hallucinations. Whispers from the gods will form spiritual imprints in the minds of believers, bringing them closer to the spirituality of the gods and thus gaining stronger power. Except for the clergy who were unable to be promoted due to the influence of the demon tide, there was no new person in the world who could master magic during that year, and even babies born in that year did not possess any divine talent. Fortunately, the divine techniques mastered by the clergy before the demon tide did not fail. They relied on this to barely maintain the already crumbling church and avoid the collapse of their faith. In order to prevent the situation from worsening, the leaders of the major sects had more than one secret talk at that time. The clergy no longer cared about their own beliefs and historical hatreds, and marched side by side like ordinary people in the magical tide. Finally, in an attempt to communicate with the gods on the ancestral peak, they managed to obtain a new oracle from the gods. Afterwards, all the sects signed the agreement on the ancestral peak, which was later called the Sacred Covenant. 700 years passed, the friendship agreement established between the countries by the survivors no longer exists. In contrast, the Holy Covenant is more binding, which allows for relative peace between human races at the religious level today. Does anyone really dare to claim that their faith is superior to the gods in this situation? It's nothing. I'm just thinking about the meaning of Veronica's words. Although the relationship between various sects can no longer be compared to when the Holy Covenant was first signed 700 years ago, Veronica's motives for making such statements while the binding force of the covenant is still present are thought-provoking. Don't even think about it, would she still want to trigger a religious war? I think she probably bit her tongue and made a mistake. Besides, you have already rejected her proposal. It's useless to think so much now, isn't it? Well, big heart. That's right. It's amazing that he didn't get angry with me just now. Am I really overthinking it? Maybe it was Veronica and the others who brought me news from the east that made me too nervous, maybe. Amber is right. It's useless to think too much now. The construction of the campsite is not yet perfect. It's too early to think about building a church or something. The top priority now is to complete the manufacturing of this guy. Betty. Sir. Go call Rebecca and Hetty over. Tell them I have something good to show them. What are you drawing? I can't understand why. Wow. Bring it over, you. You mean those magic dolls driven by elemental cores? It's not exactly something, it's a more basic device, but its value far exceeds those magic dolls. Unfortunately, it still lacks the most important part. Yes, the boiling water part. Steam engines on Earth cannot be built. It's a pity that the basic physics of this world cannot boil water. In my hometown, industrial mass production has devastated all inefficient production modes, including manual workshops. Raw materials flow like water into the end of the production line in the workshop, and tens of thousands of tons of products are sprayed out. The roaring machines are pulling the entire human civilization up from the land and into the space age. It can move mountains and fill seas. It is stronger, more precise, efficient, and tireless than any individual human. These traits that surpass natural humans precisely reflect the true power of humanity. That is the power of thinking and creation. You come to us. Yes. Come take a look at these things. What is it? So many wheels and rods. Is this also a water wheel? No, this is a machine that can generate power. Imagine a machine that, powered by only the most basic magical units, could produce reliable, constant motion that could, for instance, keep a wheel spinning or drive a hammer up and down. You can see these connecting rods and wheels, and this structure it's called a crankshaft. These things can convert the reciprocating motion of the straight line and the rotating motion of the wheels. Bring it over, you. Are we stuck in this step now? The step stuck in the power source. That's right, I want this piston to move in the cylinder block, but you don't have to be limited by my thoughts. From a magical perspective, which spell do you think can create a continuous and cyclical propulsion force as long as there is energy supply? Create a super small hurricane formation inside and blow it vigorously. Not very realistic. The hurricane formation is too complex and the airflow it can generate is limited in a closed environment. It would be simple to use the sculpting hand to push inside, but unfortunately, this is a very special spell without a corresponding magic array. And inside the machine, there's a plastic energy hand pushing back and forth. It feels so strange. 17 hands of plastic energy. Right, you don't necessarily have to use airflow or even this thing called a cylinder. Auntie, do you remember? I couldn't learn a spell back then. Besides fireballs, which spell did you learn back then? No, I said it's the magic level. I secretly drew runes in my gloves and pretended to cast spells, but you and Dad hung me up and beat me up. Has she always been so proud when she says these embarrassing things? She has always been a brave child. Dang. It's the repulsive magic trick. Tricks are basic techniques that apprentice mages can also perform. I want to dye this thing green. For example, the pre-magic staining technique in Transfiguration can dye the target's hair into a random color. Don't try again, this time it's free. Apart from dyeing, it has no killing power and can only last 2 hours. The spell model of these conjuring tricks is so simple that even a child of several years old can understand it. But the function is also very single, like preschool education. But if you can't even master a few tricks, it's definitely embarrassing. Rebecca is a member of the Mage's Shameful Realm, a fierce general and a pioneer of shame. Gravity manipulation technique. Oh, wow. The repulsive spell is one of the prerequisites of the force field spell and also a variant of the same trick of mind transfer. That's right, many magical devices such as automatic doors and floor traps are propelled by repulsive spells. But no one has ever thought that this kind of power can be used to promote standardized machines. If only the repulsive array is needed, this cylinder can also be removed. At most, leave a protective cover to prevent foreign objects from falling in, and there's no need to make it so tight. We can engrave the magic array on one end of the base and let it push the piston. But how should the pushed piston come back? Using the inertia of this iron wheel, it is called a flywheel. It is connected to the crankshaft and piston. When the piston moves away from the repulsive force array, the flywheel rotates to reset the piston. But when the piston returns to its original position, the repulsive array will also counteract those useful forces. It will compete with itself. At this point, we need to ask for the rune trigger. The useful power is called doing work. We use rune triggers to control the connection and interruption of the array so that it does not do useless work. But how to control it? The flywheel rotates very quickly, and the piston moves very quickly. With such a magical spell, it constantly switches the position of the rune trigger, which requires advanced runes. Tie the rune trigger to the piston. When the piston approaches the base, it opens up. When the piston is pushed away, it breaks. When it approaches, it pushes away. When it approaches, it pushes away. Wow, it bounces and bounces. What's wrong? I said something wrong. No, no, this is a very good solution. I can think of more. We can also engrave a repulsive array on the other end of the power mechanism so that we can apply force twice during reciprocating motion. Bolting the room trigger onto the piston is not the best solution either. This means that it will only be connected for a moment during a single operation, with significant limitations on output. We can attach it to the rotating shaft of the flywheel and have both symbol arrays on both ends of the piston controlled by this trigger. Using a toggle device to switch the magic circuit in which the trigger is located, that is to say, during the entire process of the flywheel rotating the first half of the revolution, the runes remain inside the first array, while during the other half of the revolution, the runes connect to another array. During the entire process of the piston being pushed away from the repulsive array, the first repulsive array is in effect until the piston reaches the farthest point. At this point, the first repulsive array closes, the second opens, and the piston reverses direction. What do you think? Sure enough, I'm still the dumbest. You're not stupid at all. The idea of the repulsive array was all opened up by you. Your aunt and I were just tapping and knocking on this basis. But the idea behind this machine is still the one you proposed, our ancestor. If it weren't for your inspiration, drawings would always be drawings, ideas would always be ideas. Don't you think you're great? Really? Really, really. Oh, by the way, ancestor. You have the right to give this brand new thing a new name. Let's call it the magic engine. It's done. Drawings of the second generation machine. How did your brain grow? Don't insult my ancestors. This content seriously involves violent scenes. Children under the age of 18 should watch it with their parents. Ancestor, how did your brain grow? I'm sorry, ancestor. I can only speak with my brain. That's not the problem. We haven't even finished discussing your first generation sketch yet, so you accidentally created a second generation. And both in principle and structure, it doesn't look like it was born to a biological mother at all. You probably already have a bunch of sketches waiting in your mind, right? Surprisingly, this guy guessed it right. It's just an immature idea. Its principle is actually very simple. What do you think of its feasibility? It's indeed much simpler, theoretically feasible, but it's probably not too easy to actually do it. A large number of repulsive arrays arranged together in a symmetrical and tightly packed manner will definitely interfere with each other. Whether they can work properly after activation is a problem. What if we increase the diameter so that the distance between each repulsive point also increases? Feasibility is still not high. These repulsive points must continuously generate repulsive forces to maximize efficiency in pushing the central shaft rotor. Instead of pulling a long distance, it's better to find a way to add a demon blocking structure between the magic arrays to block these interferences. However, the cost of doing so may be terrifying. Forbidden materials. Even if the cheapest precious metal in the magic guiding material really needs to be used in the mass production machine, I will die on the spot and then be buried as a tourist attraction. People all over the country can't afford to visit it. Ha ha. Then let's make an engineering prototype and slowly research it, which can also be considered as technical accumulation. Firstly, we should hand over the parts of the piston prototype to Hamill and his apprentices, who should be able to handcraft it. Remember, don't worry about the cost of the first machine. As long as it can run safely and stably, we have succeeded. Thank you, sir. You are so kind. I just like that kid's diligence, eagerness to learn, and drive for progress. Can't you keep your mind clean? Either it's the female human who likes to wear a red dress and doesn't feel very energetic when she comes over. I'm telling you, if it weren't for my commitment to this ball, I would have left early this morning. I'm here to have a good chat with you today. First, confirm one thing. You're probably not from here, right? Are you talking nonsense? I was transported by you from somewhere else, so it's definitely not this Earth. You should know that's not what I meant. That's not what I asked. You should come from a farther place, a metal sphere that can think and speak, and strange energy fluctuations. I've never heard of such a strange race in this world that controls magic and metal. That's because you have limited knowledge. These past few days, I have learned about you from that druid. In your opinion, you have experienced a great cultural and technological decline and are now unbelievably backward. So how much can you see in your lifetime? With just your human eyes and the way you transmit information through word of mouth. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. Hey, where are you going to find something delicious? Take me one. Go talk to that big iron ball about it. It has been lying in the tent for so long, so it should be willing to say something to me. Oh, then I won't go. Just take you with me. Anyway, it's not the first time. I'm going to have a meal with Betty. You can go talk to the ball alone. Just this close guard. Mom, yeah. I thought you had forgotten about me by leaving me here. A group of dull and brainless soldiers stand guard around, or the annoying little old man comes in. It's true that only a few high-ranking nobles or great wizards and knights pay attention to the outside world, while most others live blindfolded. But not only did I not cover my eyes, I still stared at the world as it evolved for countless years. Although I cannot see the situation on other continents, no matter how isolated and peculiar the life forms on other continents are, they will not bounce out of a group of carbon-based organisms like an alloy ball. Oh, why aren't you angry and embarrassed? Otherwise, Don't you think so? Are your art styles too different from those of all the creatures in this world? There are some things you may not want others to know, so you can tell me alone. I don't want you to know either. Where the hell are you from? How did you end up in this world? How long have you been here? I can't even understand what you mean. Is your associative ability a bit too strong? I understand your efforts, but I have to say that your fresh and unique appearance makes it impossible for you to hide. And you underestimated the amount of knowledge I have mastered. Has the druid named Pittman ever told you about it? In fact, I was resurrected from the prosperous period of the civilization 700 years ago, and I am also a naturalist. Think carefully, your secret may not be as important as you imagine. You should know that you have almost nowhere to go. On the other side of the mountain is a wasteland filled with monsters like the ones you saw a few days ago. And heading north is a feudal kingdom after the decline of civilization. 99% of the people there are even more stubborn, superstitious, and unreasonable than me. As for me, I just hope to have a good talk with you, partly to satisfy my personal curiosity, and partly to find ways to help you. You can only stay here, so why don't you become friends with us? You may as well go to the human country or the south of the mountain. But it's hard for me to guarantee that you can come back alive. And I can't remember either. Can't remember clearly. I can't remember where I came from or how I got here. You guessed right. I do come from a faraway place. And it's too far for you to imagine. 1,000 years ago, you had the concept of planets and the universe, so you should also have it. Let me be honest with you. The people who studied me back then also privately discussed whether I came from another planet, but I have to say, that's a distance even farther than the concept of space in the universe. How many universes are separated from my original world that I am not even aware of? So I forgot some memories of the universe before, which should be the aftermath of time travel. Didn't you say you can't remember the appearance of your hometown and the process of coming here? How can you be sure that you didn't cross space? I lost my memory, but I haven't lost my common sense. How can it be the same universe if the physical laws in two places are different? I never thought I would meet someone who talks to me about these things during the time and space travel of the planet universe. It's so exciting to have a companion who has traveled through time just like oneself. Although it's just a ball. You're so sure you've crossed the universe. Have you ever wondered whether the laws of physics in the universe may be uneven, and the rules in each galaxy may be different? Hey, how did I not think of that? But it is impossible. My race has explored the entire universe that we live in, and have even begun to figure out how to punch holes in the world barrier. If the laws of physics in the universe weren't uniform, we would have written it in our primary school textbooks. So the first day here, I ruled out myself being stranded on a strange planet. Does this ball actually come from such a powerful and advanced civilization? They have explored the entire universe and even studied how to go to other universes. It's really not easy. Being able to talk to people is really not easy. People in this era are all ignorant and arrogant, not to mention the universe and time. Just tell them about the atmosphere in your camp, and they won't understand. I've finally found someone I can chat with. If it weren't for the fact here, who would believe that your civilization has regressed to this point? The big soldiers standing guard don't even know about concepts such as the atmosphere and geomagnetic field. After all, the world has suffered a great disaster, and it is not easy to preserve the spark of civilization. We can't force too much. I always feel that the carbon-based organisms preserved by your civilization are strange. That druid named Pittman must have some brain problems. In the past few days, every conversation you've had with me has been about persuading me to admit that I'm a dragon egg and asking if a dragon needs to hatch twice from its shell. I have really come out of the shell. If I break the shell again, I will hang up. And the female human in the red dress. He spent all day holding various strange magical props and gesturing on me, even discussing with me to scrape some debris from me to study. Scaring a ball is as abnormal as those magic masters back then. What? The abnormal female human in the red dress you mentioned is my granddaughter. Then you need to educate her well. She can't do research like this, and sooner or later she will have mental problems. How many years have you been in this world, or in other words, when you were captured by those sorcerers? I was caught as soon as I arrived here and kept locked up in that laboratory for a long time, apparently until I even learned your language. Have those mages never realized that you are actually an intelligent creature? I'm being cautious. When I first landed in this world, I instinctively created a protective shell for myself using metal and rock, and even put myself in a semi-hibernation state without any life response. And because at the beginning I couldn't understand the language of this world and didn't know what the situation was here, I kept pretending to be a rock and secretly observing. Later, those sorcerers discovered me and took me to the laboratory. But I was lucky that those mages found that there were always some inexplicable phenomena happening near me, so they thought I was an ancient seal or other device and didn't cut me open in the first place. But it's really uncertain that they have completed the first phase of their research and are ready to cut me apart. But when an order suddenly came down requiring all personnel in the facility to immediately relocate and forbidding them from taking any experimental specimens excavated locally, I was able to save my own life. You said those researchers suddenly received an order not only to evaluate quickly, but also to leave all the samples excavated locally in the facility. What's wrong? There's a problem. This evacuation order is not a normal situation and does not conform to the situation of the Tudor Empire. I have observed that the ruins were emptied in an orderly manner. Many large devices have been taken away, so there is no problem of not being able to transfer samples in time. Then I don't know. I'm not a researcher, I'm being researched. But a few times when they transferred the laboratory to me, I saw something. They pushed some swollen corpses with proliferative mutations to the incineration room. Although they no longer looked like humans, they could tell at a glance that they were humans before. I suspect that they developed it through human experimentation. What are the characteristics of the experimental subjects in human experiments? Let me see. Oh, right, other than being taller than average people, with signs of deformation on their limbs. Many things that look like crystals have also grown throughout their bodies, as if they were crystals that had been analyzed from biological tissue. What did a researcher say? God's evil, goddamn. You seem a bit nervous. What are you worried about? It's all a research project from 1,000 years ago, when people died and facilities were abandoned. What impact could it have? I'm worried about the samples they didn't take with them back then. Do you want to find those things? Although I was also classified according to local samples back then, those mages were obviously not foolish enough to confuse me with their real samples, so I don't know where those things are. At least if we find it, we'll know what it is. If you want to explore, it's best to be cautious. Given the scale and level of danger of that facility, it is almost impossible for the personnel organized by your camp to explore the entire interior. I know I will do what I can. Also, if you just run out like this, how do you introduce yourself to others? St. Nicholas Egg General. This is a magical device that stores ancient souls, which we found and awakened in ancient ruins. He decided that henceforth he would join us, and together with us he would build a new home. He won't do any harm to anyone, so you don't need to be afraid of him. As expected, you are still smart. I estimate that no one will have any strange ideas about me with this arrangement. Ancestor. The ball keeps floating around the camp. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Please take a look at this document. Do you think that ball will cause trouble for people? It shouldn't be a problem. I'm just worried that his strong curiosity will affect the work of others. It's just a floating metal ball, not a giant dragon. Everyone will get used to it sooner or later. By the way, if you want to study it, you'd better restrain your thoughts. That guy was arrested by the wizards of the Tudor Empire 1,000 years ago and studied for a long time. Now his psychological shadow is particularly severe. Your actions will make the trust he has built up with us disappear. Of course, I'm just thinking about my feelings now. Compared to this, I am more concerned about the fact that you mentioned that there are still samples hidden in the mountain ruins that could not be removed 1,000 years ago. I heard that you had Knight Philip organize an exploration team. Are you going to search for those dangerous things inside the ruins now? Of course not. You also said that it's too dangerous there and not something we can touch now. I asked Knight Philip to explore the shallow layers of the ruins and examine the previously unexplored forks. It's a huge and sturdy fortress, just left unused in the mountains. Don't you think it's a waste? Do you want to? At the very least, make use of the rooms between the entrance hall and the shallow corridor. In case of an emergency, everyone can at least take refuge in that fortress. Tell me about this document. 15 formal craftsmen, including stonemasons, carpenters, blacksmiths, leatherworkers, and 10 skilled craftsmen in building houses. There are only 2 formal spellcasters, one of whom is a 2nd-level arcane mage and the other is a 4th-level rune mage. Oh. Jenny Paroad. The highest-ranked professional in the 4th-level rune master team, this can be considered the generosity of the king. Surprisingly, there is also a mid-level spellcaster. But a rune master cannot be considered a spellcaster. How do you think a level 4 rune master is insulting our intelligence? The status of a rune master among mages is no different from that of a worker. Although I don't have any thoughts of looking down on her, if Rebecca practices her skills well, she might even be better than that rune master. This runer is completely here to gather numbers, and the king has no sincerity towards you. That must not have been the meaning of Francis too. That king must consider my attitude, so his support for Cecil's land development will not have much weight, but he must bear the pressure of other nobles. More than half of those nobles probably wish our former southern ruling family could die silently in the dark mountains. Under these circumstances, do you really think they'd let a crack, valuable engineering team come in here? Those narrow-minded and greedy nobles in the capital city. The Cecil family has no intention of competing with them for any benefits, yet they have put in so much effort to cause destruction. That is exactly the code of conduct of a noble. You can't accept it, but it just means you're not a qualified aristocrat. Of course, according to their standards, I'm also not qualified. What do you think of this list? Of course, shall not. Why not? Anyway, it's better to have 100 technical talents, even if they are pieced together haphazardly to make up the numbers. These blacksmiths and carpenters wouldn't even know how to use hammers and saws, would they? And I also need to meet this runer named Jenny Pero. There's a sentence in her profile that interests me a lot. Which sentence? Jenny Pero, mage level. Apprentice. Hey. Error translate. Why don't you invite us in? Duke, do you have any instructions for coming in person? Just came to take a look. How are you satisfied with the life here after adapting to the campsite for 2 days? Very satisfied, to be honest. It's already better than I imagined. What do you imagine it to be like? At first, I thought it would be more difficult here. I heard that this campsite has only been under construction for over a month now, and there is a shortage of manpower and other resources. I didn't expect so many houses and docks to be built here to receive supplies from Tanjung Town, because everyone was working very hard. And to be honest, it's not that fast. I've seen the construction speed of building a town in a month. That is in the earth that has cement. Are you referring to the kingdom of Gundorf from 700 years ago? Means about the same thing. At present, the campsite can only provide such living conditions. But you can rest assured, the brick kiln has started construction, and when there are enough bricks and tiles, I will have the people in the territory move into brick and tile houses as soon as possible. Ha. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, it's just that. Actually, we came here today mainly to understand your placement situation and what other needs you, as guests who come from afar, have. By the way, let me know about you personally. Get to know me. Which aspect are you referring to? We have reviewed your profile. You are a level 4 rune master, but your mage level is an apprentice. I'm sorry, Your Highness and Mrs. Hetty. I had no intention of deceiving you, but I am willing to accept punishment for it. I know that as a mage apprentice, I was forced into the team as a mid-level professional against you. How did you do it? Alas. I want to know how you did it. How did you complete the basic exercises of a rune master as an apprentice? Can you simultaneously sense the magic of plural runes? Can you perform magic tuning on runes? It's luck, sir. Luck. Yes, luck. My intuition is very good, always able to find the correct rune arrangement. You should know that the arrangement of runes follows a certain pattern. As long as you have enough experience and intuition, you can accurately arrange them. If you were lucky enough, you would have died in an accident before you accumulated enough experience. Although I am a knight, I also understand the basic principles of magic. For a magic circle, the position and connection method of each rune are quite strict. Unless you have already understood the rules and combinations of all runes in the world, it is impossible for you to arrange them all in place. The arrangement of runes does have patterns to follow, but I have never heard of anyone deciphering the arrangement of all runes. It is precisely because humans cannot decipher every combination of runes that they need the abilities of perception and tuning. Lift your head and tell me the truth. How do you know where each rune should be placed and what effect each rune will have when you are unable to perceive and regulate it? Jenny Pero. These are what you have summarized. No, not all of this note is mine, only a part of it was written by me. It is the legacy of our predecessors. Well, that's right. There are at least 4 types of handwriting on it. Hetty. Do you still have the notes of the wild mage with you? Carrying it. These past few days, I have been studying the discourse on universal runes in it. The handwriting of the first quarter is the same as that of the mage. What are you? Do you know its owner? I have seen it before. Since you have this in your hand, does that mean you've seen it too? When I got this note, it had already been transferred 3 times. Have you seen him? Where is he now? Is he also in this camp? Unfortunately, he's already dead. The notebook I have in hand is his only relic, and of course, we need to add the one you have in hand now. Is that so? You said this book has been resold 3 times, then who were its previous owners? Can you contact those who are still in the capital or secret society and are pushing forward the research on the notes? They also died. Its second owner died during an expedition, and its third owner, who was before me, was Mr. Ravenclaw, who studied runes with me. He died on a mission arranged by his mentor. The constant E166 is his legacy. The first owner of this note did not leave a name. I only know that he was a destitute, eccentric, and marginalized senior with low strength and was not well liked by others. If I remember correctly, he sold this notebook at a low price to a mage in the kingdom of Ansu to raise travel expenses. As for the second master, he is a mage who struggles to enter through magic and runes. He left a message on the note saying that he hoped this note would help him explore the truth of this world. Unfortunately, as far as I know, he ultimately died on the way of exploration. This notebook eventually fell into the hands of my supervisor. This note was picked up by Mr. Ravenclaw from the garbage dump outside the Mage Tower. I only got to know Mr. Levinkis a few years later. Tell the truth. I wasn't even chosen to enter the Mage Tower as a mage servant. I was able to enter the Mage Tower because my hometown suffered from famine. I still remember when people at home saw that they were starving to death, so they decided to draw lots to choose a child to sell to a passing mage in exchange for food to save their lives. Of course, I was chosen. They exchanged me for 2 bags of wheat. But I don't hate them. After all, that's the only way to keep the family alive during those times. I'm just doing it for my family. When I was brought to the Mage Tower as experimental material, I knew I didn't know what would happen. What are you crying for? Don't worry, it's okay. Every 2 or 3 days, a child would be taken out. Some of them could come back alive, while others couldn't. But even if they can come back alive, they will soon become insane and extremely weak. However, I never thought of running away. Because someone told me not to run away, otherwise it would be even more terrifying than death. That person. It's Mr. Ravenclaws. Eat it while it's hot. Mathematics dominates the universe. Chapter 1, Section 1 of the Book of the Holy Words of the Pythagorean Emperor. Mr. Ravenclaws is standing right in front of me. Hurry up and eat. If it gets cold, the taste won't be good anymore. However, Mr. Ravenclaws. Excuse me, is it my turn now? I can't see his expression clearly. Is that so? It will be okay. It will pass soon. Large. Let's go. Call. Call. Whoosh. Call. Whoosh. 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 Call. Here we are. Professor William, I have brought the experimental subjects with me. Up. Go ahead. Don't take her back to the dungeon, let her go to the apprentice hut. She is no longer an experimental subject and cannot be nameless like an object. Just call you Pero. Pero means wheat in common human language. After all, I exchanged you for 2 bags of wheat. Jenny, please drink this bowl of soup. Mr. Ravenclaw, you don't have to share the food with me. You should also pay more attention to your health. Don't worry about me when you're growing up. The apprentice's food may not be very good, but the taste is still good. And aren't you going to participate in the evaluation inside the tower tomorrow? If you eat more, maybe tomorrow's performance will also be better. Actually, my mentor should already know that I'm just a useless person with a weak sense of magic. Tomorrow's review is probably just a formality, right? Don't worry. Even if you cannot pass the evaluation of a first-level mage, the mentor will allow you to continue living as a mage apprentice, just like me. But you must remember, don't drink the catalytic agent given to you by your mentor. Although the catalytic agent will forcibly catalyze you into a first-level mage, the process of catalysis is extremely painful. Many people will die in the catalytic process. And even if the catalysis is successful, your future will forever be frozen in the first-level mage. Unless the goddess of magic descends, no matter what miracle you experience, your lifespan will be less than 20 years. I also hope that in the future, you can continue to work with me to conquer this notebook. I have consumed catalytic agents, and not only do I have little remaining lifespan, but I am also unable to move forward. And you. It is the only hope left for both of us and the only hope for the concept of mathematics. So let's use mathematics and logic to control those runes. If he can really do it, maybe his mentor will change his opinion. Our research will be more hopeful. It's done. Become. Mentor. I succeeded in. Who taught you to do this? Say. Who made you do this? No mentor, no one. So that's how it is. It's this book full of nonsense and whimsical garbage from low-skilled mages that has bewitched you. To prevent anyone from falling for this kind of deceitful thing like you 2 fools. Let it disappear from this world. Live. Mentor, sir. The mistake this time is entirely on me. I let Jenny use this despicable trick to dirty your mage tower. If you want to punish me, punish me. But please give us one last chance. Let Jenny and I make formations and runes according to the instructions in our notes. If it succeeds, all the results will belong to the supervisor. If you fail, you will only lose 2 experimental materials. Mr. Ravenclaws. Humph. I didn't expect this note to have such a serious influence on you. Since you are so confident, use your methods to prove to me how you use this foolish approach to create high-level runes. But my ugly words come first. The study of runes by those who cannot control higher-order runes is inevitably absurd and ridiculous. It's as foolish as a serf guessing the king's menu. Not having the ability to perceive and control runes, but relying on a few equations to guess the power of those runes out of thin air, is not ridiculous? What is it? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. I almost got fooled by the 2 of you. Playing tricks on the mage test is not punishable. Let me think about how to punish you. Coincidentally, I have been lacking some experimental materials on the human body and soul recently. Just let me. Take some from you. Mr. Ravenclaves is standing right in front of me. However, pull. Ravenclaw case. 1 eye, a quarter soul, and 2 tendons. Since you are willing to pay these costs for her, I don't mind. But remember, this is just the first price you pay. Mr. Ravenclaves. Next month, there will be an out-of-control magic well that requires me to send someone here to reset the rune array. Sorry, oh. Didn't you say that all runes can be fitted into your formula? Then go ahead and set it up. Is Mr. Ravenclaw really okay? Do you remember the constant we deduced 2 days ago? Are you referring to the constant that affects the material relationship of the demon guide? Yes. We have tried so many times before discovering that the anti-interference stability of the magic array itself mainly depends on the arrangement logic of runes, and the relationship between it and the magic guiding material is only affected by its positive and negative polarity and that constant. Unfortunately, we have been unable to test the closest result of that constant and have been hovering between 2 numbers. Do you want to? You rewrite. This is the best experimental opportunity. And he is the best candidate for this experiment. Mr. Ravenclaves. Jenny. Be sure to remember. If I return E equals 1.29. If I hadn't come back. Ancestor. What is your mentor's name? Hey. William Birkin. He is not a court mage, but he holds a high position in the city of St. Suniel. He is an honorary advisor to the Royal Society of Mages and very powerful. Honorary advisor to the Royal Society of Mages William Birkin. I got it. Jenny. After that, are you still studying the content on the notes? I pretended to give up the theory in my notes, but I was secretly studying it. The mentor originally showed a little interest in notes, but Mr. Ravenclave's death seems to have become evidence. I asked my supervisor to confirm that the research on the notes was absurd and incorrect, so he completely diverted his attention from this aspect, while I pretended to give up those theories as well. Therefore, it was impossible for him to ever know of the existence of the constant E. He disdains to scrutinize any argument in his notes and make a complete judgment based solely on his impression. Based on his foolish impression. He neither knows what he despises nor what he misses. He doesn't even know he missed something. I have never heard of such a foolish and ignorant person before. Then I gradually became a proficient rune master. My mentor once wondered why I could use apprentice-level magic skills to complete rune adjustments. But there are still many things he needs to pay attention to, and there are countless servant apprentices like me in his mage tower. Soon, he shifted his attention away from me. Not long ago, when the news came that the king was going to form a southern expedition team, various powerful nobles began to work on building this team, and suddenly the mentor found me. So it was the great wizard William Birkin who packaged a 4th-level rune master who was a mage apprentice as a mid-level professional and arranged for him to join the 8 team. Maybe he just wants to shake off a burden. After all, I have always been considered both disobedient and lacking in talent in his heart. And having a mage apprentice use the level of a rune master to fill in the numbers is already a serious deception and humiliation. So he probably received instructions and support from some important figures in the capital. Your Highness, I would like to remind you of one thing. I am not an exception. Half of the team of 100 people were recruited in this way, and they are basically excluded and rebellious. A burden of being kicked out without identity or status, or a person with only a professional level but no practical use. Like the second-level official mage Mr. Santis, although he is a second-level arcane mage, he is actually born with weak spiritual power and can only release 3 or 4 second-level spells continuously. Mr. Bruce, the carpenter, spent half his life researching the institution but was ostracized by the Carpenter Association due to his lack of social skills. He was expelled from the association many years ago, and it wasn't until this time when the A-Team Association was organized that he was temporarily brought back and restored his membership. After that, he was stuffed into the team to make up for it. What about the nobles in the capital? On the contrary, I want to thank them and every family involved in this matter. Of course, Jenny also thanks your mentor. Those idiots will never know how much wealth they missed out on. Discard the classics and rebel against orthodoxy. Okay, the scariest thing about this land is going against the norm. If those who stick to the old ways and bring a bunch of connections come here, I don't want them. Ancestor, you don't have to comfort yourself like this. Why do you have a tendency towards Rebecca-like? I mean, head iron, forget it. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Let the past be bygones. Miss Jennifer, you have arrived at your new home. Put aside all your fears and worries from the past. You can continue your research openly and freely. Not only do I allow it, but I will also support you. From now on, every month you can go to Hetty's place to collect materials for rune research. I only have one request. What requirements? Organize and summarize your research into formulas and theorems that are as simple and easy to understand as possible. I can tell from your notes that you are a practical researcher who excels at using experience to build these equations, and I happen to have someone in my territory who can complement you. My descendant Rebecca Cecil is a girl with an extremely flexible mind and good at mathematics. I will let you two study these things together. I hope the thing you ultimately come up with can be a book. Teaching material. I hope you can organize all of this into a textbook that can be understood by as many people as possible. Of course, this is just the final result. My wish will be difficult to realize when it comes to reality. You can take it slow and tell me anything you need. Do you want to train a large number of runes like me? No, I intend to make the contents of this tome common knowledge to every spellcaster in the realm, and perhaps to everyone else as well. Collect and protect. And if there is time and opportunity in the future, it is best to make a copy. The knowledge is more precious than the book itself. The handwriting in the first part has already begun to blur. Yes, I will definitely keep your command in mind. Then I'll go first. Rest well and I'll introduce Rebecca to you later. Hey Tianren. It's so strange. Mr. Ravenclaves. Why does hurt? I haven't been in pain for a long time. It's been 5 years since. Yeah, right. That's right. Are people going to hurt? Mr. Ravenclaves. I. Ancestors. Are you very angry? Foolish and ignorant, foolish and foolish, 10% without mixing water, mentally disabled. Are you saying? Who's Jenny's mentor? How dare that guy say he's Jenny's mentor? I am ashamed to be of the same race as him. I also think that wizard named William Birkin is really stupid. I know that traditional mages are very stubborn, but I never imagined that someone would be so stubborn and blind to this extent. Jenny and Ravenclaves had already achieved a lot of results, but William Birkin was able to completely turn a blind eye and never took a serious look at that notebook from beginning to end. Is he blind? He wasn't blind, of course. He's just perfectly conforming to the code of conduct of his class. What do you think is the reason why William Birkin ignored the achievements of Jenny and Ravenclaves and the fact that those formulas exist? Because Jenny and Ravenclaw are of low strength, their research is also unreliable. This is just a minor reason. The real reason is due to the identities of Jenny and Ravenclaves. A servant apprentice is a slave. This is enough to make the magician see the two as a different species from himself. Did he deliberately ignore Jenny and her achievements? No, he didn't even notice what Jenny and the others had achieved from the beginning. He didn't even look or think about it. What he noticed. The only thing is that one's own slaves do not obey orders. We can issue a protest letter to the king regarding your ducal title. The king cannot fail to respond to that great wizard to some extent. No. I don't like protests because they're useless. Do you think that king would be afraid of my protest since the 100 people who have been piecing together have already arrived on the territory? It is true that the powerful nobles in the capital intervened in this team, but since the team was able to depart, it means that Francis too at least tacitly approved of this matter. So why did he tacitly approve? Because he has already fulfilled the etiquette and rules. As a king, he has no other faults. That's right, the etiquette and rules of the nobility are only recognized by everyone in this era. So this matter. Don't be in a hurry, Hetty. Don't be in a hurry. Etiquette and rules will not always protect them, oh. Master, didn't I give you a set of stationery? Why are you still writing with tree branches here? I can't write well, I always make mistakes and I'm worried about wasting ink and paper. I want to practice on the ground first and then use ink and paper when I can write the letters correctly. You're holding the pen in the wrong position. Although writing on the floor with a wooden stick is not the same as writing on a paper with a pen. But if you want to write well, you still have to practice holding a pen first. Writing doesn't require too much effort, it's different from working. It's not something that can be written with too much strength, but rather it can cause shaking. It's okay to write slower. You just started learning and take your time. Finished writing. Betty likes this place. Do you like it here? Like. Why? Because everyone is a good person. Miss Rebecca is Mrs. Hetty, as well as Mr. U, Miss Amber, Knight Philip, Knight Byron, and everyone else working outside. Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hamill, Mr. Norris. Does everyone like it too? Well, when everyone finished their work and chatted, they all said that the master is a... What did you say? Saying that the master is a powerful and upright nobleman. As long as he makes a promise, he will definitely fulfill it and go to the battlefield to protect everyone. And most importantly, it can also ensure that everyone has enough to eat. Eating enough for everyone is enough to gain loyalty in this era. Betty, do you want to go to school? Go to school. What is schooling? Reading, writing, arithmetic, history, and even possibly runes and spellcasting? Rune and magic that ordinary people can learn, believe me, there will be. I can't learn. They say I'm stupid. Do you want to learn? Mutually. But who will cook? You can learn when you have free time, such as the 2 hours before going to bed at night. As long as you want to learn, there will always be time. Sir, I will go and cook. Come out. How long do you plan to stay there? TSK. How did you find me? How long have you known about me? I saw it from the moment you leaned against the pillar and secretly made a funny face at me. I know you are confident in your stealth skills, but it is a bit insulting to my intelligence to just stand there in broad daylight with Shadow Mill turned off, less than 10 feet from me. Do you think that the perception of a paladin is that poor? TCH. I thought you were totally focused on teaching the little girl how to write just now, and you wouldn't notice anything over here. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? You. What a strange, noble. Ah. It is nothing. I'm just curious that when you said you wanted everyone to recognize characters and numbers, it wasn't just a joke. Why are you joking? Not only are you not joking, but I also want you to call Hetty and Rebecca now. I need to talk to them about this matter. Ancestor, are you serious? Education. Teach every commoner and even serf. And it must be listed as a law on the territory, and everyone must receive education like paying taxes. That's right. From now on, reading and literacy will not only be a right, but also an obligation. Everyone on the territory now must be able to read and write, and those who come to this land in the future must also do the same, otherwise they will not be able to survive in the new order I am promoting. New order. Ancestors, it's not easy to teach an illiterate commoner to become a knowledgeable and rational person. This requires literature teachers, mathematics teachers, history and geography teachers. We also need teachers who teach swordsmanship and horsemanship, as well as 1 or 2 museum mentors. Even after completing these relatively basic courses, there are also extremely difficult courses such as art, etiquette, and heraldry. These courses haven't been around for over a decade, but it's not enough. Rebecca, not everyone needs to study etiquette, art, and heraldry for over a decade. And in fact, you haven't learned them yet. Huh? Is that it? How I remember my etiquette teacher saying I was already a master. Because he really can't beat you. Let go of the old man, woo-woo. Hee. Stop, stop, stop. The more you talk, the more boundless it becomes. I think you misunderstood my meaning. The education I am talking about is completely different from the kind of education that big families use to cultivate heirs, as you know. I am not here to cultivate a noble son or apprentice priest, but to cultivate talents with reading, writing, mathematical and logical abilities, and remember that it is a large-scale training. The way of finding a bunch of prestigious mentors to educate several young masters and ladies from morning to evening every day for more than 10 years. It doesn't work here. The education I am requesting is very simple. For adults who undertake work, they can receive 2 hours of basic general education, literacy, and numeracy after work every day. For children who are not yet able to take on work, half a day of education is given, and the other half is left for them to help their parents work at home. That is to say, their minimum standard only requires reading and literacy, and teachers only need this level. However, what is the purpose of such basic education? Do you want to ask why commoners and serfs need the ability to read? Right. Reading and literacy can help us understand principles, take on more complex tasks, comprehend the ideas we convey to them, live more clearly, and become more useful talents. Hetty. Perhaps some people are destined from birth not to become magicians and knights, not to become divine officials, and not to awaken extraordinary talents. But the vast majority of people are born with the ability to acquire knowledge through postnatal learning. At least in this regard, their fate is relatively fair. Ancestors. Are you planning to include rune theory in those general courses as well? That's an intermediate to advanced course, but why not? Carefully recall the formulas and theorems recorded by Hetty in that notebook. Is any of these related to magical talent? No, those are all pure calculations. That's right, that notebook confirms an idea I had before. That is, the gap between extraordinary power and mortals is not as great as imagined. Perhaps this power does favor those with special talents more. But since it is a natural phenomenon, it makes no sense. More than 90% of ordinary people in this world are isolated by it just because of a talent issue. Runes and magic have patterns, and summarizing the patterns. What we need is wisdom, not strength. But do most people really possess this kind of wisdom? Your hesitant tone already indicates that you have an answer. In these days of contact, are you still not sure if they are all people like you and me? Oh, I see. I will prepare by first selecting a person with reading and writing abilities from the 100 people in Wangdu to serve as the most basic teacher. Additionally, I will convene various supervisors to arrange everyone's labor and study time. Remember is the most fundamental reading and writing ability. We cannot delay the construction of our territory. Both teachers and students cannot take off their jobs to teach reading and writing at this stage. Teachers must also participate in labor after class. Please rest assured that I will do it well. Ancestors. What did you and Auntie say last? Rune theory, why can't I understand it? What is rune theory? It's normal not to understand because you didn't come with us this morning. Rebecca, I found you a friend. She's in the same field as you. She can also triple cast great fireballs? I'm not talking about the ability to launch a big fireball. The friend I'm talking about is not fooling around with you, but researching with you. Her name is Jenny Perro, and she is a member of the 100 Talents 8 construction team. She is a level 4 rune master. She has the same high talent in mathematical calculations as you, and her way of studying magic also has many complementary and common aspects with you. Additionally, she can rely on computation to construct rune blue diagrams. You said she has developed a technique that relies on computation rather than spells to construct rune blueprints. That's pretty much what it means. Hey, I want to meet that person. I feel so powerful. Don't delay the development of the magic engine and cement. Don't worry, I know. So that's all for the discussion on this matter. Amber. Go run again and summon the Knight Byron. What a laborious life. Your Highness, please find me. Are you familiar with the serf market and refugees? Before I became very familiar with serfs, I once purchased slaves from other noble estates on behalf of Miss Rebecca's father. The words of refugees cannot be said to be familiar or unfamiliar. They are all people who move around and are similar to savages. There are old mines and abandoned goring mills further north of Tansan town. I don't want those who have already become bandits, but to temporarily clear one's net worth. The refugees have no clean net worth. But I think I understand what you mean now. Are you looking for those who are still hovering around towns and villages and haven't given up on making a living in the civilized world? Sir, if you are really planning to recruit refugees, then I have a suggestion. Why don't you try to go to Tansan town and post a mercenary commission saying that you want to purchase a large number of slaves? Purchase slaves at less than 30% of the market price. This will not cost more than sending announcers to post notices everywhere and communicate and negotiate with local nobles and lords, and the efficiency will be particularly high. I'm afraid the remuneration for purchasing slave mercenaries at 30% of the market price will have to be drawn from this 30%. This is a completely loss-making deal for those mercenaries. So we need to add an additional clause that does not require slavery or a contract. I understand. Are you trying to? In this way, mercenaries will kidnap refugees and sell them as slaves for money. A robust serf or slave worker with complete slave contract procedures and clear origins usually requires 20 to 30 small silver coins adorned with flowers or 16 or 17 silver shields. And the biggest cost among them is actually their slave status, which must be purchased from legitimate channels because they have a registered identity. In addition to the money spent on purchasing slaves themselves, the tax officials of slave owners, lords, local churches, slave markets, and even slave labor associations composed of ruffians and scoundrels would extract several times or even more than 10 times the price in between. But refugees have no cost and no one will protect them. They also have no identity information, and their disappearance or death will not attract any attention. Under normal circumstances, nobles would not purchase slaves without a slave contract because such slaves have no birth guarantee, appear stingy, poor, and of low taste, and once they are killed or captured by other slave owners, they cannot receive compensation. But even so, there will still be people who issue orders to purchase cheap stateless slaves. This is a default black rule, which actually refers to refugees. Surprisingly, there would still be such a thing. Not only is there, but there is a wife everywhere every year. In some unethical mercenary circles, these refugees are called long-legged money waiting for anyone to buy cheap stateless slaves, and they will rush forward. Mercenaries. I was listening to their stories in the tavern, listening to their stories of exterminating bandits, killing monsters, and exploring castles and secret realms. I thought that was the life of mercenaries, but Viscount, when you are in the tavern, the mercenaries in the tavern are no longer mercenaries. Not all mercenaries do what I just said, and what you said is indeed a part of mercenary life. But mercenaries' hands are destined to be unclean, it's just a matter of how much evil they do. What do you mean, sir, about publishing commissions? I don't plan to spare this money. We don't lack money. The gold and silver in the treasury is enough to finance the entire territory for a very, very long time. But if in our effort to economize, we resort to the means that foster evil, the debt that we incur against our own souls is not easily discharged. Just follow the normal process to post notices near the territory and send people to read them out. Negotiate with the nobles who can connect with them to rent cars and horses to prepare for dry food. If you buy serfs, follow the normal channels and don't be stingy with money. My only requirement is to ensure that everyone who is about to come to this land understands one thing: no matter what they have done before, they must obey the laws here. This is their duty. You are good at dealing with people in this area, so this matter is entirely up to you. If you need any money, you can go to Hetty to receive it, but there must be clear accounts and a receiving plan. Also, if you have channels, it's best to find out the gathering points of refugees. As ordered, Your Majesty. What are you looking at? Letting those mercenaries who only recognize money capture refugees and send them over is much more convenient, labor-saving, and cost-effective than sending someone to promote, search, and prepare for transportation and food. I thought you would definitely choose a more practical plan. Don't you always say you're a pragmatist? I am indeed a pragmatist. But I'm not a villain. I can imagine how those mercenaries would capture refugees and use them as slaves, even if I had to think about it. How many people will be killed on the spot during this process? How many people will be separated from their wives and children? How many people would die of hunger and disease during the rough transportation of those mercenaries? Even though I deliberately emphasized the need to ensure the health of slaves in my commission, how many mercenaries do you think would really listen? And these things may not have been done by me personally, but they were prompted by me, which goes against my code of conduct. But you know what? Even if you don't do it, there are still others who are stingy farmers and black minds. Every year, they hire mercenaries to purchase stateless slaves, and the amount they buy is enough to fill your small camp several times. So I am prepared to destroy this status quo and build a new order, not just my own actions. I must follow these standards in every piece of land I have built. Whether they are slave owners, mercenaries, ruffians, scoundrels, bandits, unscrupulous merchants, or any hereditary noble profession, they must do so. I don't do evil, and they don't allow it either. Why are you so persistent in protecting the weak? It's really because of those so-called classical aristocratic virtues or knightly spirit. No, this is just basic morality. You're so naive. How could you change so much on your own? You should know that in this world, the law of the jungle is the norm, and the superiority of the strong over the weak is moral in itself. That's right, the law of the jungle is indeed a rule in this world, even in nature. The strong should establish rules, while the weak only have the right to obey. And you? So haven't I already started making rules? You can also operate it this way. Under the Pope's crown. The child blessed by the holy light, you have already returned. Yes, I have left Cecil's territory. Now the fleet should be approaching the mouth of the Dorgan River. Did everything go smoothly on this trip? That Gawain Cecil. Is it the enemy of our Lord? Deo gratias. Gawain Cecil is indeed the legendary figure from 700 years ago, not the evil soul that stole the hero's body and survived on Earth. He speaks freely under the holy light and is a person of noble character. Well, that's all well and good. I have often heard the voice of the Lord in recent years. He wants me to teach the world the true path of the holy light. It is significant that Gawain Cecil has revived at this time. But now that you have confirmed that he is not the enemy of the Lord, I feel much more at ease. Come back as soon as possible and don't delay on the way. Our Lord's righteous path will surely spread throughout the world. To prevent the polluted world from affecting your pure holy light, return to the Cathedral of the Holy Light. That's actually a person without faith. Right. Yeah, not only does it lack faith, but it also resists the path of the holy light. He seems to be resisting God rather than the holy light. In short, he is neither a servant of the holy light nor a henchman of darkness. Very interesting. Very interesting. The capital of Taifengdi, Aldnan. This bastard curse. Our great emperor, His Majesty Rosetta Augustus the Great, will engage in a major battle with Ansu. Your Majesty's attitude is resolute, rejecting the advice of all anti-war ministers and driving the Count of Winter Castle, a Dove faction, out of the palace. This is very abnormal. I am not worried about the direction of this war. The army of the Tiefing Empire is as vibrant as its reform policies. Both the military and officials at all levels are far superior to the dying Ansu. There is no need to worry about the outcome of this war. However, Your Majesty, my Majesty, Your Majesty Rosetta Augustus, you have never done such a thing before. You won't humiliate the Count with real power in public and drive him out of the palace. But now, I think all of this must be related to the curse on you, Your Majesty. 200 years ago, this curse appeared in the bloodline of the Augustus family. You can hear sounds that ordinary people can't, and you can see things that ordinary people can't see. You have obtained forbidden knowledge in ways that ordinary people cannot understand. In the end, the spirit was dragged into that inaudible and invisible world, leaving behind only a body that was plunged into madness. Obviously, signs of madness may have already appeared on His Majesty's body. What are your instructions, sir? Bring my coat and prepare the carriage. I'm going to meet the Count of Winterberg. Although these things are primitive, the flow of energy and the way you make tools are unimaginable in my worldview. This is the difference in the rules of physics. You should feel fortunate that as a time traveler, you were able to survive safely in this world. This is a great stroke of luck. Transcender. You're such a good use of this word, you're really my kindred spirit. Not only can you understand, but you can also identify with my experiences. Can you figure out why you can survive in the material structure of this world? Then who knows what to do? I forgot my own name and still have time to think about these things. To be honest, how severe is your amnesia? Do you remember anything from your hometown? You've forgotten about the environment, physics, rules, history, and everything else. TSK, TSK. The terrifying part of amnesia is right here. You don't even remember what you forgot. All I can remember now are some common sense of life, but these common sense belong to another world. I still remember a set of languages, but they are equally useless here. I also want to know who I am, what I do, and what I am good at. I've been wandering around the campsite these days just watching you guys do production, but I can't get in touch. Oh, by the way, I don't have any hands. Can you guess what you did in your previous life? According to this description, before crossing over, it should have been a dead fat mansion. Where do I guess from this? Can it be that in my previous life, I didn't have to work, study, or even go out? It looks quite similar in body shape. Compared to that, I am already lucky enough. Not only does it not cause amnesia, but it also possesses memories from two worlds. At least it didn't fall on the ground of the terrifying upright ape with a strange art style. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? I still want to hear your advice. Do you think I can do something? By the way, come on. You have the ability to control the flow of magic and metal, both of which I could use more of around here. Hey, that's mine. When did you take it? However, I don't know the exact parameters of your control of magic and metal, so it's hard to arrange for you. Actually, I don't quite understand why you call those energies magic, but there's no such thing in our world. We are simply vibrating our own magnetosums, which are organelles within me that can produce high-frequency magnetic fields. In our world, when magnetic cells vibrate, a protective barrier can be formed on the surface of the body. But here I discover that the barriers disappear, but I can affect the energy that you call magic. Are you referring to a magnetic field? Do you use a magnetic field to affect the flow of magic? That's right, including when you spoke to me with magic, I also felt its fluctuations with my magnetic cell body. Unfortunately, although I can feel magic, I cannot cast spells like those mages of yours. Are you sure that the magnetic field you're referring to is the magnetic field that everyone understands in this world? You should know that the same noun may refer to completely different things in two worlds. This can really be confirmed. The magnetic field generated by my magnetic cell is the same as the natural magnets in this world. What's wrong? I don't know where the problem lies. I have conducted many experiments using magnetic fields, but they have not affected the flow of magic. Is it because my magnetic field is not strong enough? I don't think it has much to do with the intensity. Have you ever used a high-frequency magnetic field? 1,000 years ago, those sorcerers used oscillating magnetic fields to scan me millions of times per second. It seems like this is the highest frequency they can produce. Why don't you also try your best? Where can I get you a multi-megahertz magnetic field? Ancestral adults. Let's go first. Come on, come with me. You bombed Hetty's laboratory again. You finally exploded Hetty's laboratory with a fireball. Ha! No, I am very careful. I'll tell you about the magic engine you proposed. We have assembled it over there. Has it been completed and tested? Not yet. Waiting for you to go and try it out. Stop talking, hurry up and leave. You come too. Take a look at the great things we have designed. Aunt Hetty has already tested all its components. Everything based on the design drawings can also achieve the corresponding effect. There should be no problem. Rebecca's insistence on running to find you on her own is a bit reckless. She wants to personally tell me this good news, which is understandable. Open it up, let me take a look. Ancestors, go and remove the mechanism. This is something we designed together. You two come with me. Aunt Hetty, come quickly. 3, 2. Error translate. It moved. The thing actually moved. Succeed. That is what we built. No, no, this is the wisdom of the Duke, Viscount, and Lady Hetty. Don't doubt that this is what you have created. Each of your names will be recorded and engraved on the first-generation magic engine, and will be written in the history book of Cecil. This machine has great power and can run at full speed, even lifting half a ton of iron blocks. If you use the pulley system you mentioned, I don't know how many times its power can be amplified. Ancestor, what do you think this machine can do? Why don't you think about it yourself? It seems that many simple, repetitive, and labor-intensive tasks can be entrusted to it. Let it take the mill to drive the big saw in the sawmill. Can carry a water truck, tow a mining truck, pump water, and drive a hammer to strike steel. It can be placed in a brick kiln factory to drive other machines to press bricks without the need for more than 10 serfs to use wooden frame molds to make bricks one by one. It can replace manual labor. Using a machine to drive a casting hammer to strike iron is a good method. The key is that we only have one machine. Manufacturing a new magic engine is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it must be located within the coverage area of the magic net to operate, which is a problem. Laying a magic net doesn't cost much. After all, they are all basic runes. The blueprint also has ready-made machine manufacturing, but it's a problem. The main reason is that handcrafting these parts takes too much time, but we have no choice but to make them. I have something to say. Egg, do you have an idea? I'm not called Egg, but you should at least call me Egg Master. Ah, good Egg. Do you have any idea? Don't argue with her anymore. Tell me about your method. I know you're good at controlling metals, right? Yeah, I finally know what I can do here. I can help you forge iron. I can help you strike iron. How about this? Is the efficiency much higher than yours? Such a powerful ability. Will my kind of blacksmith still be needed in the future? This face, this expression, even the hair. Suddenly moved closer. How accurate can you achieve in manufacturing these gadgets? Accuracy. The accuracy depends on how many things I process at the same time. If I process 100 at once, there will definitely be a lot of errors. But if I process it slowly, the error is probably tens of times thinner than your hair strands. However, in my opinion, the most complex component in the machine you have manufactured is also a pediatric one. The first generation of industrial machine tools is entrusted to you. This is the overall plan and appointment letter. Haha. Nicholas Egg. You are the shining pearl on the industrial crown that Cecil leads me. Although the processing speed of eggs is so fast that it can scare people, it is definitely not as fast as several production lines in the industrial line industry era. But this machining accuracy is fully capable of manufacturing industrial machine tools, also known as work mother machine. Ancestor, what happened to him? As long as high-precision industrial machine tools are produced, whether it is machines for processing various parts or rune drawing machines for batch engraving simple runes, they can all be produced using a working mother machine. The surging power of this magic engine can give the new Cecil the confidence to fight for the people before that not-so-solid and magnificent wall is destroyed. Would you be willing to serve as my mechanical manufacturing supervisor? When? Why not? I rarely find something to do. Egg total. Okay, then you'll be responsible for helping me manufacture the machine. Your first task is to build me 3 more mana engines, which I will use in places like mines and steel mills. Don't worry, your skills will definitely come in handy in the future. The territory will always be short of people. The new department, which Nicholas Eggy will lead as head of machinery, is on a par with the steel department headed by Hammerl. This department is called Cecil Machinery Manufacturing Institute. Ancestors. You are usually very serious, but today you laughed many times. Am I usually very serious? You may not have noticed, but your usual expression is really serious. 9 out of 10, it's a problem with the Chinese character face and beard. I won't mention it. I need to go to the Southwest camp first. Pittman Pharmacy. Sell various medicinal herbs and finished alchemical products. Selling Druid Talisman Transport Accessories Part-time Antique Appraisal Divination Learning. Professional locksmith, roof repair, home chef can also bring children under the age of 3 without taking them. Doesn't Pittman know that civilians don't even recognize words, or is it just his personal hobby? I've been waiting for you for a long time. You know I'm coming. This old kid has really mastered divination. Yes, I saw you walking this way while leaning on the window just now. I'm still so beautiful. The Duke personally came to visit me in this shabby and dilapidated cabin. Did he encounter some difficult problems that require my druid spells? Or are you finally interested in my transportation ceremony and divination? I am very interested in the alchemy potions you have prepared and the process of blessing them. You came here in person just for this small matter. I happened to pass by and came to satisfy my curiosity. And I remember you mentioned before that you wanted to increase the production of agricultural catalytic agents. I don't know what the results will be. This is not so easy, your time is too. It doesn't matter if there are no results for the time being, just let me see the progress of your work. That's no problem. I'm about to start working. It's not difficult to configure alchemical drugs. The most basic catalytic drugs require inexpensive materials, and herbs are everywhere. The main time-consuming step is post-processing. For example, smoking, drying, grinding, and so on. Finding more manpower can also solve this problem. I heard Amber explain to me the labor systems you invented, such as the process breakdown responsibility system and assembly line operation. To be honest, it's a fantastic idea to break down the complex process of preparing alchemical drugs and hand it over to outsiders, but the most critical part cannot be solved. Fishtail grass seed powder state. Perilla chrysanthemum petals. Purified water. The potion produced by the previous steps is just ordinary things without extraordinary power, and even if it has an effect, it is very weak. In order for it to exert magical powers like magic, it must inject magic, and this step must be completed through druid rituals. Great natural gods. The protector of life, the great spirit of nature, the heart of trees. The guide of life, your devout believers pray here. Would you prefer oak, palm wood, or oak? May you bestow the gospel from the oak throne, filling this potion with the energy of life. Oh, it's already completed. Look at the freshly baked plant growth catalyst, it's still hot. Is the last prayer of this old boy a joke? If I'm not mistaken, that prayer was actually a tenet of the heart of the wood faction of the Druidic sect. Jumble words. You even know this? I have read this book. But what I want to ask is Druid magic really derived from divine magic? Very few people would ask such a question. Very few people have such knowledge about the history of Druids. Not really understood. During the reign of the Tudor Empire, many Druid schools were listed in the Church of Knowledge. You see, my mileage cannot be judged by common sense. This ancient person from 700 years ago, you're right. Druid spells all originate from ancient natural divine spells. In its earliest days, it was purely a religion, just like the current Holy Light or War God sections. However, with the passage of time, many religions have declined and disappeared, which can be inherited. Either become a cult or transform into a form similar to the Druid sect. The Heart of Trees, the Spirit of Nature, the Wildness sect, the Grotto sect, the Elemental sect, there are 5 or 6 of them that I can name, and there are probably dozens of smaller ones. You originally believed in a natural spirit without a clear image, but after the fall of the White Star, this belief also changed accordingly. The natural gods have differentiated into many images, and each school claims that their interpretation is the most correct. This is indeed not a secret. However, unlike other religious divisions, we never really started a fight and all factions were peaceful, even before the establishment of the Holy Covenant. All factions adhere to a code. Druids share the same origin in different ways. Druids will always be brothers and sisters no matter what path they take in the future. This is not a simple organizational rule, but rather a Druid code that requires one to swear poison with their own soul before accepting inheritance. The original natural magic of the Druid sect was transformed into the later Druid spells, also in this process. That's right, it was completed slowly over a long period of time after the fall of the White Star and the division of the factions. The last step in refining the potion just now to bless it was actually the remnants of the primitive Druid divine art. This is Druid magic, the most special magic in the world. It is probably the only magic whose origin can be clearly stated, but its origin points to the gods. 3,000 years ago, the Druids were originally a unified sect, but due to a dramatic event, religious Druids became scattered schools of thought, and their mastery of divine spells miraculously turned into spells. To this day, these spells still contain a little bit of the shadow of the theurgy ritual, such as incantations or specific holy symbols, but in fact, these theological parts have long since lost their actual effect and are more of a cultural and spiritual inheritance and sustenance. But how did magic become magic? These two forces should be completely different things. The former comes from the needs of the gods, which require devout prayers to merge one's body, mind, and thoughts with the gods, thus borrowing powerful power. The latter comes from the individual power of the caster and their perception of the world, which is different from the source. Why do you think only you Druids have successfully turned magic into magic, while clergy from other sects cannot? Don't use clichés to talk to me. You still don't know my true level. I'm going to die if I learn the skills of my sect. Where has the spare energy to study others? Then you can fry, cook, divine, read the stars, take care of children, and know everything. This is different from those. It is said that there were believers of the holy light who transformed their magic and studied the abilities of magicians to activate the holy light. As a result, it was burned to ashes. This is something deliberately promoted by the Holy Light sect to warn those who lack respect for the God of the Holy Light and attempt to steal it. The priests of the Holy Light sect will be burned to ashes with magic, but Druids can use magic to release miracles without any problem. What do you think is the biggest difference between them? Because our family spirit is broad. And the God of light, be careful. Does heart wide mean it's okay to recite the prayer in that way? Of course, I have another explanation. I just want to hear your opinion, Druid. It's not that humans have stolen the authority of the gods. Instead, the gods intercepted a power that originally belonged to humans. You know this place is far from the center of the church, Lord, and you are not a believer, that's why I dare to say that. You should also know. Except for Druid spells, all other spells are tightly self-locking. Only the religious officials of the corresponding sect can perform divine rituals while adhering to the teachings. As long as one condition is not met, even the most basic holy light technique cannot be released. If it is forced to be released, it will cause the uncontrolled and devouring phenomenon we just mentioned. 3,000 years ago, Druids were still clergy using divine spells that were similar to those used by other religious sections. They had to strictly follow the rules. But later on, the White Star fell and everyone couldn't use their magic anymore. As a result, they used magic to release the natural miracle that should have disappeared. Why do you think this is? The administrator of the Druid must have disconnected. Your insights don't seem like those of a low-level Druid, half-baked antique appraiser, a clumsy sneaker, a fake hermit who can speak up. I'm afraid those scholars who are full of religious and magical history wouldn't be able to say these words. I said, Lord, you shouldn't have started this conversation. It's always a disaster to say it out loud. I didn't say what to do with you. Everyone has some secrets. You have them. I have it too. Amber also exists. It's not a big deal. But I don't agree with what you said. The history of Druids is not a secret, nor is magic a secret. The smartest people know it in their hearts, but no one says it out loud. After all, they can't reach that elusive god. Cecil leads the surf buffer camp. Full name: Ulam. Home: Sam. This is already the third Sam I've seen today. What skills do you know? Strong strength. Durable hit. Have a good appetite. Go in and report to the knights. After a period of investigation, if you meet the standards, you can enter the new Cecil's life. Next group. Ah, you're here. You can sit down. Today's registration work is almost over. How do you feel? To be honest, I increasingly feel that the organizational management you mentioned to me before is really necessary. I never thought writing a few forms would be so exhausting. It would be great if I could entrust this task to someone else. General education and night schools have been launched. There will be more and more people on the territory who can read characters and numbers, and I have already sent a letter to Lord Byron to search for clerks and teachers. The situation will improve. I hope so. You have planned a large management structure for me, but 70 to 80% of the positions on top are empty. I know how long it will take to fill the entire staff. Today, there are still only serfs and slave laborers. Error translate. Ah, there are also refugees. They are a family of 3. There's probably no difference between dying in the dark mountains and starving in the town, so I got on the ship arranged by the Lord Byron. Is there only 3 people? There's nothing they can do. They don't know the real situation here and dare not come. It's okay, I have already instructed the Byron Knight to use his channel to spread the message. What you said is. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I know there's a place in the dark mountains where the girls look much better than in this rundown place, ha ha ha. It depends on whether you have the courage. And the Lord there even carved out a piece of land to build a city. All the wages he gave me last month are on the table. For many people at the bottom of society, the message from the tavern is always more reliable than the one pinned on the bulletin board. It's the way you spread rumors around when you were in the capital. Yes, this is called public opinion influence. You are really good at spitting out all these weird and wacky words, huh and in. Can you travel in a normal way? Every time is shadow step run back and forth. I'm here to call you for dinner. It's almost time for dinner at the campsite. Sure enough, you can only appear at mealtime. What did you ask me to say? Magic wave. Name. I asked you your name. Don't just wander around. I asked your name. Do you have any ear problems? I asked you your name. Or do you not understand the common language? What's wrong with this guy? Rank and file soldiers. Soldiers, come over and take a look at this guy. Bring back all the slaves who completed the registration in the previous batch. Fast. Uh, uh, uh. Block the scene and prohibit unrelated personnel from entering. The dock guards went to stop those ships and control the slave traders. It's Lord. Ancestor, are you okay? This level of explosion won't hurt me. Is there any residual chi at the scene? No, I can't feel it. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it difficult for you to still test art here? Just now, someone here suddenly blew themselves up and didn't scare me to death. Self-destruct. A poor slave is suspected to have been made into a bomb using magic and sorcery. That person was clearly alive before the explosion. It seems like you know something. Have you ever seen this kind of magic before? Druid spells. All things will eventually perish. Also known as the Apocalypse, have you heard of them? That is a fallen Druid faction, formerly known as the Holy Spirit School. You really know. This is their technique. What kind of cult is the end of all things? It's indeed a cult. They were originally a sect within the Druid community. 700 years ago, this school of thought broke away from various orthodox religions. Nearly half of the members rushed into the wasteland of Gondor in a frenzy and destroyed themselves. The remaining members will be renamed as the Society of the End of All Things. The last time I died, the Society for the End of All Things was just a small organization. I thought they would disappear in these 700 years of strangulation and repression. In fact, quite the opposite. Not only did they survive, they went on to become one of the most powerful dark cults. As long as they engage in any activity, it will inevitably be an extremely terrifying and ruthless attack. Why do you all seem to know so much about this end-of-life society, and I'm the only one who doesn't know? Because when you were a child, every time I told you about history, you would fall asleep. Nonsense, I can still listen to lectures even when I'm asleep. That must be because neither you nor my dad have told me about these things. Can you recognize the magical reaction of the End of All Things Society? Strictly speaking, it is to distinguish the traces of Druid spells. Are you concerned that there are more of these living bombs among the slaves who were recently delivered? I can't help but not worry. Maintain a safe distance and come slowly in groups of 5. Okay, there's no problem with these 5 people. Next batch. The explosion occurred when a mine slave worker named Sam Vo came from Tanjung Town. This batch of slaves was purchased from various places, including Viscount Leslie and Viscount Kant further north, and Viscount Carroll. They first send the people to Tanjung Town and then hand them over to the gathering point of the Byronic Knights for placement together. The owner of the deceased was a slave trader nicknamed Golden Ipigel who has been brought under control. They have all been checked. It's safe for others to have no traces of magic on their bodies. Are you sure everything is safe? I still have some confidence in magic sensing for safety. The End of All Things Society, this easily inactive organization, specifically sent a live bomb to my territory. How does the brain circuit of this cult grow? Bring over the Golden Eye Pygel and check if the deceased serf has any relatives or acquaintances. I need to understand the situation. I'll go right away. Should I go together? For safety reasons, it's best to work together. Then wait for me for a moment. Gold-Eye Gerald? Did you bring the serf, Sam? Yes. Master. But I have absolutely no ill intentions, my lord. I am just an honest businessman. It's impossible to have any connection with any sorcerer or cult member. Just answer whatever I ask you. What will he do to our elder brother? I'm so scared. My second brother is now dead. What are we going to do? I don't know, and I don't know either. To the Lord, we are just slaves. Now that he has lost one slave, he has even dirted the campsite. I'm afraid. We have to go hungry and get whipped. There is no residual scent of druid spells on this Pygel. Who did the deceased Pygel come into contact with before arriving at the campsite? What did they eat, use, and have any abnormalities? Your Excellency, before the serfs were brought onto the ship, they were all locked up in their own houses, fed and used the same food as everyone else. All one too. You'd better be honest. We have wizards and druids here. There is also the Shadow Grandmaster. Even extracting your soul for interrogation is achievable. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Sir, to be honest. Actually, Sam Surf is a bit special. Special? Yes. He was originally scheduled to be sent to work at Viscount Andrew's castle by me. But the knight you sent to the town offered a higher price. I don't have many slaves on hand. Therefore. So you brought this serf who was supposed to be sent to the castle to me to make up for it. Sam was a quick and agile serf. Not only could he work on the farm, he also knew how to feed the horses and clean the stables. Viscount Andrew just happened to need a servant. These slaves can be serfs, laborers, or contract slaves with me. This is a good thing for Sam. If he were sent to the castle, he might become a servant. But Byron Knight has 4 extra silver coins. You sent Sam to the slave ship. You don't have to be nervous when you look up. Did your brothers have anything unusual before coming here? Sam has been saying he's tired these days and often stops talking halfway through. Sometimes I even suddenly fall asleep while standing up. When did this situation start? It seems like it was 7 days ago, or maybe 8 days, but it's not more than 10 days anyway. When did Byron announce the purchase of slaves in Tansan Town? 4 days ago. That means Sam had already experienced something unusual before arriving in Tansan Town. He was supposed to be sent to Viscount Andrew's castle. Sam's delivery to my campsite was just an accident. Our neighbors are probably going to have trouble. Viscount Andrew's troubles will soon become our troubles. The ultimate demise of all things originated from druid magic, which evolved from spells of life and natural forces factions. Living people are not only their casting materials, but also carriers of spreading spells and epidemics. Do you think they will spread the plague in Tansan Town, Pittman? Hard to say. The brain structure of those cultists is different from that of normal people. Their brain's main components are minced meat sauce and mud in the sewer, and they must prepare for the worst. Pygel. You can go, but I suggest you not come near Tansan Town for the time being. Go north. Yes, Lord. As for you too. Your brother has passed away and cannot be resurrected. We offer our condolences. I have arranged for Sam's remains to be collected and buried in the cemetery next to the forest. You can live well on this land. Strive to earn freedom. The Cecil family will protect your safety. I thought you would directly make them free citizens. As compensation for the death of a brother or something. Why would I do this? Because you have shown great kindness. I know you're a good person, so isn't it normal for you to be kind-hearted? I'm not a charity organization here. And this is not in line with the rules and unfair. If one brother dies, there will be 2 more free citizens. If someone kills their relatives and changes their nationality, I will become an accomplice. Freedom must be fought for with both hands. I have established a system in this regard, so even I myself must follow the system. Only in this way can there be order. That's why you insist on letting those slaves work in the territory for 2 months before they can be free, instead of directly declaring the liberation of all slaves. Actually, there are quite a few issues with your understanding, but overall it's pretty good. I do need to make them realize that freedom is hard-earned, but perhaps one day I will also directly declare the abolition of slavery instead of making small changes like now. When do you still have this idea? When people realize. The children of serfs and slave workers can also use a big fireball to kill the king. Let's choose this time. Amber, hello. Be well prepared. Let's go to Sentin Town, exploring the reality of the end of all things society. Ancestor, please ensure your safety. Cultists act strangely and ruthlessly, and you must not be harmed by their tricks. Don't worry. I will swear with the honor of a knight to defend the Duke's safety to the death. Don't make a fuss, you can't beat me. Who will protect whom? And when dealing with cultists, the fear is that you, with your stubborn and honest nature, are the easiest to fall for. Do you know that? The adults are right. I still need to gain experience. It seems like I didn't understand at all. Why hasn't Rebecca come yet? She said she prepared something for us to wait for. We're still waiting. The cultists are all having bonfires and parties in Tansan Town, and they're having a human barbecue. Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master. I'm here. Sorry for keeping you waiting a little longer. If we wait any longer, the cultists will be able to have children in Tansan Town. What are you really messing around with? I have prepared something that you may need. I was originally planning to report my research findings to my ancestors, but I didn't expect this to happen. It happens to be tested and verified in actual combat. The design of this button is... Didn't you previously want me to figure how to delay the detonation of the rune triggers? I've actually already designed it. It's just that the structure is very delicate and not easy to process, so it can't be mass-produced. But now we have helpers. This is processed with the help of Nicholas' eggs. Well, it's egg processing. I gave him the design drawings. The eggs were processed in a short while. If he had more time, he could have made a pile of them. That iron ball star is indeed a cheater. How did you manage to delay detonation? Clockwork gears and connecting rods. You see, this is it. It's very simple. Stable and reliable reduction gear set and escapement. This silly roe deer must have traveled through time, right? How could you have these things in your mind? When my ancestors designed the magic engine, I studied it carefully. I have always loved these mechanical structures. How reliable is it? I have tested it several times. It doesn't affect various environments, including high temperature immersion and falling to the ground. At least it won't explode prematurely. There is an iron bar here that is a safety lock. Pull it out to use, then press the small bump on top and it starts ticking away. Well done, I'll praise you again when I come back. Hey, Rebecca, I'll praise you well when I come back. Aunt, what our ancestors just said wasn't ironic, right? Why is it ironic? Didn't you used to tell me before? I'll give you a good repair when I get home. Pushy. Of course not. In the past, we were too narrow-minded to discover your talents. This sentence is not an irony either. Silly child. Of course not. We're almost there. Let's dismount and walk. Did you notice that the town seems to have been under martial law? There are no pedestrians on the bridge. The large number of soldiers at the gate is abnormal. There seem to be many ships detained at the dock next to the town. I just looked on the main road for a while and didn't see any caravans or travelers passing through the town. Martial law should have been in place for at least 2 days now. It seems that after the ship of the Golden-Eyed Peggle left here, the town was restricted from entering and leaving, and the actions of the Byronic Knights were conspicuous and difficult to escape. Can it be that he has already met with an accident? The situation at the gate should be limited to entry and exit. The order inside is still normal. Byron comes from a mercenary background and is very clever. I won't stumble in this environment. How do we get in? Tansan Town is bordered by rivers on both sides and mountains on the back, with only one stone bridge and one gate at the entrance. There's a road in the Tanzanian mine. You can go from the east side of the town to the back and directly approach the castle area 10-6. But crossing the river is still a challenge. This bridge is. Who? Come out, we've already found you. It's a child. Don't be afraid. Slowly walk over. Ah, you're holding such a big sword. If someone doesn't run away, there's a ghost. Got it back. Don't worry, don't be afraid. We are not good people. Oh, no, we're not bad people. Occupational diseases have not been corrected yet. We won't hurt you. You see, I am a knight and I will protect you. Why are you wandering in the woods as a child of a nearby family? I said he wouldn't be mute, would he? His tongue was cut off by someone. And it was cut off for at least 2 years. A child so small. What crime did he commit to have his tongue cut out? He is skilled in tongue cutting and has also used spells to deal with him. He is not a criminal. It's a slave of a big merchant who uses mute child servants as personal servants and will never reveal his master's secrets. Have you seen this crest? See, where did you see it? Is he a knight of Byron? Come on. Let's follow him. You're back? Why did you come back again? How many times have I said to leave here and head south along the river to find the Cecil family and seek their protection? Either throw me out and onto the open ground and then burn me down. Anyway, don't be with me. Aren't you mute or deaf? If you were my attendant, I would definitely kick your stupid head out. You brainless little brat, are you not going to die? Are you quite energetic? We were still guessing about your life and death before, but we didn't expect you to have the energy to curse here and be heard from tens of meters outside. Your Highness, the Duke. Your Highness, don't come near me. I'm cursed by the evil spells of the cultists. I don't know if this thing will spread out. Damn. What's going on here? I discovered the cultists, but he also discovered me. To put it simply, I did not win. Duke, how did you know that something had happened here? A serf transformed into a living bomb on the pier is the handiwork of the All Shall Perish Society. Then you have not sent back any news. We know that something happened here. You lie down and do not move. Maybe there is salvation. Don't waste your... That cultist is very powerful, and I can feel that his magic is not only corroding my flesh and blood, but also eroding my spirit. Now I see that you all have 7 or 8 heavy shadows. Don't blindly fix your double shadow. It's because your eyes are swollen. Can it still be saved, right? It is just a simple jinx. All things ultimately perish, no matter how savage their growth may be, they are also born from druids. Curse spells can find corresponding druid exorcism spells. To be honest, I may not be able to defeat the person who cast this spell, but I may not be able to deal with the curse he left behind. It seems that the person who did it looks down on you, Mr. Knight. That guy probably started underestimating me when he sent me flying. What is the current situation in Tansan town? The town is under martial law and we can't even touch it. We have to start talking from 3 days ago. Before that, everything was normal in the town, and nothing happened. Viscount Andrew's purchase of a batch of servants is considered news. But 3 days ago, martial law suddenly came out of the castle, stating that cultists had infiltrated the town and temporarily banned everyone from entering and leaving the town. You should know that by then, I had already started contacting the second batch of slave traders. And we are in contact with a group of merchant ships. The martial law ban will cause a lot of trouble. So I went to the castle to prepare for Viscount Andrew to issue a charter. This is completely compliant and normal. I entered the castle town and did indeed infiltrate the cult, but in reality, the whole thing was a conspiracy. The cult was inside the castle and personally controlled Viscount Andrew, who issued a martial law order. I stepped into the castle hall. I felt the stench. While talking to Viscount Andrew, I heard in his voice a whisper not his own. Realizing things were getting bad, I decided it was time to make like a valiant knight and beat a hasty retreat. I won't disturb you anymore, I'll go first. Halfway through the retreat, he was discovered by a guy wearing a black robe. How did you escape? Of course, I am facing him fairly. As a result, I was hit by the magic of a cult member and fell into a cave behind the castle, where there was a pool of water, which saved my life. After finally drifting out of the underground passage, the exit is right next to this mill. This lucky one seems to be fake. There are many underground tunnel systems in the south, most of which were built under my supervision back then, but I don't know about the underground tunnels in Tansan Town. We can enter Viscount Andrew's castle through the tunnel. That's a good idea. What happened to this child afterwards? I originally wanted to go back to the territory to report the situation, but I was worried that the curse would spread, so I prepared to find a place to wait for my own death. But I didn't expect to walk into this mill while I was in a daze and be saved by this child. He's a mute, probably a servant of a business owner in the city. He found me water and food, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. The first thing we heard from you when we came here was that you were scolding someone. Yeah, super loud. There's nothing I can do about it. The curse on me is starting to spiral out of control. This child doesn't understand at all. I wanted to drive him away, but he ran back. Later on, I wanted to jump into the river, but he pulled me back and looked at me. I didn't expect this child to be quite strong. I'm fine now. The curse is no longer a problem. Can you stand up and lead the way? Give me weapons and equipment. I'm going back to settle accounts with them. Oh, hey. What should we do with this child? Can you wait here for 3 days, child? We need to do something. If we come back, come with us. If we don't come back, you can walk south along the river. Go to a campsite next to the riverbank and seek refuge with the people there. Take this. They will take you in. This is the entrance. Oh. There are really many things buried underground in the south, which is really rare. Did you just count me in? At this moment, it's your turn to take the lead. Can you help us find a way? Let me do it. 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 Let me go first. It seems that, as Pittman said, this passage is connected to a deeper artificial tunnel due to natural factors. Follow me, it's safe here. Hey, this place keeps extending downwards. If it were really the tunnel dug out for combat back then, it would definitely be very deep. After all, there will be a scent of demonic tide leaking from the surface. People who take refuge in tunnels without digging deeper are easily vulnerable to harm. That's not right. The style of this place is not like those tunnels that we walked through when we ran out of your tomb. That means these tunnels were not built under my supervision. So who could it be? Look closely, it looks a bit like the ruins in the Dark Ridge Mountains. Really, it does look very much alike. I was cursed and my mind was so dizzy that I couldn't even tell. The underground facilities left over from the Starfire era are actually here as well. So are the ruins in the Dark Mountains just a part of a large group of ruins, or are they? Is the fortress buried in the Dark Mountains connected to the underground passage of this place? Crossing the north side of the mountain range, the Baishui River and the forest area in the north of the mountain are completely connected. But it's not easy to traverse this land recklessly. The required materials and equipment, as well as the large scale and labor force, are probably what the historians of the Gondor Empire would like to make into 9 volumes and 72 chapters in a history book to explain in detail to every citizen and future generations. Do you? It's related to the divine sins mentioned by Mr. Egg. Hey, what are you thinking? You're also distracted in this situation. No, it's nothing. Judging from our location, we should have arrived directly below the Baishuwe riverbed. Really? Oh my God, this place is really deep. How could those people dig such a tunnel under the riverbed? I am more curious about how he determines the location. I don't need to ask if they have been buried underground for over 700 years and specialize in it. Oh, it hurts. Byron Knight. Philip. Righteous retreat, you mentioned before. Is that a knight skill I haven't heard of? Please, teach me. Sir, where have we been? Ah, yes, almost in the scope of Tanza Town. Please. That's where I fell off. Has there been an earthquake in this generation in recent years? No, but I heard from the residents of Tanjung Town that they occasionally hear strange cries from the mines. The locals say they are the souls of slave workers who died in the mines. Really? Byron Knight's luck is just too good. He should really thank the goddess of fate for surviving. From here, you can see the east wall of the castle, but this opening is almost straight and filled with soft soil, which is not easy to climb up. Then it depends on the professionals. Please. There's no one in the courtyard. There was no one in the corridor either. Is the place deserted? It seems like no one has trimmed the yard for months. Weeds and shrubs are almost covering the road. Byron, you haven't fully recovered yet and are waiting for us here. I'll leave you 3 crystal grenades for self-defense. Have you already memorized the usage? The feeling of being seen as a burden is not good. You have already made great contributions and fought bravely. I don't want you to lose your life due to recklessness. TSK. I'm afraid even children can learn how to use this kind of thing. There is an evil aura here. Are you going to shout holy light in the next second? This evil is worth fighting and then rush out to chop and chop, right? Shoo. Don't forget that Philip is a follower of Kyle. Kyle Warrior, the god of knights, and also the god of war, is a powerful deity in the Shinto genealogy, second only in strength to the god of light. He protects all warriors and blesses the war. Although not the holy light god, its divine power also has the ability to resist blasphemy and detect evil. His followers will receive additional blessings when searching for cults. Although they may not be as strong as Orthodox holy light priests or paladins, they are much stronger than ordinary people. And Philip is a devout believer in Kyle. Even if he is not a divine official, his piety can make him more sensitive to the aura of cultists lurking in this castle than others. These plants grow too vigorously. Most likely there are issues. Let's avoid them and sneak over. Shoo. I saw it too. In the name of the god of war. What insane behavior. These people. To be alive or dead. Most of them are alive. It's hard to say how much longer they can live. No wonder we can't see any guards or attendants buried in the courtyard. Do not come into contact with these plants. They are the eyes of that cultist. What's the point of burying people here and extracting their vitality? I'm afraid it's not about extracting life. There's no need for such a complicated ceremony. These people are half dead and have a little bit of consciousness. I suspect he is extracting the thoughts of these people. Extracting thoughts, all things will eventually perish, and even this can be achieved. If it were to deal with extraordinary powerhouses, it wouldn't be so easy, but these are ordinary people without any spell resistance ability. It seems that the cultist not only wants to kill a few people here, but also has a purpose. He is gathering intelligence. My body has stiffened and my hands and feet are not working properly. All things will eventually perish. 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 All things will eventually come to an end. Yeah, right. What's wrong with entropy increase? Am I the only one affected? What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? I seem to have encountered an illusion just now, but it only lasted for a moment. There is indeed magic power dissipating, most likely due to the breath left by cultists. After coming into contact with someone as powerful as you, I collapsed on my own. We need to be careful. There might be magic traps here. Can you perceive the approximate location of the cultists? He is either very cautious or has strange strength. I can feel twisted remnants of druid magic everywhere here. And none of the breaths are active. The breath converges towards that direction. It's just a portrait influenced by the magical environment. Who hasn't hung it on the wall yet? What is it? No. I also cannot perceive the clear aura of cultists. His mind is trapped. But it's not serious. I will lift his curse. But it may alert cultists to be prepared. Let's do it. Uh-huh. He's here. He's here. He is in my shadow. I'm on your side. In the shadow. A legal profession who doesn't hide well in the dark and throws spherical lightning. A knight who had to run out to assassinate some people. Will the end of all things be in this kind of refreshing pictorial style? A legal profession who didn't hide well in the dark and through spherical lightning insisted on running out to assassinate a knight. Will everything eventually perish with your fresh art style? You are not influenced by the true voice. True voice, are you referring to the magic you left behind on the door? Pushing the door open will make you hear a lot of noise in your mind. I did hear what you said. Unfortunately, the sound disappeared just as I was about to chat with it. Is it difficult for me to go crazy with just one sentence? You violate the iron law of the end of all things. Heresy returning to the world from the kingdom of the dead. You really shouldn't have survived in this world. To destroy their core is in that black decaying leaf. Don't be splashed with venom in your eyes. This guy. I should know about Gal 1 and Cecil. I shouted so arrogantly just now. The result is that they have been unwilling to take action for a long time. Most likely guessing that after Gal 1's resurrection, Cecil was in a weak state. He's testing my strength. Also taking risks. If I show a tired and exhausted expression, his gaze is no longer sharp. He will take my life while I am sick. This guy. There's no way out. If it weren't for this blessed sword, I'm afraid I would have been chopped to pieces by Gal 1 Cecil long ago. What is the origin of this pure swordsmanship? It's said to be a level 5 cult member. Let's make a quick decision. Ah, is this the difference in rank? Huh. 1. It really kills me. Adult. That cultist was killed by you. Not quite right. I always feel like it's not quite right in the end. This is burnt bark. The evil arts of fallen druids. That guy ran away. Gal 1 Cecil. What the hell are you? How strong is it? This valuable extraordinary weapon only has the hilt left. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Hey. This guy actually didn't die. Eat me one. Justices. Humph. You're also looking too high at yourself. I'll use you to supplement my life. Blast. That's the sound direction of the crystal grenade explosion. It's exactly where the Knight Byron is located. Go to the outer corridor area quickly. You'd better tell me that the cultist was blown apart by your crystal grenade. The man lying on the ground is him. You'd better tell me that the cultist was blown apart by your crystal grenade. This ground is spread out. You will be happy to hear this, let me tell you. The thing that is laid on the ground is indeed a part of that guy. But I didn't expect a French profession body can be so strong. He had many life-saving items on him, and as a result, C only blew off one of his arms. Then he escaped into the woods and disappeared. I wanted to track him, but as soon as he entered the mountains and forests, his aura seemed to disappear instantly. After all, he is a druid. I didn't expect that the 5th level All Things Will End culter, not only a demon and martial arts cultivator, but also a gold-paying warrior, to still keep life-saving items in that situation. It's impossible to catch up. The forest grows along the western slope of the Tansan Town mine and connects with the distant forest. With our current manpower, don't expect to find it. We released a hidden danger. No, according to their habits, to fail in an action in a region and to expose their whereabouts. Unless there was sufficient reason, they would not act again for some time. A cult of druids not known for their combat prowess, what has allowed them to grow to their current size is not recklessness. Anyway, at least we got rid of the crisis of this place. Pittman, you go to the courtyard and try to figure out a way to undo the victim's magic. Help as many as you can. Byron, Philip, you two go help too. Yes. Let's go back to the lobby we were in earlier. That poor Viscount Andrew is still hanging around. Hey, do you also have the habit of searching for bodies after a fight? I thought you were such a decent person. Wait, it's not bad yet. It is the ring. Holy moly. Devotion token. You're wearing the same ring as this cult member. What's your relationship? Do you believe it or not when you shout at me again and slap you on the ground with a sword? It seems. Indeed, it is the ring of secret silver. The ring of secret silver. It was given to you by the agent of the secret silver treasury. Are you saying that the cult member, like you, is also a senior customer of the secret silver treasury? This kind of ring cannot be casually distributed, and if it is not an important item, even a cult member cannot come out to retaliate against society by carrying it with them. Looks like the Mithril Treasure House's business is really big. They're not afraid that those cultists will bring them back to their deaths, are they? Humph. They dare to even take orders from the Elemental King. What's there to be afraid of? Who? Call. The cultists have fled. But he probably won't come back again. In the short term, it's like this. Thank you for your rescue, Your Excellency Duke. I feel good with you now. It's the most correct decision I've ever made in my life. I'm starving. Can you give me something to eat? Although I really want to give you a hearty meal now. But you'd better drink this first. This is the potion prepared by druids on my territory. It can replenish your physical strength and repair your internal organs. Your organs are dying all over your body. Eating food at this time will only lead to your demise. You need to use a potion to relieve this breath first. Do you have any intelligence about that cultist? Alas. It's only my fault for digging up things that shouldn't have been dug up. What do you mean? I dug up fragments of eternal stone slabs. Because a new crystal vein was discovered in the mine, I sent someone to dig a new mine tunnel. During the excavation process, the mine collapsed and the supervisor reported discovering a large area of space underground. That are some ancient relics with ancient stone like walls and supporting structures. They are as wide as the corridors in a palace, and most of them have collapsed and buried me. I sent people to explore the ruins. Later, we discovered the eternal stone tablet in a tightly sealed small room. So the cultists have set their sights on your eternal slate. It is also normal for the Druid Church to have paranoia towards this divine object, as the ultimate demise of all things is a transformation of the Druid Church. How did the news leak out? My butler, I should have known earlier. He brought me various potions, and with his knowledge of mysticism, I should have known he was a member of the Society of the End of All Things. Oh, you're talking about that. It seems that I don't need to return the watch to him anymore. I told this cultist that the eternal stone tablet has been sent out of the city to be presented to the king. His magic can control my body and my mouth, but he can't control my mind. He didn't dare to let me die before he found something. Hey! Viscount Andrew surprisingly possesses such a resilient spirit. So that cultist buried the people in the castle in the courtyard and extracted their thoughts in order to interrogate the whereabouts of the slate fragments. But they don't even know where the fragments are. Only you know about this, which means you didn't even send that thing out. I am the heir of the Leslie family, and I died of starvation outside. Jump out from here. It is also impossible to submit to a heretic. Where did you hide the fragments of the eternal stone tablet? Ha ha. It's been right under that guy's nose. Right under his nose. Eternal stone slab. It is said that all the secrets about the gods in this world come from that mysterious eternal stone slab. In ancient times, when mortals had not yet encountered miracles, the eternal stone slab was a complete piece. Later, the ancestors of humans and other races discovered that stone slab. And the moment they came into contact with it, knowledge about the gods flooded into their minds. Including the inheritance of divine arts, the distribution of divine positions, divine names, clergy, and so on. The first group of sages who came into contact with the eternal tablet became the earliest apocalypse among mortals, the first pope and holy see, while the eternal tablet soon fell apart, as if the gods did not want mortals to come into contact with divine grace beyond their capacity. The mighty tablet became countless fragments and scattered into the human world. In the years that followed, several major sects that rapidly rose among mortals found fragments of stone slabs. These sects, including the most powerful God of War Church, the Holy Light Church, and the Abundant Three Gods Church, regarded the stone slab fragments as sacred objects and preserved them in their respective holy sites. Only the highest-ranking members of the church have the opportunity to come into contact with the slate and receive revelation. Although the slate is already broken, there are still many ordinary people who can comprehend knowledge related to God after coming into contact with it. The reason why several orthodox and powerful churches have been able to maintain their strength for thousands of years is partly due to these slate fragments. Where did you hide the fragments of the eternal slate? Ha ha ha, it's always right under that guy's nose. That idiot opened my treasure trove and searched through my magic materials room. But he could never have imagined it. I'll just sit it under my butt. This is it. Eternal stone slab. Yes, I didn't expect it to look like this either. My people found written explanations in the ruins before they could confirm that this metal plate is the legendary eternal stone slab. Many of the magic devices in the ruins have stopped working, but the only ones that have been working until now are the mechanisms used to protect this stone tablet fragment. In order to get it, I paid a big price. But I didn't expect that getting it would be the beginning of a greater cost. A man without crime, but treasure brings guilt. Can you show me? Sure. Speaking of this thing, can it really be called slate? This kind of quality is more like some unknown alloy. The structure of the fracture is very similar to some kind of linked car-tooth eternal stone slab, which is mostly composed of a large number of geometric bodies pieced together to form a puzzle-like structure. It sounds interesting. It is said that ordinary people will receive divine revelation when they come into contact with the eternal stone slab. Why do I have no effect holding it? Just touching is useless. My strength is low, and even with my spiritual power, I can only hear some vague whispers when communicating with them. But if it were you, it might also be possible to directly gain power. Let's just forget it. If we don't communicate well and get our brains occupied by these inexplicable gods, we'll have a lot of fun. Please take this stone slab fragment with you. Should I collect it myself or dedicate it to the king? It's all good, you decide. Are you sure? You should know the value of this thing. If you hand it over to the king or the church, you can also make a profit. I don't want to have any relationship with it anymore. A little bit of connection. And if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived either. Just treat it as a gift. It's hard to say whether this is a gift or a plague god. Okay, I'll take it. Adult. The power of the cultists has begun to dissipate from the castle, and it is not difficult to remove the magic from those poor people. 2 nights and I rescued some people and dug up all the people buried in the ground. But there are still many people who have lost their lives, and 1/3 of them are already beyond rescue. Many of the remaining living people also suffered severe mental damage. I'm afraid I'll always be in a daze. It really is. Heavy losses. I'm afraid I'll have to spend a lot of money on the aftermath, but I'm still alive and can always recover. What I am most grateful for now is that my 2 sons went to the territory to collect rent a few days ago. Their procrastination saved their own lives. But my little daughter. Your daughter is still alive. But that poor girl suffered severe mental damage. Perhaps only the gods know if she still has a chance of recovery. Just stay alive. Just stay alive. Anyway, I have to thank you for your rescue. The Leslie family owes you and your knights a great favor. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Help one another in defense work. It was Charlie and I who set the rules for the Ansu nobles 700 years ago. Today, we are fulfilling the words we said back then. I'm not here to take advantage of the situation. If there's a chance to talk, maybe we can strengthen our cooperation. Cooperation. You should know. New Cecil is still under construction. We lack all kinds of materials, but the most lacking one is the storage of magic crystals. There are large-scale crystal veins in the Tansan mine. Don't be nervous, I have to spend money to buy it. I only hope to purchase a large quantity of various crystal magic materials from Tansan Town at discounted prices in the future. We do not require quality, even the lowest level of magic storage crystals are acceptable. We only require sufficient quantity. You don't have to worry about losing anything. You should know that our material shortage is huge, and the purchasing volume of the new Cecil can definitely swallow up a large batch of crystal production from you. Even if the price is lower, the profit you earn will exceed the cost of transporting those scattered crystals to other territories and finding their own sales channels. If you agree, I will send someone to discuss the specific price after you have calmed down a bit. This is a win-win idea. Cecil can get the magic crystal from Tansan Town without worrying about the sales of the crystal, and quickly raise funds for repairing the castle and its aftermath. The second thing I need is population. I hope you can help me promote the news of Cecil taking in refugees. I want any form of surplus population as long as they are not criminals. No problem. This is a good opportunity to clear the useless population in the territory. There is another thing. I hope to hire someone who can read, write, and understand mathematical knowledge. Apprentices should have patience. No problem at all. Regarding the relics you mentioned, I have some knowledge. 700 years ago, when the Tudor Empire was still thriving, according to my knowledge of the empire's history, the ruins that appeared in this area are likely to be outposts left by the Starfire era. Isn't that about 1,000 years of history? Those ancient magical mechanisms are still in operation. That's right, the magic device inside can still be used. This was not something unimaginable for the Tudor Empire back then. It's just the eternal stone slabs in the ruins that matter more. They won't just throw this sacred object into the research institute without any reason. I thought I had found a treasure, but then I realized that the Leslie family has been sitting on a volcano for generations. I understand what you mean, and I also know that you are the person who knows the Gondor Empire best. I hope to receive your guidance on the matter of that underground ruins. A wise decision. I suggest you explore the underground palace more cautiously. If you discover anything, it's best to come to me for discussion, or you can stop exploring directly. This is a safer choice. In short, you can dispose of those things in your territory no matter how you want. Speaking of which, HM? Are you really upright? If it were the most treacherous aristocrat, taking advantage of this opportunity to annex Leslie's estate could have resulted in you not taking advantage of the situation to rob. I have already robbed. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? You're talking nonsense. Let's go back to Goring Mill. Bring that little mute with you. That's the one who saved the life of Lord Byron. Thank you for your kindness. However, could that child be the property of a wealthy businessman in Tansan Town and be taken away directly? Take it away. I have already mentioned this matter to Viscount Andrew. He will go find the owner of the child and help us by the child's freedom. This is just a small matter, don't worry about it. It seems that he likes you very much and even left some food for you. I have never been someone who pleases children, and I don't know what's going on. I remember you probably don't have a family, do you? What's wrong with not having a family? I'm different from people like you who have a bunch of girls posting me wherever they go. Ugliness is not a sin, don't worry about it. How about you adopt this child and make him your heir? Ah, this is quite reasonable. Firstly, he saved your life. As a knight, you cannot let down this kindness. Secondly, this child has many excellent qualities. He is brave, kind, upright, and has a certain amount of wisdom. Although he is currently weak and frail, his physical strength can be fully compensated for through postnatal cultivation. Of course, his disability is a problem. At present, regenerative magic is no longer effective for him, so he will probably enter the aristocratic circle in the future. Okay, stop talking. I didn't say no again. Actually, I also thought that if I could come back alive, I would bring this child back to the territory. But I never expected to come back alive. I permit. Adult. Why don't you ask this child what his opinion is? Did you hear what we said just now? I am willing to adopt you. Are you willing? Ancestral Master. You're back. How about it? How about grenades? Are they effective? Are the enemies formidable? Rebecca, this child doesn't know how to care about their ancestors. Your crystal grenade did indeed have a significant impact. Really? You guys used that thing. Only one was used, but that one exploded the arms of the cultist. That's a level 5 fallen druid. It seems that our young lady has been praised. She has been smiling happily every day lately. She used to smile happily every day as well. Compared to others. Why don't you take your adopted son to wash and change clothes first? Starting today, he is a member of Cecil's leadership and also a knight's child. We need to pay attention to his appearance. Alas, who would have thought that at my age, without a wife, I would have to learn how to take care of my children first. I didn't expect that the cultists of the Society of the End of All Things would become major clients of the secret silver treasury. It's time to contact that lady. My Little Pony. Inject. The magical waves emitted from it are really amazing. The magic communication technology has existed for many years, but what is the principle behind this thing? Single functionality exists. Technology black box casting level requires 4 levels to activate. A small ring has the function of transmitting messages over thousands of miles, and the technical strength of the secret silver treasure trove seems extraordinary. This thing also has vibration function. Duke Gowan Cecil, I am Melita Bonia. I am pleased to receive your message. It seems that you are finally going to use the secret silver treasury. I want to consult with you about something. As a senior customer of the Secret Silver Treasury, all information services are free. What do you want to ask? Can the cultists of the Society of the End of All Things also become your customers? All things will eventually perish, but we won't do business with them. Why? These guys are the most insane among all the cultists. In their eyes, everything is meant to be destroyed. The only ones who deal with lunatics are lunatics like the Children of the Storm or the Eternal Sleeper. Normal people would never come into contact with these guys, let alone do business with them. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that someone may become a customer of the Secret Silver Treasury while hiding their identity. I have a silver ring representing an important customer here, which was obtained from a follower of the End of All Things Society. This is not acceptable. Are you sure about the authenticity of the ring? The design of the silver ring is not special, maybe someone has forged it. The material is the same as the real one, and the cost of imitating it is too high. As for whether it is real or not, I don't know. This thing has identity recognition, I can't verify it. That's really impossible to have stolen it. Whether it's stealing or robbing it, it's useless for thieves and robbers. Carrying it around to fool around can actually cause trouble, which means, in other words, there really is a cult member of the End of All Things Society who has become your major client. Or conversely, it could also be established that a prominent figure has fallen into a cult of faith. Duke Cecil, I will personally go to your place to confirm this matter and visit within a few days. Do you know how to get here? Of course, as your exclusive agent, I have been monitoring your actions. Why does that sound so awkward? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. You're going to die again. What I mean is to end the summons. The materials of these crystals always feel a bit familiar. Sure enough. The small crystals embedded on the back of the eternal slate. Completely identical in material and appearance to the mysterious crystal left by Gawain Cecil back then. The eternal stone tablet is actually related to these crystals, and these crystals can help me reconnect with the satellites in the sky. So is the eternal stone tablet related to those satellites? Oh no. Consciousness. I'm leaving my body again. Observing 1. Pale barrier disintegration product. Complete. Confirmed that the Grim Reaper has no life response. Lu is on his way to the God of War realm. Zero mouth, zero natural god mouth, no life response. Zero horses observed 2 mouths. N. Damn it, chicken. What did TM hear just now? My TM. What did you hear? This is the knowledge about gods. It's impossible that the mortal sages who first founded religion could have created the Church of the Gods based on this information. Isn't this a small workbook for killing the gods? Could it be fake information? Could it be a joke or a daring scam? No, 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 something like a heavy bomber ship is not a word that can be coined in medieval society. Betty. Call Philip Hetty and Amber over. Adult. Devout baptized believers of the God of War. Ancestors. Official believers of the goddess of magic. What's up? The neurotic believer of the dark goddess Shadow God. The 3 mental states of mortals after believing in gods can all be found in these 3 people. You know what this is, right? The fragments of eternal slate. I saw you put that thing in your pocket at the time. You use your spiritual power to touch it, Philip. You go first. Sir, are you sure you really want to give me this opportunity? I'm sure, it's just that I have one thing to remind you, no matter what you hear or see after you come into contact with the fragment, stay calm. Even if you hear something that contradicts your beliefs, don't get too excited because it might be fake. False. Well, why don't you try that first? Adult. I seemed to hear the voice of the God of War, and an indescribable sense of enlightenment and revelation surged in my heart. I felt as if I had received some kind of blessing. This blessing may be of great help in refining martial arts skills in the future. That's all. Yes, it's a feeling that's difficult to describe. But did I have an illusion when you said earlier that it might be fake? I'm just saying it might be fake, but judging from your reaction, it's highly likely to be genuine. Hetty. You can give it a try. Ancestors. I feel like I've glimpsed some magical mysteries and have a vague sense of enlightenment. I don't know if it's my imagination. This slate seems to be repelling me, and there's a voice telling me to avoid further contact with it. Proactively avoid. Is there any difference between the goddess of magic and other gods? Her inheritance is not carried out through the eternal slate. Oh, it's my turn now. It's my turn now. Look at how mysterious each of you is talking. This thing is really that powerful. Let you connect with your mental strength, not wait until you press this thing into the table. You're responsible for picking it out. I used my mental power, but I didn't react at all. I didn't hear or feel anything. Are you two acting to deceive us? How could one feel a very obvious enlightenment clearly? I also felt it, although it was very weak. Is it difficult? This thing has limited energy. Spend oneself. Once in contact, it weakens, so the two of you feel increasingly weak to the point where I have no response. Philip, try again. It seems to be a matter of religious devotion. Philip is very devout, Hetty is an ordinary believer, and you are a nervous person. Shallow believers, this is probably the reason. You're really a believer of the God of Shadows? Yeah, why isn't it? I've been believing in goddesses for over 10 years, okay. Although I have not been baptized or attended church. But I have prayed well before. When I remember. And the goddess has talked to me several times. Are you sure it's not a hallucination caused by drinking too much shadow potion? Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you have big breasts. I beg your pardon? Cough cough, can you two stop arguing when we meet and keep arguing about trivial matters like this every time? You guys go back and do your own things first. I still need to think carefully. What's going on? What they heard after coming into contact with the slate was completely different from what I heard. And this kind of difference is not the first time. Last time, the high-ranking goddess official Sandy was seen as a normal person by others. In my eyes, it is a semi-transparent image that glows all over. Is it true that whenever it involves gods, my perception will have problems? Is what I see true or false? What I care more about than this question is other things about the gods. Is the eternal slate fragment true? Are the things it records also true? If those things are also true, we have to take into account one fact that is quite terrifying when you think about it carefully. God died. The conversations clearly mention the names of the gods, and the content itself can help people piece together a shocking war of hunting gods. According to records, the gods in that war were almost at an overwhelming disadvantage. Rather than calling it a war, it is more accurate to say that those gods were systematically eliminated one by one. And the deities of various contemporary sects that I know are prominently listed among them. So the gods are dead, so what do mortal believers in this world worship every day? What responded to the prayers of mortals, sending secret and indescribable whispers and descending one divine metaphor after another? Sincerely pray to hear the murmurs from the divine realm. If those murmurs are not even from the gods, it's simply chilling. White Star Fall event. The ability to record such an ancient event 300 years ago is thanks to the longevity of the main inheritors of the Druid sect, the Elves. In the historical records of the elves, the fall of the White Star was a dark miracle that only the Druids observed and perceived. At that time, all Druids had a unified illusion. They saw the sky split into two, the dark starry sky descending to a height that seemed within reach. And the blazing white stars shook violently in the starry sky and fell to the earth, only visible to Druids. Scholars explain it as a meteor shower that occurred at a higher level parallel to the current time and space. They believe that something fell from the divine realm and landed in the gap between the mortal world and the divine realm, which ordinary people without talent cannot perceive as the fall of the White Star. I initially thought that the fall of the White Star was the fall of natural gods, but the history of the Eternal Stone Tablet is much older than the fall of the White Star. The Eternal Stone Tablet first appeared in the first age of exploration, which was tens of thousands of years ago. However, the true formation or birth time of the Eternal Stone Tablet can only be even older than that. That is to say, before any civilization was established on this land, the gods recorded in the Eternal Slate had already died. So what was the White Star that descended from the collective illusion of the Druids 3,000 years ago? The natural god, who had already cooled down, got up again and died once more. This is a shameful failure. Mr. Bard. The fact proves that your confidence is blind. Gawain, Cecil resurrected. He took action to sabotage my actions. Mrs. Beltra, her strength exceeds expectations, and I even suspect that he has not lost any combat experience. If he is really as powerful as he was back then. You didn't even have time to take a second breath when you saw him. But his ability to easily defeat you shows that he is not as weak as I initially imagined. How could this happen? Didn't you say that his soul has been annihilated, and even if his body remains and resurrects, he will become a useless person and a living dead? He had communication with an ancient spirit. No one knows what kind of knowledge and strength he gained in this process. In short, you don't need to delve deeper into his affairs. I understand now. What should we do next? Just leave it there and let it go, including the Eternal Stone Slab. The war between Tifeng and Ansu is approaching. We have been preparing for this day for hundreds of years and cannot cause any trouble because of anything. I see. After your arm grows well, go to Tifeng and meet with the local congregation on the flowing sand coast to reach the Sea of Stormwind. The Grand Master will arrange for you to help them. Believers of the God of Storms rarely seek help from the outside world. In the eastern waters, they provoked the sea monster. Bard Wendell. Your persistence in the past will hinder your path towards truth. If you want to take a step further on the path of the withered god official, you'd better put down your sword. Humph. Adult. What's going on? Is Amber being beaten by Rebecca, or is Rebecca being beaten by Hetty? None of them. I'm afraid I won't be able to adopt that new child, sir. Cannot adopt. I can't say this nonsense. When you decided to adopt that child, I was still a witness. But that child is a girl. Ha ha. I only discovered it when I was giving her a bath. I was startled at that time. Don't say you have any ideas, that girl is probably not even 10 years old, okay? It's just that. It's impossible. Although I come from a mercenary background, I haven't become so vulgar yet. Where did Amber come from? However, I'm afraid I won't be able to adopt her anymore. Why do you think you can't adopt her as your heir just because she's a woman? I can't tell you're still a conservative guy in this regard. Of course not because of this. She saved my life, and I can pass on my martial arts and wealth to her without any problem. But how can I raise a girl well as a big old man? I thought it was a boy, but now I don't know what to do. Ah, your daughter came to find you. Why did you come with me? Didn't you say this place can't run around? Byron, I know you find this difficult to handle, but you can't just throw this child aside. Since you promised to adopt her back then, this promise should not be based on any subsequent conditions. It's just that. Take good care of her. Me. Yes, I understand. When encountering difficulties, you can seek help from others. There are people in the territory who know how to take care of children. Don't let go of your knightly airs, and I don't think you have such airs either. This child not only saved you, but also helped me. She played a big role in solving the crisis in Tansan Town. This child has brought good luck to our territory, and we cannot mistreat her. Does she have a name? Oh, by the way, I used to panic before I even knew her name. She should have a name herself, but unfortunately she can't speak. I'm afraid none of us will know her name. Do you want us to give you a name? Peas. What do you mean? Your name is P. If you don't want a new name, you want to continue calling yourself Doe. This name should have been given by her parents, otherwise she wouldn't have taken it so seriously. Peas. Probably when I named her, I thought about it with the hope that she could fill her stomach. All right, I'll leave this child to you. The matter of purchasing serfs in Tansan Town is now being assisted by Viscount Andrew. You can entrust this task to me, and I have a new task for you. Don't be so nervous. The task location is within the territory. I need you to organize a team of people to investigate the ruins in the Dark Mountains. You are now ready to fully explore there. Viscount Andrew dug up fragments of the eternal stone slab under the mine, and I am worried and have to speed up the progress. You are an experienced warrior, equipped with the best equipment, and have mapped all the corridors and rooms in the shallow layers. I don't demand efficiency, what I want is safety. Yes. I won't let you down. Everything is getting better, everything is changing. The biggest problem now is the shortage of talent. The frost is coming soon, and it's almost time to replace the tent with a hard house. Ancestral adults. This girl is preparing to test the Parthenon stick technique on me. Wait. Our ancestors and I studied the notes of the wild mage and the rules of those runes. We have figured out the structure of the infinite expansion of the magic net. It seems that Rebecca didn't come here to murder her ancestors. The infinite expansion structure of the magic web. Have you mentioned this to me before? It wasn't me who mentioned it to you, it was you who mentioned it to me. Didn't you say before that you want to make the magic net a more open, expandable, and easy to lay and add remove units thing? Wasn't Jenny here a while ago? She also brought the early research materials of the wild mage, and I finally supplemented this system completely. Ancestor, do you know that the notebook of the wild mage can only be considered a partial achievement? The magic net above is only the conclusion of the second half, but without the derivation process and construction principle of the first half, we can only simulate the magic net in a very stupid way. But the information in Jenny's hands is the complete set of logic used by the mage when he first built those basic runes. Stop. I understand what you mean. Can you show me the infinite expansion structure you mentioned? This is the basic unit of the internet. After completing all possible optimizations and simplifications, I found that MagicNet only needs these 8 runes to perform the most basic charging and output operations. And there is only one interference node inside it, so each unit like this is far below the interference threshold. The more such units are connected, the lower the interference will actually be. Magic net. Finally, you can become a magic network. How to solve the connection between this structure and magic net number 1. Don't worry, I have already considered it. The hexagonal structure you see looks completely different from the previous magic net, but in fact, it is cut and deformed from the old type of magic net, and the two can be directly connected. Very good. From now on, all the magic nets in the territory will be built on the basis of the new honeycomb magic net. However, there is one thing to confirm about its security. Oh, I never really thought about it. When all the magic nets are connected together, it means that their overload risk is also connected together, and a huge magic will surge in this infinitely expanding structure. Once there is a problem, if there is no safety device such as a circuit breaker or voltage regulator to ensure the safety of the energy grid, the magic of the storm is likely to escape and destroy all the magic devices connected to it. Ancestor, hello, you are amazing. Why do you think of so many practical problems every time you draw a blueprint for this new thing, as if you've been watching it run for decades? The experience of the elderly. Now think about how to solve this network security issue. All magic within the honeycomb structure flows freely, relying entirely on the self-balancing and energy-releasing mechanisms of the magic net itself to ensure its stability. But once the self-balance of some units loses control, the excessive magic will exceed the tolerance limit of adjacent units. It is highly likely to instantly burn all adjacent units, leading to a vicious cycle. Then let's not make the magic net too big. Divide it into individual regions. Then the value of this honeycomb structure will be lost. This honeycomb structure is designed to allow the magic net to expand infinitely and connect together. What do you mean, Ancestor? How are two such honeycomb units connected together? Connect directly. Putting two rooms together results in the highest transmission efficiency. Make the coupling between them weak, you can increase an insulating cheap black stone-made connector. Black rock is a magical material, but its tolerance is poor. If the magic fluctuates violently, it will shatter directly. But Blackstone's magic guidance efficiency is not high. This may cause the efficiency of the entire magic net to decrease by more than a quarter. But what comes in exchange is safety. Even if a few units lose control, they will only detach from the main network on their own. Will not jeopardize anything else. As for the decrease in efficiency, isn't that you? I'm sure we can find a better way in the future. This is a new thing, and its development still has a long way to go. Take it slow, don't worry. Do you want any reward for your great achievements this time? I want to exchange my wand for a new crystal. Do you think the crystal on the staff is already very old? Not only is it old, but it's also missing a few corners. The grip holder used to fix the crystal has also deformed. Can this TM be used as a warhammer to become like this? Why don't we just have Mr. Egg weld the entire triangular stick onto it for her? There is a fire element core in the treasure trove that was brought from the Gondor Empire. You can take it away. Let the rune craftsman process it for you. Allies. What about you, Jenny? What did you want? I just did what I had to do and didn't dare to ask for a reward. I'm not used to this place yet. All contributions here will be valued and rewarded without considering your background or status. I just heard from Rebecca that you completed the main calculation process. If possible, I hope you can be on the list of contributors to the Honeycomb Magic Network. Add Mr. Ravenclaw's name. The most important formulas were summarized by him. Certainly. Wow, these drawings were all made by you. These equations. Did you work all these out? When I have free time, I study the data you gave me and try to combine the rune order by myself. I still have some basic knowledge of magic theory. This is not a basic question. These calculation methods and writing habits. Have you ever been exposed to this before? During the reign of the Tudor Empire, there were many achievements in mathematics and physics, but the development of rune logic did not take place. Thanks to the mathematical ideas accumulated in the previous life, they still exist. Let's take a look at these drawings first. This is the second generation magic engine you mentioned last time, called a rotary engine or something. I haven't seen this before. This magic array model seems to be from the Fire series. Not seen. Not seen. This is a low-level magic scorching ray array that can release a beam of hot light from the focal point of the array, which is one level higher than a large fireball. Have you ever seen it? Not seen. Aunt Hetty taught me a model of the spell of the burning ray back then, and she thought that this spell was related to fireball magic. Maybe I could learn it. As a result, I experienced a headache while learning this spell. Later on, there was a psychological shadow. I slept through these few classes. Ancestor, what are you planning to do with this? We need to create this rotary magic engine. We discussed the topic of the magic rotor engine last time, and its only problem is interference. If this thermal radiation array is adopted, there's no problem with interference from thermal radiation. This kind of magic array is already a mature technology, and its power is good. It won't explode around like a fireball. You rewrite. But traditional mages use expensive magic bases to solve interference problems. I plan to draw it on a cheap red copper substrate with runes made of cheaper quartz sand and red blood gum. Now there's another interference issue. Do you want to reduce its manufacturing cost? However, the rune energy level will be suppressed by the material. The cheaper the material, the more runes will be added to improve the power. The more runes, the higher the chance of interference. But we now have rune logic. Traditional mages don't need money. If we lack money, we don't have to study runes in the dark like they do. The effectiveness and effort of runes can be calculated. Make it so cheap that anyone can use it. Everyone can use it. Is that possible? Why is it impossible? Actually, the bricklayers and miners in the territory are using magic engines. Isn't a magic prop like a magic engine? So you want us to then calculate those things, to run the array on the basis of such cheap materials? That seems challenging. Do you have confidence? Of course there is. I will try my best and will never let you down. Take a short rest here. Oh, sir. This floor seems to have nothing useful, everything has been emptied. Valuable things often go deeper. According to the previous pattern, this should be the big staircase leading to the next level, and later it will go this way. Yes. Wind. There is indeed wind. There is airflow here. Turn on a few more lights and split up to find this room. There should be more than one entrance and exit. Here. Clean up your clutter. What's this? Could it be a trap? According to the Duke's statement, items with this appearance are usually used in this way. Just put your hands on it. Of course, most of the things here are no longer usable, as it is common knowledge that they will deteriorate over time. Sir, why don't you try taking off your gloves? Why don't you give it a try? Just give it a try. The sample tester is allowed to pass during the stable period of testing. Opening isolation door. There's a reaction. Do adults want to go in directly? Wait. The sample tester is allowed to pass through the isolation door during the stable period and it is already in the open state. I can do it too. You can try it out. Permission to pass through the isolation door is already in the open state. Can emotions pass the test even when a person puts their hand on it? Most likely it's broken, after all, such an ancient thing. We still have it inside, sir. Of course I have to go. After searching for so long, I finally found something. This town, which in theory is only a few months old, is New Cecil. These wooden houses and tents are still being renovated. The new generation of houses has just been built. What's that? Who injects magic into them? Who controls their speed and start-stop? Could it be those two ordinary people who don't have any magical reactions all over their bodies? Speak up. It seems like magical reactions can be sensed everywhere in this place. Is it possible that this territory is entirely built on a magical focal point? Who are you? Can you see me on April 1st? Is it difficult to see you? Can you see me? Is it difficult to see you? Who exactly are you? Finally, there are merchants willing to come to this place for business. It seems good if the merchant insists on saying so. Are you the guard of Duke Cecil of Gawain? Could you please show me the way? I'm here to talk to him about something. Oh, okay. 3 copper coins. Why? Road toll. Are you interested in working at the secret silver treasury? Ha ha. The treasure trove of silver. I remember the last time I saw you. It was me, your lord, who invited me here, so now you still need to bring your travel expenses. I thought I could make extra money for that old Zongzi as a henchman. I can't even earn a running fee. It's really a loss. Gawain. That agent named My Little Pony came to see you. Long time no see, Miss Melita. I thought you had to wait a long time to come. After all, the transportation in this place is not very convenient. There are always many convenient ways to access the treasure trove of secret silver. And it's nice that you finally got my name right. Let's not talk about being so full of fingers. Maybe we'll have to mispronounce it next time. The Duke is truly a witty person. How do you feel about visiting my territory? A very nice place, better than I imagined. And there are also many very peculiar magical devices. But what I'm more curious about is here. It's strange that you still live in a tent and let those civilians live in wooden houses first. That's mostly workshops or places for technicians to live. The infrastructure construction of the territory must be given priority. As for this, you should have already seen the large open space next to the tent. My tent will also be dismantled soon. I thought it was a barracks. You didn't plan on building a castle for yourself. If conditions permit in the future, then building that now would be a waste. I won't say these anymore. Let's talk about the main matter. Of course. Indeed, it is a VIP token of the secret silver treasury. Its owner is Bard Wendell. Bard Wendell. I've heard of the surname Wendell. Among the group of people who walked east back then, there was a naive young man named Wendell. That's right, the son of the Wendell family, the heir of the Bard Wendell Typhon Empire. You should be able to imagine that the Wendell family, like your Cecil family, is as ancient and has been passed down to this day. It is already one of the top aristocratic families in the Tiefing Empire. The contemporary Grand Duke Pertnam Wendell is the most powerful Knight Lord of the Tiefing Empire and also the Wolf General of the previous generation, and he is the descendant of the foolish young man you mentioned. Is the Knight Lord the kind of lord I know? No, that's a unique title after the military reform of the Tiefing Empire. The Tiefing Empire has undergone multiple reforms in recent decades. They reorganized all the knights, warriors, mages, etc. supernatural fighters. The knights and lords who formed the Imperial Legion without relying on the private soldiers of local nobles are the military leaders of this legion. The Tiefing Empire has a professional and standardized army of superhumans. Yeah, that's why their military strength is so strong. The drunken layabouts of the capital. I didn't hear any news about this in Ansu, and even when I inquired with those nobles in the capital, I couldn't find out about these things. They may not really know nothing about what's happening in the neighboring country, but why don't they want to take it to heart? That's hard to say. We can discuss this kind of national level matter in the future. Should we continue to talk about the issue of cultists and rings? Good. What is the relationship between the owner of this ring, Bard Wendell, and the contemporary Archduke Ferdinand Wendell? Bard Wendell is the only son of Archduke Ferdinand and also the former Wolf General. And most importantly, he disappeared more than a decade ago. It's not surprising that the heir of the Wendell family, the general of the Tiefing Empire, is a major client of your secret silver treasury, but what I saw in Tansan Town was a level 5 fallen druid. I am now beginning to suspect that the cult member stole or found this ring again. Unfortunately, your suspicion is still unfounded. I have checked the contact records and found no information of anyone who does not match the identity. This ring has been worn by Bard Wendell and has never changed ownership. The level 5 fallen druid you are seeing is Bard Wendell himself. In the battle, that cultist displayed extremely skilled swordsmanship and had extensive experience in using swords. The weapon in the hands of the cultists is a one-handed sword. The weapon used by Tillian Wendell, the East Route pioneer, back then was also a one-handed sword. The swordsmanship path seems to be very close to a continuous lineage, and the possibility is high. The identity of the cultist seems beyond doubt. I don't know much about the Bard Wendell and his family among the nobles of various countries today. How much do you know? Can you tell me? The Secret Silver Treasury is not a specialized intelligence organization, and our knowledge is limited to those that can be circulated and do not involve confidential matters. Bard Wendell, Ferdinand Wendell, Duke of Wendell, is the only heir with outstanding talent and diligence, and is also a devout believer in the god of war, Kyle. At the age of 10, receiving education from aristocratic elites and guidance from the god of war sect, Kyle demonstrated his spiritual talent and converted. He quickly grew into a powerful divine knight, the strongest generation among the young people of Typhon. Stop. That means his extraordinary profession is the divine knight. Yes. At least that's what people on the outside are saying, and I don't think that information is incorrect. When he fought me, he only had very strong swordsmanship skills, and he didn't have a single shred of Kale's power. I am certain that all of his extraordinary powers belong to druid spells. It's very likely that he lost Kyle's protection and joined the cult. No matter, keep talking. You just mentioned that Bard disappeared more than a decade ago. What's going on? After passing the assessment and trial of the god of war Kyle, Bard Wendell officially took over the title of Wolf General from his father. But he only stayed in this position for a year. During a routine standoff at the border between Ansu and Tiefing, Bard Wendell disappeared into a fog. The accompanying elite knights were only found 3 days later, and several knights have gone insane. In recent years, the relationship between Tiefing and Ansu has become increasingly strained. The disappearance of Bard Wendell has greatly exacerbated this trend. The people of Tiefing believe that Ansu used magic to assassinate their commander. Ansu, on the other hand, believes that this is Tiefing's conspiracy, and Bard Wendell is just a political sacrifice used by Ansu to increase troops and defenses at the border. In the end, Duke Ferdinand voluntarily announced that his son's disappearance had nothing to do with Ansu. The war also failed to break out. Pay Denon Wendell. Is he anti-war? No, he has always been a military retainer of Tiefing and a steady advocate of war. The sudden intervention of the old lord to stop the war has really caught the attention of a group of people. He has also transformed from a pro-war faction to a neutral one. Although he is still promoting military reform on the surface, he has repeatedly delayed military actions on the Empire's borders for reasons such as the timing being too early. Based on the current intelligence, the power of the Bard Wendell Divine Knight has been completely lost and he has become a fallen druid. Will he also learn the truth that the gods are dead? What is the divine power? Such a powerful force must have a source, right? Your Highness, the Duke. Are you listening? Does this Bud Windier have any family? I have a daughter. He had a daughter, Anasha Winder, before he went missing. Now, more than a decade later, the little girl has grown up with swordsmanship as excellent as her father's. Andrea has now been appointed as the Night Lord by Emperor Tifeng, and the little girl has done quite well in this position. It is believed that she only needs 1 or 2 military achievements to take away the title of Wolf General like her father and become the next head of Wendell's family. The title that naive young man gave himself back then has truly become a family honor. Does Andrea also believe in the god of war, Kyle, as her father does? Is Kyle a divine knight? No, that's interesting. She became an extraordinary knight through the most orthodox knight training and magic training. It's said that the Duke of Perdinum forbade Andrea from converting to any religion. So the young commander is still unbelievers. Indeed, this is interesting. Interesting. Your Highness, that's all the information I can provide. Do you have any thoughts? The information is so trivial that I can't figure out how a promising divine knight can become a fallen druid and still have such a noble experience. It must be absurd and bizarre. Do you want to spread this news? The end of all things society cultists operating within the territory of Ansu are actually former nobles of Tifeng. The value of this message cannot be calculated by just a few coins. There's no need to spread these meaningless words, and not many people believe them. Besides, 2 countries are on the verge of fighting. Do you think anyone would take the dark history of the Tifeng aristocracy from a population of Ansu seriously? Ansu and Tifeng people not taking it seriously can also make the cultists nervous. Such an important secret has been exposed. Do you mind if someone says you're a thief, considering that many people are willing to become cultists and still care about the loss of reputation? Do you mind? I'm all whitewashed now, okay? I'm the chief guard next to the Duke. Can you occasionally play a card according to the normal routine? Slightly. So, Your Highness, do you have any more questions? Have. Your mithril treasury should have quite a few treasures, right? Of course, there is a saying that in any situation, the secret silver treasury holds half of the world's treasures. Is there anything in your treasure trove that can be sold? Of course, there are always some treasures that have left their original owners, and there are always some rare treasures that go unnoticed. Melita Bonilla is an elegant person who holds a special position in the organization as a senior agent of the secret silver treasury. She has always only dealt with those transcendent and great figures. We are happy to find a more suitable owner for them at a reasonable price. No matter how imposing, notorious, or eccentric these big shots may be, she can always maintain her elegance and ensure the smooth progress of every transaction in elegance. How to sell eternal stone slabs. What you just said is the eternal stone slab. Yeah, I'm not talking about a whole piece of slate. Even fragments of scraps are fine. Your tone is like buying cabbage. You should know that no one in this world would use such a tone and attitude to talk about those divine gifts. I've died once before. You're more open-minded when it comes to things. Can you understand? Please understand. Isn't there any fragment of eternal slate in the collection of the secret silver treasury, which holds half of the world's treasures? Is it not? Is it not? The fragments of the eternal slate are in the hands of various sects, and they are their sacred objects. I won't entrust it to the secret silver treasury for safekeeping. The large fragments in the hands of major sects should have small fragments scattered outside, falling into the hands of kings and nobles, and in the hands of collectors. There is no collector in the world larger than your treasure trove of secret silver. You're right. We do have some slate fragments, but most of our collections are kept in a treasure trove and will never be leaked. I cannot sell them or show them to you without the explicit permission of the original owner. How is it? It seems like there's no chance, no negotiation. Of course, if you are willing to wait, there may be 1 or 2 stone fragments that can be discussed. I cannot disclose the original owner's information, but I can tell you that a customer made a wrong choice while fulfilling the contract. This client has committed an extremely irrational breach of the secret silver treasury, and we have reason to believe that he is unable to provide compensation. So what he stored in the treasure trove will soon become a commodity for sale. These business people are really scary. So how much is the eternal stone slab sold for per kilogram? Its value cannot be measured by money. You can try exchanging ancient relics from the Tudor era or fragments of another eternal stone slab for the crystals you entrusted to the treasury for safekeeping. It seems that those crystals are very valuable in your eyes. There are 3 classification methods for the treasure trove of secret silver besides natural products. Most of the treasures that can be reproduced by artificial creations, such as jewelry and rare items, belong to this category. The ancient relics of the Tudor Empire, which cannot be reproduced by artificial creations, belong to this category. The last item is non-human creation. Crystals and fragments of eternal stone slabs are not from human hands. While humans conquered the earth, they were unable to conquer the ocean. Outside the continent of Lorraine, there is the vast and ever-changing water. Before the Church of the Storm Lord turned to the dark side, priests were the only ones who protected humans sailing outside the lighthouse range. After falling into the dark cult, they left the mainland, embarked on the waves and into the distant sea, and changed their name to the Son of the Storm. At first glance, ordinary people may think that these witches are controlling giant beasts. Oh, but those giant beasts are not mounts or monsters, they are sea monsters, just like the female figures mixed in them. The sea monster has arrived. That ring looks so expensive at first glance, so I took it without even paying a penny. The people in the secret silver treasury are too stingy, and they insist on having a meal when they leave. They will help collect intelligence on eternal stone slabs and similar objects. Don't you think this is more valuable? You can't exchange it for money, and what they're saying is simple. God knows how long it will take to find the new eternal stone slab fragments. When you get tired of it, if it's a big deal, you'll be knocked down and your descendants will go to their graves. I'll burn you the latest news. It's a miracle that you can live so big. What is this crystal? It looks of poor quality. This is the storage magic crystal that just arrived from Tansan Town. It can be considered as a sample of the first batch of goods, right? Storage magic crystal, this thing. Viscount Andrew didn't bring such a deceitful person, did he? We saved his life, so he used this thing to deceive people. This type of crystal is placed in a slightly larger rich mine, and it's all thrown away as slag, okay? Don't be so exaggerated. This thing is much better in appearance than slag, and that Viscount hasn't cheated anyone at all. These crystals were sold to us at a price of 3 Cecil silver coins and 1 taka. Where can you find them? 3 silver coins. That's really cheap enough. But why did you buy so many inferior magic storage crystals? This kind of appearance is probably only used by the most basic mage apprentices when doing exercises, right? Do you know what the biggest problem with this low-quality magic storage crystal is? The demon storage ability is only half that of high-quality crystals of the same volume, and the energy dissipation is extremely severe, especially the second one, which makes them useless. The reason why artificial magic storage crystals are not popular is also due to this original large. That's right, the low demon storage ability is just a small issue. Just add 2 more crystals. The biggest problem is that the energy dissipates quickly and the magic filled in will dissipate on its own in no time. But if we change our thinking, these crystals that cannot store energy can also come in handy. Oh, I got it. This is the thing Rebecca and Jenny drew before. Honeycomb Magic Net Unit, which is a basic unit, can also operate independently. I engraved it on a movable universal substrate, and it became a component that can be freely combined with other things. And these slots behind it are connected to other things. So this metal plate is constantly gathering magic now. What are you planning to use these magic powers for? The magic that such a small magic net unit can gather should be limited, right? It is indeed limited, and it is difficult to activate a level 1 spell solely based on the output of this magic net unit, so we need to first charge the energy into these crystals. After completing a charging cycle, the magic in the crystal is extracted. Since charging is continuous, the dissipation of the crystal is no longer a problem. It serves as a temporary storage device in this system to store the small amount of magic generated by the magic net unit. As long as the crystal forms an array and is supplemented with a sufficiently long charging cycle, it is entirely possible for such a basic unit to release enough magic to drive advanced spells. Are you really certain that you come from a knightly background? Is it such a big reaction? Where did you get this bunch of magic theories as a knight? Is this a magical device, but it still seems like it's just a component? That's right, it's still a component, but it's quite important. With it, the problem of mobile energy can be solved without a fixed magic grid power supply. I plan to name it Magic Capacitor. What do you think of this name? What does this have to do with electricity? Are you planning to use it to shoot lightning arrows? Okay, I didn't expect this. How about this? I've decided to name it Magic Capacitor. Bring something like this. Sir, I'm back. We have discovered a hidden area within the ruins. Please explain in more detail. This hidden area was possibly a secret testing ground for the Gondorian Empire. Not only are there many intact equipment and materials inside, but also, and a small number of identifiable manuscripts and documents were also discovered. This is a part of the winter we drew. Good job. Let's go see this hidden area with our own eyes. Sir, our discovery was purely a stroke of luck. This door was originally sealed off, but it was probably due to years of disrepair and gaps that we discovered the airflow. The control device next to it should be broken, and its recognition function has become ineffective. Anyone can activate it. Test the stability period of the sample tester. Allow to pass through the isolation door that is currently being opened. Sample tester. Oh, hey, this thing can actually speak. I've heard that elves and wizards can also make talking magic dolls, but I've never heard of them before. Detection warning qualification does not match non-identifiable targets. Channel closure alarm activated. What's going on? Amber won't work just by touching it. Hey, I didn't do anything. Leave this for now. Check whether this door can still be used. Authentication, pass. Do you have a face for this? This validation device can't be broken. Its function is only to ensure that normal people can pass the gate sample test. In other words, most of the samples are alive. I'm quite normal. Why can't I? Are you a normal human being? Not to mention normal, do you even have anything to do with the word human? Okay, that makes sense. It's unbelievable. The assembly of such complex runes and metal structures seamlessly blends together into a neat and uniform component. How did they do it? These runes were created using the endless energy of the deep blue well and experimental data, regardless of consumption. As for these parts, they require thousands of craftsmen, over 20 basic workshops, a complex production process, and thousands of standard parameters. It is a technological system created by the entire empire. Did we actually leave behind such advanced technology? We really couldn't preserve them back then. The first generation of pioneers in Ansu worked hard to restore these things in their lifetime. But half of the information we can salvage is not enough to restore. The industrial chain is broken, and illiterate people who run out of the borderlands have been studying blueprints for 10 years, making it difficult to make up for one of the links. What's more, we have lost the deep blue well. The vast and pure energy provided by the deep blue well greatly reduces the operational requirements of many magical devices, and the same device may not function at all if placed in other magical environments. The most basic and simple things are easy to talk about, but the more complex and advanced they are, the more thoroughly they will be scrapped after leaving the deep blue well. So that's why you place so much emphasis on versatility and usability? The demonic industrialization supported by the deep blue well cannot be considered true industrialization. Instead of this, let's first take a look at how many surprises this ancient testing ground has left us. This is: humanity will forever exist, even if it goes against the gods. What does this sentence mean? Normally, no one would say such a thing, and it's still written in this place. Only by disobeying the gods can humans survive. Is it the intention of the gods to destroy humanity? Things related to God are often filled with symbols and metaphors that cannot be seen from the surface meaning of a sentence. You mentioned discovering residual manuscript materials here. Yes, it's over here. But they are quite fragile. After discovering them, we didn't dare to touch them. These parchment papers have been eroded by thousands of years, and at least half of them are unreadable. Fortunately, there are still the remaining half. What's that supposed to be? It's like a ghostly talisman. This doesn't seem like a research note, not even a diary. Like the nonsense of a madman. Staring at it, it gazes at me from those rotting flesh and blood. It's inside me, and I want to go inside it too. No one can survive. The end of the day is approaching. Blasphemy behavior does not allow us to survive. Eating heartily, I have once again devoured the flesh and blood of the gods. Living here for a new century, they haven't come yet, they still haven't come, but I don't need them to come again. The outside world has already collapsed. He sleeps in the depths of the earth, he sleeps in the depths of the sea, he sleeps in the depths of the sky, he calls my name with that murmuring sound. I saw the appearance of his divine form, and he smiled at me in the light, taking steps. I want to go to his kingdom. That is the greatest gift. God has given us flesh and blood to share our food, and it is for this day. The murmurs of a madman. It sounds like something left by a castaway in the process of going mad. I'm starting to dislike these things. This place gives me a very, very bad feeling. Probably here. What's that? When? It's wearing it out. It's out. It's out. Hungry. Are you hungry? Hungry. Kill it. It's not dead yet. This is not dead yet. Galwan Galwan. I feel very wrong. There's something in the shadow realm, there's something. Take me inside and have a look. But in the shadow realm. There's me. Good. Right there. What the hell is this? These things are scaring you. I just looked at these things and felt like my head was about to explode, with many hallucinations popping up. But now I don't know what's going on. Although these things are still disgusting, they no longer seem to have the feeling of being under mental attack. Really? These things seem very afraid of you? Rather than fear, it is more like a kind of conditioned reflex very similar to a biological instinct. It also saved me a lot of effort. Magic formation. It's not a magic array mapped from the current world to the shadow realm, but a magic array built directly into the shadow realm. What did you find? The magic circle is built on this side. It seems that this experimental facility was built in two parts. The equipment in the current world is only a part of it, and the other part is built in the shadow realm. Wow! Are people from that era very powerful? They could also enter the shadow realm. The people of that era were so powerful that you can't imagine. These symbols are not a part of the magic system at all. They resemble the symbols of divine magic and the eternal slate. Magic and magic are completely unrelated things. This thing is a combination of the two. Blood flowing out of thin air. Like an immortal heart. If the things recorded in those manuscripts are true, then God is dead. The heart in front of me is dead. I'm afraid it's the flesh and blood of the heart. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Take it back and steady it slowly. What the hell is this? You just brought it back like this. How do I feel like I'm getting hairy all over? With your intelligence and wit. You can probably guess what this is, right? Are you joking? Are you joking? Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a god of war named Ming who fell to earth and now possesses extraordinary powers, including magic. What's so strange about the power of the gods falling into the human world and the flesh falling down with them? I can't tell Amber directly about the eternal stone tablet. After all, she can understand the battles between the gods. If I were to tell her that all the gods died, it was because the Zenith Star technology fleet blocked the door and wiped out the entire family. This TM is completely another level of matter. I don't want my values to collapse due to the turmoil I've caused with my hard-earned centaur. Even if the forest collapses, it must gradually collapse. What's going on? Wasn't it still lively just now? Why did my attack suddenly become more effective? Ancestors. That monster has finally died. Did you discover anything in the shadow realm? Found this. Byron Hetty, Amber, stay here. The others are temporarily guarding outside the room. Yes. What is the item in your hand, sir? That's the situation. We're afraid we've really discovered something amazing. Is this the flesh and blood of the gods? How can gods and goddesses be? I know it's hard for you to accept, and I know you're a believer in the goddess of mystery and magic. The fact that gods have fallen and even flesh and blood have fallen into the hands of mortals is a great shock to you. But I also know that there is a saying in the Magician's Creed that goes, the path of exploration is infinite, and the gods are also among them. Magicians have never been a group that overly worships gods, even if you believe in the goddess of magic. I just can't believe I've only been so shocked and flustered twice in my life. The last time was when I saw you standing up from the coffin. Legend. In ancient times, there was a war of the gods, and some of the gods were defeated, and their remains fell into the mortal world. The fragments of the power of these gods have transformed into extraordinary powers in the human world, and the gods who have achieved victory are the various righteous gods in the world today. Perhaps not all divine remains have been transformed. Perhaps the Gondor Empire found such a vibrant remnant back then and built this secret base to study it. This statement can at least save some face for the gods, but it's better than being attacked by the Zenith aliens for the entire family. Oh. It may not be as exaggerated as we think. There are so many powerful things in ancient times. Maybe the Gondor Empire just found the remnants of some demigod, leaving behind some divine power. And then they treated it as a divine corpse for research. It's also possible. The Gondor Empire of the Starfire era was a time of human arrogance. The energy of the deep blue well is endless. The pursuit of humanity has shifted from the most destructive spellcasters to the gods. Human beings will forever endure, even if they defy the gods. At that time, the researchers knew what they were doing was audacious, and they were on the brink of death, frantically probing. That's probably what they said. But the magic of the deep blue well has been limited to the realm of the extreme empire from the beginning. The spark era is over. Ancestor, how do you plan to handle these? The flesh and blood of the gods. Do you experience any mental discomfort such as fear or hallucinations when you gaze at it? No, although it startled me when I first found out what this was, now that I've accepted it, it's nothing more. Really? I'm going to do a test that will put some pressure on your mental state. Actually, Amber just did this test. The mental impact is not fatal and can be restored. I didn't take the initiative to try it just now. Please start. Are you ready? This thing seems very wary of me. Whenever I get close to it, it becomes listless. Now I need to leave it and restore some activity to it. What's going on here? I seem to have lost control of my mind for a moment just now, and my brain was filled with noise and illusions. How did you manage to calm down such a terrifying thing? To be honest, I don't know either, but I seem to be able to suppress the activity of these biological tissues. Perhaps I, as a resurrected being, have also violated the laws of nature and possessed some strange and unusual powers. What should we do with this thing? Do you have to keep it with you all the time? If you hold such a piece of divine dried meat while eating and sleeping, you will probably be regarded as a pervert. Either. If it's true as Amber said, this is probably the highest level of necrophilia in history, and the prefix for necrophilia needs to be holy. You talk too much. Say a few words and no one will treat you as mute. In short, for safety reasons, please test a few more times. The safe distance is 20 meters away. To be honest, sending this thing back to the Shadow Realm for preservation seems to be the safest way. But the ancient wizards of Gondor set up a complex mixed magic array for it, not so much to suppress it and bind it as to control it. It seems that I absolutely cannot take this thing back with me. What if we lose control of this ancient testing ground and it slowly grows and resurrects in a place where no one can monitor it? How big can it grow if it comes back to life? What level of firepower is required to kill? No, this kind of thing absolutely cannot happen. Sealing things in an invisible place is the first step to a disaster. How many seniors died from this bad habit? This is the central corridor of the ruins, located near the southwest corner. This empty room used to be a laboratory that was sturdy and easy to guard. I have decided to preserve the flesh and blood of the gods here. Pack it with opaque cloth or box. From now on, no matter what the situation is, except when I am not present, there should be no trace of flesh and blood exposed to the sight of ordinary people. Hetty, please reset the magic door and mechanism in this room to ensure they won't be opened by anyone. This will be a restricted area from now on. No one is allowed to enter unless I give permission. Yes. Do we need guards outside the adults' room? Leave 2 guards and assign 2 groups of people to take turns with them 24 hours a day, with someone guarding them. Choose a few reliable days to prevent curious and playful people from entering and causing death. Do we need to bring back the original manuscripts of our ancestors? Most likely left by this monster. See, it has been continuously affected by the blood and flesh of the gods in the experimental device and has survived to this day. It even once possessed the ability to think. But anyway, now it was all just ruins. Let's seal it together with the crystal. This crystal cube is named the original sample and assigned the number 1. If similar strange things are found in the ruins in the future, they will be numbered and preserved according to this rule. Due to the implementation of magic net technology and the trial operation of the new honeycomb magic net in some key areas, The territory is no longer as reliant on torches and braziers for illumination after nightfall as it was initially. Nowadays, in various factories, research facilities, night schools, areas, and on the main roads of the territory, the magic crystals that rely on magic nets for continuous energy supply and never go out all night bring long-lasting and stable light. Nighttime lighting is an important guarantee for accelerating the development of the territory. The emergence of electric lights on Earth has brought about tremendous changes in people's work and lifestyle, turning human civilization into a powerful machine that operates day and night. In this world, high-quality nighttime lighting technology has already emerged, and the only limitation to its development is the backwardness of energy. Without a highly compatible magic net, traditional magic crystals must rely on the continuous injection of magic by mages to light them up. It is unimaginable for ordinary people to let noble mages run around all night like servants among hundreds or thousands of magic crystal lamps to inject magic. We should thank the magic net for filling the gap of the magic crystal stone lamp and reducing the maximum magic cost to almost zero. The remaining magic that factories cannot use up everywhere is enough to light up the lights of the entire campsite. It's time to move out of this small tent. I've been living here for a few months now. Master, you're back. I didn't sleep, so I just lay down for a while. Wipe your saliva with saliva. Oh. Why are you waiting here? Is someone looking for me? Oh, I remember now. Miss Rebecca and Miss Jenny came to see you. What are you looking for me for? Oh, you must have forgotten. I will not forget this time. Miss Janey wrote it on this for me. They said. Rune's model was calculated out. Rune model. Sir, I don't know this word. Let me see. This means scorching rays. Very good, very good. I was waiting for this good news. You quickly go and call them. Ancestral Master. Great ancestors. Great ancestors. What did you find in the ruins? My aunt came back with a serious face. Byron Knight also looks listless. What's going on? What's going on? Things are complicated, and I will tell you about it when I have a chance. But don't ask about it for now. First, take a look at your results. Yeah. Check these out, we've already designed the runes. Let me tell you, rune logic is really a magical thing. Although all runes are calculated on paper, as long as they are combined strictly according to the formula rules, the effect will definitely be the same as the calculation result. You have already produced the finished product. Just an experimental sample. Because I couldn't help but want to try the final effect, I asked Egg for a universal base version. We worked hard for half an afternoon and carved a test piece by hand. The universal substrate formed by machine stamping in one go is extremely cheap red copper. The grooves in the room contain quartz sand powder and solidified red blood gum. Without any expensive materials or flashy printing techniques, this array can easily become an industrial mass-produced product. This is what you carved. Yes, Lord. Has it been tested well? I have tried using the magic net power supply from the steel plant for testing. Take a look. There is a groove next to the fire rune on the pointed corner where the scorching rays are released. The problem now is, this thing can only be used within the demon network. Because this board itself cannot generate magic, to use it in a place without a magic net, one must use a magic crystal to supply it with energy or hand it over to the mage for use. However, letting the mage use it would seem unnecessary. I have been thinking about this question for a long time. And a solution has already been found. This is the basic unit of the magic web. Are you saying that it's not possible to use this basic unit to power the heart ray array? The energy generated by the magic net basic unit I tried is simply not enough. But with these magic crystals added, it's not necessarily true. Without further ado, let's go to the mechanical manufacturing plant and ask that Nicholas Egg to help assemble these things. Very. We're here to ask for your help. Ah, there's something else going on. This Iron Star player is really amazing. When he works, he acts like Wan Jian returning to his roots. Oh, the Lord is here too. Which fellow traveler is this? Ancestral Master. Are you surprised? Am I good at drawing? Yeah, every time I talk to Egg, I can't figure out which side he's on. He also complains to others that when he's working, someone suddenly talks behind his back and scares him. Later on, I came up with a trick and drew a face for him. You just drew it casually without feeling that this expression looks strange. How do others react when they see him facing this face? It's quite festive. Well, it's quite festive. What do you think of my new image? I feel that having a face makes it much easier to deal with you humans. You just need to be happy. Let's get down to business first. I want you to help me assemble a new weapon. Whoa! This time it's a weapon, not a machine? What is it? I'll call it, for the moment, thermal radiation gun. You are truly worthy of being you. How did these words come together? Oh, that name sounds really impressive. Ancestors are always like this, always able to come up with some powerful names that you don't understand what they mean. If you have any objections to them, then you envy your ancestors who are not so powerful. Besides, where did you come from? No matter how powerful your ancestors are, I dubbed them up. You two be quiet, you two be quiet. We're here for business. Let's talk about the thermal radiation gun. It's not a problem for you to let me process the parts. It's best to have design drawings or physical references. We have already handcrafted the main components. Now let's study together how to firmly combine them and shape a shell suitable for human use. Egg, look at these. Let me explain to you the principle of the thermal radiation gun. Why do you call me Egg? Don't worry. Just make up your own mind. First, let's talk about the position of the room trigger. If we forcibly follow the firearms on Earth, considering the actual situation of the scorching ray substrate and the efficiency of the magic array's power supply, then the center of gravity of the entire gun will be in front, not to mention aiming, and it will probably be more reliable to use it directly as a warhammer. Considering that the next generation of weapons may even launch cold ice arrows and spherical lightning, and even be used to release thunderstorm summoning elements to create shields, it is even more unnecessary to shape this weapon into a classic firearm design on Earth. This is a magical prop. How about we assemble them into an arm armor? That sounds very handsome. I was just thinking about how to make these boards into the shape of a magic wand. I never expected this at all. What's wrong with that? I also thought of it. Isn't the sneaker's sleeve arrow in this form? I just didn't have a chance to say. What is a sleeve arrow and how is it assembled into an arm armor? What is the structure and principle of your hands? I haven't figured it out yet. Just let him make parts according to the drawings, but when it comes to human engineering, this guy is 100% blind, he is a ball, how would he know how to use his hands? This is the arm guard. Just like this, the glowing ray substrate is in the front, the mana capacitor is in the back, and a red copper matrix is used as a mana conducting in the middle. The control of the room trigger can be extended from the side of the arm armor with a metal wire that can be pulled by the thumb. Of course, in order to prevent accidental triggering, it also needs to be equipped with a safety device similar to that on crystal grenades. We can install one between the magic capacitor and the hot radiation substrate, which is the safest option. Easy. What other requirements are there? The lower part of the arm armor should not be integrated, and it is best to have adjustable elasticity. For now, let's just leave it at that. The main thing is to make a sample to see if it works, and then we will know what areas need improvement during actual testing. Then just look at me. It'll be done soon. Be accomplished. Release insurance. Put on the trigger. How many soldiers are there on our territory now? If the newly trained soldiers have not left the camp yet and are not counted as 2 knights, only as combat soldiers, then 106 people, right? That. We have 106 second-level superhumans who can use scorching rays. There are props or equipment in this world that can release magic. Magicians are accustomed to carrying life-saving or auxiliary magic props with them. But most of these props have 2 characteristics. First, only extraordinary people with magic can use them themselves. Second, they are expensive enough to deter some small nobles. A magic ring capable of unleashing second-level attacking spells, its value is equivalent to half a year's income of a knight's ring in the Holy Spirit Plain region. Because that ring needs to be crafted from refined gold and secret silver, and requires a noble mage to personally cast and refine it before it can be used. But the most expensive part of the thermal radiation gun is the quartz column used as the focusing crystal, which is worth less than half a silver coin. The manual labor required to manufacture such a set of thermal radiation guns includes not only the initial design of runes and the production of prototype substrates, but also the involvement of mages and runes. After the scheme is finalized, it only requires machine tools and a few skilled workers responsible for filling magic guiding materials for later assembly. Although its volume is much larger than those exquisite and luxurious magic rings and talismans, it will have a crushing quantity. The usage requirements are even lower. Even untrained professional soldiers can use it with a little training. Ancestor, are you planning to send this to every soldier? Do those soldiers still need to practice sword techniques after having this thing? The conventional armament still needs to be retained, and the next step is to mass-produce the magic sword armor. However, in my idea, the heat ray gun will be the main attacking method for soldiers, and the swords will slowly become their secondary weapon. You can equip the thermal energy ray gun on your left arm and use the sword with your right hand as usual. When the enemy is far away, use the scorching ray to strike. Wait for the enemy to approach and draw the sword to strike. The shell of the ray gun can be thickened a little so that it can be used for blocking during close combat. How did this girl, as a mage, first think of this melee theory? Anyway, it still needs more testing. We'll start early tomorrow morning. On the testing grounds to the northeast of the testing site. Soldiers have been arranged to guard around the ancestral fence. All the targets used to test the accuracy of the range have been arranged in place. Also, I informed Byron and Philip, the 2 military commanders. Also called Drury Pittman to deal with emergency medical treatment in case of accidental injury caused by weapons. Very good. It seems that Hetty is gradually learning the scientific and institutionalized ideas I taught her. All right then, let's get ready to start. The effective range is only about 200 to 300 meters. Beyond this distance, there isn't much killing power. And this equipment's thermal efficiency is far below the standard heat ray. It is also lower than the theoretical value of that matrix substrate. It may be due to poor magic conductivity between the quartz pillar and the magic capacitor. Another issue is precision. Beyond 50 meters, its target success rate will sharply decrease. Even Amber, who has half-elf bloodline and has practiced cufflinks, has a 3/4 miss rate at a distance of 100 meters. If this data were applied to ordinary soldiers, it would definitely be worse. Haha. But you're still more accurate than Auntie. Accuracy is also a matter of processing technology. The assembly of the egg is very precise, but the substrate for the thermal radiation is handmade and inevitably has tolerances. When selecting the quartz column, there was not much effort put into it. Moreover, it is currently lacking a sighting device. A simple aiming structure can be installed in the middle of the radiation emission port and arm armor, which should greatly improve accuracy. Oh, this is a good thing. In this way, it will be easier for soldiers to train this. Continue testing to see the impact of continuous shooting on performance. The mud is steaming so tightly that it's making a lot of noise. What an incredible weapon! Magic can be released in this way. Whether it is the source of magic or magic control, it is entirely accomplished by the weapon itself and has nothing to do with the user's talent. The person manipulating it only needs to complete the action of pulling the rune trigger. Not just admiration, right? I am indeed a bit disappointed. It took me 2 years to learn about breath protection, and then another 3 years to learn about danger perception. That is only a 2-stage night skill. Now a new recruit who has been training for a few days can easily emit a scorching ray. I'm faster than you. It took me 6 months to combine these 2 skills. You can't feel anything else. I said times are going to change. This change is inevitable, and you must accept it. Someday in the future. Will that thing release a finger of death? Perhaps it will. Old Zonzi is useless. Old Zonzi. Who are you scaring? You have the ability to make a cold arrow burn my face. You insulted my magic and my ancestors. Don't think that if magic can't hit you, then I'm at my wit's end. Look at me, 36 ways. Stop, stop, stop. Amber, you too. When being beaten, first remove the thermal radiation gun. What if the sample that was finally obtained is damaged? Let's take a look at this thing first. It suddenly doesn't work anymore. Hey again, can you still fix the ray gun with your peace stick technique? It seems like it won't work again later. Don't worry, let me hit you a few more times to see if it's okay. Don't. I think I get it now. Nicholas Egg. Can you come over and help me with something? Please help open this part of the casing. The recharge speed of the magic capacitor cannot keep up with the consumption of continuous shooting, and the magic stored in the magic crystal has been exhausted. After the continuous firing of the thermal radiation gun, the capacitor will inevitably dry up and need to wait for a slow recharge before it can be used again. So that's how it is. Once the magic is used up, it needs to be replenished. It seems like the same applies to thermal radiation guns. Did I get hit for nothing? No, absolutely not. What? A ring that can only release 6 fireballs a day, and a shield symbol that can only be used 3 times a day? These things must be eliminated on the battlefield. Whoever's weapon is damaged first will die. We must find a way to enable them to fight continuously for a longer period of time. The enemies on the battlefield won't give you a few hours of rest time to recharge. We have found the first place that can be modified. Do you know the biggest difference between this new magic weapon and traditional magic props? Cheap. Easy to use. The name is super cool. The difference lies in: once the magic power of traditional magical props is exhausted, they either have to wait patiently for them to recover on their own or have a mage cast a spell on them. And this thing we manufacture. In emergency situations, the number of spells can be refreshed at any time. Hey. Why can't it be plugged in? Ancestor, you didn't mention before that the crystals on the magic capacitors can be replaced, so when you combined them, you made the slots disposable. Now that you have removed the crystal, the base has become deformed. Of course, slots can be adjusted. This is totally a small problem. The train of thought you ancestors put forward is more important. I can't remember the last time I successfully pretended to be forced. Hetty, please record the modification suggestions and leave a convenient opening and closing port for the position of the magic capacitor. This way, soldiers can quickly replace depleted crystals on the battlefield and rely on external energy sources to sustain combat in emergency situations. Ancestor, the reason why you designed the magic capacitor structure was originally to solve the two problems of the magic net unit and the short storage period of inferior crystals. But if soldiers are asked to replace crystals on the battlefield, how can the magic in the spare crystals be maintained? Do we want them to use more expensive and high-quality crystals as backup energy? This is putting the cart before the horse. The low-quality magic crystal with huge production is the treasure of the armed army. We can design a way to carry it that can avoid scattering. We can design a large capacitor similar to a magic capacitor. For example, a box composed of many magic net units is used to store crystals and slowly charge them. Put 10 or 8 spare crystals inside. As long as those substrates are made thinner, the weight will not exceed the spare swords that soldiers usually carry. Reducing 1 or 2 spare swords can bring a storage box like this. In this way, the crystals carried by the soldiers not only do not dissipate energy, but also slowly recharge. The replaced crystal can still be stuffed back into the container. Having an extra crystal in the long tug of war may save their lives. Is it a combat backpack that matches with thermal radiation? To make the magic net unit lightweight and ensure charging efficiency, its design is up to you. Don't worry, Ancestor. I am very skilled in this area. In addition, we also need to enhance the versatility and scalability of the thermal radiation gun. My requirement for the mechanical manufacturing department to break down the prototype into mass-produced components is that most of its components are easy to disassemble. The processing difficulty of each component should be low and durable, especially for substrates exposed to hot radiation. If possible, I would like to design this substrate into a standardized structure that can be freely combined. In the future, the thermal radiation gun can be equipped with a hot radiation array, as well as other universal substrates that can be used to turn it into other weapons or even other armor. I call this modularization. To appoint the loyal servant and priest of the Holy Light, Light Ivy Kin, to travel to the Southern Territory to spread the teachings of the Lord and the path of the Holy Light. The weather is getting colder every day. There are more and more new residents transported from Tanching Town. How is the housing security situation? We must guarantee that people's food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, these 4 basic necessities that no one can escape or avoid. Wooden houses are sufficient. According to the new approach you proposed, serfs or vagrants arriving in the territory would not be required to participate in agricultural or factory work initially, but would first set about building their own houses and would learn the labor system here and receive general education in the course of this process. The plan worked so well that they worked unusually hard and all praised the generosity of the Cecil family. And by the time they finish these tasks, the basic labor system and common sense of life have been firmly imprinted in their minds. The simple truth is that everyone will give their all to build their own home. And the subtle education carried out in this wholehearted labor process can penetrate deeper into people's hearts than any whip or scolding. But wooden houses cannot compare to brick and tile houses, especially in winter. Even if we prepare enough mud to paste the walls, the house will still be cold. Your kindness is indeed touching, but the output of the brick and tile factory cannot keep up. If it weren't for the logging and sawmill stocking up a large amount of timber in advance, we would have even built wooden houses. Then at least ensure the supply of charcoal and let them get through their first winter. Have all the newly added building areas been equipped with honeycomb magic nets? Yes, all areas are laying magic nets. Even if it is not possible to lay the entire area, it at least ensures that the honeycomb structure is connected in a straight line. Each building area is connected and has a magic network interface left. Although magic net can provide wireless power, its efficiency is not high. If many magic network interfaces are reserved, it can prepare for future urbanization development, such as connecting street lights or providing magic to every household. Now there's one more question. It's about the night school education you are promoting. Night school. What went wrong with those general education courses? You demand that everyone in the territory must receive education, but now there is a large influx of people, mostly illiterate poor people. Learning venues have been added in both the territory center and the Western District. All the soldiers, craftsmen, and department heads who recognize characters take turns teaching after completing their work, but they are still too busy to keep up. The capacity of each classroom is limited. Those new leaders lack discipline. Once there are too many people, the chaos in the scene is a disaster, and if there are too few people, additional classrooms need to be added. Then recruit from the 100-person aid construction team. In addition to high-end talents like Jenny, there are also ordinary craftsmen and apprentices who can read. In addition, to promote the recruitment information of the Steel Plant Machinery Research Institute, it is necessary to recognize and be able to count in order to apply for additional food supplies, so that learning can be motivated. Oh, I see. Is there anything else to report? Her ability to walk and sleep is really impressive. When did she fall asleep? Just when we started discussing the house. You guys finally finished talking about it. Let's talk about steel production again. When the meal is ready, call me. I snore. Adult. A stranger has arrived on the territory. Wearing clothes of the Holy Light sect, it seems like a missionary. He is currently working on the construction site. I don't know what's going on. Ha ha. You call this minister? Oh, my gosh. You came. You're finally here. What's wrong with this person? His flesh and shoulders seem to be ready to die with the infidels at any moment. I don't know what the situation is either. He said he was ordered to preach in the South. Then he asked the workers if anyone was interested in the Holy Light. Does anyone know where this person came from? Of course, no one paid any attention to him. I also told him that everyone's work hasn't been completed yet and no one has time to listen to him, but this person didn't say a word and ran to move bricks without stopping him. His strength is so strong that it's frightening. You can tell from your body shape that your strength is not small. This is really not a paladin who goes out wearing the wrong clothes and a long robe. I asked and said it was a missionary who traveled from the central region. Don't be nervous. I have had contact in the past. Oh. The steward has arrived. Is he the steward? This kind of speaking style really doesn't seem like the kind of priest commonly seen in the Holy Light Church. Yes, I am in charge of this area. What do you do? Great. I finally met someone who can speak effectively. Can you help me hand this over to your Lord? I stood on a high place and looked for half a day before, but couldn't find where his castle was. I hereby appoint the faithful servant of the Lord, the pastor of the Holy Light, Late Avican, to go to the south to preach the teachings of the Lord and spread the path of the Holy Light. This is really a missionary. Okay, I will forward it, but I need to ask you a few questions first. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 1 hour. Something's wrong with your arm. Okay, that's it. A slight injury. In the future, even if it's cloudy or rainy, it won't happen again. May the Lord bless you. This missionary actually only said one sentence, may the Lord bless you. Don't other missionaries take advantage of this opportunity to grab people and give a half-hour lecture on the way of the Holy Light? You are here to preach. The document states that the signature sent by the Central Diocese to me is Bishop Meagle. I started from the plane of the Holy Spirit and walked all the way here, spending a small amount of time on the road and most of the time preaching. It has been over a year since I started and stopped along the way. I only recently learned about the Cecil family's establishment of a new frontier here. Originally, my last stop was Tansan Town. But now my last stop is here. I plan to settle down here for a long time. If we can obtain the permission of the resurrected Duke, we can establish a church here. Hey, what about you? What about you? Why did you suddenly come to help with the work? The supervisor just said that everyone is working, so he didn't have time to listen to my preaching. Can't I help them finish their work quickly so that we can preach? Because of this. Yeah, that's why. Forgive me for taking the liberty, but I have also met missionaries from the Holy Light Church who have traveled abroad, but none of them are like you. Were you a paladin before? I am a pastor. It has always been so. However, preaching outside is more dangerous. Frequently encounter wild beasts and bandits and the like. The cleric's own combat spells are too few. Exercising is also beneficial for self-protection. And sometimes when I don't have enough money to spend, I have to help the locals do some work in exchange for food. Not being physically strong is not acceptable. Missionaries of the Holy Light Church do not have a tradition of exchanging work for food. The extraordinary do not need to sell their physical strength anywhere, let alone sell their physical strength to ordinary people. I have never heard of such a thing. Madam, this is not right. The way of Holy Light tells us that one cannot reap without effort. The way of the Holy Light tells us that everyone is a subject of the Holy Light. Since they are all the people of the Holy Light, why divide them into ordinary people and not ordinary people? Do you really take these words seriously? How can the teachings of the Holy Light be taken as false? Is he related to Princess Veronica's previous visit? How credible are his words? If those words are all true, then it seems like there is nothing to worry about. This Holy Light pastor has been traveling since a year ago, and I hadn't even uncovered his coffin yet. His arrival was just an accident. If it weren't for a true Holy Light missionary suddenly arriving in this territory, it would be a rather sensitive matter. But I always feel that this matter has nothing to do with conspiracy. Anyway, as a lord, I cannot easily drive out such a missionary. I really want to see where he comes from and what his purpose is. By the way, you three, are you interested in the way of Holy Light? Are you three interested in the path of the Holy Light? I am a believer in the goddess of magic, and I will not believe in other gods. You're lame. I believe in shadow. Not interested, thank you. Oh, then forget it. You just forget about it and don't plan on persuading anymore. I also prepared a bunch of excuses and reasons. For example, if you don't have enough money to support the priests or maintain the bricks and tiles of the church in your territory, you can buy them yourself. The way of the Holy Light tells me that if I do good deeds, the Holy Light will naturally shine on people's hearts. If I cannot do good deeds, even if I speak my tongue, it will not work. So it's okay if you're not interested. It's not too late to come find me when you're interested. He's quite an interesting guy. Speaking of which, you come from the Central Region, right? How could the church in the Holy Spirit Plain send you to preach in the extreme South and give you a document? Your followers and guards. I'm on my way alone. The bishop gave me a document to preach in the South, so I came. As a small junior pastor, where did I get the attendants and guards, and I don't need them either. Many paladins can't beat my followers, and their work is not as good as mine. What do I want them to do? It seems like there's work to do again. Do you still have any questions? If there's no problem, I'll go help unload this batch of bricks first. Help yourself. Then I'll go. Oh, by the way, don't forget to help me hand over the documents to your Lord. I need the Lord's permission to establish a church and publicly preach. Don't worry, I will definitely forward it. Thank you. By the way, there's something I forgot to ask. Where to go eat after work? Just follow the workers, and everyone who works will have food to eat and take care of themselves. Oh. Thank you. I thought the people of the Holy Light Church would definitely cause trouble when they saw me, but how could they be such a stupid weirdo? Don't be paranoid anymore. They don't even know who you are. Why are they bothering you? Ancestor, do you want to allow this missionary to preach on the territory? Observe for 2 days first. Please send a secretary to register his basic information and pay more attention to his actions. If this person has no questions, allow him to preach and engage in activities within Cecil's legal framework. Religious activity is a given in the world, and thaumaturgy is a part of local productivity. There is no need or point in stopping a missionary of the Church of Light from operating in a territory. And as long as this strange and upright missionary has no background doubts or stains, his arrival is actually a good thing. If a small church recognized by the Holy Light Church is established on the territory, then I have sufficient reason to politely refuse the infiltration of the church from the capital city. The regional church established by a wandering missionary with the support of a local lord is much easier to control than the church directly commanded by the royal church. It's time to move out and move into a brick and tile house. I just don't know why Amber seems more anxious about moving than me. It's been a long time since I opened the window and entered the house. There's not even a door in your tent that can be pried open. What is a noble mansion without a basement and treasure trove? Work, work, work. The measures issued under the identity of Gal 1, even the planning of urban road construction and the prohibition of using sewers for urination and defecation on the street, which are difficult to promote in the current era, have been well implemented. But it seems that people don't really care about the purpose of these measures, and as long as the Lord says it, it must be right. The execution efficiency brought about by blind trust cannot be relied upon for a long time. There are only 2 ways to maintain this execution rate. First, as much as possible, make more new systems and laws produce visible benefits, at the very least making people believe that the improvements in life are promoted by those systems and laws, that they will be happy to follow the new law. Second, promote education, teach people to think and differentiate so that they can understand what the Lord is saying, and still support the laws and regulations on the territory under this premise. The second article can not only maintain the current operational rate, but also greatly improve the efficiency of each job in the territory. But where can teachers be found? Especially when it comes to providing extraordinary knowledge education for the whole nation, it's even harder to find teachers like this. People who truly have knowledge and can receive higher education are unlikely to be willing to patiently explain what runes and calculations are to a group of noisy and lowly poor people. Even if you give money, it won't work. Perhaps we should inquire with Jenny. She might know some extraordinary professionals who are extremely down and out in high society. Poor people think of change. Those starving mages should be easier to bribe, right? General Vanessa. Those humans with sick brains have run away. What an inexplicable creature. I remember hundreds of years ago when they weren't so crazy. Why can't they even communicate now? Maybe it's because they can't live in the sea all day long. Living on land is suffocating their brains. Never mind, it's not important. Since those mentally ill humans have all run away, we can continue working. Then let's go down and continue digging for squid. Continue digging squid. Continue digging squid. Digging squid. Giant squid. Humph, hum, hum. Chang. Here are the results. Replace the metal wire and finger sleeve that triggers the rune trigger with a more reliable and sturdy grip. The front end has added a targeting mechanism. Magic capacitor ensures that energy crystals can be replaced anytime. C rune substrate is designed as detachable and the core magic unit can be replaced at any time. And after adjusting the internal runes and refining the quartz column, its effective range has been increased to 340 to 370 meters, and its accuracy and power have also improved to a certain extent. Very good. This is the first one in this world. Remote firearms. This is the combat backpack. It's a normal backpack on top. You can use it as a marching bag to put dry food, water bags, flint ointment, and other things inside. The backpack below is for carrying crystals. The lower part is just at the position of the lower back, and you can reach it by reaching back. The opening next to it allows you to take out spare crystals. Use 2 metal plates to clamp them and arrange them in order inside. After taking out one piece, insert the depleted crystals from the other end of the backpack and push them out one by one. Theoretically, 12 crystals can be charged at a time, more can be squeezed in, but the charging efficiency will be too low. Have you thought of other functions of this backpack? Other functions. Add a sturdy strap to it and swing it out to hit people. If that's the case, its weight will have to be increased. Don't be so straightforward in your thinking. What if someone suspects it's genetic? If you stuff a large number of crystals into this backpack, can it be considered a giant magic capacitor? Shiro. That's right. If this backpack is used directly for power supply, wouldn't it be able to carry larger magic? Such a large volume cannot be wasted. In addition to storing crystals to provide magic for soldiers on the battlefield, it can also integrate some magic array substrates into it. Think about it, what would happen if we install a magic shield on it? The breeze shield increases its defense and physical fitness by adding a magic array. Soldiers are like carrying an accompanying priest who constantly unleashes enhanced spells on them 24 hours a day. The energy consumption of these basic spells is very low, and the overall benefit is very worthwhile. Ancestor, why are your thoughts so sentimental? The wisdom of the elderly. What I just said is all included in the plan for the next generation backpack. Let's put it into production now. The most important thing is to let the soldiers form combat effectiveness first. Good. Also, when you go back, go find Hetty and ask her to come over. Okay. Ancestor, come find me. I'm here to inquire about the situation of that missionary. What he's been doing these past few days and who he's been in contact with. Have there been any actions of leaving the territory or transmitting messages to the outside world? What's wrong with you? In order to practice aiming, I finally smashed myself with a big fireball. When Rebecca broke into the laboratory, I was conducting experiments. Have you already fought? I've already fought. I'll have another fight later when I go back. Be gentle, you're already a big girl. I will try. Cough cough, let's get down to business first. Yes. That pastor named Wright hasn't left the territory or done anything suspicious these days. He wakes up earlier than others every day mainly for prayer and physical exercise, and then eats breakfast like everyone else to go to the construction site. We didn't assign him any work, but he took the initiative to find the foreman. Now, he is almost a regular worker there moving bricks in the newly planned Market Street area. Is he so proactive in wanting to work? Yes. I asked the soldier to investigate his words, and the missionary also candidly explained that the reason was because of the guidance of the Holy Light. Without the permission of the Lord, he could not hold the sacrament and had to exchange labor for food. These are indeed the contents that the Holy Light Church preaches on a daily basis, but there are probably not many clergy who firmly believe in these practices. They are just using these excuses to deceive civilians into doing voluntary labor or fundraising for the church. Is he preaching? I don't know if that counts as evangelism. He does have a habit of talking about the way of the Holy Light and occasionally using divine techniques to heal people's wounds. He also says things like, "May the Holy Light protect you," but he doesn't seem to be preaching seriously at all. Only when encountering believers who truly believe in the God of light will he give a serious lecture on the doctrine. Has the person sent to Tanjung Town returned the message? Our people have already returned and inquired with the pastor at the Holy Light Church in Tansan Town, confirming that there is indeed a missionary named Wright Ivkin who came from the Holy Spirit plane to travel in the south. And the features are consistent, but based on my guess. This guy named Wright was kicked out of the Central Church rather than sent out to preach. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked like this. To be honest, I guess it's the same. Even in the rigid and strict Holy Light Church, it is inevitable that such unconventional figures will appear. Ancestor, how are you planning to arrange this missionary? It's not a solution to just hang him out like this, is it? If there are still no problems in 2 or 3 more days, I will meet him. We can also have a church in our territory. Damn it, it's getting colder and colder. It's much colder than usual, and homeless people will definitely not be able to survive this winter. Most of the people here are refugees who escaped from the Bald Eagle because of that damn flood. The rest are poor people who have lost their land and shelter due to various reasons. Expelled, captured, plundered, killed by local lords or wild beasts, or died of cold and hunger. For nobles, we are just disgusting mouths that need to eat. Sister, I couldn't find any mushrooms. Only found these firewood. 2 children from the Bow family have passed away. Starving to death. Oh. Is there anything to eat today? You hit something. We don't have to go hungry today. When we go out to molt the chicken later, bring the hunting knife and place it in a prominent place. Sis. Are you hurt? Bitten by a stray dog, the tendon is injured. I can't hunt anymore. Then we will definitely die, won't we? Tomorrow I will bring a bow and arrow. Don't go. Once you go there, you won't be able to come back. Hunting in the woods is not the same as collecting firewood nearby. I will set traps. I remember how to distinguish the traces of bears and wolves and avoid them. I will. If you die outside, I definitely won't live long either. Go pick mushrooms in the woods and search for the tree species and fruits under the roots of the trees. It's really not possible. We can find the Lord here. Absolutely not. You forgot how everyone was driven away in the Carol Ring. Now is the month of frost, no longer cultivated and difficult to hunt. Noble lords will not allow even a mouth to grow on their territory at this time. Maybe the Lord of Tanzania has a large mine that even the Frost Moon mine needs slave labor, right? Do they want lame and sick ghosts? What about heading south? I heard that the area south of the Baishuwe River is a newly developed territory by the Cecil family, and there may be a shortage of people working there. I can at least tan leather. Don't even think about it. Noble gentlemen. It's all the same. A gathering place of refugees is located in the mountains and forests on the east side of the Tansan mine in the north of Baishuwe River. Yes, sir. It was supposed that Knight Byron came to report to you, but he was exploring the ruins in the mountains and the news passed to me. What is the scale? Have you already sent someone to contact it? The scale is not large, about 100 people, but it is possible to contact other refugee settlements through them. But our people haven't contacted them yet because it's a bit troublesome. Trouble? Some armed personnel of unknown origin are operating near that settlement, probably mercenary slave hunting teams waiting to take action. According to the information that came back, those people were well armed and confirmed the existence of an extraordinary profession, and may even have 1 or 2 spellcasters stationed, but their level is unknown. A multitude of extraordinary people in charge? This mercenary team is quite powerful. How to deal with adults? Of course, to go and bring back the subjects who should be protected by the Cecil family. The mountainous plains, jungles, and rivers south of the noble lands east of the Tanzanian mines are all unclaimed lands in the southern region. As long as it is ownerless. That belongs to the Cecil family. Adult. The soldiers and supply convoy have assembled and are ready to depart at any time. Okay, then we'll. Wait. Wait a second. Let go, let go, let go. Thank you to the Holy Light for giving me a moment. Holy light, you stepped on my foot. Please make way, thank you. For the sake of Holy Light's face. Holy Light, I'll do it. It's you. Aren't you the manager on the construction site? I didn't lie to you. I am indeed the steward of this land. The Lord is also in charge, isn't he? Holy Light, you are the Lord of this land, the legendary Gawain Cecil who jumped out of the coffin with the anger of unworthy descendants. I thought you were the foreman. Missionary, pay attention to your words and actions. Cough, cough, don't get excited. This is one of the rumors I asked Byron to spread back then. Did you commit a wrongdoing? It's uncertain how many more folk versions will continue to ferment in the future. Why did you come to see me? You should be able to tell that we are about to go on a mission. That's why I came here. I hope to depart with you all. Why? You are not my soldier, or something like that. Why do you want to go with us? How could the troops depart without a military chaplain? I heard that you are going to rescue a group of refugees who are suffering from hunger in the wilderness. I can't help but go. This is truly the speech of a righteous person, and it also embodies the spirit of chivalry. Reverend Wright, you are a good priest. As long as you can follow the command, we'll set off. Kant Castle. Mr. Carter. Viscount Victor Kant. Stay. Those hunting dogs have found new prey. Yes, sir. A group of malnourished homeless people who have no idea of their impending fate. Those hunting dogs haven't started yet. These dogs need money. They want more money. Dogs need food as a reward to work hard for their owners. Dogs with 2 legs are the same. Carter sent someone with a purse to find those hunting dogs. Tell them to act quickly. It's Frost Moon now. If we delay any longer, there won't be another collaboration. Yes, sir. We're almost there. In fact, there are many refugee settlements in this area, but they are all hidden in extremely difficult to find places. But as long as we can find one, it's easy to connect with others. In fact, I always feel that this situation is a bit strange. Strange, where is strange? Few people would engage in large-scale slave hunting after a frost month. After the frost month, the temperature drops and not much labor is needed. In this situation, capturing slaves not only leaves no one to work, but also requires providing food to feed them. Unless it's a mine that's not affected by seasons, but Viscount Andrew has no intention of increasing slave labor recently. He doesn't even care about this kind of thing. God knows who these mercenaries took the black money from. Perhaps we need to sell these refugees to the mines and merchants in the central region where there are so many that many people will take risks to purchase private slaves. Stop. There is a bloody smell in front. The holy light is above, and someone is bleeding and dying. The equipment is indeed excellent. And half of them are mixed with civilians. Once the battle begins, they are likely to use those civilians as hostages. Hostage. Are you overthinking it? Those are refugees who are treated like livestock by nobles and mercenaries, and their armies never care about their life and death. Those mercenaries must think of us the same way. That's why they won't use those people as hostages. But it is possible to use it as a shield at critical moments. Hostages are only effective when viewed as human beings, but as long as we can find a way to make a big noise and catch them off guard, those refugees will immediately flee in a frenzy. This situation will not be under the control of those mercenaries. Taking advantage of the fact that the hands and feet of those refugees are not yet bound, now is a good opportunity. Then, let's make some big noise. You're quite clever, aren't you? The little girl. You think if you cover your face, I won't be able to tell you're a girl anymore. The makeup is done well. I'll help you add a few more strokes to ensure that this makeup will never fade for a lifetime. You scoundrels! A bitch bastard who only sleeps in a stinky ditch, tell me where that cripple has gone. 8 people have already died just now. Do you know how much money I lost when a cripple ran away? Where did that cripple go? What is it? Enemy attack. These bastard dogs came out of there. Are you here to grab business? I can't feel the magical fluctuations of these guys. What's going on with those explosions? There are spellcasters hiding in the woods. Give me all these fancy and weird things. They are all ordinary people without any magical power fluctuation. Let me kill them all. Kill him. Radiant Mage. A mage wearing armor and carrying a long sword. A large group of mages wearing armor and carrying long swords. When did mages become so worthless? Hold it. If I were you, at this moment, I will place my hand on the back of my head. This guy looks pretty capable. If he dares to fight back, I dare to run. If you don't resist, just use this to get a roast chicken and half a bucket of iced beer from Gawain. On that account, I give up. I surrender. Not killing prisoners of war? I surrender. I surrender. Clean up the battlefield. May the holy light purify your sinful soul. May the holy light purify your sinful soul. May the holy light purify your sinful and particularly ugly soul. May the holy light purify your soul, which is sinful, ugly, and has a garlic smell. May the holy light purify you. Discipline. Lord, there's a mercenary pretending to be dead here. I jumped. Tie him up with the leader just now. Mom, you didn't kill him, did you? You take half of the people and go around the woods to make sure there are no remaining enemies. Yes. Don't worry, the silence technique can't kill anyone. Right, come on. There are many wounded among the public. I am the lord of this land. Don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you. Are all your people here? Is there anyone who is missing or injured and unable to move? The holy light is above. Take a look at the physical condition of these poor people. May the holy light heal you. The minor effect holy light technique for adults cannot cure those with more serious injuries. I need to go for individual treatment. Well, go ahead. You're lucky. Take a look, this is starting to suppurate. In a few days, you will have a high fever and may not even be able to survive. The injury on your arm was not caused by those mercenaries. No, it was bitten by a wild beast. What about the face? It was whipped by them. Don't be afraid, these mercenaries won't hurt you anymore. How many of you are here in total? You don't have to worry, I've already said that I'm the lord of this place. This land belongs to the Cecil family, and you're already under the protection of my army. The Cecil family is committed to restoring order to this land, and we are looking to gather the homeless scattered in this area. Not only you, but if you know of any other refugee settlements, you can also tell me. As long as I abide by the laws set by Cecil, I will allow every homeless person to live on this land. And those who provide information on refugees can receive additional rewards. Master. Lord. Most of us fled from the place where the bald eagle led us, and there was a flood that destroyed everything. The Lord closed the castle gate and asked us to wait outside for death, and some of us escaped. Are you really letting us refugees live on your land? Of course. As long as you abide by the laws of this land and act according to my rules, it's fine. And you can rest assured that Cecil's laws are definitely much more merciful than the laws you were supposed to abide by. That. Adult. We found someone in the woods who may be a refugee who ran away. He attacked us with a bow and arrow, but didn't harm anyone and was caught by us. Tom. Sister, what's going on here? Tom, you've caused a big trouble. You attacked the Lord's soldiers. I thought they were robbers. I heard them talking about how to handle corpses. That seems like a misunderstanding. Who was attacked? It's me, sir, but I'm fine. Sir, this seems to be a misunderstanding. The knight should be tolerant. I don't think it's necessary to hold this young man too responsible as long as he can remember his lesson and stop being so impulsive. Since it was a misunderstanding, I won't hold you accountable. But after all, you took the initiative to attack someone. So moderate punishment is still necessary. You can do things to make up for your mistakes. Can you and your sister find other refugee settlements? The Cecil family is reshaping the order on this land. Before this year's cold month arrives, all homeless people wandering in this forest and nearby wilderness can report to the Cecil family and become permanent and legal residents of this land. In order to ensure that all those in need receive timely messages, I need you and other capable individuals to search for the refugees who are hiding. Can it be done? My sister and I can find other settlements. Okay, I will send soldiers to escort and ensure that you can complete these tasks alive. I know you were all honest and hard-working people who followed the law. But your lord has abandoned you, and all the nobles in the entire southern region have abandoned you. No family or land allows you to establish and survive. You can only wander in the wilderness, relying on grass roots, bark, moss, and mice to feed yourselves, but even so, those nobles' minions are still plundering, harming, and even chasing you here. However, from today on, you stand on the land of the Cecil family. From today on, I am your lord. You can live freely and safely on the land of the Cecil family. And you need to tell the people you know who suffer together in the wilderness that there is a place to settle down here. Distribute some of the excess food to these people, otherwise it may be difficult for them to reach the territory in their current state. Also, send another soldier on a fast horseback and tell Hetty the news to prepare. Yes. What do you want? Yes, Lord Leader. Is everything you just said true? Of course it's true. I need to lie to you. Can I go find other settlements with my brother? He has limited mobility and needs someone to take care of him. If necessary, I will arrange a horse or a car for him. Of course, you can still act with him. Thank you very much for your kindness. The next day. Ancestors. Are you really planning to gather all the homeless people in the wilderness on the north bank of the Baishué River before the arrival of the cold moon? Is there pressure on food? Really? If those intelligence are true, the entire wilderness is now filled with refugees, and we will have to support about 400 people through this winter. Previously, only 200 people could buy food, but what about order? I am very worried that the fruits of my hard work will be destroyed. We have doubled the population from 800 to 200, but the order has not collapsed, so what's there to worry about? That's different. The previously added population arrived before the frost month, and the warm weather provided ample job opportunities for those who needed labor and renovation. Adequate job opportunities would be the best way to digest and absorb the new population. But now it's already the late frost month, and soon we'll enter a misty moon with snow falling, followed by a cold and icy moon with dripping water. At this point, we won't have any job opportunities. Who said there isn't one? Why can't we work in winter and can only stay at home to consume food? In fact, on the contrary, I still have piles of engineering projects waiting for manpower to complete here. After entering winter, there is nothing to do. That's another territory. There are still many things we can do here. The steel plant is expanding its scale, and 2 large factories have been added next to the machinery manufacturing plant to accommodate new production lines. The furnace area for firing Rebecca crystals has also been converted into an official factory called the Magic Crystal Smelting Plant, which is not only used for firing Rebecca crystals but also for testing various minerals and synthesizing new substances. In addition, the iron mines in the east and countless construction sites on the territory also require manpower. After winter, the land becomes hard and the water is prone to freezing, but the cement made by Rebecca performs well at low temperatures. Construction projects at various construction sites will not stop. And we have a big project coming up soon. As the Baishui River enters the dry season and the water level drops, I plan to build a truly sturdy and long-lasting bridge over this river to replace the current temporary ferry bridge. In this way, the development work on the north bank of Baishui River can proceed smoothly after the spring of next year. And they also need to provide basic training for the new arrivals. They probably won't be able to adapt to the magic engine at first. Additionally, I plan to. Speaking of which, we'll have to wait a little longer. And in the end, we also need to. How about now? Don't worry about those refugees having nothing to do, right? We have ample positions to keep them busy throughout the winter, so what are you worried about? Only because big heart. Worried about exhaustion. Cough cough, don't worry, I'll find someone to help you. When winter comes, you can set up the framework of the Ministry of the Interior. Thank you, ancestors. Why does this sound so similar to what those barbarians used to say back then? They used to praise the spirit of their ancestors no matter what they did. I am different from them. My ancestors can indeed hear me thanking him. Don't say this in front of me anymore. I feel like I'm going to become a spirit in heaven. Go ahead and get busy with your tasks. Once the next batch of human resources from Tansan Town arrives, I will prioritize selecting a group of assistants for you. How is it? Did those two captured mercenaries cooperate? They haven't cooperated yet. After all, you don't allow the abuse of prisoners, so those two are still wasting time with the soldiers. I said, will you really not think about it? These mercenaries are easy to deal with. You don't need a whip, and you don't have to pay. It's hard to handle. These two are different. A third-level knight and a second-level arcane mage, these people can all ascend to the ranks of nobility, be ennobled as barons and viscounts, but are willing to become mercenaries. Why do you think? Is it for ideal? You see, I'm such a powerful shadow master. I even dig graves and dig graves. No, the mercenary groups that have been operating in this region for a long time, such as the Southern Qingping, are usually not very strong or financially strong, while those mercenaries who have several professions stationed and can wear extraordinary weapons usually have only one explanation. They are a black-handed team dedicated to serving one or a few nobles. These mercenaries have a strong mentality, and most of them have some sort of handle or hostages in the hands of the nobles, so they are not afraid of severe torture, and ordinary whipping is useless. How did you pry open their mouths? Pittman has a way of needing ointment and ceremony, so I'm not in a hurry. And I don't believe you haven't found anything from those two mercenaries. I know your personality, but I usually ask you to help fetch ink from the warehouse. You can drink half a bottle on the way. When did I drink ink? Metaphor is metaphor, understand? Let me tell you, this is my trophy. After you've seen it, you should return it to me. What else is there? The rules I just established prohibit plundering spoils of war on the battlefield, unify public relations, and record merits. You forgot, and I'm not denying you compensation. Merit is still rewarded. No wonder the soldiers just came over to report that no valuable personal belongings were found on those two prisoners. This is, my Lord Viscount. The last batch of herbs and potions this year has already been harvested, and there has been a good harvest. The magic medicine has found buyers, but the herbal medicine has poor sales this year. Don't worry, Mr. Pax. Soon, the caravan from the Holy Spirit Plain will come to Xuanlinbo to purchase a large number of medicinal herbs. Everyone's hard work throughout the year will not be in vain. Viscount, thank you for running around for the people in your territory. Please pay attention to your own body. Don't worry, my old bones are still strong. My incompetent son is also about to return from his travels in the Holy Spirit plane. It's not too late for me to rest when he takes over the family's property. Sorry, gentlemen. Today's meeting may have to come to an end. I suddenly remembered that I have one more important thing to do. An archbishopric-level eternal sleeper successfully approached and invaded the spiritual world of Gao Cecil. You are more patient and calm than I imagined. You are indeed the great hero of 700 years ago. I have never seen such a temperament in others. Duke of Gao Cecil, I thought you would spend 180 years with me here. Please don't hold grudges. The way I invited you may have been a bit rough, but my fundamental purpose is just to have a good talk with you. Perhaps you will feel more comfortable in a different conversation environment. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Is it because I didn't restore it properly? I have been working hard to restore this place according to those ancient memory fragments. Are you not familiar with the faces of those servants? Most of the scenes in this castle were extracted from their memories. Do you see any differences between those plants and buildings and the Cecil Castle in your memory? Ah, the memories extracted from dreams may indeed be distorted. This castle, which does not conform to the facts, may actually make you feel unhappy. What about this environment? This is the ancient capital of Gondor. There's also the deep blue well. Would you prefer this scene? After all, you are also a figure who experienced the glory of Gondor. Perhaps you would prefer to reminisce on the glories of mankind's empire at its height? Sorry, during the heyday of the Tudor Empire, I was just a knight apprentice on the northern border of the empire. I don't know what the bustling imperial capital looks like, but the scenery is really nice. I can also see what the deep blue well looked like back then. I will not worry about it. So the eternal sleeper has already expressed his respect to you. Next, it's time for you to show your cooperation. Eternal sleeper. Sure enough, the Cecil family has not had any vested interests with any current forces in the world, except for those cultists who are naturally at odds with everyone. Among the main cult forces, the Eternal Sleeper is the most mysterious and skilled in spiritual magic. I heard that Eternal Sleepers are good at creating illusions and dreams, but this is my first time experiencing them firsthand. I have to say that your skills in this area are very high. If people rely on the so-called visual, tactile, and olfactory senses to perceive the existence of the world. So as long as these things are perfectly simulated, what is the difference between reality and illusion? Compared to the dark and sinking reality, isn't it better to have a perfect dream? But in this perfect dream, isn't your attire a bit eye-catching? No matter what you want to talk to me about, you have to show your true face, right? And you haven't introduced yourself yet, which doesn't seem to be in line with the etiquette of talking to people. I am just a simple seeker of the Tao, and a forever sleeping person doesn't need any surnames or names. As for the so-called true face, it is indeed what a person who is bound by the real world would say. Unfortunately, those who are confined to reality can never understand how great the dream of eternal sleep is. In this perfect world, the so-called individual's appearance has become meaningless. So which look do you think suits me better? It's this one. Still this one. Change randomly. Refreshing is good. It seems that you have enough patience to pass the time with me. Unfortunately, I don't have the patience anymore. I called you to this place just to learn something from you. What's up? You are in those lost seas. What exactly did you see? What did you say? Lost sea? You don't have to pretend to be confused. We both know very well what the eternal dark sea refers to. Perhaps others may not know about this secret voyage, but there are still people who have returned alive with you on the journey. It is very clear to us. What the heck is this guy talking about? You got some kind of inspiration in the eternal dark sea, right? You even brought something back, right? We are extremely curious about this. Does this eternal sleeper cultist know a secret that even Gowan Cecil himself doesn't remember? This story doesn't even exist in my mind. The original owner of this body entrusted the crystal to the secret silver treasury for safekeeping, and I have no knowledge of this information. Is all of this interconnected here? Anyway, I need to extract something from his mouth. You want to know? Is it the eternal sleeper sect behind you who wants to know, or more people who want to know? If I say it's just my personal curiosity, you probably won't believe me. This is something that the entire Eternal Sleeper Church is concerned about. Please believe me, unlike those groups that aspire to destroy the world, everything we do is just to protect all living beings in the world. Although sometimes our methods may not be understood by outsiders, I believe that if the enlightenment you gain in the eternal dark sea is about the truth of this world, so you will definitely understand the actions of the eternal sleeper. Who else knows about me in the eternal dark sea, and how did you find out? I said that the people who sailed with you in those years came back alive, and more than one of them, including the eyeliner placed by the sleeper beside you. We have no intention of spreading this secret, and only a small number of nightmare bishops and above have partial knowledge of the situation. I did bring something back from there. But how can you be sure that I will cooperate with you? Something is invading my consciousness. Yes, of course I know you won't cooperate, and I also know you won't answer any of my questions. You are a great hero from 700 years ago. How could you trust and tell a secret to a cult member just because they talk to you for a few words? Why do you think I am here to speak with you and answer your questions one by one, following the same principle? In dreams, even dragons will gradually sink. Spirit and consciousness are magical things. People rely on it to become human, but they cannot control its operation. This guy is looking into my memories. Everything operates automatically, and even legendary persons can't control their subconscious. You are here to talk to me. It is the process of gradually opening one's heart. Even now, the barriers to your will to hear my voice and receive the information I convey are constantly breaking down. That's right, that's right. I'm about to succeed in stealing your memory. My will can come upon your body at any time. Are you sure? Do you want to see my memory? If there is a wall of memory in everyone's consciousness world. So my wall is not actually meant to protect myself, but to protect reckless peepers like you. Goo. Cough. You dare to look at a surveillance database that spans hundreds of thousands of years. No need for the skull. So, what's next? Let me see what treasures are hidden in your spiritual intelligence. Kant Castle. What's wrong, dear? Do you want me to go out? No, it's nothing. It's okay. I just came to see you. There's still a while until the sun sets. You can go back and sleep well, then get up and have dinner with me. But my dear, I'm not tired anymore. Listen, go back to sleep. I'll come find you later. The eternal sleeper archbishop has failed. The mental response completely disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by some terrible devourer in one gulp, completely digested, and completely disappeared. What exactly is there in the consciousness world of Gowan Cecil? It can devour a bishop-level eternal sleeper and even make him so fearful on his deathbed. Bishop Roderick. Fallen. Bishop Roderick has fallen. In the spiritual contact with Gowan Cecil, he was swallowed up. What exactly happened? He only had time to say one sentence to the outside world. Don't do it. Don't pry into this non-human soul. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Ancestors. What's up? Did I just lose consciousness? Are you okay? Just now, that mercenary suddenly unleashed a powerful spell. You just stood here motionless, and we were all scared. I'm all right. How long have I been unconscious? Just a few minutes, perhaps. Thank goodness you are okay. Otherwise, I have to leave here horizontally today. Someone will surely say that I made a mistake while messing with the fake medicine. Are you really not related to the ointment incense you made? It really has nothing to do with him. Just now, a perpetual sleeper cultist attempted to erode my spirit. Z has. This mercenary is disguised as an eternal sleeper cultist. No, he's just being used as a springboard by the eternal sleeper. Can allow cultists to come when needed. I have heard about the eternal sleeper church. They rarely cause large-scale deaths. But their actions are even more bizarre than other cults. I think they are hiding some huge plan. Wow. The more I listen, the more rash I get. You were just dragged into a dream by the eternal sleeper. And then you ran out. We competed in the world of consciousness. And then that guy died. Most likely not a powerful character. The eternal sleeper who can descend with thoughts is a minor character. Anyway, I'm not as good as you. It doesn't matter how powerful one was before death. Ancestors still need to be careful. They are clearly here for you. I clearly called out your name. Ahem. Cough. Your Grace. I believe it is time for you to consider my resignation request. If you really wanted to run, you would have disappeared by now. Are you the kind of employee who greets their boss before running away? Anyway, when I come, I'll keep going. What do you care about? The eternal sleeper cult. 3 or 2 small fish and shrimp won't cause much trouble. I don't believe it. Those cultists who have been holding their tails for 700 years now dare to organize a large army to attack. Should our ancestors continue to be interrogated? That's okay. Lock it up for a while and then see what happens. Cecil is currently in short supply of people. This guy in front of us is considered a prisoner of war. According to the laws of this era, prisoners of war will become slaves on the territory. It's better to have this second-level spellcaster continue to shine and heat up in other positions than to have him executed or released. Ancestors. Ancestors. Aren't we investigating the Kant family's hiring of these mercenaries to plunder refugees? Ah, yes. I'm a little tired and forgot about this matter. Hertai Pittman, I'll leave this matter to the two of you. Why did the Kant family capture slaves in Frost Moon? Just tell me the results of the interrogation. I must go back and get some rest. Yes. Cecil's collar. Drop. Here is. Ensu-style castle. I ran into my dream again. Why is there another wave so quickly? Are these cultists the gourd babies who saved Grandpa? Incorrect. This feels different from before. Let's give it a try first. Drink. I can. Create what you think in your heart. This kind of change is mostly related to the unlucky eternal sleeper cult organization. Although I don't know what's going on. During the process of devouring the other person's mind, I came into contact with the power of the eternal sleeper. These scattered pieces of knowledge are not just simple memory materials. It itself is a kind of power. It is a force in itself. The things created in dreams have no real attributes. The newly created mobile phone cannot be turned on. Coke also has no taste. The dreamers are good at making nightmares, plus this molding ability that is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. This is probably because those pagans are trying to escape reality, only immersed in this virtual world. But what are they escaping from in the real world? Here is yet a castle. It is indeed the emblem of the Comte family. Is this really Comte Castle? That cult member has also been active here. We have to go in and take a look. These look like a type of text. Incorrect. It's a dent made by fingernails. These figures are remnants in different time and space. They all walk towards the inside in unison. There must be something inside here. Constantly engage them. These remnants are all moving deeper. Follow up first and take a look at O. How I wish this was just a dream. What's the difference? I don't know what to do. The eternal sleeper will help you. Don't be afraid. Like 700 years ago. Just put it here. Provide it with sufficient nutrients. Believe me, everything will be okay. The departed will eventually return. Not only in dreams, but also in reality. Oh no. Kant must be hiding something extraordinary. Call Hetty and Pittman over. Yes. Ancestor, we have already inquired about the mercenary mage. What did you ask? They are indeed working for the Kant family, but they don't know what their employer is really doing. The refugees who were captured seem to have evaporated and disappeared into that land. Indeed, it is so. Do you know anything? I need to go to Kant immediately to get it. The earlier, the better. What are you doing there? Do you want to personally question Viscount Kant about these refugees? More serious. I came into contact with some fragments of consciousness from the eternal sleeper cultists. The cultists handed something over to someone led by Kant. This person is highly likely to be the current Viscount Victor Kant. He obtained an evil object. This evil thing has been on that land for many years. And it has been absorbing the souls of living people to grow. Absorbing the souls of living people are those refugees who were captured and taken away by Kant. Probably been fed. That thing has grown to a critical point, but has not yet completed its final transformation. I'm very concerned that once it completes its metamorphosis, all the areas, including Tant's village, New Cecil and the Carroll territory to the north, will be enveloped in its power. Ancestor, you have already risked your life once in Tansan Town this time. As long as I find it in time. So it poses no threat to me, and I have a way to control it. If Victor Kant realizes that he has been controlled by cultists, will he be detrimental to you? It's okay, it's okay. There was only one person in the entire incident who had the ability to threaten me. That person has already been destroyed by me in the consciousness space. Send a messenger first to inform Viscount Kant that I will visit him in person. Besides, have you heard of the Eternal Dark Sea? Eternal Dark Sea. The Silver Elves living in the southern part of the continent established the oldest civilization society on this continent, thousands of years earlier than the rise of humans in the central region. The Eternal Dark Sea is the most bizarre among all the legends of elves. One day in ancient times, a disaster occurred on that continent, and a group of primitive elves fled their ancestral land on a floating ark. But these elves lost their way in the endless sea covered by mist and magic vortices, and suddenly entered the sea forever shrouded in darkness and starlight. In the center of that sea area stands a grand and magnificent giant tower. All the elves are praying to find a new place to live. Their prayers reached the ears of the gods through the giant tower, and the tower responded to them. All the original elves walked into the tower and saw endless wonderful things. With the projection of the starry sky, the evolution of all things in the world, animals, minerals, and plants. It's incredible knowledge. But these primitive elves became greedy and wanted to enter the inner and upper layers of the tower to touch those knowledge. The tower sends down punishment. The elves who want to steal knowledge are enveloped in brilliance, and their life forms are transformed in the brilliance. They turned into dark elves, short gray elves. The sea elves who cannot leave the water source, and the silver elves with the least defects. This is the legend of the eternal dark sea. This legend seems to have many places to study. That tower is more like an artificial creation that preserves a large amount of animal, plant, and geological imaging data. Is it related to my satellite? Ancestor, are you okay? Don't worry. Are you interested in the eternal dark sea? Forgive me for speaking frankly, even with the technical power of elves, it is impossible to navigate the waters far from the coastline. Not to mention the countries of humanity after technological decline. Let's not talk about this for now and focus on dealing with the eternal sleeper. Hetty, I want you to help me collect my biography. About your life biography. What form of hero biography are you referring to officially released by the kingdom? Not only do I need various folk versions, but I also need anything that describes my life. Even the absurd stories that rural people use to scare children, as discussed in unofficial histories, are necessary. What you gonna do with those things? I couldn't say I wanted to find a clue about the secret voyage that disappeared in Gawain Cecil's memory. He should be careful with his eyes. He's not idle yet. I want to see which troublemaker in these 700 years wants to hack him, or I just want to see how everyone praises him for being secretly pleased. Slightly. I don't believe you dare to confront your ancestors. Oh my God, it hurts. What are you thinking? After arranging for someone else, why don't you hide behind them to find safety? I won't hit you anymore. Hey Mom, I was wrong. My ears are about to cramp. My ears are about to cramp. Wow. Gawain. Close the window. Quickly put away the bucket and don't leave the cloth on the countertop. Silly girl, hurry back to the kitchen. Don't let the Duke see a low-level maid in a dirty dress standing in the hall. Do you understand? Everyone has returned to their positions. The guests have arrived. Open the door. Today this castle welcomed its most distinguished guest in history. A living legend. I'm really sorry for making you come to my doorstep in such bad weather. If only I could have a spell to control celestial phenomena. I really like rainy weather. Before the rain, I had already seen the fertile land of Kant's land. After the rain fell, I saw a nice rain scene again, which was worth it. It's best if you're satisfied. I have prepared a reception banquet for you, which is located in the restaurant behind this hall. Fort Silverton. The end times cult emerges in Tanza Town. Fortunately, with the support of Duke Cecil of Gawain, the cultists who were entrenched in this land were eradicated. These cultists actually extended their hands into the aristocratic system. Alas. Father. I asked Lord Eden and he said you're still in the study. Veronica. My daughter, why are you here today? Did you forget that today is the day I left the cathedral to come to the castle to see you? Even when serving the Lord, we cannot forget to serve our parents. This is the doctrine of the holy light. Look at my mind, I misread the day. It's okay, the heavy responsibility of the kingdom lies with you. You should prioritize the responsibility of the king first. What happened to father? Evil cultists, all things will eventually perish, eternal sleepers, religious groups, and scattered small sects like followers of the Blackstone sect abyss. I don't know what's going on, but in these winter days, everyone is starting to cause trouble. May the holy light save those poor people who have been violated by the rioters. Unfortunately, apart from the Holy Light sect and the War God sect, the divine spells of other sects are too powerless to face the evil spells of those cultists. Don't worry. Those evil people dare not cause trouble in the royal city. The Holy Light Society protects Ansu. The interior of this castle is filled with light and warmth. The magic crystal stone lamps that can be seen everywhere, as well as the newly wiped doors, windows, tables, and chairs, have dispelled the oppression brought by nightfall. But unpleasant feelings continue to surface in my heart. What is hidden behind these shiny coverings? It's an illusion. Is the castle largely an illusion? Someone's here. Hello, may I ask if you are the Duke of Gawain Cecil? I am Gawain Cecil. Madam, who are you? Victor Kant is my husband. I am the hostess of this castle, and my name is Lilith Kant. Viscount lady. I didn't expect Viscount Kant, who was already aging, to have such a young wife. You did not attend the previous dinner party. I am physically weak and unable to dine with many people, nor can I come out to greet guests during the day. I know you will come to visit the castle, but my husband insists that I rest until evening before coming out. Now that my spirits have improved a bit, he asked me to greet the guests. Welcome to the great Duke of Gawain Cecil. Please forgive me for not being able to fulfill the duties of a landlord. Don't mind. Do you only come out for activities at night? Oh, I know some knowledge about potions that may be helpful for your health. My husband hired the best pharmacist for me, but this weak body is not only due to illness, but also due to innate constitution that cannot be treated with medication. Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency Duke. That lantern. It was the lantern that Gawain Cecil gave as a gift to the Dream Bishop Selena Gel 700 years ago. It's the magic lantern I saw in my dream, located on the bottom floor of the Kant family castle and serving as the ceremonial center. But I can't feel any magical fluctuations, either it's a fake or the lantern has been transformed by magical power, and its true power core is still sleeping somewhere in this castle. Hey, old man. Gawain. What are you doing at the door? I've found a set of kings playing cards in the room. Hey, why don't you call over that poker face next door and the three of us play cards? I'm planning to call you. But I'm not planning to play cards. Just now I met Victor Conde's wife, Lilith Conde. She looks really off. Hey, you nobles are really shameless. That old man married a wife who could almost be his granddaughter. It's better if I have elf bloodline like this. I wouldn't dare to guess my age without telling others. Even if you, a 700-year-old, marry me, you can go out and shamelessly tell people that we are actually the same age. Let's get down to business. Wow. We have not heard of the existence of such a Viscount, and Viscount Victor Kant has not mentioned it, which is very abnormal. Even if the Viscount's wife is unable to come out to see guests due to illness, wouldn't the Viscount himself not even mention it? If that's the case, Lord Lousy has a son named Belm who left the castle at a very young age and traveled for decades without returning. If I haven't come back for decades, have I traveled or have I been sold? Maybe he went to be a hostage to a wealthy aristocratic family in the central region who had an interest exchange. Aren't you nobles all interested in this? Don't talk nonsense. We weren't popular back then. We relied on self-awareness when we made our covenant. That's what honest and upright people should do. Not mainly because the founding doves were generally hot-tempered. At that time, anyone who didn't keep their word would be beaten up by the nobles of the whole country. Sometimes the king has time the king will personally go and beat. I hope you are resting well in the old house. This castle is too old. I plan to renovate it once in my life. The ancient castle gives people a sense of security that is more comfortable than I thought. It seems that your two adjutants left early this morning? They are not accustomed to being restrained, so I let them go to the town to relax. In the messy tavern, they are actually more comfortable. Understandably, in fact, when I was younger I too preferred the tavern over the quiet castle. Of course, in front of you, I am just a junior. The health of the Viscount is very worrying. What specific illness did she have? You have already met her. She came to greet me after dinner yesterday. But her complexion is very bad. According to Lilith Kant, it should be my lord who arranged for her to come see me. But this guy seems to know nothing. Mr. Carter, how many years have you served the Kant family? It's been almost 50 years, Your Highness. I have been taking care of this family since I was a servant boy. An excellent servant. Then you must be very familiar with this place and the Viscount's family. Yes, I understand this, as if I understood my own hands and feet. Last night, I saw a tall tower across from me in my room. The tall tower was set off by several smaller towers and looked magnificent on a rainy night. What does that tower do? Your Highness, that is the North Tower. Please forgive my rudeness, but that is a place that cannot be visited by you. North Tower? Ah, when I was chatting with your master before, I heard that the Viscount seems to live in the North Tower. It was my recklessness. But does the Viscount always live in that tower? She doesn't live in the castle. Ah, the hostess has been living there ever since her health deteriorated. She can't see the light or tolerate the noise. The North Tower is the cleanest place in the castle. I shouldn't pry into other people's family affairs, but I really am curious about this. Your Viscount seems to be much younger than the Viscount. The Viscount lady only got married 10 years ago. Before that, the former Viscount lady became single for many years after passing away from the Crown Prince due to an accident. We are glad to see him come out of that terrible tragedy. What kind of accident is it? I'm sorry, Your Highness. I can't continue speaking. This is not my duty. It's okay, I asked too many questions. Let's continue our visit. I am most interested in places like libraries and bars. Adult. There is indeed an abnormal phenomenon of magical enrichment in the land. The center is the castle, but strangely enough, apart from the magic-intensive phenomenon itself, I didn't feel any abnormal magic waves in the castle, nor did I sense the evil aura emitted by the cultists. The information I gathered is much scarier than your intelligence. People outside say that the Viscount lady. You should have died a long time ago, right? Are you following me? The kind of story that is guessed usually unfolds like this. Okay, I won't interrupt you. Keep talking. The atmosphere that I had worked hard to create has been stirred up and gone. Anyway, it's quite poignant to talk about. What a pitiful person. There are too many unfair places in destiny. If the Viscount had died decades ago, then what you saw last night. Most likely it's a ghost. Or someone who was resurrected by the seemingly kind Viscount Victor in some way. It must be that Viscount Victor couldn't bear the blow of his wife's death, so he was bewitched by cultists and used magic to resurrect the dead. Perhaps. Summon souls to the dead. Oh, you scared me to death. Tell yourself a ghost story and scare yourself half to death. If you're timid, don't learn to speak in a low voice. I don't think that Lilith Kant is an undead. Why? The undead do not possess such high spiritual intelligence, nor do they have any aura similar to that of the undead. Most importantly, the undead can't say their own name, and I have confirmed that this name is real. All signs point to Lilith Condor not being undead. Your words are not convincing. Who said that those who are resurrected must be undead? Aren't you just a special case of being able to say your name while jumping around? What if Viscount Victor also found a shadow master as powerful as me to pry open his wife's coffin board? Don't rush to say your conclusion for now. I have also discovered some things here. Today, I talked to the butler in the castle about the lady who is now the Viscount. According to the butler, she was married by Victor Kant 10 years ago. Not even the private servants who died in an accident 30 years ago thought so. Yesterday, no one in the castle talked about the Viscount lady. Someone started talking about her today, and there's a whole set of knowledge about her. Who gave them mental control? Perhaps it's something similar to a spiritual suggestion. It's like adding a setting. This castle is shrouded in a huge illusion, and our arrival has destroyed the integrity of this illusion. The person who created the illusion had to start adding settings to it in order to keep everything running normally here. Supplementary settings. That is to say, this castle is performing a stage play, and everyone is an actor who is immersed in it, but unaware of it. Outsiders like us have broken the logic of stage plays, and the mastermind behind the scenes has to patch up the gaps in our own scripts. I'm getting goosebumps all over my body because you said that. Sir, I think we should stop this evil ritual. Kant's arrest of refugees may not be a recent occurrence, and their evil deeds may have been carried out in secret for decades. The cost required to maintain this illusion of sacrifice is enormous. Yeah, every minute and second is a human life. How do you think we should start? If it doesn't work out, just confront the old man head on. If he wants to admit you, he'll be chopped off. If he doesn't admit you, you'll try to make him admit and then chop him off. No one in this castle should be able to beat you. You go first when the time comes. My lord, there is no doubt that Viscount Victor Cand is the instigator of all this. Throughout the entire cantons he is the only person who has both the motive and the ability to carry out this evil deed. Is Victor Kant the mastermind behind it? Actually, there's one thing I can't figure out. Even if Kant doesn't communicate much with the outside world, there should always be 2 or 3 visitors every year. Does it mean that we are the only ones who caused the loopholes in the large illusions in the castle? What about the many servants who are active in the castle all year round? People who come as guests normally wouldn't investigate their background like us, and the people in the castle have all been hypnotized. If I were you, I would just grab him and beat him up. Wouldn't that make everything clear? Are you worried that our actions here may trigger the entire aristocratic system in the southern region due to misjudgment? Actually, I'm not worried about them. I just feel like we're overlooking something. Although all the blame is on Victor Kant, is it that simple? You have served the Kant family for many years. Carter. The invader has detected the second level of consciousness, and the subconscious shield is beginning to loosen. Your dedication has exceeded your responsibility. I wanted to thank you a long time ago, but I didn't say it out loud. Computing nodes are under threat, exposing risks exceeding 50%. This is my regret. My old friend. Prioritize ensuring the concealment of computing nodes. The Kant family. Thank you. Your loyalty. You. I saw it. What's going on? The butler has been possessed by a demon. He came out of the master's study covered in blood. He's crazy. He's crazy. Where did the butler go? That way. He cast a terrifying spell on me and flew out like a ghost. Spells. But there were no signs of spell damage on her body. You go chase after it. If found, do not engage, return immediately and report. Let's go to the study. Going out to chase after someone on a rainy day counts as a bonus. There's still gas. Lousy Jew was lucky that this knife was blocked by his ribs and did not puncture his heart. The special treatment potion configured by Pittman and the blood boost that can temporarily overdraw life should be able to temporarily gain some time. Go and invite a healer, either a holy light priest or a druid. Be nice with yourself. I have finally encountered a holy priest with a normal style of painting. Where do priests who use the dragon rising orthopedic technique and the inch fist clearing technique rely on their skills? This place is not suitable for a study. The lighting is poor, and the location of the room is also not good. Not only is the magic crystal light dim, but there seems to be a hazy and dim atmosphere enveloping this room. Well, many books have gold and silver decorations embedded on their spines, which is a typical feature of aristocratic book collections. When knowledge is needed, it can be used for reading. When self-defense is needed, it can be used to smash people's homes and start capital to revive the family business. Knowledge is power and can also be money. Most book covers have wear and deformation, which is a common phenomenon when flipping through them, and some of these book covers also have traces of being repaired. However, all the repair marks seem to be from a long time ago, and there is not even a relatively new book on the entire bookshelf. It seems that after a certain period of time, Viscount Kant no longer showed interest in these ordinary books. There are some accounting transactions recorded above, which seem to be raw materials that have not yet been collected into the ledger. Well, this is the remuneration paid to a mercenary team and the deposit for the next operation. The employment content is to collect raw materials. This is evidence of hiring mercenaries to capture refugees. What's going on here? Who can tell me which station? Victor, what's wrong with him? Madam, please don't panic. Viscount, he's fine. Thanks to the blessing of the God of Holy Light, the Viscount is only suffering from superficial injuries. Plus, it's just a convulsion and coma. Duke Gawain promptly administered the potion to him, and with my treatment, he's already safe. And there's still breath. Thank you. Thank you for saving him. What I should do? There are too many people squeezing in here. Your master needs fresh air. Everyone except for the personal servant withdrew. He's awake. He's awake. Great. Dear. Why are you here? I heard something happened in the castle, so I came to see you. I'm fine, you don't have to worry. On the contrary, your arrival at this moment makes me very worried. I'm fine. The Duke saved you in the first place and even called a priest. Dear, what exactly happened? Thank you for your intervention. Alas. It was Carter who suddenly attacked me, and I was completely stunned. He's like a different person, stabbing me and saying strange things at the same time. I'm completely confused now about what to protect even if there are invaders in the castle. By the way, where are the Carter people? Where did he go? Did he attack anyone? He ran away. That old butler is definitely not an ordinary person. I saw him running like a fly on the spire of the castle, and I couldn't catch up with him even in shadow steps. Finally disappeared near the stables behind the castle and could not be found at all. Someone that even you can't track. Yeah, that's at least a demigod. After all, I'm the chosen god of the night goddess. He might become a threat if he runs away. I suggest you strengthen the defense of the castle. That's for sure. Hey, you just ignored me, right? Dear. I feel a little dizzy and uncomfortable. You've been away from your room for too long. You need to go back and rest quickly. Don't worry, I will send twice as many guards to guard the North Tower. As long as my health improves a bit, I will go over and be with you. Be nice with yourself. Alas. It's a nightmare. Yes, it was a nightmare. I don't think you know the reason why your butler's personality suddenly changed, do you? As I just said, I really have no clue. He has been taking care of me for decades and has been loyal to the Kant family. But just now he seemed like a complete different person. Have you heard of the Eternal Sleeper? The Sleeper? I have heard that they are followers of the fallen god of dreams. It is said to infiltrate the victim's consciousness control and even replace their mind during nightmares. Is it to say that Carter is controlled by the Eternal Sleeper? Anyway, what you need most now is rest. Sleep well for a while to recover your energy. I suggest you call more servants to accompany you. As you get older, you need someone to be by your side for safety. Thank you for your concern. How is the situation inside the adult? Viscount de Condé has regained his health, save for a slight debility. The current clues all point to the old butler. At least it looks like this on the surface. Do you have any other doubts, sir? The butler Carter's temperament has changed drastically, and the timing for him to act aggressively and commit murder is uncertain. It came just right. If he were a follower of the Eternal Sleeper or a puppet manipulated by the Eternal Sleeper, he should have prepared all necessary measures before we arrived at the castle. All slave hunting plans are signed by Viscount Kant, and the resurrection of the Viscount lady will also lead suspicion towards Victor Kant. That butler Carter doesn't need to do anything, but naturally we will go to trouble the Viscount. I remember we were discussing the suspicion of Viscount Kant, and he was immediately stabbed. This old Carter wanted to shift the blame onto himself. No wonder that dagger avoids the vital points. We can actually confirm that Viscount Kant is the mastermind behind all of this. The time has come for adults to destroy the evil cult plan. We really can't procrastinate anymore. But before alerting Viscount Kant, we need to first find the cord that maintains the illusionary space. End this ritual. If my judgment is correct, the item sustaining this magic should be a lamp. Does that Viscountess often carry a lantern? Looks pretty valuable. That's right, then I'll just steal it over. The appearance is indeed the same, but the lantern in her hand is probably just a replica. That real lantern has a very obvious magical reaction. It should have been placed near the place where she usually stays. I need you to do something, do your old job. No problem, I'm good at this kind of thing. Tell me, where is the ancestral tomb of the Kant family? I'm not asking you to dig up someone's ancestral grave. I want you to find the real lantern and steal it if possible. So in the end, we still have to steal the light. I also need to give a rough range of that. This castle is quite large. Lilith Kant resides in the North Tower year-round. If my guess is correct, the lantern is in the cellar of the North Tower. In name, she stayed there due to physical weakness and photophobia. But it's more like house arrest. Cellar. That kind of place has a strong shadow power, which is exactly where I use it. Adult. Is it really okay for Amber to steal the ritual core? Just rely on her combat effectiveness. If everything goes smoothly, she doesn't need to fight at all. And if she really encounters an enemy and finds it difficult to succeed, she will definitely run back as soon as possible. The lantern in Lilith Kant's hand. I remember 700 years ago, after I personally handed over the lantern to Selena. She fused the power of the lantern with her dream magic. Selena seems to have mentioned it before. She wandered through the nightmares of warriors, which were often filled with twisted and chaotic roads and layers of fog. And the lantern can guide her to the right path, to prevent her from getting lost in the dream world and to enable her to see the true appearance of the dream. The guiding lantern. Guiding lantern. This lantern is not meant to create dreams, it's a guiding lantern. Adult. We made a mistake. I was completely wrong from the beginning. What's wrong? What's wrong? This is not Viscount Kant's dream. Come with me. This is Lilith Kant's dream and has nothing to do with the Viscount. There's such a thing, isn't Amber dangerous? At this stage, Amber will not encounter any danger because the dreamer has not yet woken up, but we must act separately. Sir, please give instructions. Go to the back of the castle and find an abandoned stable. Use your ability to detect evil to search for it. Yes. You're here, Duke. You seem to know that I'm coming. Just a premonition. You can do what you want now. I came here just to tell you a story. The story begins more than 30 years ago, on a stormy night. On that night, Count led the young Viscount, who was you, in a carriage speeding on a rainy night with your wife and son sitting on it. Unfortunately, you were thrown out of the carriage because a slippery mud or stone carriage slid into a mountain stream. Mr. Victor Count, you were killed on the spot. And your son. And your wife cannot withstand such a blow and pressure. So she chose to let herself die and let her husband and son survive, at least in her dreams. Things developed in this way. That's all, Viscount. Alas. It's a nightmare, isn't it? Yes. It's a nightmare. Hey Gawain, you're here. Have you found the lantern? I can feel a very obvious magic wave here. But no matter how hard I try, I can't open this door. Unable to open the door. Did you see the rain in the hallway while you were here? How could it rain in the hallway? It seems like you're still in a dream. The door in the dream is sealed, and you can never open it no matter what. Only in the real world can we open this door. Why did this place suddenly break like this? Because this place hasn't been repaired for 30 years. Mrs. Lilith Kant should wake up from her dream. Your Highness, you should not have come to this place. How great it would be if you treated everything as if nothing had happened. It has already happened. You are only deceiving yourself by indulging in this dream. What the eternal sleepers give you is not a good medicine at all. You should know very well that they are just borrowing your hand to draw strength. They gave it to you. Just an illusion. As long as I am willing to believe it. It's real. I'm almost succeeding. I've already succeeded. As long as you don't come, as long as I keep hypnotizing myself, I will. You will never succeed. The sleeper gives you the power of dreams, but the dream maker has a congenital defect and is always awake. That's a congenital defect even the sleepers can't overcome. Why? Why do you know? Because I devoured an eternal sleeper and gained his knowledge and memory. That's why you realize the truth here. No, although I obtained the knowledge and memory of the eternal sleeper, I was indeed deceived by this real dream when I first arrived here. Unfortunately, you left too many loopholes for me to gradually realize the truth. There are many old books in Victor Kant's study, and the latest one was collected 30 years ago. About the accident 30 years ago, both the people in the territory and the castle showed a state of blurred memory. And regarding the matter of Viscount Lady, the two groups of people have completely different understandings. Viscount Kant appears to be in charge, but when it comes to your affairs, he shows obvious sluggishness and confusion. This is because you are worried that he will realize that he is just living in a dream and have set a tight mental lock for him. But the biggest loophole is the lantern in your hand. I'm afraid only I know it in this world. The lamp was given as a gift to a friend by me 700 years ago. Its function is to allow dream weavers to maintain themselves and find their way in a controllable dream world. Let me put it another way. The person holding the lantern, he is the one who truly controls the dream. Therefore, so 30 years ago. Yes, the Sulun GC. 30 years ago, Viscount Kant and young Master Belm actually died on the spot when the carriage fell down the ravine. But the world knows that the Viscount died on the 4th day after drinking poison. He is the one who survived S. This dream was not created by Viscount Comte to recall his beloved. On the contrary, the Viscount accepted the power of the eternal sleeper and reshaped her husband in her dream. Even made her husband the lord of this dream castle for 30 years. A territory that has been governed for 30 years. He manages his territory very well. He manages the castle very well. Even if it's just a dream. Why can't this dream last? Why did you come to destroy everything? Why did you come to wake up the sleeping person? If you don't come, everything will always be beautiful. Destroy all of this. For you. Is there really? What benefits? You sacrificed thousands of lives to sustain everything. And it is about to threaten every person on this entire land. Therefore, destroy it. It's the biggest benefit for me. It seems that the focus of the blasphemous aura is in this ruins. Eureka! The source of the evil aura. Storm. Humph. Interesting. Ha ha. Useless. I have merged with the power of dreams. You cannot kill a dream. As long as I refuse to wake up, I will never die. Is there anything in the dream? The doctrine of eternal sleepers seems to be deeply rooted in your mind. Give up. I admit that your power is strong. In terms of combat effectiveness, no one on this land can defeat you. But no power, no matter how strong, can destroy a dream, and in the same way, I cannot kill you. You can pretend that nothing happened here. And I can promise you not to lay my hands on your people. I can see the madness in your eyes, lady. The power of that dark artifact has corrupted your mind. I would not trust a commitment made while you hold a lantern. And what would I have given up for? Haven't you noticed? Each time you're reborn, it takes longer and longer. What have you done? It looks like Sir Philip has found the real pillar that supports your dream. Now? How much longer can you hold on? This is what? Evil. How could you know that? How could you know that? Because you asked Butler Carter to divert our attention, but accidentally exposed your last secret. If I'm not mistaken, that Butler is probably also a dream product. The real Carter should have died many years ago. No one can disappear from Amber's sight out of thin air because even the most powerful Shadow Master in this world cannot do it. His disappearance near the ruins of the stables only indicates that it is the inner border of the dream. Ultimately, you are not a professional nightmare master. Although the eternal sleeper has given you great power. But that power was unleashed with the help of an ancient lantern, and you yourself. It's just a half-baked issue. Ha 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 ha. You reminded me, I still have this lamp. While it's not yet complete, the amount of energy this lamp has harnessed is. What? Let me tell you. Can't break open your door is already the first big shame in my career. How can I make a living in this industry after I can't steal your lamp anymore? This can also succeed. How many levels did she hit on the skill tree for stealing chickens and dogs? You think you've already won. Our son will be home soon. Hee. Belm, my proud child. He has traveled abroad for decades and has grown into a true man and a true heir. Today is the day he comes back home. Have you heard? The sound of carriage bells is already resounding on the stone streets outside the castle. Someone is here. He is coming back to this place where he was born and raised, as the heir of the Kamda family, to inherit this family business and honor. And you will never be able to stop him from inheriting. The departed will eventually return. Not only in dreams, but also in reality. For the past 30 years, there has been a young Master Belm in the hearts of everyone on this land. Lilith has accumulated immense magic power over 30 years and countless lives. These magic powers have shaped this non-existent person into reality. Her true purpose is not just to have her husband accompany her. We also need to resurrect our son. In this dark and corrupt ceremony, she can only resurrect a monster. An indescribable monster built up by countless people wearing human skin, whispering subconsciously. But the newly created nightmare creatures are not invincible. Knight Philip destroyed the sustaining power of the dream, and Lord Belm was just an ordinary monster with flesh and blood that could be defeated. Does vitality begin to fade after losing the pillar of strength? Dear, why did you come here? Come take a look, come take a look, I'll take a look. Our son. No, don't come here. You can't come here. You can't come here. Madam, don't stop me. Don't disturb my soul anymore. This is my last wish in this nightmare. Bad dream? Not. Darling, what are you talking about? How can this be a nightmare? How could this be a nightmare? How could this possibly be a nightmare? This. Give up now. This is a nightmare for all of us, Lilith. Give up now. You should wake up. You're already awake too. Thank you for your help, Duke Cecil of Gawain. You are, as described in the epic, a hero who saved the people. Alas. The sky finally brightens up. It seems that the young Master Belm still couldn't step into the real world after all. Call 1. The sky finally brightens up. I didn't expect Lilith Kant to be a nightmare product too. I thought Lilith Kant should be a living person and the only lucid dreamer in the entire castle. I didn't expect that her shadow was the only one wandering in the cellar of the North Tower, holding a lantern and wandering around the castle. So we have actually been entangled with 3 dead people for so long. This whole land has been entangled with them for 30 years. Eternal sleeper. It is indeed the most dangerous of the 3 dark sects. A person who crawled out of a coffin looks at 3 people lying in a coffin and sighs that the cult is harmful. I have never seen anything more supernatural in my life. Oh, Gawain. How many sheets of paper are there here? This is left by Viscount Kant. Is that the letter he left for you? Take a look and see what it is. It's indeed a letter, but not all of it was left for me. There are also letters written to the king and made public to the public. I am Viscount Victor Kant. The noble lord conferred by the Ansu royal family is the lord of Kamda town in the southern region and the surrounding farmlands, estates, and villages. I am enlightened in the name of the ancestors of the Kant family throughout history. Everything I say is a fact and should be made public to warn the world. My family has been cursed by the eternal sleepers. Cultists have corrupted my territory with ritual magic. Countless innocent people have died in this ritual magic. My wife is under the control of an evil spell. My soul cannot escape this curse and has become its accomplice. Duke Gawain Cecil responded to my request for help. It was his selfless help. I have just lifted the curse that has enveloped me and my family. This is addressed to His Majesty the King. Your loyal vassal greets you. This will be the last confidential letter I send to you. I promise you with my last humanity and my surname. The course of events is as described above, everything is true and correct. I have no children or direct relatives to inherit the title and property. My wife is no exception. Therefore, I am willing to abide by the laws of the kingdom. Return the fiefdoms inherited from ancestors to the royal family. But before that, I must repay the kindness of Duke Cecil. This is the grace of redeeming the soul. I am willing to transfer all my wealth under my name, except for the land, and 6 pioneering farms in the southern part of Comte's territory that are not part of the fiefdom. Free gift to Duke Cecil, and acknowledge his right to dispose of these properties at will. All the wealth produced on my territory this year, except for the part that should be submitted to the royal family, also gifted to Duke Cecil. Here's another letter. It seems to be for you, Duke Cecil of Gawain. When you see this letter, my soul has regained peace. For this ending, I can only feel joy and calmness. If I have to say there are any regrets, then it was only I who failed to fulfill a promise. I once swore not to collude with those new generation nobles. Follow the example of the pioneers of your generation and open up territory to shelter refugees. But the final result was a mess. I'm glad. Before my soul falls into complete darkness, before everything is irreparable, you appeared in a timely manner, dispelled the gloom on this land. When I was young, I have always regarded you as a role model and idol. I even aspired to become a knight, rushing into the darkness like you. Open up a new place of life for the people. Therefore, there were 6 farms located in the southern region of Comte's territory. That may be the only glimmer of my pitiful life. If we could change the timing, change the way, meeting with you, it will become the most glorious moment of my life. I am even willing to abandon my title and all my assets. Become your knight apprentice with this elderly body. Venture with me to the frontier at the foot of the dark mountain. But in the end, all of this cannot be realized. In addition to the property in the castle, there are 6 personal development farms that belong to me. I really can't think of anything else to give you as compensation. But I think you should be interested in the information about the cultists of the Eternal Sleeper. Over the years, I have survived as a puppet of dreams. Even thoughts are always under guidance and control. But perhaps it was due to excessive exposure to the power of the Eternal Sleeper. The moment after finally gaining free will, I have uncovered some truths behind this curse. Please be vigilant. The conspiracy of the Eternal Sleeper is not as simple as Comte's leadership. The terrible sacrifice they set up in this castle. Actually, it's just a node in their series of plans. They have a huge plan. We need more souls and more victims. Once the conspiracy succeeds, they will drag all intelligent creatures in the world into an irreparable abyss. But their actions are not untraceable, based on the facts I have come to understand. Each of their computing nodes. We need a large number of living people as consumables. Only by carefully observing the loss and movement of population. Can find their clues. I have already reported these matters to His Majesty the King, including the transfer of property. Until, at the same time, I also hope that you can be more vigilant. Be wary of those cultists resurrecting around you. In this declining southern kingdom, you are already the only hope of the people. Victor Comte. A guilty person who once sincerely wanted to become a good person. Hey, this doesn't seem like a letter to anyone. Indeed, this is the Lord's command, which is announced on the territory after signing. He waived all debts owed by the Comte family to everyone in the territory, transforming all servants and serfs directly under the Lord into free individuals. Hey, I remember you said that this kind of liberation should be gradual and orderly. That's right, it should be done gradually. Directly liberating serfs can only deprive them of the basic security provided by landlords. Without a sound land distribution and security system, relying solely on a small amount of severance pay cannot sustain them for long. They will soon sell themselves again and return to the old path of being slaves or even slaves. But Viscount Victor Kant must have thought of these things too, but he had no other choice. The Kant family is gone. With the current administrative efficiency of the Anjou royal family, a new lord will not arrive for another year or two. According to Anjou's laws, it is a crime for a servant to make a living on their own. So Viscount Kant wants to liberate these people as free citizens and allow them to leave freely. At least left them a way out. It feels like a big mess. It's indeed a mess. But someone has to deal with the aftermath. I feel like this has already fallen on me. So it's better for us in this profession. Usually, after finishing the work, we just lift our legs and leave without considering the aftermath. It means when you walk slowly, someone will take care of you. Yeah, last time you dug a grave and walked slowly, so now come with me to clean up. Oh, hey. If you perform well, you can consider giving you an extra bonus. Really? Really? False. As I expected, this castle is shrouded in a long-term illusion as a whole. Only after the dream has completely faded away can we see the eroded and riddled appearance of the castle. Adult. I'm glad to see that you're safe and sound. It seems that you have seen something that causes immense psychological pressure. Yes, sir. As you expected. The place where Butler Carter disappeared is the inner boundary of the dream. There's one over there. There's a sacrificial altar full of blasphemy and evil. I really can't describe the situation there. Take me over and see if you haven't completely demolished that place, have you? Of course, there are no adults. Those are all evidence of the sins of cultists. But those people. I'm afraid it's hopeless. I guessed it. Take me there to see the situation. Amber, please go to the castle first. I guess the people there are already awake and in a state of panic. You find the castle's advisor, treasurer, chief knight, and priest to calm their minds. I will soon go to the main hall to oversee the situation. Are you sure those people will listen to me? You are now somewhat of the Duke's bodyguard. Do you think you have no say in front of the servants of ordinary small nobles? And the dream is over. These past 30 years of the correct cognition of the manner are slowly returning to everyone's brain. It's easy for people to accept guidance in such situation. What does that expression mean? If you dare to use my name to deceive me, I'll slap you on the wall. Can't you threaten me in a different way? Then take a picture of the ground. If you dare to deceive people, take a picture of the wall. If you dare to steal, take a picture of the ground. What if she cheats you that she didn't steal after stealing? Have you ever considered getting a perm? Indeed, the most difficult thing about wandering in another world is not being able to communicate with the locals, even if they are just fans. The magical power lurking here seems to have dissipated. These tubular structures that connect to the victim's skull like biological tissue are clearly not derived from the proliferation and mutation of the human brain. It could be some kind of parasitism or the result of surgical procedures. Due to the destruction of runes on the stone pillar by Knight Philip, these biological tissues showed obvious signs of decline and imminent death. More than half of the victims connected to them have already died. Even those who haven't died are clearly irreparable. As the magical power dissipates here, they will soon die. The only thing to be grateful for is that they no longer feel the pain during this process. I can't recognize what this is. Even in the ancient books that record the craziest black magic and the crazy murmurs of heretics and villains, I have never heard of such creatures in the world. The eternal sleepers are not druids. They do not have the ability to modify species or summon life. Where did these biological tissues come from and reproduce? However, where did they find these things? Perhaps the end of all things will help cultivate the eternal sleeper. After all, they were related. What do you mean? These cultists cooperate with each other. If the reason for their downfall is as I imagined, then the closeness of their cooperation may exceed the imagination of most people in the world. Compared to these, I am now more concerned about the technology used by the eternal sleeper. Tech? In the letters left by Viscount Victor, it is mentioned that the Kant Principality is just a calculation node built by the Eternals. There are many, many computing nodes like this. The eternal sleeper needs to use these human brains to create dreams that can replace the real world. This requires terrifying computing power, which can be simply understood as mental ability. This means that they still want to kill more people. These cultists are not only crazy, and he also possesses crazy technology. They have developed new technologies that far exceed the level of contemporary magic even in seclusion. Their research ability is not weak. If we communicate with each other and use technology where they think it's right, this will make their progress even more terrifying. Galwin asked me to guide these people. How can we guide this? The Duke's spokesperson, if you have any instructions, you can directly raise them. Now that the Lord is gone, everyone needs a backbone. Don't panic, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. The Duke has gone to purify the last nest. He will come over shortly. Don't panic, he's coming over soon. Oh my God, you're finally here. If you don't come, I won't be able to hold on. Aren't you looking forward to using my name to show off your power? Why is it that this time we have a chance, but it looks like this instead? Hey, don't mention it. It's completely different from what I thought. When I used to work, there weren't so many people watching from the side. This highly anticipated work environment is too unfriendly. I really can't understand where your mysterious sense of professional pride comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you are in a state of confusion and uncertainty, perhaps suddenly realizing what has happened in the past few decades. These memories are also with your memories. Completely different from the history you perceive. I will answer your questions here. Something big happened in the castle last night. I have to tell you something sad. The Kant family came to an end that night. Your Highness, the Duke. What should we do? Regarding the future of this land, Viscount Kant has left arrangements. Viscount Kant, although trapped by nightmares, is still a tenacious warrior. You should thank him. He used the last remaining strength of his soul to arrange a way out for everyone. I will explain the arrangement of Lousy Jew. Firstly, regarding the inheritance rights of territories. That's all the arrangements. Let them handle the rest on their own. After all, in this era of aristocratic competition and encroachment, it is not uncommon to take this opportunity to annex them and express their position early. Your Highness, the Duke. I am Patrick Baum, the advisor to Viscount Kant. I have something I want to talk to you about. Lousy Jew's advisor. What can I do for you? It's like this, we lost our Lord. Even worse, we lost our butler, Mr. Carter, and no one to oversee the entire situation. My small affairs consultant has to take on the responsibility of maintaining order in the entire family territory. I am very concerned about whether my prestige is sufficient. So I discussed with several gentlemen and hope that you can temporarily become the acting lord of Kant's territory. Of course, this requirement is really excessive. It's okay if you don't agree. Are you saying you want me to temporarily assume the responsibilities of the Lord? This seems to be the best choice, and no one else can control the situation except you in this situation. I have no intention of becoming the Lord of Kant's territory, even if it's a proxy. However, I haven't finished speaking yet. I became the lord of Kant's territory in this situation. Do you know what happened? But other nobles outside the territory may not necessarily have much in mind. Kant's land is just a small piece of land, and I don't want it to become a stain on my reputation. This is for personal gain. And Viscount Ugonkand is a royal noble directly conferred by the royal family. The transfer, recovery, and redistribution of his fiefdoms can only be designated by the king. Although I am an elder of Francis too. But I don't intend to break the rules that Charlie and I set together based on this. You are indeed fair and upright. Of course, I also know the difficulties that you have, so I will make a statement in the name of Duke Cecil, that the land will be under nominal protection before the legal lordship of the county of Condé is retaken. And if there is a new lord here, my protection will also end. Additionally, I hope you can issue a notice informing the laid-off castle servants and serfs directly under the lord that if they face financial difficulties and the Cecil family is willing to accept them at any time, they will receive fair treatment as free citizens in the new Cecil. Your arrangement is indeed meticulous. They will definitely thank you for your kindness. This is. Viscount Candor gave me his fortune as a gift, but I feel that you need it more. So aside from the few farms near the south which will be drawn into Cecil's territory in the future, I leave you all the property in the castle. Now that the butler is no longer with us, you and the Chief Knight need to make proper use of this property. Let it be spent where it belongs. You got it? Yes, yes, your generosity is moving. I swear by my surname. Every copper coin left by the old master will be used on the right path. Philip. So much money. So much money. Sir, please give instructions. In the future, you will be responsible for the communication between the Kant and Cecil tribes and will supervise the situation of this land on my behalf. It's an adult. However, I have never done anything in this regard before. Don't think too much about what to do. I'll tell you. Besides that, you're responsible for reporting the situation of Kant's lead to me in a timely manner. Besides, you don't have to live here for a long time, just walk around here once or twice a month. Knight. This place has encountered a major disaster. But there are many people who need help. Yes, sir. I will definitely live up to your trust. Do you think they can understand what happened? They are likely to explain what happened in the castle again with their own superstitious beliefs. Then accept the fact that the days should be lived as they are lived. The Viscount Kant has a high reputation among the people. If people suddenly knew that the Viscount had died 30 years ago, I don't know what these people will think. Most people in this era don't care who their lord is. What you see in the tavern are all wealthy commoners. The territory was supported by other poor people and serfs. These people don't have time to think about the complex issue of lord changes. Just being alive means giving it your all. TSK. When you talk about these things, you always seem a bit scary and calm like an outsider. Speaking of which, please explain to me. Why refuse Patrick? Why don't you put Kant's domain under your name? Even if Francis too knew about this news, he could only admit to this fact that this place is so far from the royal city. Have you ever thought about it? What would the nobles in the southern region think if I accepted the position of Kant as the acting lord? How much pressure would they bear? Humph. Who understands this? There are many pairs of eyes staring at the Cecil family. What do you want me, the legendary figure who jumped out of the coffin, to do in this era? I visited Kant's land. In just a few days, the lord's family died tragically. And there are no qualified heirs yet. So I turned my head and became the acting lord of Kant without any dispute. What do you think these neighbors who have depression will think of me? They're stupid. Viscount Kant didn't kill you either. He died 30 years ago. But the southern nobles don't know this fact. No one can prove to them what happened in the middle, only a simple cause and effect. I, Galwan Cecil, came to Kant and became the Lord of Kant. Who can explain this clearly? Then you did it for nothing as a good person. When you left behind the property gifted to you by someone else. And have Knight Philip distribute his property. Wait, are you here? Padrick invited me to become the Lord of Kant's domain, and I will definitely refuse. Duke Cecil will become the protector of Kant's territory, and the knights and stewards in the castle will still be working. The salary is paid by me. The way out for servants with nowhere to go is also provided by me. Civilians can still receive charcoal for winter. The decree posted on the square bulletin board. Sign the name of Galwan Cecil. Even if all of this happens, I won't be the Lord of Kant's territory. I want to build a road from the north bank of the Baishui River to Condoling. This is part of the North Shore Development Plan. Before the king's decree is issued, Kant and Cecil must be connected. I want to provide jobs for the people led by Kant, allowing them free trade and migration. Kentians who are willing to serve the Cecil family will receive the same fair treatment as the Cecil people. We also need to lay a magic net here and strive to promote the night school system led by Cecil. Every Canterlot citizen would realize that their lives aren't any worse without an archduke, that Gawain Cecil does not need a title to rule, he just needs to be a good neighbor. If the king were to find a new lord to take over the county of Cox, then you. Do you think there is still room for the new lord's survival after I finish these things? Francis, too, is not foolish. Of course, if he insists on sending someone over, I have no opinion. How low is the royal family's control over this place? You should also know that a royal aristocrat can only serve as a useless eyeliner for Francis here. He can become a good steward for the Cecil family and help me manage the Kant district. As nobles, your hearts are indeed darker than anything else. I have no conspiracy to harm anyone, nor have I taken away any property from innocent people. Did I harm anyone's interests during this process? No one will be poor or hungry or cold because of my help. Everyone is benefiting. Even the new lord, who I don't know if will emerge, I guarantee he will lead a better life than ever before in the rapidly developing Kant. What are you messing around for? Isn't it true that most people rack their brains and calculate everything in order to deceive others and harm their lives? I also benefited from this process. It's just using all means and tricks to make everyone live a good life. Have you ever heard of the Demon King who helps others? What the hell word? I'm a little skeptical that you had ulterior motives towards Kant from the beginning. Don't bother me, this is a last-minute idea. I want to help others, but I can't get involved in right and wrong. I have to go around like this. Really? Of course it's true. Is Tom's invented flag still very useful? Is everything normal? Miss Cheong, can we really settle down there? Don't call me that. I'm just a commoner like you all. Don't worry, the hard times are over. Ahead is the territory of Duke Cecil. We will settle down there. Everyone will settle down. Entering Sheending. Entering Sheending. Heart. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Not bad. In the future, I can finally flip through the window to enter. Send the nerve to the next door. Remember to go through the door. Hey, I was just joking. Why are you being so serious? However, speaking of which, you're really strange. I wonder how magnificent a fortress or palace you need to build after living in the tent for so long. Is that it? Build a palace in a fief with only a few thousand people? I'm not that extravagant. I just heard movement from the direction of the riverfront square. It should be the last batch of vagrants arriving. This time you can finally rest assured, right? What are you looking down at all this time? a book that is quite popular in the central and southern regions. It is said that 70% of the readers are noble women and ladies. The book that Madam and Miss love to read. You actually love watching this. Gwaine Selin and the Tale of Siriag the Hero and the Princesses. Oh my goodness. Your hobby. What hobby? I'm researching my own biography. Of course, seeing this kind of thing is really an accident. 700 years later, I opened the coffin and saw my own notebook. This achievement is truly irreplaceable. Hey, let me take a look. Let me take a look. You actually have this kind of story circulating. Those writers are really TSK. People generally believe that arranging a bunch of romantic events for ancient heroes is a form of praise. After all, even if those people are dead, they won't come forward to criticize their mistakes or cause trouble for them. They probably didn't expect me to climb out when they thought that way. And I still have some admiration for it. I lived for a total of 35 years and only had one wife in my lifetime. They were able to arrange over 80 close girlfriends in my 35 years of busy life. How was this TM list included? Damn it! Damn it! Hey, your uncle, go and call Pittman over. This book belongs to him. That old man is not serious, ha ha ha. It's not him. I want to consult with him. What race is the sea monster mentioned in this book? This is the only biography among several that mentions my experience of going out to sea, but during that experience, it mentioned a species that I completely didn't know. To be honest, the mutated versions described in these biographies did not surprise me. Gowan Cecil is a well-known golden signboard throughout the entire continent. 700 years of historical changes are enough for unofficial historians to arrange any ancient character in a strange and bizarre way. Those with high achievements and fame die early. Where can I find such a good theme? Fortunately, the cultural industry in this world is underdeveloped. If it were like the Earth. I'm not sure if you can see the pioneers hanging one by one in the game mall. When Charles I logs in, he will receive a gift. Lord Wilde needs to sign in for 7 days. Gowan Cecil's first charge gift pack. My TM is explosive. Going off track. Going off track. Going off track. But in these fabricated love stories I did see some implied facts. It seems that the story inside is not completely false. These little-known adventures are, at least half true. Searching for clues of the elemental spirit through the search of ancient tomb ruins. Leading a small number of soldiers to search for a safe passage, they accidentally discovered the Gondor Mage core while crossing the magic energy scorch. During Cecil's pioneering period, he delved deep into the mountains and exchanged elements, receiving blessings. These are other sides of Gavin Cecil as a trailblazer. He does live like a hanging pussy with a halo on. But the key is that these unknown stories actually appeared in a ridiculous night novel. The author's pen name is Mr. C, a wandering poet. This guy visited countless descendants of Gowan Cecil and wrote this story. After assisting the great founding monarch Charles I in establishing the kingdom, Gowan Cecil, he remained deeply concerned about the monsters wandering out of the wasteland of Gondor and the continued spread of demonic corruption. So he sought the spirit of the elements of earth, fire, and feng shui. 4 elemental princesses were impressed by hero knights. That thing also has a princess. Gowan Cecil seeks the spirit of elements in earth, fire, feng shui. The princesses on the elemental plane offered their strategies one after another. Gowan Cecil was ultimately inspired by the element of water and set off to the ocean in search of answers. Although there was no storm priest as a guide, Gowan Cecil received help from the sea elves. The sea elves allowed the fleet to cross the storms around the continent and guided them towards the east. The sea elf has another princess in my hands. After countless days and nights of sailing, the sea elves suddenly fell into panic. To the east of the sea is the territory of the sea monsters. No terrestrial race can compete with sea monsters in the ocean. But Galwan, Cecil, is not afraid. He insisted on moving forward. So most of the ships in the fleet also left with the sea elves. Only Galwan, Cecil, and a few loyal guards continued to sail the ship. Not long after, they encounter the sea monster. You smart ones will definitely think of it right away. Of course, there is also a princess among the sea monsters. But the story is somewhat convoluted here. That Mr. C just hastily recorded that Galwan Cecil gained the trust of the sea monster and was guided to a sacred and beautiful place. The group drank fine wine there for 3 days and 3 nights before being thrown back to the continent of Lorraine by the storm. What are you fooling around with? My intuition tells me. This story should be the missing record of the distant sea voyage in Galwan Cecil's memory. But a peculiar race appeared here. Sea demon. Sea demon. I have heard some legends related to them. Druids are truly the profession that knows the most about the races in the world. Can you tell me? The legends of sea monsters are mostly concentrated in the eastern and southern parts of the continent, and few people mention them in Ansu. It is said that sea monsters are one of the oldest intelligent creatures in the world, and their history is likely to be as ancient as that of dragons. They had already ruled the ocean for thousands of years before the rise of humanity. The sea monsters are a race of women living in the depths of the ocean in the distant east. They almost never communicate with the intelligent races on the mainland. They have beautiful looks. Only the upper body is humanoid. The lower body is a variety of sea monsters. Legend has it that the sea monster will come ashore according to plan. Since they live so long, they enjoy observing the development of short-lived civilizations like humans. Whenever human civilization experiences ups and downs, they curiously come to watch. The sea monsters that come ashore will immediately blend into the crowd. Their forms are constantly changing, just like water, and the legends of sea monsters in the vast ocean are mostly their masterpieces. What would sea monsters do to those who invade the ocean when they encounter them during a voyage? This is my knowledge blind spot. However, according to most legends, encountering sea monsters in the open sea is very dangerous. Isn't there a lot of legend that sea monsters can communicate peacefully with humans on land? Even giving gifts or something. That's on land. It's hard to say when we get to their territory. When the wanderers enter some waters they shouldn't go to, the sea monsters will transform into terrifying sea creatures and come out to drive them away. They possess unimaginable power, and even the thunder and lightning summoned by a powerful mage cannot compare to their storm. Force field shielding generator. The force field shielding generator creates an energy barrier that blocks the entire excavation area to prevent the force released by the large squid from causing water pollution. Let's dig here today, everyone. Keep it up. Everyone, come on. Don't play too much with squid, don't waste time. Don't waste your time. No stealing engine fuel. Do not steal engine fuel. Excavation. 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 Are you saying hello to me? Hello, hello. Hee. Captain. What you just said, don't play too much with the big squid. Hee. I thought it was greeting me. You guys said. Large squid often have tentacles twisting and turning on their bodies. What exactly does it mean? Who knew that deep water scholars always thought this was some kind of communication signal? After deciphering for so many years, there has been no result. Based on my decades of dedicated research and comparison, I suspect they're just twisting around, like seaweed. It's impossible. This must be a conversation. Why are you yelling so loud? Why are those people on land so excited when they see these tentacles? They will also shout and talk to these tentacles, which indicates that there is communication. Wow, it's so ugly. Who drew this? I. What do you care about? Cut off this root and take it away. Who made it actively jump out? That. Can I have some? The reactor fuel should have been collected enough. Okay. You can eat a little. Only a little bit. Allies. In short, the sea monster is such a legendary creature. There are only a very small number of eyewitness reports, and each record cannot withstand scrutiny. Legendary species. If only I could find a sea monster to communicate with. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Have you checked the biological tissues I came back from Constantine before and made any progress? I conducted a series of tests on those biological tissues. As you are concerned, the end of all things will lead to technological cooperation with the Eternal Sleeper. If they had the same cooperation as the Children of the Storm. The threat level of those cultists is probably beyond many people's imagination. I've written to Francis too, and I hope the king can have more dim sum. What worries me now the most is the Sleeper. Their power will be more terrifying than the end of all things. Once the kingdom is infiltrated by the Sleepers, their presence is difficult to detect by outsiders. They can control the fate of the kingdom around the nobles. If I hadn't happened to devour the consciousness of an Eternal Sleeper cultist, I'm afraid even I wouldn't realize what abnormality Kant has. That's what the king has to worry about. Besides, when testing those samples, I also found some clues. They all have traces of being transformed by magic. But the transformation is also carried out a day after tomorrow, which means that the sample exists in a natural model. Natural model. You mean, those weird creature organizations are some kind of remodeled species that already exist in nature? Is there such a strange species in the world? Yes, and there are many. Like the Dementor octopus in the Western Dwarf Kingdom. The spirit-devouring monster of Ancestral Peak. There are also several monsters related to the Shadow Undead. They can all link and control the prey's brain. I discovered the original structure of these monsters, which are part of the sample material. I suspect that the cultists of the End of All Things Society may have made a breakthrough in the field of life fusion. Surprisingly, so many monsters can be forcibly pieced together. And it has created functional products that can be mass-produced. Cultists have mastered the core technology of civilized society, but they remain stagnant. This feeling is really unpleasant. Don't you have any good news? Yes, there is, but you may not be too happy. What is it? The taste of those sample meat pieces after braised is pretty good. On the 10th day after entering winter, steel production steadily increases. New type of forming machine, crusher, tunnel kiln. It seems that all factories still need to complete at least one expansion before the higher power honeycomb magic net can be used. Heating supplies and food reserves are also abundant. Call. So the next step is Dream Lantern Wood. The purple starlight has faded. It seems that the nightmare power in the lantern has also declined. It has returned to normal, at least on the surface it looks like this. The runes inside look similar to those from 700 years ago. It comes from the Dwarf Kingdom. This lamp is the work of a dwarf craftsman. This lamp not only enhances the power of dream magic and protects the user's mental body, but also has some unique small functions. Selena. Selena. Selena GOL score. This is from the perspective of the lantern. Selena GOL score. Great, these pieces of information haven't disappeared yet. This is the unique function of Dream Lantern, can be used to record some images and sounds and also extract them. I was worried that the new owner of this lamp might overwrite the video footage of Selena GOL's division. Now it seems that only Selena herself and I know about this secret function. It seems like they are all scenes from the journey of exploration. These things also exist in Gowan Cecil's memory. Fast in, fast in. I'm a little nervous. Everyone's expression is very nervous. This is the voice of Selena Gell. I hope everything goes smoothly. It seems to be recording. This place is Ancestral Peak. It was a ceremony 700 years ago where high-ranking officials from various churches worked together to communicate with the gods. This is the ritual of the once in 7 centuries, where the high-ranking members of the major churches communicate with the gods. These seem to be the popes and holy see of major denominations. The Pope of the Holy Light Church, the Pope of the War God Church. The chief priest of the Holy Spirit sect and the highest leaders of all sects are here. Well, this is 700 years ago, Pope Michael II of the Church of the God of Dreams. These big people seems to be a blessing. Why did Michael II receive blessings from other popes? And these great wizards, why did they start using protective spells on him? Blessings from major popes, various protective spells from great magicians. Stacking so many buffs. What is this dream pope going to do? Someone is helping him with dressing up. What strange clothes are these? Does it mean oops? Is this a magic version of an astronaut suit? The Pope has received blessings and magical blessings. I also put on a protective robe specially made according to the divine revelation prompt, which can resist the power of the divine realm. To be honest, that piece of clothing is very ugly. But it does have all of the functions that it should have. I hope everything goes smoothly. What truth did these religious leaders grasp 700 years ago? Shinchi. Selena mentioned a divine revelation in the narration. These religious leaders seem to have obtained intelligence from the divine realm through divine revelation. The equipment worn by Michael II at that time should be some kind of spacesuit SA. So the essence of that mysterious attempt to communicate with the gods was to send a pope to the divine realm. So the divine realm is located in space, or in other words, to reach the divine realm, one must go through a period of space travel. Religious leaders learned about the environmental parameters of the divine realm through divine revelation, and they designed a protective suit similar to a spacesuit based on the environmental parameters of the divine realm. And the divine revelation seems to come from the eternal slate. That is to say, the Pope's high-ranking officials who have access to the eternal slate can not only learn the knowledge of divine arts from the slate, but also from it. You can even see the divine realm. Has Michael II succeeded? Has he reached the divine realm? Has he come back yet? What did he see and hear? What did you bring back again? I don't think Miss Amber Half-Elf can learn how to knock on doors. It's not Rebecca who can't remember knocking on the door. Come in. Ancestors. The production report of the steel plant and the land survey report on the North Bank have been sent. There is also a forest development plan for the next season. Mine production and scale expansion plan. New residential area construction plan, night school expansion plan. There are also plans for building a stone factory and proposals for recruiting and training pharmacists. Please take a look at them all. You must have saved up a bunch specifically to come find me, right? Of course not. I organized all of this overnight. Each one is an urgent project. You specifically instructed before. Once the plan is made, it must be shown to you immediately. Cough cough, it's good. I did a great job. After finishing these busy tasks, you can have 2 days of leisure. Ancestors. Is it really okay to read this kind of book? Hey, I forgot to put it away. Cough cough. I mean, this is just a biography. Don't be surprised. How do you know what this book is about later? I just guessed the content inside the book after seeing the title. If you had just said that, I would have believed you, but your expression now is too unconvincing. I just accidentally glanced at it. After all, it is quite popular in the circle of noble ladies and ladies. And this is just a love novel, which is actually very decent. I'm sorry, ancestor. I was wrong. Okay, why are you so nervous? It's just a normal romantic novel about a knight marrying a princess. Although marrying over 80 is indeed a bit too many. I'll give you 2 days off. You can take a little rest. Those secretaries and internal affairs apprentices also need to come in handy. Ancestor, actually I'm fine. Territory construction is the most crucial. Which day is not crucial during the development period? You can't not rest, can you? But after the holiday ends, you should conduct an assessment of the interns in each department as soon as possible. If these talents can be used, consider implementing the administrative structure that I formulated a few months ago. What you said is. There's one more thing. I just saw that the second-level arcane master from the capital has been hovering near the Lord's mansion. Should we call him in? Also, call this person in. Yes. Besides, your dark circles and makeup have peeled off, and your sweat and bubbles have faded. I'm sorry, ancestor. I was wrong. To show confidence, one must demonstrate a profound knowledge of magic theory. To promptly answer every question from the Lord. Cannot cough loudly or unclearly. Cannot act recklessly in front of the Lord. Hello. Have you seen a suspicious figure sneaking around nearby? Ah. Suspicious person. I didn't see it. Well, thank you. Strange maid. Wait. There are suspicious figures lurking around nearby. No, it doesn't mean me, does it? Are you the suspicious figure lurking around nearby? I was just circling around nearby. But I'm not sneaky or suspicious. I have a matter I wish to see the Lord about, it is. Oh, then come in and the master will find you. Santicide Level 2 Arcane. From the Royal Mage Association, right. What did you come to me for? I'll do it. I heard from Miss Jenny that the Lord is recruiting teachers. Indeed, I am recruiting teachers. Are you interested? Yes. I can. I hope to serve as a private tutor in your household. I am skilled in arcane arts and basic theories of magic. And there's more. I also have some understanding of heraldry, Ansu history, aristocratic etiquette. Although my own level is not high. But I am good at teaching others. Your offspring can be entrusted with peace of mind. Stop. I think you've made a mistake. The purpose of this recruitment order is not to find aristocratic tutors for my own offspring. Isn't that so? Don't you know? Now I only have 2 children, Hetty and Rebecca. The former has been a teacher for many years. The latter is well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. Both of them have higher casting levels than you. Rebecca may need to attend etiquette classes, but you can't beat her. Unless you are proficient in both hand weapons and skilled in running and charging. I'm not looking for a tutor for my 2 granddaughters. I'm looking for a teacher for the night school. Night school. Have you never heard of the most ordinary commoners and serfs in the territory knowing about night schools? How could you not know? Since I received the appointment, I have been working in the crystal smelting plant. If it weren't for Miss Jenny telling me, I wouldn't even know that you are recruiting teachers. Night schools are aimed at the common people, including serfs and laborers in the territory. Do you understand? I'm not looking for a senior teacher to teach aristocratic children. I want to find someone who can teach ordinary people how to read and recognize characters. That. Will you also pay extra compensation as stated in the recruitment order when working as a night school teacher? Would you like to? Do you know that you are going to teach a group of civilians who have just met a few and can only reach a word count of 100? I have taught magic theory to uneducated merchant children in Wandu. I don't think it's too difficult, probably. Surprisingly, there is a formal spellcaster willing to teach at night school. I have tried several times before to recruit mages or even apprentice mages from Tansan Town or Comp's territory to work as night school teachers. But when they knew they were facing a group of untouchables, everyone without exception expressed their refusal. It seems that in their minds, commoners and serfs are born with intellectual disabilities and belong to different species from mages or nobles in terms of brain structure. Now there is a second-level arcane master who voluntarily brings him to the door, but are you short on money? Magicians shouldn't be short on money, right? Actually, mages also lack money, especially those from humble backgrounds. I want to send money to my family. All of my family members will stay in Wandu. You come from a commoner background. Yes. My father is a chef from a noble family in Wandu, and my mother is a herbalist. I have indeed obtained the qualification of a second-level arcane mage, but my magic reserve has a congenital defect. I do it every day. Can only cast 3 to 5 spells. It turned out that it was because there was not enough blue that I ended up in this situation. Welcome to become a proud teacher. And the course you need to teach should not be limited to just recognizing characters and numbers. I have other plans for you. Night Street. Most Cecil soldiers with families live in this area. One side of the block is the military camp, and the other side is the Lord's mansion and office. Therefore, Night Street can also be regarded as the innermost first line of defense of Cecil's collar. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning falls on the ground, Peas have already woken up early. The first thing she needs to do. I'm going to fetch water from the small square at the intersection of Night Street. Peas. Go fetch some water. Do you need any help? No need. You're such a good girl, fetching water by yourself. The Knight Byron has not returned yet. Still went out again. I don't know. Oh, I heard that he was exploring the ruins in the mountain. My husband used to go with him before, but when he came back, he didn't tell me anything. TSK, men always have secrets. Peas. You'll have to go to the castle later to find Miss Betty. Mrs. Mylin is a person who enjoys chatting with others. Her preferences in this area are so strong. So much so that one can even chat with a mute for a long time. Hi, I couldn't stop talking from the beginning. Hurry up and fetch some water. Come back and have dinner at my house. Different from other places, Cecil leads lightly. Peas have a new name. Do the Byron girls need help? Miss Kirk. People call her Miss Kirk and Byron Kirk by the same surname. At first, these kindnesses made her feel unfamiliar and flattered everywhere. People in other towns call her mute or useless, but Cecil has different ranks and lords. At first, P thought it was because of her identity. Because she has an adoptive father who serves as the chief knight, people have to respect a little mute. But soon she found that this attitude pervaded the entire territory. It's the same between people. And it was not until some time later that she heard a sentence from Duke Cecil C. from her adoptive father. The vast majority of bad habits and rules stem from a lack of food, and when people are able to eat enough, they begin to consider morality. This is not absolute, but in most cases it is. P doesn't quite understand the Lord's wisdom yet. But she vaguely felt that this sentence was correct. There were also petty thefts when she was hungry. Just because of a loaf of bread. You have to be whipped by the sheriff. Stinky and shameless thing. Your blood is filled with the habit of stealing. Born thief. Isn't this a girl from the Byron family? What's wrong? Let me help you. The bucket probably got stuck due to something when it couldn't be pushed up. Good. Watch us help you get the bucket up from the side. 12-3. Come on. Come up, come up. Don't slack off. P didn't expect, no matter what, that Cecil territory would have places that were unlike other cities. Fish will jump out of the well here. And it's such a big fish. Master. Master. Come in. Sir. Someone caught a big fish on Knight Square. Big fish. Do you still need a report if you catch a fish? Just send it to the kitchen. Too big. Can't stew in one pot. You couldn't catch a shark. Did the fish from Baishuay River run into the well on Knight Street through the diversion culvert? It doesn't look like someone from Baishuay River, because half of them appear to be individuals. What? What's going on? I heard that you caught a woman who is half human, half fish. Adult. It wasn't caught, it was discovered by Miss P while fetching water. The current situation has been brought under control, and the creature is still waiting next to the well. At that time, the half-fish, half-human creature seemed to be hiding at the bottom of the well, but was later pulled up by passing carpenters and apprentices with great force. My ancestors. This guy sounds like the siren you've been asking everywhere. Bar person? Is it really a siren? Haven't we met before? Are you a siren? If that's the case, perhaps we really have met. My name is Gawain Cecil. Have we met 700 years ago? Gavin Cecil? I seem to remember that a human like that did exist. But can you humans live for 700 years? I was recently resurrected. Are you developing new features? That's not necessarily true. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not familiar with you. I'm so tired. I was woken up by someone smashing a bucket of water halfway through my sleep, and I don't know who did the wicked thing. Who threw the bucket? If you sleep in our well, of course you will be affected. What's your name? Tyr. Hey. So was this place where I just stayed a well? Did you go fishing when you were young? I actually talked to this person. How did this girl develop her brain? Speaking of which, where did you come from and why did you come here? Is there anything I can help with? I come from the deep sea. I don't know why I ran onto human land. A few days ago, I was at war in the sea with another group of humans. Then I got separated from the main group. I swam all the way back home and ended up in this place. When I opened my eyes and saw that everyone around me was human, I thought I had fallen into the enemy's lair and was startled. You said you came here while swimming back to the territory of the sea monster. Yes. Miss Tyr, if I'm not mistaken, you probably swam the wrong way. Huh? At first, I was curious. When fighting those humans, the magic that they used might have clouded my judgment. I said how the scene on the seabed looked more and more unfamiliar. I'm telling you. I thought it went around to the back of our continent. Your mainland? Is there a mainland where you live? Yes, it's a relatively large island. I am not familiar with the situation on land. We spend most of our time in the sea. What is the origin of the humans fighting against you? How do I know? They suddenly ran onto our territory and occupied a reef. What kind of ceremony are they going to hold? That's a dangerous area. There's a strong and unstable energy field at the bottom of the sea, and if they mess around, there's a high probability that something will happen. So we sent someone to tell them not to mess around. As a result, those humans didn't say a word and shouted that a storm was about to break out. He rushed over and was beaten up by us. It is Storm's son. That's right, who else but the Storm's son would appear in such distant waters? Those lunatics left the human realm after their fall. I didn't think of that. Those guys not only ran to the distant sea, but also fought with the mermaid. In other words, you started fighting with those crazy humans because you wanted to remind them not to take risks. Yeah, otherwise who would be so free as to fight with you humans? We are very busy every day. Do you know what those humans perform rituals for? I don't know, I can't understand. Your human spell system is too strange to understand at all. Have you been hiding in our well all along? These days, everyone is drinking fish soup. I haven't been here for long either. Who would have thought that someone would hit their head halfway through sleep? Who exactly hit me? Didn't you say that fish only have a 7-second memory? Is it illegal to sleep in a well with you humans? Not illegal, but considered suicide. Hey. Then I'll go somewhere else to sleep. Hey, you're just planning to run around like this in the human world. Oh. I almost forgot. You don't look like this. This comparable deformation technique is much more convenient. Is this a product of some kind of magic or natural power transformation? Wow. Amazing. I want to learn this. I want to learn this. After that, there will be countless new clothes to wear. Don't play around, you can't even learn a repulsive trick. Wait. I'll tell you, it's a foul to hit someone with a cane. Transfiguration spells are good, but I suggest you don't walk around freely until you adapt to the land environment. If possible, would you be willing to be a guest of Cecil's estate? Is this a more tactful arrest? No, I did it out of goodwill. 700 years ago, you and I were old acquaintances. You helped me at sea back then, and now that a sea monster has arrived on land, I naturally have to help it back. I don't know what the society of sea monsters is like. But the human world is very complex. I'm not sure what attitude humans from other lands have towards a sea monster. You are easily discriminated against. DXIN, what you said makes some sense. I am the lord of this land, at least within Cecil's territory, and I can ensure your safety. You can also keep your race and background confidential. Of course, this is just an invitation. If you really don't want to, you can leave any time. Just remember not to sleep in the well as much as possible in the future. Walking on land feels more troublesome. In short, I don't plan to leave. Just stay with you. Well, do you have a place to sleep here? Oh. Big professional. Not bad, is it? I have enough sleep here and don't need your help to change the water. I can purify it myself. Actually, you can try sleeping in bed, which should be a unique experience. I will try it. I will definitely do it next time. Wow. I still prefer sleeping here. Oh, wow. Why did you change your tail? Oh, yeah. It seems like something has gone wrong. Never mind, it doesn't matter anymore. There's no need to swim around here. It's more convenient for snake tails to move around. I dare say that the tails of your sea monsters can be freely changed. I thought the upper body of a person and the lower body of a fish were the standard form of a sea monster. People on land have narrow horizons. That's because your imagination is not enough. Can I turn my upper body into a fish and my lower body into a human? If you don't believe me, I'll give it to you on the spot. Stop. No need. Just know that you sea monsters are constantly changing. It's a bit of a surprise. Are there any other questions? If not, I'm going to sleep. Last question. Do you know what experiences I had in the sea of sea monsters 700 years ago? You have to ask me about what you have experienced yourself. I slept for a long time, and when I woke up, I found that my memory was a bit wrong. There is a difference in worldview between humans and sea monsters. What I experienced may seem like a different story to you. 700 years ago. To be honest, I'm not really sure. However, although you passed through our waters at that time, but he only had a little interaction with us sea monsters. And I was busy going home to sleep when I glanced at you from afar on the sea surface. The sisters who communicated with you at that time were more clear about you. When I got home, sisters mentioned you. You're looking for something called the apocalypse. We don't know what this thing is either. I took you to a place shrouded in a strong magnetic field as per your request. Is that sea covered by a strong magnetic field the legendary eternal dark sea? So what is the connection between the apocalypse and the tower that reaches the sky under the starlight? Are you referring to the crystals that can assist in enhancing satellite signals? The crystal that Galwan Cecil brought out of the tower is the apocalypse. Are you familiar with the sea area shrouded by a strong magnetic field? It's not far from our waters, but we never go in. The strong magnetic field, there is just a small problem. The big trouble is that there is a thing called an ancient watcher roaming around in there. Will randomly attack intruders. To be honest, when you insisted on going in, we thought you were crazy. We didn't expect you to come back alive and even come back to life. This even appeared as an ancient guard. If there is a chance in the future, I hope you can take me to that place again. You humans are really adventurous creatures. I'm not planning to go back yet. It feels so bad to go back directly after finally finding such a place. Maybe another time. I'm going to have a rest. Swimming is tiring. Ancestor, what do you think of this sudden appearance of the sea monster? How do you watch what? Sirens are ancient, enigmatic beings of intelligence, and while there is no concrete evidence to support their existence, the tales of them are filled with peril, intrigue, and mystery. Do you think this sea monster is trustworthy? Do you think she has anything to do with these three words? Mysterious, eerie, and dangerous. It doesn't seem to matter much. I also know your concerns. Look at people, not appearances. The same goes for fish. Also, look at sea snakes. Tyr, with the knowledge and intelligence I urgently need, I must keep her here. The legends of sea monsters are almost entirely derived from the coastal fishermen and sailors of the Tiefing Empire and the Silver Empire. To put it bluntly, it's unbelievable that even larger fish can make up stories about gods and monsters. I have a kind of persistence about the deep sea, which is difficult to explain to you at the moment. In short, Tyr is a crucial breakthrough point. Oh, I see. Since you have carefully considered it, I have no further questions. By the way, have the witnesses on the square and the soldiers responsible for maintaining order all confessed? O has already explained that this is a foreign friend you met 700 years ago. They believe this statement. It's that simple. What convenience does the identity of a legendary hero bring? As long as it is related to me, ordinary people believe in everything. After all, you can even do things like uncovering a coffin. What else is impossible? Wow. Call. Finally. Completed. The first church led by Cecil has finally been built. Before the church officially opened its doors, the Lord arranged a small opening ceremony specifically for it. This ceremony, called cutting the ribbon, seemed strange and mysterious to the people. Today is a day worth celebrating. Mr. Wright, the preacher of the Holy Light, brings to everyone the morality of the Holy Light. Our Lord, Duke Cecil of Galwan, believed that the way of the Holy Light was beneficial to the territory and therefore approved the construction of this church. He personally congratulated the practice of the way of the Holy Light. Now read out the Lord's decree. Upon the application of the Holy Light missionary rite, Lord Cecil of Galwan, Cecil's decision was made. Hereby authorize missionary rites, missionary activities, and allow the establishment of a church. Anyone interested in the way of Holy Light can come in and take a seat. The preaching hall is very spacious. I don't believe in the holy light, but I can still come with minor illnesses and pains. Here, healing holy water is provided every day. However, for serious illnesses and injuries, we need to inform you in advance. Holy water is processed from river water, but its effectiveness is limited. For serious illnesses, treatment techniques are still necessary. This is the first time I have heard a pastor voluntarily admit that the raw material of holy water is river water and remind me that the healing effect of holy water is not good. Ancestors. You personally presided over the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the church. Is it to place divine power under one's own control? I actually have no intention of mastering any divine power, but I dislike being controlled by divine power even more. The church is a good thing. Divine arts, holy water, holy objects, and war pastors are all good things. But if these things have their own system and will, that's not very good. Many nobles are wary of the excessive development of the church. But no one has ever thought of framing it in this way. With strict laws to constrain religious activities, my lord, your actions are always unexpected. I'm not the only one who came up with this idea. Some people have wanted to do this for a long time, but they didn't have the right conditions. The south border is a wasteland. My territory is the final say. And Wright is also a good pastor who is truly devoted to the path of holy light. So I can lay this foundation. If it were in the central and northern regions, I wouldn't be able to do this. If you were in that place, how would you deal with those churches? Just make your fists bigger than theirs. Sometimes the problems that cannot be solved with the brain are actually the simplest ones. That's right, our ancestors are right. If we can fight, it's not a problem. Listen carefully, can you use your brain before punching? TSK. She found that her brain was not enough after thinking about it. How could she compare with your hundreds of years of old bacon? You feel itchy every day without someone teasing you, right? Wait. Pittman is looking for you. There has been a breakthrough in the research of mass production of druid potions. Sir, please wait a moment. I'm almost finished here. Spell experiments cannot be interrupted. Don't put it in. Your pile of containers hasn't even started to react yet. Is it easy for me to cheat some experimental funds? Where exactly are you from? Whoever gives me a salary, of course I am from that department. I'm here to see the experimental results. You seem to have taken care of the most critical step in mass production of the medication. Yes. Check this out first. What are these? This is used to replace the involvement of the caster. Druid Divine Art Formation. Druid Divine Art Formation. Druid spell? Yes. The biggest challenge in mass-producing druid potions is the enchanting step at the end of the potion. This step requires the involvement of the caster. And only druid magic can catalyze these potions. Druid spells are derived from ancient natural magic and are completely different from the current conventional magic system. In other words, many druid spells cannot be converted into magic arrays. This means we can't do things like magic nets or thermal radiation guns. Relying on engraving magic arrays on external objects to replace spellcasters. This restricts the mass production of alchemical reagents. Because the number of druids is limited, and the total magic power of a single person is also limited. So you successfully transformed druid magic into a magic formation. Strictly speaking, it is an ancient druid divine art formation. I have read a large number of ancient classics for this purpose. I spent 127 gold coins to buy the book, as well as the money for running errands for someone else to buy the book. In total, I almost forgot. Stop. I'll reimburse you. But I remember all the druid spells have become invalid. Can those ancient magic formations still be used? Of course they can't be used directly, but look at these runes. Don't you feel a little familiar? Combination of elemental runes and sacred symbols. This strong sense of immediacy. The ruins in the mountains, the large mixed magic array used to control and bind the flesh and blood of the gods in the shadow realm. That magic circle is created by mixing elemental runes and divine symbols together. It's a technique excavated from ruins. You rewrite. At that time, all the magic arrays you discovered in the mountain ruins were printed down. Mrs. Hetty was at a loss about the magic part, so she came to me for help. Druids place great importance on lore, and we have always preserved divine symbols as scholarly references. And during this process, I discovered a bold attempt by the Tudor Empire. Bold attempt. How much funding is he trying to deceive me with this posture? Can beating him up now be considered child abuse? The Tudor Empire is trying to find interface of divine power. Unless strictly following the doctrine, divine power cannot be used by humans. This is a universally recognized shackle. But the sorcerers of the ancient Tudor Empire clearly intended to do something rebellious. They designed this hybrid formation to bypass some kind of prohibition set by the gods. Good to mobilize the power of the gods through the power of magic. From the clues you found in the mountain ruins, it is clear that their attempt was successful. Or at least some of them were successful, as they found an access point to control magic spells using magical runes. I remember someone once attempted to use the power of magic to perform divine spells. But they all failed. A holy light official was even consumed by the holy light as a result. Are you sure this technology is risk-free? There must be risks involved in any magic. But risk control is our required course. I now believe that these failed examples are actually misdirection. Take the wrong road. That's right. The key to the problem lies in the language. Divine Art Symbol 879. Common language of the continent. Elemental language. Those who failed to use magic to control spells forcibly replaced the spell symbols with elemental runes through elemental language translation, and then replaced each word with a human lingua franca with similar meanings. The process of translating grammar and word formation can lead to many errors, and the final result is a complete mess. This approach is self-destructive. The wizards of the Tudor Empire are much more brilliant. They realized that human language cannot translate the power of gods, so they created an interface. With this conversion medium, one can use the rigid energy of divine power without following doctrine. Become a flexible energy that ordinary people can use. Isn't this the otherworldly version of machine flipping that kills people? So you have mastered this interface technology. I can't say I have a complete grasp. I only found a way to apply it and connected it to the Druids' ancient magic array. Adults, as you must have noticed. It has a port here that connects to the magic net. The power of the nether can be converted into energy for the divine spell formation through the divine power inverter array of the alchemy platform. As if ancient druid priests had cast a spell on them, the ordinary herb juice in the container has turned into magic potion. Sir, this is the mass production method I found. So, the connection between the divine art array and the magic array is actually a process of variable frequency compatibility. Although their structural rune systems and effective mechanisms are different, they are essentially systems that consume magic to produce effects. This system inherently has the possibility of connection, as long as a suitable transfer route is found. Generally speaking, elemental runes and divine runes are incompatible and forced to replace each other, resulting in spells losing control. But I think it's just that the compatibility difficulty between the two is high or the same frequency range is too narrow. The transition from druid magic to magic is the best proof. The so-called power of gods is not superior to magic, but the connection between divine runes and elemental runes is not as easy as the connection between elemental runes. Finding the correct arrangement and combination in the vast number of runes without theoretical guidance is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, scholars believe that these two systems cannot be compatible with each other. But 1,000 years ago, the Gundor wizards seem to have caught this needle. The interface found by Pittman provides the possibility for the ancient and abandoned divine art formation to operate again. In my opinion, the divine art array is actually a magic array. Holy runes are actually some kind of special magical runes. However, its energy cannot be directly obtained from nature and requires a layer of filtration or conversion before it can be used. The inverse array is the key to this transformation. What role do the gods play in this process? They are, maybe the first and the biggest rebel array. The gods transform the basic energy of nature into so-called superior energy that can release divine spells. Subsequently, strict doctrine was used as the authorization standard to allow mortals performing religious rituals to borrow these transformed secondary energies from them. If placed on Earth, this would be equivalent to an advanced country monopolizing all primary resources such as global fossil fuels, solar energy, wind energy, and corresponding power generation technologies. Then convert these resources into electricity and output it to a primitive country. The latter will enter the era of electricity as a result, but as long as they cannot find a way to generate electricity, they will be stuck in this state forever, living a seemingly primitive and backward life with electric lights and telephones, because they lack the technology for the most important conversion link in between. There is only one intelligent race on Earth, humans, and the gap between people is limited, so this monopoly is difficult to achieve. But in this world, the gods have powers far beyond the imagination of mortals. Therefore, they successfully established this monopoly. The fall of the White Star 300 years ago marked the beginning of breaking the monopoly. On that day, the god of nature worshipped by Druids disappeared for some unknown reason. Therefore, the purification authority of natural divine power was lifted, and ordinary people gained the ability to release natural magic. And 1,000 years ago, the sorcerer who studied the flesh and blood of gods in the dark mountains used a more radical approach to try to bypass the permission lock set by the gods and achieved success. However, the overall monopoly has not been broken, and the numerous gods in the world still exist. Do you know what this inverter array means? To be honest, I'm quite proud of it. But now the key to breaking the monopoly is in my hands. Churches all over the world will regard us as mortal enemies. Not only those divine officials, but also the gods behind them. Yes. And behind them. Gods. In short, do not apply the reverse array technique to any divine magic array outside of the Druid system. And we need to package this technology externally. Of course, I'm just a low-level druid who wouldn't know how to steal divine power. I just copied the ancient divine magic array from the book and connected the magic net to make a mess. As for the so-called inverse runes, in this era, most spellcasters only focus on whether they can be used. These guys don't even care about what its principles and functions are. Using deceptive language is just a precautionary measure. As long as we do a good job in keeping the technology secret, we don't need to worry about the risks that occur after the secret is leaked. Only us know this secret. You're not going to kill me to silence me, are you? Are you operating normally in your mind? Oh my God, killing someone to silence them is not considered a normal operation. To be honest, how did you and your old buddy educate this girl back then? Alas. We never expected her to grow up like this. Her adoptive father and I have been working diligently to earn money and raise our child. We taught her how to sneak, poison, dig graves, deceive and steal, and even found the best shadow mentor for her. We taught her so seriously, why did she become crooked? Damn it, chicken. Can this education still be fair? Even now, Amber only has some petty theft problems. This is already considered pure talent, isn't it? Also, please prepare a detailed document outlining the technical requirements for the new production process and equipment, and I will arrange the equipment and factory for you. Besides, haven't you hired a lot of apprentices? Are they very useful? It's too flattering to use this word, but these little ones are still working hard. You have arrangements. Using reaction vessels to prepare potions is a technical skill. The synthesis factory of potions requires technicians. You can choose a few reliable apprentices to manage the factory. I thought you were going to arrange for me to manage the factory. What you should manage is a higher level R. Oh, I see. I will choose a few suitable apprentices to train and let them visit steel plants and mechanical research institutes to familiarize themselves with the molds produced in the factories. Oral reasons. In addition to completing these tasks, you need to think about the next topic, the next research project. Find out why these divine runes and elemental runes can transform primitive magic into so-called divine power with an inverse array. Why does the divine art formation need to use transformed secondary energy to drive magic and divine power? What is the difference between magic and divine power? Traditional spellcasters rarely pay attention to the underlying principles of spells, and you just satirized this point. As the legacy of the Empire of Gondor, they were studied by the ancient wizards, who were also mortals. We happen to have the opportunity to study it, so we must not miss this chance. Who? Whenever I think I'm thinking far enough, I will always find that you are already standing in a more distant place waiting for me to chase after you. It's just the wisdom of the elderly. Led oneself as a mirror. Good. My first class. Set out. Teacher. You. Did you go to the wrong place? Yes, I'm sorry. It's a new teacher, take a look. The new teacher is wearing a robe, so it must be a robe. The new teacher is a master mage who can definitely conjure up a dragon. What an old robe. Shoo, if he gets angry, you're dead. Be quiet. The newly arrived master mage. Let's perform a trick for everyone. Everyone, please quiet down for class. Thank you, thank you. You didn't shout like everyone else. Really sensible. Because P's are mute. Sorry, Sister Doe. Put on a wizard, sir. There are only a few opportunities to cast spells every day. Just use it in the first class. This is Teacher Santacide's first class. Perhaps these children will never be able to cast a spell with their own hands in their lifetime. No one in history has ever considered imparting the mysteries of magic to everyone without reservation. Children, I will tell you how to identify runes and the basic principles of their effectiveness. Let's have our first lesson. Replace the motor with a repulsive array and replace the electrical signal of the control unit with a magic puppet core. This is the blueprint for the CNC machining center. Unfortunately, it is ultimately a complete blueprint machine that cannot be created at this stage. But this idea is definitely not a problem. Ancestral Master. I heard from Betty that you're looking for me. Lord, you have instructions. Hey Jenny, look at my ancestor who drew a new blueprint. This is a device for cutting sheet metal of some kind. No, it's not just about cutting. It seems to be able to shape or carve. This is using scorching rays as a carving knife. Lord, forgive me for speaking frankly. Many of the structures on this machine are probably unrealistic to build at the moment. We don't have any technicians in the core area of the magic puppet. This is a profound technique of the Northern Violet Kingdom. I know this machine isn't your task. I am going to give you a special, long-term assignment. Do you want me to be the project leader again? Not just a project, I want to establish a new department. Like the Mechanical Research Institute. I am planning to establish a department called the Rune Research Institute that specializes in studying the use of runes in logic to simplify, optimize, and popularize the application of magic arrays. Jenny, you will be the person in charge. In the future, select your subordinates and assistants from the new students trained in the Rune Logic textbook promoted by the school. I am in charge. I think Viscount is more suitable than me. I just know how to calculate runes. Miss Viscount is a formal mage who knows practical skills. She's better than me. Of course I know about this, so Rebecca has another job and she's going to the Magic Energy Technology Department. Not only responsible for rune logic, but also researching various fields of magic technology. I want you to start from the first level and organize and categorize all magic that can be transformed into magic arrays and send them to the archive to simplify the design using rune logic. At this stage, the technical black box that cannot understand the principles also needs to be organized separately. Oh, Ancestor, you are preparing to create a universal archive for future research, which can be easily accessed and customized by the factory at any time. The most basic things in this archive can still be provided to the school. This way we might be able to summarize the transition patterns of spells from level 1 to level 9. Can we reverse engineer the technical black box? These are all fields that can be applied. You should remember that establishing a foundational framework is the greatest part of all endeavors. Although initially only organizing level 2, level 1, and even apprentice-level magic arrays, if used properly, it will unleash enough force to propel the entire territory forward. Is this world really backward? Remote communication energy weapons brought by extraordinary power, anti-gravity technology, flight technology, biochemical technology. But there are still the vast majority of people digging in the fields and using rudimentary wooden tools to survive. Gal 1, let me tell you something about the Machinery Manufacturing Institute. The Machinery Manufacturing Institute is here to report the shame of all things. You're going to die. How could you intentionally close the window when you see someone coming? How come you don't walk through the main entrance every day like this? Next time, I'll put a mousetrap on the window, and what happened to the mechanical manufacturing plant? Nicholas seems to have some problems. He just fell to the ground and got into a mess. Hurry up. Don't you also jump out of the window. Shut up. Very. What exactly happened? Can you still hear me, Egg? How many times have you said it? At least call it Mr. Egg. Why are you humans making such a fuss? I'm not dead. So what are you? I seem to have a slight cold. Suddenly caught a cold. Cold. Yeah, isn't it common sense that when you catch a cold, you can't float? This is not common sense for humans. Why did your race catch a cold, or was it infected? Probably came into contact with a stimulus source. I am prone to catching a cold when exposed to specific energy fields or material stimuli. I tried processing several new materials today, and there may be some irritants inside. What did he come into contact with today? Lord, Director, the most special thing he processed today. It should be this one. This is a new mineral discovered by the exploration team from the Dark Mountains. Mrs. Hetty said that this mineral has high magical activity. This blue-purple stripe appears hazy and unreal, which is a characteristic of magical materials, and it is a feature that only magical materials with extremely high purity and excellent magic conductivity have. This is a good thing. It's a brand new mineral that can be used in the field of magic. How long does it take for your cold to recover? Is this disease severe in your group? It's okay, there's no need to worry. It'll only take 2 or 3 days at most, and as long as I get used to it for a while before coming into contact with this stimulus, I won't get sick anymore. Your race is really strange. Has Hetty studied these ores? Mrs. Hetty has already taken a portion of the samples in advance. She believed that there was a large proportion of metallic components inside, so she sent it to the mechanical manufacturing plant for the director's help in purifying it. I didn't expect the director to touch this thing, and it fell to the ground. Okay, then I'll personally go find her to understand the situation. You should rest well these days. Anyway, most of the machine tools have been put into operation, and there is also a group of skilled workers. Do you have any requirements for the rehabilitation environment? Just find a place to bask in the sun and pile some copper and iron fragments around me. Either the quartz sand in your world is fine, I can replenish my body. I'll go find Hetty later and give you a weight loss surgery to transport you out. Oh, no, I'm not completely paralyzed. My suspension chamber can still work, but it can't float up. Just find someone to push me, don't worry, it's quite easy. Who pushed your director out to bask in the sun? We are willing to take care of the director. Director, do you want to eat metal blocks? Sweet or salty? Do you want to sprinkle some seasoning? Where is the director's mouth? Anyway, sprinkle some salt. Picking small pieces is easy to swallow. What kind of heart are you fucking? Rebecca. You stand there, don't move. Wow. It's puzzling how the habit of subconsciously stretching one's leg to trip was cultivated. What's going on? Wow, it's great ancestor. Rebecca, you and I. He. You too. Are you okay? Did Rebecca throw a big fireball towards the experimental platform in the experimental accident? She didn't throw a big fireball, but when she infused magic into the test sample, she directly detonated it. I don't understand how she did it. Test samples. Is it the kind of new ore discovered from the Dark Mountains? Ancestor, you also know about this matter. I came here for this matter. There was just a commotion at the mechanical manufacturing plant. Nicholas Egg couldn't catch a cold because he came into contact with this new mineral, but don't worry, it's just a temporary symptom. After coming into contact with the ore, the egg got sick and couldn't float up. Are these new ores toxic? Shouldn't you have detected any harm from it? Without ore itself being non-toxic and harmless, if extracted properly, it may become a completely new magical material. It's just that its demon guiding properties are very strange. When you input magic at a faster speed, the magic will disappear. Under slow conditions, there is no such phenomenon of loss. When two pieces of ore are rapidly inputted with magic at the same time, a magic field environment will also be formed. It's just that the nature of this magic field cannot be determined. It's too unstable. It would appear that the metal ore is of particular use. Not only used as a conductive material in magic arrays. What's going on when you enter magic and it explodes? I don't know. At that time, my aunt was testing another set of samples nearby. I just injected magic into my own samples as she instructed. The explosion happened before it even started. You haven't started yet. It hasn't started yet, has it? Well, in that case, the accident should be related to some special attribute of the new ore. You carefully recall what changes occurred in the ore or what was placed next to the ore when the explosion occurred. Let me see you. At that time, the ore seemed to be slightly shiny. Hey, that one. There seems to be a detonating rune substrate. Why did you put a detonating rune board next to it? It's not my fault. I was conducting tests at the Rune Research Institute before, and my aunt suddenly called me over. I casually put the explosive rune into my pocket. And then he casually placed it on the experimental bench here. This dangerous thing can be directly placed on the experimental platform. When you conduct magic experiments, there is no safety rule or the like. Of course, there are safety regulations. Since childhood, I haven't allowed her to approach the laboratory very much. She doesn't have much common sense in this area. Institutionalization really needs to go deep into every aspect. Fortunately, it's just a detonating rune, and its power is not yet significant. Wait. Not very powerful? That's not right. The detonation rune substrate itself should not be very dangerous, it won't explode. The magic storage carriers must be combined together to explode. Is there a high-purity magic carrier nearby? Related to new minerals? Hetty, have you tested the demon storage ability of the new ore? There is no such property. They have excellent magical power, but cannot store magic. Could it be that strange magic field that dissipates at a speed similar to purple steel or red copper? It seems that this new mineral has many strange characteristics. For example, when injecting magic quickly, it will evaporate into the air at almost the same speed. If two minerals evaporate simultaneously in close proximity, the magic will not dissipate immediately but will form a peculiar field. Perhaps the magic field activated the detonation rune. Rebecca, do you have any extra detonation runes? I want to try again. Yes, yes. Let me take a look. The small fireballs of scorching rays are used for detonation. You keep these things with you all the time? Not always. I've been working with Jenny these past few days on summarizing, organizing, and simplifying magic circles, which is why I brought some substrates with me. You'd better search Rebecca before she enters the laboratory in the future. Has this child never blown himself up in such a big way? It's really strange that she has always been the only one who has bombed others without harming herself. She spends all her time dealing with the fireball, at most her face has only been blackened by it. It seems that we still need to maintain a certain distance. God knows if this silly roe deer will carry any explosive catalytic halo. Anyway, let's go outside for the experiment. The protective array has taken effect and can be detonated. Okay, let's get started. There is indeed a magic field that has been generated and, as Hetty said, it is very unstable. However, the detonation rune board seems to be unresponsive. There's no movement at all. Is this board broken? Did you just say that before the detonation of the substrate, you also had a piece of ore in your hand ready to input magic? Yeah, and it even lit up a bit. The problem should be here. That extra ore probably played a special role. Find a piece of ore and a detonating substrate and place them closer together. Then do it again. Sure enough, this is it. It's resonance. This must be resonance. If two of these minerals are simultaneously inputted with magic, a magic field will be generated. Will the third mineral in the magic field resonate synchronously? But these minerals are also located within the magic field. Why haven't they changed? Perhaps this is not resonance, but rather some kind of the transfer of magic. Only minerals connected to rune substrates or arrays undergo changes because they have energy-consuming units. Energy flows within them, while other minerals naturally do not change in their next level structure as they do not consume energy. The transfer of magic, you mean transmission. This is really an interesting thing. Its application prospects are very broad. If it can purify and mass produce the magic net system, it can be expanded to an incredible scale. But now the magic field it generates is too unstable. Driving those magic machines is not the same as detonating a rune board. So we need to continue researching and finding ways to make it stable. What is the quantity of this ore? According to the estimation of the exploration team, there is a weathered area in the eastern part of the Dark Mountains where the loose and fragile rock layers are all covered with this peculiar new variety of ore. The Dark Mountains. The crystals fired by Rebecca and Pittman also found medicinal herbs with special effects in the Dark Mountains. Ancestor, you have said that this is due to the corruption of the natural environment caused by the demonic tide, resulting in changes in the properties of ordinary mineral plants. This is not the corruption of the demon tide, it is a gift from nature. I will go to the excavation site of the new ore. The so-called wave of destruction. It seems that the things it has brought to this world are more than imagined. Adult. Report, sir. We found a strange place ahead. Strange place? Yes. That is a circular hall. But there is a strange stone ring in the center of the hall. Dark Mountain Quarry. This is the treasure you dug up. Lord, my lord. I remember your name is Home. You participated in this exploration team. Yes, sir. You personally awarded me a medal. You've gained some weight since then. It's great that you discovered the mineral. Yes, the adults dug it up in this area. I'll show you. The surface is covered with small pieces of ore, and digging down reveals better quality and larger volume. This soft-weathered rock layer is not very suitable for mining wells and is prone to collapse, so it should be better to directly open a mine pit. What a strange thing. This is what you mean by the changes in natural matter caused by the influence of magic waves. The essence of the magic wave is the extremely powerful surge of magic that can have a profound impact on the natural environment. Do you believe that there are far more magical materials to be found in the ruins of the ancient Deep Blue Well than here? What a reckless person would dare to mine there? Magical materials and magical creatures. These seemingly ordinary soils and rocks were gradually shaped into such shapes under the baptism of the demonic tide. Magic waves should be a continuous phenomenon that continues to affect the natural environment to this day. It is changing the world and reshaping it. 700 years ago, the demon tide was probably not a big storm, it was just a precursor. The big one is still at the back. Come here. Adult. This type of ore requires a name. I call it the home ore. Great sir. How can I have this honor? Home stone is not in line with my status. Exploring unknown territories, discoverers are always great without hesitation. We may discover more valuable things on this land. Naming after the discoverer can stimulate people's enthusiasm for work. Yes. Thank you. Let Reverend Wright help this pioneer take a good look at his waste. Sir, I have brought the report from the ruins. Byron Knight found a peculiar magical device in the lower level area of the ruins. That is a hall filled with runes. I hope you can personally go and take a look. Wow, it's really big inside here. It takes so long to walk on a straight path. This is still the result of Byron Knight clearing the way. Byron. Adult. Sir, you should take a look at this. We studied for half a day but still couldn't understand what it meant. But I bet these two sets of text at the door are describing the purpose of this room. On the left side, it is written to pay attention to safety and prevent accidents. On the right side, it is written to remind personnel to leave and lock the door. What's up? If it's not something you're a professional in, don't bother studying these ancient texts. Henny can't even recognize them all. Why are you joining in the fun? You said is. You'd better come and take a look at this. This is some kind of portal? At first, I suspected it was a stone, but in reality, it is some kind of metal material that no one knows. We also found several locked rooms. Those rooms store metal ingots made of the same material as these circular rings. It seems that the people here originally planned to build more circles to expand it. But later they withdrew and these jobs were put on hold. Unknown metal material. If it weren't for ancient alloys, but rather the magic wave that changed their properties, then studying them would be very troublesome. Hey, what are you doing? Don't worry, I won't steal. I just feel a bit familiar with the residual power fluctuations of this crystal. Are you familiar with this type of crystal? Have you seen it before? Based on my years of criminal experience. What? Cough cough work experience. Based on my experience, this crystal should be a rare shadow affinity crystal and the most expensive among all elemental crystals. And to be honest, the purity is also frighteningly high. Shadow crystals with such high purity are now rare. Is it related to the shadow realm? Then I'll go in and check the situation first. Take me in together. Five ports. Be like. It was bounced out. What's going on? Your cheat has expired. Cheat? What is a cheat? It must be a problem with the environment here. I'll take half a pound of shadow potion and come back later. I won't believe it. Even my shadow affinity. Stop, don't get too excited. Carefully sense the shadow environment here and try using regular shadow steps or stealth techniques to see if they work. 5 mouths. Okay. There are no issues with regular shadow steps and stealth techniques. Only when entering the shadow realm will it be affected and instantly ejected. Is the shadow realm problem on the other side? Is it because of this ring device resembling a magic gate? Isn't the shadow realm a kind of mapping of the real world? Try entering the shadow realm outside of this room. Come over from the other side and take a look at the situation. I'll try you to come over and protect my eyes. I don't want to see anything strange like last time. Did this guy treat me like an eye protection barrage? Sure enough. Successfully entered the shadow realm outside the room. I was startled. I thought your cheat had really expired. You're such a strange person who can't even understand what you're saying. Strange, it's just an ordinary hall. Why is there interference? And this interference is so funny. Just take a slight detour and you can get in. No. We probably couldn't go around. That circular device is gone. There are residual tear marks on the ground. Except for the lab where we met the gods before, the shadow world and the real world all maintain a one-to-one mapping state. Originally, there should have been a roundabout here, but now it's gone. From the size of this size, it corresponds to the base of the roundabout. This technique is good. Someone ran into the shadow realm and stole the gate here. No one will eat too much and steal a magic door. I think some kind of force tore apart what should have been here and moved it to another place. When we enter the shadow realm from the circular hall of the real world, we should reach the side of the circle. But when entering the shadow realm from the hallway outside the room, one can only see that this empty hall seems to be a misplaced reflection. So what does that kind of interference force do? To prevent unauthorized individuals from bypassing the magic gate and reaching a certain place, right? Only through correctly paired magic gates can one reach the correct location. The Tudor wizards of the past often used this method to encrypt important treasure houses. That means if you want to figure out the correct corresponding position here, you have to fix the circle in the real world. This has hit my knowledge blind spot. It's not just your knowledge blind spot. Perhaps no one in your territory can decipher such a complex ancient magical device. The circular ring outside is not just a simple magic circle, it is a complex magic device that combines ancient synthetic materials of magic circles, including Gundor magic gate technology. The current level of spellcasters in the territory cannot handle this level of thing. Watch out! Oh my goodness! The wall collapsed when I poked it with one finger. Be like. Stop it. What exactly is this? What odd? There was only darkness and nothingness in his sight. It seems that everything in the world abruptly stops beyond that boundary. That seems to be giant rocks and islands floating and rolling in mid-air without gravity. It is sufficient to indicate that this is not the end of all things in the world, but a huge cavity. Is this a cave? It seems to lead directly to the surface from above. How big is this hole? Not to mention the size, the Byron Knight has been drilling in the dark mountains for so long, and the corridors he has explored include the area corresponding to the void in front of us. That means there is absolutely no such void in the dark mountains of the real world. This void is only limited to the shadow realm if it is not naturally formed. Then it can only be some kind of power beyond human imagination. So I couldn't enter the shadow realm before because this area doesn't correspond to the real world, and the misalignment here is too severe. I don't know. I only know that we may not be able to solve the mystery here. Unless the outer ring device can be fixed. Otherwise, no one can figure out what the ancient Gundor wizards did here. Anyway, I can't stay here anymore. This place is too strange. Let's leave quickly. I quite agree with your opinion this time. Adult. Are you okay? Call. I saw the amazing craftsmanship of nature. I hope it's a masterpiece of nature. Are there any other exploration reports besides this new area? Yes, we have been making good progress recently and have made many discoveries. The entire ruins can be roughly divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. The upper part leads to the front line of the Dark Mountain range on the mountaintop. The entrance is connected in the middle, and this hall should be the lowest part of the entire facility. If the entire middle layer is designed symmetrically, the south may lead to the Dark Mountains and the east. Shouldn't it lead to the Tiefing Empire? Is this possible? There's nothing impossible. The area we are in is already located in the southeastern corner of the Ansu Mountains and extends all the way to the territory of Tiefing. If this ancient facility was really built by excavating mountain ranges, it is also possible for its end to enter the territory of Tiefing. If that's really the case, then you need to be more careful when exploring, understand? It's an adult, I understand. The Great Void. You said you discovered a large void in the Shadow Realm, and that void does not correspond to the terrain of the Dark Mountains in the current world. You rewrite. The size of that hollow is probably enough to fit our entire town into it. It's high above and even surpasses the peak of the Dark Mountains. I saw a huge stone block floating in the darkness, as if it had lost its gravity. I heard you and Amber describe that the Shadow Realm corresponds to the mapping of the real world. And there is no significant difference in physical rules except for black and white and barrenness. Does that big hole mean some unknown law of the Shadow Realm? I am more concerned that it may be some external force causing a force beyond human imagination to operate in the Shadow Realm. Excavated a large block of Shadow Realm material and altered the physical rules within that area. 1,000 years ago, the Gundor wizards were clearly aware of the existence of this great void. They set up a device similar to a magic gate in the mountains, which should be connected to the great void. Unfortunately, it cannot be activated. Is the plan you mentioned earlier to move some of the territorial facilities to the mountains still being implemented? The relocation work still needs to continue. At least the workshop that manufactures grenades and explosives needs to be relocated from the territory. These things can't be next to residential areas all the time. Send the best team to the ruins in the mountains and lay the Beehive Magic Internet Cafe starting from the entrance hall. Prepare for the later entry of machinery. To be honest, who would have thought that ordinary people without the ability to cast spells and sense magic could use this method to control magic? At present, they are only at the stage of following the drawings to ensure that there are no errors. This is just imitation. And when the Rune Research Institute led by Jenny achieved the first phase of results, the first batch of new Rune majors graduated from the institute. You will see the creations of ordinary people in the field of magic. Speaking of which, what about the sea monster? Here I come, here I come. The sun is so nice today, perfect for sleeping. I'm worried about you sleeping for almost 20 hours a day. Do you see monsters all sleep? Such as... What's wrong? Is my tail not good looking? Did you see monsters act like this on land before? Isn't it like this? Other sea monsters walk like you said. But when I was a child, the first time I showed my tail, there happened to be a sea caterpillar next to me. It was learned crookedly at that time, and it has not been corrected in this life. Try to adapt to walking on your legs in the future. After all, in the human world, everyone uses their legs. You can't go out like this. Woo! So next time you publicly break my leg. In the future, I will either have someone carry me when I go out or not go out at all. Are you doing this just to avoid walking upright? I'm lazy. Oh. There are quite a few types of food on your land, but they have changed again. I hope the food from the land is to your liking. It doesn't matter. I can't eat sea monsters. They basically have no taste buds. Don't you have taste buds? Do you normally just swallow your food? While there is no sense of taste, we can experience relatively subtle textures. And we mermaids are closer to elemental creatures. We are the aggregate of water elements. Eating is not a necessary condition for us to survive, but rather a form of entertainment. Interesting. How do you usually live in the sea? Do you need work or anything, and do you also build cities? City. Our city can startle you land dwellers. Our city is bigger than your biggest city. We need to be more advanced. It also needs to be sturdy. Our city was once able to fly. A city that can fly. Is it a magical floating city like the Star Temple of Elves? I haven't seen it, but some of my sisters have seen it floating over the strait in the south of your continent. One day, I know which era has passed down the floating core and a broadcasting system that can never be turned off. Those long-eared creatures called silver elves seem to be very proud of their floating city. Some sisters went there curiously to see the technology they wanted to learn from elves to break away from gravity. They found that these long ears could only be used or could not make or understand the principle. In 9 cases out of 10, floating cores were stolen. It seems that the silver elves have also encountered technological obsolescence, and the sea demons were once able to soar in the sky and use cities as flying fortresses. Everything fell back to the ground and into the sea due to the demonic tide. Do you know about a major disaster on land 700 years ago? The Great Disaster 700 years ago. I probably know a little that those sisters who like to run around mentioned that 700 years ago, something seemed to explode in your side, and then the human society turned upside down. We call it the Mahflo. What do you call that later? Thaumaturgic tide, or magic tide. It's the sudden loss of order and chaos of magic energy in nature, which massively erodes the current world. Formed a wide range of deadly environments and destroyed the stable structure of the material world, causing monsters and deadly environments to spread everywhere. Is there any sound of the waves? What language is this and what does it mean? The magic tide in our language. Your explanation of the magic tide sounds quite convincing. It seems that you have indeed experienced a similar phenomenon. But to be honest, according to our observation, what kind of demonic trend are you? Not even a gentle breeze or waves can be considered. The real magic wave. But reshaping the whole world. What do you mean by reshaping the world? Literally. All substances undergo changes in their properties, some of which are subtle. Some will turn the world upside down and even transform from stones into magical minerals. The magical environment in nature can also change, and areas that were once filled with magical power may become areas where magic is depleted. Places where elements were originally sparse may become new gates to the elemental world. Biota will go through mass extinction and mutation, and new species will be formed in a short period of time. And the vast majority of civilized creations will disappear in this earth-shattering change. Are you trying to scare people? Your statement is no different from those cultists who constantly promote the end of the world. There is a difference. They only know that the end is coming, but the sea monsters know how the end will come. You have experienced the true magic wave. Sea monsters are intelligent creatures far older than land races. We have been living in this world for many years before your civilization learned to ignite fire. Of course, we have seen some things that you haven't seen before. If the demon tide is really as you described, how did you survive from the real demon tide? The demon tide is indeed terrifying, and most human species cannot resist it. But we sea monsters are a bit special. This should be related to our elemental biological nature. The demon tide has a great impact on the current world. But it cannot change the essence of the elemental field. And the life form of sea monsters is based on elements. Many of our magical powers are also element-driven. Therefore, we have survived safely to this day, and our civilization has also survived to this day. So the demon tide that occurred on this continent 700 years ago was just a small fluctuation. Probably. After all, I didn't see it with my own eyes. What happened was just a random guess based on your description. How often does the real magic wave come? How long until the next one? I can't answer that for you. We do believe that magic waves occur periodically. But this period is very unstable, and the deviation is calculated in thousands of years. In other words, even if today is the day when the magic wave theoretically erupts, its true eruption time could also be some day within the next 1,000 years. Who can say that? Okay. Since everything is uncertain, we don't have to worry. Don't forget why we decided to establish a pioneering territory in places like the Dark Mountains in the first place. Let's talk about something easier. What do you usually do when you live in the deep sea? Sleep. You can't just sleep without doing anything every day, can you? Building a house, raising jellyfish, deformation competition, sand sculpture competition, sleeping competition, fish riding competition, and so on. 5 days. But the most interesting thing, of course, is dig. Squid. Fish. What the hell? Our area is rich in renewable natural resources. Anyway, it's something that looks a lot like a big squid, maybe the remains of some ancient creature, especially huge, covering an entire seabed. Its tentacles can grow and recover on their own, and after digging them out, they will grow back on their own after a period of time. Moreover, the big squid will also grow small tentacles to dance with, which is particularly thought-provoking. The last time we fought against those crazy humans was because they built a smoky altar above the seabed where we dug squid. We messed up our mind and sent people to negotiate with them, but it was useless. It was only in the end that we started fighting. How many people can eat the constantly regenerating corpses of giant creatures? This child's thinking is too correct. What is the purpose of digging squid? Is it really for eating? Mainly used as fuel for the magic reactor. However, the meat of the big squid has a very concentrated energy, and the taste is also super good. We usually will still eat a little. It can be burned and eaten. What the hell is this? Besides, stealing fuel, isn't this just stealing gasoline? Giant squid. According to Tyr's description of it, it is an extremely large remnant of ancient organisms, with tentacles that can reach lengths of several kilometers, resembling small mountain ranges. Dead on the seabed for countless years without any signs of decay, and even constantly reborn, only to be dug up by sea monsters every time a little bit is just reborn. The surface of the tentacles of large squid sometimes grows small tentacles. The main evaluation of these tentacles by sea monsters has chewiness. The deep-sea creatures living around the big squid have a strong tendency to attack and are also quite aggressive. Has chewiness. The giant squid occasionally attracts some pelagic species to come over and dying near its tentacles as if they were committing suicide. No chewing power. Obviously. Tyr's evaluation criteria for many things in the deep sea. Is there any chewiness left? These salted fish. I'm afraid I dug up an ancient god. Huge size. Ancient creatures. Never rot, never perish. Continuously regenerating. Mind affecting. This inevitably brings to mind. Among the ruins in the mountains. Divinity flesh. In addition to the sentence in the laboratory, human beings will surely exist forever, even if they disobey God. Did those Gundor sorcerers back then not study the laws of immortality, but rather attempt to find ways to resist the tide of demons by studying the power of the gods? In the magical tide 700 years ago, the Tudor Empire only lasted for a month. Ordinary people in front of the tide of demons. Is there a way to survive? Jingu Town, Ansu West Side, a town of trade on the edge of the moss forest. Bavaria, Duke of Franconia. Does the Duke want to disperse the lowly people near the commercial hall? They're just ignorant. I had soldiers block the road to save the lives of these fools. Since they can't understand the horror in it, let them gather in an area a block away. Just don't influence my investigation. Do you want to personally go in and take a look, sir? That is what I came for. Your Highness, the Duke. What are these humanoid prints? It's caused by corrosion, sir. Based on the on-site traces, it was determined that the people affected by the sorcery first engaged in crazy self-harm activities in this hall, and spread his own blood in all corners of the room. Then they gathered at these locations, and the residual blood in their bodies began to boil and decay under the influence of evil magic, forming these corrosion marks on the flesh and blood that flowed down from them. When we arrived here, all we saw were bones. I don't want to know too many details. I just want to know who did it. All things are impermanent. This is a typical sacrificial hall where all things will eventually perish. They embrace death and destroy flesh and blood. These cultists can also be found among the bones collected on site. What is their purpose? It should be planned to create a plague and spread it to the western border of the kingdom and the moss forest at the same time. When I arrived here, the entire building was already filled with the smell of plague. Fortunately, the Lord guided me to discover the conspiracy of the cultists in advance. I immediately dispelled this evil magic that was about to take shape and set up a purification barrier. Now, Lord, you don't have to worry about the plague anymore. These depraved and twisted weirdos. Their souls should be taken away by the devil and never run out of hell. Father, you saved the lives of this town and everyone around it. You deserve my gratitude and compensation. Purifying evil is the path that the Lord has entrusted to us. I am more concerned about those insane cultists attacking areas that have not been protected by our Lord than about personal gains. Alas, cultists within the kingdom are becoming increasingly rampant. We need to fight against the forces of evil. We need strength. Universal Force Field Shield Module. The power field shield has been successfully activated. However, after activating the power field shield, the number of shots from the scorching rays will decrease by half. We can add a rune trigger to control its activation and deactivation, allowing soldiers to activate the power field shield during close combat. We originally planned to get a third-level eggshell shield directly, but later found that the energy consumption was too high and the armor couldn't last for a few minutes. So we have to get the second-level spell power field shield in first. What the hell is eggshell shield? That's a mage shield. Don't just name it because it looks like an eggshell, okay? Hey, anyway, you just need to know what I mean. How much of the next generation armor's functionality has been achieved? Combat backpack armor. Integrated into one piece. And it's detachable, so the magic array on the armor can be directly powered by the combat backpack. When necessary, the backpack can also be discarded to reduce weight or replaced. Because there is also a magic capacitor in the chest armor, it can continue to fight for a period of time even without the combat backpack. We also integrated the first level breeze shield into the breastplate, which consumes the lowest amount of physical protection but can filter out toxic odors and disease spells. Then, following your instructions, we added insulation and weight reduction symbols to the inner layer of the armor. These are all magic level or first level spells that can operate continuously with a combat backpack as energy. However, some hard questions. I really don't have a clue about the function you mentioned before, adding a jet device behind the armor, and the soldier can rush forward while spraying fire just by shouting Xiaya. I wanted to add a fireball formation at the back, but I found that it would blow up all my teammates around me. Didn't I tell you it was a joke? But he's really handsome. It sounds super handsome. And there's also a bunch of glowing ribbons added behind the armor, which can launch arcane missiles in all directions as long as they jump 3 meters high. You forget all of this for me. Back to the main topic, the arm guards can integrate more modules, allowing for more replaceable components. Now its offensive and protective capabilities can be considered from an auxiliary perspective. For example, the first level secondary clearing technique or the magic light technique used for illumination. This is a spell with extremely low energy consumption, but it can have a great effect. But Lord, after adding so many functions, is this armor still a thermal radiation gun? So I've said from the beginning that the arm armor is just a carrier, and the thermal radiation gun is a part of the arm armor, not the whole of it. We should give this arm armor a separate name. I named it Mage Terminal. And depending on the module loaded in the terminal, it can be a thermal radiation gun or an energy shield. It can be a communicator and a medical device. Even different types of units, such as lightning launchers and fireball launchers, can use its different functions. Even to the extent that we can also develop civilian models. So this was your real idea from the beginning. Unfortunately, if I had told everyone back then, most people probably wouldn't have understood or imagined it. Dookie. It seems that he is not an ancient hero who lived 700 years ago, nor is he a modern lord. I even feel like he doesn't belong in this world. Why are you sneaking around? I came to report a situation to you. Why did you hit someone? There is a report about stepping on the shadow to report the situation. What's going on? Pittman asked me to tell you that the first reaction tank of the alchemy factory is in place and waiting for you to come and inspect it. I almost forgot to tell you. I'll go to the alchemy factory first to design the universal substrate. You can arrange it yourself when you go back. I'm going to. I'm also going to the alchemy factory. What did you do in the past? I'm going to set off 2 fireballs to cheer up. Shouldn't fireworks be set off for something worth celebrating? If you dare to throw a fireball in the alchemy factory, I will throw you out like a fireball. Can you let me go first? I'll throw it into the sky. Not even in the sky. Cecil Refinery. I swear on behalf of Cecil's ancestors. I am absolutely honest and straightforward. I am your ancestor. Anyway, don't mess around. Yes. This is Idiot Ya Inverter Array. It extracts magical energy from the underground magic web and converts it into a natural divine power that can be recognized by the Druid Divine Art Array, allowing humans to master the power that once belonged to the gods. I thought the noise would be louder when the new machine started up. Not bustling at all. If this thing makes too much noise, it won't be far from an explosion. Pittman. Congratulations on the perfect operation of your inverter array and magic array. Yeah. The road to the left, the right script, the road to the left. How many potions do we have to produce every day for such a large set of things? Old man, what are these pots for? The number 1 reaction tank produces the Druid's signature rejuvenation potion, which is also a healing agent. Winter farming is temporarily suspended and no agricultural pesticides are needed. But there are many construction projects in winter, and there are many reports of injuries and illnesses on the territory every day. These potions can come in handy. As for the production, with the raw material supply from candling, there is no shortage of raw materials. Conservative estimate. The medicine produced every day is enough to consume the territory for a week. Production for 1 week's usage per day. Then won't you soon fill up all the warehouses on the territory? What's the use of such a large output? Sell out. Sell to whom? Kant's collar. Are the raw materials for these potions purchased from Kander's hold? Yeah, that's right. Then you chopped them up, minced them, mixed them, and boiled them in a pot, and then sold them to the Kant territory at the price of alchemy potions? The process is indeed like this. Oh my God! Can it be like this? Didn't you say you want to treat Kant's territory as your own for management and construction? How could you use such a damaging tactic? Do you regret leaving Viscount Kant's property in the castle over there? You left it to me. I only managed to buy groceries twice and then brought it back to you. You're more damaged than me, okay? I didn't steal or rob. The reason why the medicine was transported to Kanderling is that it is already the largest distribution center for medicinal herbs in the southern region. In addition to herbs, Kanderling also deals in alchemy medicine. Mr. Padrick is an advisor to Viscount Kant and a liaison with the Chamber of Commerce, who can help us sell excess potions. I'm planning to have him act as an agent and sell medicine with me so that Cecil can make money and Kant can share the money, which is good for everyone. Surprisingly, it's this kind of thing that can benefit everyone, but isn't anyone harmed. Of course, some people will be affected by the third-party pharmacists, druids, and alchemists on the Kantian trade line. They will inevitably be impacted. But I will send out recruitment messages in a timely manner, and then the shortage of alchemists in the territory can be solved. Those people who receive a little training in the alchemy factory are already skilled. Good. So cunning. Such a large amount of alchemical drugs have entered the market. Even the most common healing potion is enough to generate a huge shock. Adult. Now I think I finally understand what you meant when you said mass production will be the first step in destroying the old order. But have you considered that once such a large number of drugs labeled as Cecil enter the market, we will inevitably arouse curiosity and attention from all parties? They need reaction time, and the attention caused by the alchemy potion is quite limited. This little curiosity and attention may not be much to me, but it could actually be beneficial. Compared to this bottle of medicine, the impact of what I am going to push out next may be even greater. Next step. What else are you planning to sell? I plan to sell something to Tansan Town. But the specific details haven't been determined yet. You will know by then. If the road is right, then everything will be much easier to handle. Winter Fortress, Northern Ansu Kingdom. Burn. Burn them to death. Burn them out. Burn them out. They killed my child. Burn these cultists to death. Burn them out. Burn them out. Burn. The God of Light has exposed the conspiracy of these cultists. Before more people were harmed, the Lord guided us to destroy the lairs of these heretics. Praise the Sun. Praise be to the Lord. Praise the Light. Praise the God of Holy Light. Praise the Light. Praise the God of Holy Light. Everyone. I will eat your noodles. Clean up. Duke of Ice and Snow Victoria Wild. Then praise Ansu. Praise your founding father. You rarely show this expression, Vicky. The last time I saw Duke Cecil return was after seeing Gao 1. This time it's still related to him. If it weren't for the warning sent by the founding hero from the far south, we may have to wait until those cultists cause even greater destruction before realizing that they have already eroded to this extent. This is already the fourth cult lair that has been destroyed since the beginning of winter. The previous three were the end of all things, and this time it's the eternal sleeper. I won't be surprised if even the children of the storm make a comeback from the sea next time. It is said that the power of the evil cult in the Southern Territory is actually very small. They have only appeared twice, but each time they were detected and extinguished by the Duke. We have been at ease for too long. The whole kingdom has been at ease for too long. From kings to local nobles, there is a serious lack of vigilance. 700 years ago, Grand Duke Cecil experienced the turbulent times of the kingdom. He is more alert than all of us. There is another thing. Have you made any progress on your investigation task? The priests of the Holy Light Church have indeed been more active in recent times than before. New missionary teams have emerged in various places, and they have no extra activities besides dealing with cultists, nor have they caused friction with local lords. Is that so? Vicky, do you think there's something wrong with those Holy Light priests? It shouldn't be an illusion, right? But we need to pay more attention to their ulterior motives. They will always get away with it. Yes. What are you doing with such a long face? Makes me not want to carve. Have the rice prices gone up? No, it's a cult. Whoa. Tummy. My tummy. So painful. Woo, it seems that this time I can only rely on yourself. No, we have cultists appearing in various parts of the kingdom except for the southern region. Oh. Just don't interfere with our affairs. All the intelligence is seriously outdated. The message from Wang Du is from a month ago. We need to find a way to build an intelligence system. The path of alchemy potion is a breakthrough. Cecil Refinery. That's strange. Watching these bottles neatly arranged together gives me an inexplicable sense of joy. You have achieved satisfaction with obsessive-compulsive disorder. I didn't say you were sick, that's what your ancestors said. I have also seen precious alchemy potions piled up in large quantities in this way for the first time. Suddenly I feel like they're not worth it anymore. In fact, compared to ordinary alchemical potions, they are indeed worthless, madam. Originally, the biggest cost of this thing was the caster. But now the amount of medicine produced by running this equipment once is not comparable to several flasks and test tubes on a small alchemy table. The most valuable part of these potions in front of you is actually the bottle. The cost of these crystal bottles is even higher than the medicine inside. If a bottle of medicine sells for 30 copper coins, then at least 15 copper coins inside are actually buying the bottle. The bottle is so expensive. The bottle has not become more expensive. It's just that the production cost of the medicine is too low. Ancestral Master. I remember you mentioned before that there is an artificial crystal known as glass that would be cheaper than all the artificial crystals in now. Don't think about glass for now. I haven't found any alternative production materials yet. The three treasures of the time traveler, papermaking, glass, black powder, none of these three things were salvaged. But can these potions made from metal cans be as effective as potions made by druids or alchemists and mages themselves? Don't worry about this. The potions made by the alchemy factory are actually much more reliable than those made by the alchemy table. These reaction tanks and magic circles are precisely modulated as long as the initial settings are correct, and the dosage of each bottle of potion is exactly the same. On the contrary, alchemists also have different levels of craftsmanship, and many toxic side effects come from this. These medicines are prioritized for internal supply and marketing within the territory. The military should also distribute potions to each soldier to ensure that they have 3 doses of rejuvenation and disease-dispelling potions in any situation. Keep an additional 50% of the drug reserve and pack everything else. The first signature product of Cecil's collar is them. On the strength of this alone, the Cecil Legion is probably the most luxurious army in the world. Be confident and send out the enchanted equipment, they will already be there. Adults. The carriage led by Kant has already crossed the bridge. Pack up this batch of samples and send them to the Lord's mansion. It seems that Mr. Patrick has already arrived. I want to personally have a good talk with the gentleman who received high praise from Knight Philip. Tiefing Secret Temple. Very good. Everyone has arrived. So 22. You will preside over this ceremony. That. Start the 17th deep diving test. Attempt to decipher the memory fragments scattered by Gal 1 and Cecil. Nightmare Bishops send a signal to your subordinate node group and the connection will begin in minutes. Everyone. Safety first. Mr. Patrick, it's time for tea. Thank you. This is already the 10th cup. This manor looks like a holiday villa of an aristocrat. It may not be as sturdy as a castle, but the environment is very comfortable. It's really surprising that there's no dampness or decay in the castle. And there are so many magic crystal stone lamps and incredible construction speeds on the territory. How wealthy is Cecil really? Did they hire dozens or even hundreds of mages specifically to charge the streetlights of the common people? Knight Philip highly praises you, saying that you have managed Kant's finances in an orderly manner. Not only did it ensure the supply of winter goods, but it also stabilized the merchants who had trade relations with Kant even in the event of the Lord's death. I just did my job. I feel ashamed to say that although I am proficient in heraldry, grammar, and etiquette, I always revolve around money, which is probably not very respectable. It's really not respectable. You're good at dealing with money, and it's really disgraceful not to admit it. I came to talk to you about money today. You should know that, right? Yes, I saw your letter. Your territory has entered the stage of production, so you need to contact me. The trade route is alchemy potion, right? That's right, alchemy potion, but I have to declare in advance that Cecil's way of producing and selling alchemy potion is probably very different from what you imagine. I have a brand new trade model and I need your help to build and implement it. A brand new trade model. Are you referring to your commission as a lord? It's too troublesome to say. It's better to just look at the information directly. This will tell you what a new trade model is. Okay, I'll take a look now. Your Highness, you can rest assured that I still have some confidence in business. Chain Distribution Regional Agent. Circulation Network. Sharing Model and Market Expansion. Mr. Patrick, do you have any ideas? I'll watch it again later. Watch it again. I admit that this proposal is logically sound. But it may be difficult for everyone in your sales system to accept unified scheduling and command. The lower level shops are under the command of regional agents, who are under the command of the general manager you have appointed. However, no merchant has ever been subject to such constraints before. Of course, we can barely achieve this through monetary benefits and contracts, but you also demand that the lowest level shops do business for ordinary people. Alchemy potions are not stinky ointments made by rural herbalists. Even poorer mercenaries may not be able to afford them. How can commoners afford them? Even if we sell it to civilians, no one will buy it. You don't have to worry about this. Since I said that new alchemical potions can be sold to civilians, then you naturally consider the price. I can guarantee that they are cheap enough for the average commoner class to grit their teeth and bear the burden of nobles from all over the world. They can also use this potion for their armies. As for the serfs whose private property is almost zero, they are currently powerless. Okay, then I have one final question. Do you have so many alchemy potions? 2 tons to feed such a sales group requires these goods, which is not a small amount. Go and bring in those boxes of samples. Yes. How many boxes are there? I never thought that the packaging unit for alchemical potions could be the year of the box. Even upper middle class merchants can only obtain a dozen or so bottles of alchemy potion at most during a single trade or hoarding. 3 layers per box, 233 bottles per layer. 1 box is a weak mana potion, 1 box is a disease-dispelling potion, and the remaining boxes are all rejuvenation potions. Please take a look at the specific price and sharing method here. The initial price I set for the rejuvenation potion is 60 Cecil copper coins or 1 onsu shield-shaped silver coin. The mana potion is 2 shield-shaped silver coins, and the price of the disease-dispelling agent and the rejuvenation potion is the same. Your Highness, the Duke. Are these potions real? What? Do you think I'm a counterfeit drug dealer? No, sir, of course I do not doubt your character. I'm just curious. Since you can really supply such a large amount of potion, I actually have some ideas. You said you have experience in business. Adult. I hope you can be included in these rejuvenation potions. Mixing water. Hey, sir, you're a talented person. Don't stir up trouble. You should know that this suggestion is not made by honest businessmen. You should have something else to say, right? Yes, adults can add water to the rejuvenation potion and rename it as a secondary treatment potion or a low-quality treatment potion for dispelling diseases. You can also handle it this way and rename it as a secondary treatment potion or something similar. If you think this is not in line with the spirit of chivalry, then it's not a big deal to make the price a little cheaper. If you lower the price and declare that the effects of those potions are not as good as real alchemy potions, then this is not deception. For the vast majority of civilians who suffer from injuries and illnesses in their daily lives, even such inferior treatment drugs are enough to save their lives. Keep talking, I'm listening. Rashly selling aphrodisiacs such as rejuvenation potions at extremely low prices will inevitably impact the existing market and the groups that profit from them. Although the new Chamber of Commerce has your support as a duke and can disdain those small merchants and alchemists, taking away people's wealth is like killing parents. Even if mice in the sewer can't bite humans, they will still be disgusting. They can threaten and attack drug buyers, or simply mix poison into the market and spread rumors. For most ignorant people, they simply cannot distinguish who has harmed them. Sir, you are very powerful, but even brave lions need to be careful of poisonous insects. You're right. To avoid this situation, we need to do some disguises. Yes, disguise. As long as it is declared, it is inferior or even a byproduct of failed alchemical potions. Staring at them will reduce half of it. In this way, you have successfully established a business route and avoided attracting the attention of malicious individuals too early. And even the common people who buy diluted potions, they have bought effective potions at a price they can afford, and they will be grateful to you. Is it a sin for poor people to even buy a bottle of good medicine? I accept your suggestion. But I hope you understand that this is temporary. If someone sees this method as their way of making money. So Cecil's law is about to go on a killing spree. Just as I will faithfully treat every copper coin left by Viscount Kant. I will also faithfully execute every command you give me. Dear Lord, I have completed the rune array design for the rotary magic engine. I found that it can adjust the speed by adjusting the contact surface of the rune trigger by increasing or decreasing the number of rune groups activated at the same time. Please refer to the relevant information later. Jenny Perro. What's wrong? With a serious expression, is there a problem with this drawing? Did Jenny make a calculation error? I'm not a genius. I can't tell. Ha. Are you intentionally trying to force people to live? You're not a genius at the monster level, and you're not letting ordinary people live. I'm just feeling emotional. Yeah, I'm not a genius. I am not the center of the world either. I cannot create a wizard industrial era out of thin air. We cannot solely rely on ourselves to pull this world towards the stars and the sea. Even though I am considered a special individual compared to ordinary people, and even though I have ambitions to influence the changes of this era. Even if times change, I can't pull it alone either. Magic Net. Rebecca Crystal and Rune Trigger. Rune Logic. A feasible solution for building the first magic energy engine with a rotary magic energy engine. The final machine design factory for the mass production technology of alchemical reagents has been completed. Within an hour, she understood my business concept and gave me timely sales advice. In this world, there are wise people hidden everywhere. You said that if everyone in this land is a talent, then what am I doing here? What's wrong with you? Suddenly, you're talking nonsense. You're the Lord. If it weren't for you, why would we all be gathered here? Lee would have left the branch a long time ago. Wait. You are not really going to announce to break up the band, are you? Can you please stop using the word I taught you to call team instead of gang? Anyway, it's about the same meaning. When two words are spelled together, the last two letters are different. Besides, you go to Tanzatown as my envoy tomorrow and deliver my handwritten letter to Viscount Andrew. In the middle of winter, why do you want me to run so far? What are you going to do? I would like to invite the Viscount to visit our territory. Let him, the big miner, visit how the people led by Cecil mine. Oh. What? Do you remember what's there when you invite Viscount Andrew to visit the territory's mines? Of course, remember the magic engine, drainage pump, mining car traction machine, as well as the recently put into use crushers and screening machines. Remember, you still need to let an outsider come and see that our place has developed into such a place in such a short time. It's all thanks to those machines. You're not afraid of Viscount Andrew seeing it. I hope he will be greatly moved when he sees it, as I intended to sell him the complete mine equipment. Our second generation magic engine has been implemented, and what I want to sell is the first generation, and you just said something wrong. The territory has developed into something like this in such a short period of time, and machines have a certain effect, but we don't rely solely on them. The real part of Cecil's hanging is something that outsiders cannot take away. But no matter what, you really don't have to worry about the next door developing something like a magic engine if you sell it to someone else. They are sure to develop, and the mining efficiency of the Tanzanian mine will be greatly improved, which will ensure that Cecil can obtain more magic guide materials at a lower price. That's it. Do you have any other reasons? Of course there is. Only stronger partners can bring you greater benefits. I never worry about the development of others. As long as I can ensure that I am the fastest developing one, that's enough. Alas. Most rulers in this world are taking a different path, and they will do everything possible to ensure that those within their line of sight do not move forward. They do not care how long they have been standing still, as long as others have not moved forward or are maintaining a retreat. But there is a fatal problem with this. They cannot guarantee to suppress people outside their line of sight. Their actions can only lead to regional decline. In fact, this consequence has already occurred. Adverse consequences. Ansu's neighbor, the Tifeng Empire, has been undergoing continuous military reforms and social progress in recent decades. They have achieved the regular militarization of extraordinary professionals and a certain degree of military equipment assembly line production. As the nobles of Ansu huddled together and retreated, they failed to notice or observe that a powerful and fearsome opponent had already risen in a place they could not reach or see. Nowadays, people make knives and knives, while I make fish and meat. In the process of the Ansu nobles forming alliances and retreating, they did not see Typhon or care about Typhon. But even if you sell those machines powered by magic engines to Viscount Andrew, he won't be able to use them, right? These machines must be driven by magic networks. So I also need to sell him the blueprint of the magic net as well. If possible, I would even send a group of technicians at a low price to guide Leslie in completing the infrastructure of the magic net. What? Do you know how much he can do with the magic net even if you want to give it to him? Mining. Leading mining for Cecil. What is this thing? This is magical device. A combination of magical and mechanical mechanisms. It can be understood that this is just one of them. More than half of the heavy physical labor in the mine is completed by machines. This is the magic techniques of the ancient Tudor Empire. This was jointly designed by me and the technical experts in my territory. Of course, if you think that because I am the first descendant of the ancient Gondor Empire, the technology I have mastered is even ancient Gondor technology, then this understanding is not a problem. How? Are you interested in these magic devices? Of course. As long as you are willing to sell. I'm sure you can also see that these machines have frighteningly high processing difficulty in the details. The cost of manufacturing one is quite high, so the selling price is naturally high. Based on the differences in scale and manufacturing difficulty, the cost alone ranges from hundreds to thousands of Cecil coins. And manufacturing these things obviously requires the participation of extraordinary individuals, with labor costs that you can imagine. However, I only price it this way when I sell it to someone else. If sold to neighbors, I only charge the cost price of materials. And if you have difficulties, you can even use or to offset the debt. These machines are not cheap, of course I understand. I am also well aware that these machines, when running, take the power of so many people. A tractor can withstand the power of dozens or even hundreds of slave laborers, and a crusher can crush the ore in half a day, leaving all the gravel slave laborers in Tanzania with nothing to do. Of course, buying these machines will cost a lot of money. But my speed of recovering costs will be very fast. After cost recovery, Tansan Town and even the entire Leslie territory will experience unprecedented income from profits. Right, Viscount Andrew. I have to tell you something else. These machines cannot operate on their own. You should have noticed that there are no wizards here to provide energy for the machines. Well, I am indeed curious about this matter as well. They also need a matching magic net technology. I need to have a good talk with you about this technology. Sell both the magic web technology and the magic engine to the Leslie family. Is this really okay? I can't wait for Viscount Andrew to lay the devilish net by himself. I wish he could trick the whole world into laying a magic net. Why? How long do you think it will take with Cecil's leadership to cover the entire kingdom with the magic net? The whole kingdom can never be laid out in a lifetime. What should we do when encountering swamps, forests, rivers, amber, etc.? I didn't say it had to be completely covered. But such a big undertaking is not something Cecil can accomplish on his own. It requires the efforts of countless people. Our magic guide industry is rooted in the research and development of magic guide machinery technology on our side. So no one can discover the value of using the magic web more thoroughly than we do. The simplicity and advantages of the magic net are obvious. Soon, it will spread and even cover the entire southern region and even the entire kingdom. One day, everything we see will be energy interfaces prepared for Cecil's industrial and military equipment. Whether they are laid by our friends or our enemies, they will do everything for us. And I am looking forward to the moment when these magic nets are connected to Cecil's leadership. I am eagerly anticipating all of this.